Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3842 to Chapter 3924. Feng Wuchen's arrogance and disdain infuriated God Lord Ancient Emperor. How could a dignified God Lord from the primal chaos world be looked down upon by a junior from the Pengu world? God Lord Ancient Emperor had never imagined that Feng Wuchen would be this arrogant. Terrifying killing intent enveloped Feng Wuchen, suppressing Feng Wuchen to the point that he couldn't breathe or move. Even with primordial divine power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was too weak to suppress God Lord Ancient Emperor's tyrannical divine power. PFFF, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to bear it. Kid, you've got guts. Not only are you arrogant in front of this lord, but you also dare to look down on me. However, this lord will tell you that arrogance in front of this lord will only result in death. Even with your strongest physical body, you might still die, God Lord Ancient Emperor said coldly, each word filled with boundless killing intent. As he spoke, God Lord Ancient Emperor reached out and grabbed Feng Wuchen by the throat. Your strongest physical body is nothing in front of this lord. You will soon pay a painful price for your arrogance and disdain for this lord. God Lord Ancient Emperor said coldly as he prepared to crush Feng Wuchen's throat. Feng Wuchen couldn't resist at all. Feng Wuchen, Supreme Eastern Emperor and Supreme Peerless were extremely worried. Supreme Peerless wanted to help, but in front of God Lord Ancient Emperor's terrifying pressure, he couldn't move at all. Feng Wuchen, you dare to be arrogant in front of God Lord Ancient Emperor and even insult him? Today, you are destined to die, Ancient God Xianxia gloated. Chaos Xian Flame Beast, my primordial divine power can't do anything to him. I can't hold on much longer. Why aren't you helping? Haven't we lured this person out? Feng Wuchen shouted telepathically. Ancestor. The Chaos Xian Flame Beast looked at the Primal Chaos Ancestor. After a long silence, the Primal Chaos Ancestor said helplessly, do it. Leave him alive and bring him back. Roar. The Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast suddenly roared and instantly appeared behind Ancient God Lord Ancient God Lord. Its overwhelming aura intimidated Ancient God Lord Ancient God Lord. A Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast? Ancient Emperor's expression changed drastically as he turned around in shock. Ancient Emperor God Lord could not exert any strength at this moment, so Feng Wuchen took the opportunity to break free. Chaos Mystical Fire Beast. Pangashi and the others were overjoyed. What sort of strange beast is this? Ancient God Xingtian and the others were scared out of their wits. The sudden appearance of the terrifying beast left them at a loss. They didn't dare to move. Anyone could feel that the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was much stronger than the Ancient God Lord. They were not on the same level at all. They could even sense that the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was here to help Feng Wuchen. Ancient Emperor, don't you feel ashamed to bully a junior from the Pengu realm? Do you know the consequences of trespassing into the lower realm without permission? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked fiercely. God Lord Ancient Emperor looked at the Chaotic Xian Fire Beast in shock and asked with difficulty, Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, why are you in Pengu Field? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What are you doing in Pengu Field? Who are they to you? Why are you standing up for them? The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked fiercely. God Lord Ancient Emperor was shocked. Did the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast discover something? Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, withdraw your pressure. I can't hold on any longer. I'll go back after I kill this brat, God Lord Ancient Emperor said with difficulty. His face was pale and twisted, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Humph. PFFF. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was enraged and snorted fiercely, causing God Lord Ancient Emperor to vomit blood. Ancient God Xingtian and the others were scared out of their wits. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, what are you doing? God Lord Ancient Emperor asked angrily. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast glared fiercely at God Lord Ancient Emperor and shouted, you still haven't answered my question. What are you doing in Pengu Field? Who are they to you? You. God Lord Ancient Emperor exploded with anger. Not going to say, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, kill them all. God Lord Ancient Emperor's expression changed as he asked in shock, you know each other? Okay. Feng Wuchen coldly laughed as he shot at ancient god Xianxia, his terrifying killing intent locking onto ancient god Xianxia's group. Supreme Xianxia, I'll send you on your way first, Feng Wuchen jeered, his dragon god sword already gathering sword light. Feng Wuchen, stop. God Lord Ancient Emperor, save me. Ancient god Xianxia cried out in fear. Ancient god Xianxia's injuries were the most severe, so he had no ability to resist. Stinking brat. You dare. God Lord Ancient Emperor angrily roared. Alas, he was suppressed by the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and couldn't move. It was impossible for him to stop Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Clear Void and the others were scared out of their wits. God Lord Ancient Emperor could not save them. Swish, Feng Wuchen moved with terrifying speed. In a golden flash, the tyrannical dragon god sword pierced through ancient god Xianxia's heart and mercilessly destroyed his origin spirit. You. Ancient god Xianxia stared in despair and fear at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen pulled out the dragon god sword and sneered. Not even the experts of the primal chaos world can save you. As I said before, the primal chaos world also has its own order of heaven and earth. Ancient god Xianxia's aura completely vanished, and his corpse plummeted to the ground. He didn't dare to believe that, with God Lord Ancient Emperor present, he would still die to Feng Wuchen's sword. Xianxia. Ancient god Black Dragon and the others cried out in grief and fear. It's your turn, Feng Wuchen savagely swept his gaze over ancient god Black Dragon's group, his tyrannical sword intent exploding out. A second later, countless terrifying sword intent energy swords formed, sealing ancient god Black Dragon's group within. The sight of these terrifying sword intent energy swords made ancient god Black Dragon's group despair, their bodies trembling in fear. Thwish thwish thwish, boom boom boom, bzzz, Feng Wuchen swung the dragon god sword, unleashing countless sword intent energy swords at ancient god Black Dragon's group. A series of explosions resounded through the dimension as destructive energy surged out. Ancient god Black Dragon's group was already heavily injured, and they simply couldn't endure Feng Wuchen's countless sword intent energy swords. In just a few minutes, the tensome ancient god's auras vanished. By the time the energy ripples faded away, not even the dregs of the ancient gods were left behind. Foul brat. This god will never forgive you. God Lord Ancient Emperor madly roared at Feng Wuchen, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. The primal chaos profound fire beast roared, Ancient Emperor, you're quite bold. Are you trying to offend your superior? Offend my superior? God Lord Ancient Emperor was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. The primal chaos profound fire beast roared, Feng Wuchen is the person favored by the primal chaos ancestor. He is now the primal chaos ancestor's successor. What? The primal chaos ancestor's successor? How is that possible? God Lord Ancient Emperor was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You've disappointed the ancestor too much, the primal chaos profound fire beast coldly said. God Lord Ancient Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He did not believe what the chaotic Xian fire beast said. He can't be the inheritor of the primal chaos ancestor. It's impossible. Why would the ancestor choose an ant from the lower world as his inheritor? God Lord Ancient Emperor shook his head. Ant? The chaotic Xian fire beast said coldly, are you questioning the ancestor? God Lord Ancient Emperor trembled in fear and said, I don't mean to question the ancestor, but why would the ancestor choose him? What qualifications does he have? There are so many geniuses in the chaos realm. Which one of them is not stronger than him? I'm more qualified than him. You? The chaotic Xian fire beast said disdainfully, Ancient Emperor, you are nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. When he has the same cultivation as you will be an ant in front of him. You have committed a grave crime. Come with me to receive your punishment. No matter who is behind you, they will receive the most severe punishment. God Lord Ancient Emperor was frightened again and asked, does the ancestor already know? That's right. However, I didn't expect that you would be the one to be lured out. I've treated you well, but the actions of you and the person behind you have truly disappointed me, the primal chaos Xian fire beast said coldly. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed Ancient Emperor into its stomach. Chaotic Xian fire beast, why didn't you kill him? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. God Lord Ancient Emperor came to the Panga realm without permission and violated the order of the Chaos realm. This was a capital offense. The chaotic Xian fire beast shook his head and said, Feng Wuchen, it's not that I don't want to kill him. It's the ancestors' idea. The ancient emperor's identity is special, and we can't kill him now. As for who is behind him, it's just a guess. We need to investigate further. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded. The ancestor will recover for the 36th and 35th levels of heaven. Feng Wuchen, we will meet again. I hope you can come to the Chaos realm as soon as possible, the chaotic Xian fire beast said to Feng Wuchen and then disappeared. After the chaotic Xian fire beast left, the 36th and 35th levels of heaven recovered. All the cultivators who had been annihilated were resurrected. The dimensional space that had collapsed and was on the verge of destruction had now recovered. Thank you, Primal Chaos Ancestor. Feng Wuchen transmitted his thanks. Although he did not know what had happened, Feng Wuchen did not ask. Feng Wuchen could vaguely guess that the ancient emperor was related to the Primal Chaos Patriarch. The battle is finally over. Supreme Dong Huang and Supreme Yinglong let out a sigh of relief. Disciple, are you all right? Supreme Peerless flashed over and asked with concern. Master, don't worry. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His injuries had completely healed. Pangashi smiled faintly and said, it's all thanks to the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Supreme Primeval Lord nodded slightly and smiled happily. No matter what, we won this battle. The Reincarnation Pagoda didn't choose the wrong person. It's all thanks to Feng Wuchen that we were able to revive and break through to the peak of the Panga realm. Martial Soul Supremacy laughed happily. After the battle ended, everyone felt incomparably relaxed and carefree. This was definitely the happiest day for them in millions of years. Looking at Supreme Dong Huang, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, Supreme Dong Huang, there shouldn't be any more powerful enemies in the Panga realm, right? Supreme Dong Huang shook his head slightly and smiled. The peak of the Panga realm is already the most powerful existence in the Panga realm. How could there be any more powerful enemies? That's good. I'm going back to accompany my daughter. Master, seniors, if you have time, go to the God realm and the ancient immortal realm to have a look. Even the heaven realm and the mortal realm are fine. With your current cultivation, you can no longer improve your cultivation. Why don't you look around? Maybe you can find an opportunity to ascend. Feng Wuchen smiled and then disappeared. Pangashi smiled happily. Feng Wuchen is right. Then let's go to the mortal realm to have a look. That's the world where Feng Wuchen was born. Supreme Primeval Lord smiled happily. Chaos Realm, Chaos Temple. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast appeared in the temple square, looking majestic and domineering. Welcome, Chaos Protector. The guards and experts of the Chaos Temple knelt on one knee respectfully. They were all shocked. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast had not appeared for many years. Now that it suddenly appeared, how could the experts of the Chaos Temple not be shocked? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast opened its mouth and spat out Ancient Emperor, who rolled on the ground a few times. Ancient Emperor? Everyone was shocked again. What was going on? How could Ancient Emperor be swallowed by the Chaos Xian Fire Beast? Lock Ancient Emperor up. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast ordered. Lock him up? The people of the Chaos Temple were stunned again. What was going on? Let's see who dares. Ancient Emperor Divine Lord shouted angrily. Then, he shouted at the chaotic Xian Fire Beast, Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, I have always been very respectful to you for the sake of your protector. However, don't forget my identity. Are you deaf? Or are you disobeying my orders? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said coldly, and an extremely terrifying and domineering aura burst out. Yes, Master. The guards were scared out of their wits and immediately answered respectfully. Although Ancient Emperor's identity was not simple, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast's identity was even more terrifying. How dare you? God Master Gu Huang bellowed as a terrifying aura burst forth from him, intending to send the incoming guards flying. Humph. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast snorted, and the domineering aura caused Ancient Emperor to vomit blood. Take him away, the Chaos Xian fire beast roared. Wait. Right at this moment, an aged yet dignified voice sounded from a lofty palace. Before the voice had even finished speaking, a black-robed elder appeared in the square. Greetings, Grand Elder. The guards and many experts bowed respectfully. Grandpa, save me. The Chaos Xian fire beast wants to imprison me. Ancient Emperor hurriedly said. The Chaos Temple's Grand Elder was actually Ancient Emperor's grandfather. No wonder the Chaos Ancestor was so disappointed in the dimensional space. Chaos Xian fire beast, what did my son do to be imprisoned? Since when did this elder's grandson need to be punished by the Chaos Protector? The Grand Elder asked. The Chaos Xian fire beast said coldly, Ancient Celestial Emperor, this seat has been cultivating with the Chaos Ancestor and has not returned for many years. However, this seat will not let off anyone who dares to break the order of the Chaos Realm. My son violated the order? The Grand Elder asked. How could you not know? The Ancient Emperor secretly went to the lower realm. Don't you think he violated the order? This seat wants to punish the Ancient Emperor. Why can't I? The Chaos Xian fire beast asked coldly. Grandpa, I didn't go to the Panga realm. I went to the dimensional space, Ancient Emperor hurriedly said. The Ancient Celestial Emperor said sternly, Chaos Protector, the dimensional space is also part of the Chaos Realm. My son did not violate the order. Ancient Celestial Emperor, you want to protect the Ancient Emperor? The Chaos Xian fire beast's eyes flashed fiercely, and a domineering aura spread out. Primal Chaos Guardian, I'm telling the truth, the Ancient Heavenly Emperor said. Even if my son has broken the rules, I'll be the one to punish him. It's not up to you. As the Grand Elder of the Chaos Temple, the Ancient Heavenly Emperor was not afraid of the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast. Since you want to protect the Ancient Emperor, don't blame me for being merciless, the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast said fiercely as an unimaginable destructive chaotic divine power burst out. The majestic square instantly formed a chaotic boundary. The Ancient Heavenly Emperor's face darkened as he said fiercely, Primal Chaos Guardian, I'd like to see how much you've improved over the years. As the Grand Elder of the Chaos Temple, his position was one level higher than the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast, but the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast did not give him face. How could the Ancient Heavenly Emperor not be angry? The angry Ancient Heavenly Emperor ignored the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast's words. The Primal Chaos Xian fire beast did not give him face because he was suspicious of the Ancient Heavenly Emperor. After all, the Ancient Heavenly Emperor was the grandfather of the Ancient Emperor. Ancient Heavenly Emperor, you seem to have forgotten who I am. I'm the Primal Chaos Guardian of the Chaos Temple, and I'm the ancestor of all beasts in the Chaos Realm. You can't be arrogant in front of me, the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast roared as his chaotic divine power became more and more terrifying. Under the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast's domineering aura, the Ancient Heavenly Emperor's face turned pale. He could not take it. The Primal Chaos Xian fire beast was a beast born at the beginning of the chaos. It had the purest chaotic divine power and was the most powerful among all the beasts. Although the Ancient Heavenly Emperor was the Grand Elder of the Chaos Temple, he was no match for the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast. Many of the Chaos Temple's top experts were shocked by the Primal Chaos Xian fire beast's terrifying aura and were terrified. Brother Primal Chaos Aura. Brother Primal Chaos is back. That's right. Brother Primal Chaos Cultivation is getting more and more terrifying. He's finally back after a million years. Ancestor Primal Chaos's aura. The Primal Chaos Xian fire beast's terrifying chaotic divine power immediately alerted many powerful beasts, and beasts rushed to the Chaos Temple. The Primal Chaos Xian fire beast. The Ancient Heavenly Emperor did not expect that after so many years of hard work, he still could not catch up to the Chaos Xian fire beast. The strength of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was also becoming more and more terrifying. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said coldly, What? After so many years, you've only improved so little? The Ancient Heavenly Emperor's old face was extremely gloomy, but he had nothing to say. None of the experts from the Chaos Temple dared to speak. They had no right to interrupt the battle between two super big shots. Primal Chaos Protector, please stop. An old voice came from another palace. Above the palace, an old man appeared. He was the second elder of the Chaos Shrine, Nya Wuhuan. Primal Chaos Protector, the ancient emperor only trespassed into the lower realm. For the sake of the Great Elder, let's forget about this matter, Nya Wuhuan said indifferently. Trespassing into the lower realm is already a capital offense. If it weren't for the ancient celestial emperor, I would have already killed him. A terrifying aura erupted once again as the primal chaos Xian fire beast said coldly, "Take the ancient emperor away. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite." "Yes, sir." A few guards immediately stepped forward respectfully and took the ancient emperor away. In the entire Chaos Shrine, no one dared to stop them. Even the ancient celestial emperor couldn't withstand the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's aura and could injure the Great Elder without even making a move. Who else could fight against it? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was just that domineering. Even the Great Elder, the ancient celestial emperor, didn't give him face. The ancient celestial emperor's old face twisted as he said angrily, "Primal Chaos Protector, don't go too far." "Too far?" The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said fiercely, "Do you know what the ancient emperor did wrong? You can ask your grandson personally who he offended." Hearing the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's words, the ancient celestial emperor was stunned. It seemed that things weren't that simple. Nya Wuhuan glanced at the ancient celestial emperor and wondered in his heart, is there anyone that the Chaos Shrine can't afford to offend? "Primal Chaos Protector, what happened?" Nya Wuhuan asked curiously. "The ancient emperor wants to kill the inheritor of the primal chaos ancestor." The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said coldly, "Ancient celestial emperor, are you still going to protect your grandson?" "What? Inheritor?" The ancient celestial emperor, Nya Wuhuan, and many other experts were shocked and stunned. The primal chaos ancestor had found an inheritor, and the inheritor was from the Panga realm. "Primal chaos protector, is this true?" The ancient celestial emperor asked in shock as he stared at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. "I'm not joking. The primal chaos ancestor's inheritor has been confirmed and passed my test." The primal chaos mysterious fire beast stared at the ancient celestial emperor, wanting to see something, but he was disappointed. When did the primal chaos ancestor appoint an inheritor? Could it be that the primal chaos ancestor has awakened? Nya Wuhuan frowned and thought to himself. How dare you? This unfilial son, how dare you commit such a heinous crime? I've lost all my face because of him. Someone come. Cripple the ancient emperor's arms and legs immediately. The ancient celestial emperor roared in anger. Yes. Great Elder. A few guards answered respectfully. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Was the ancient celestial emperor acting? Whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, a dozen terrifying strange beasts of chaos appeared at the same time. Big Brother Primal Chaos. The dozen huge strange beasts of chaos were extremely excited, like kittens. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast looked back and laughed happily. It's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Big Brother Primal Chaos, you're finally back. We missed you so much. One of the strange beasts laughed excitedly. You guys go to the Chaos Divine Peak first. I have to deal with some important matters first. I'll be there soon. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast laughed. Okay. The strange beasts were extremely excited and immediately rushed to the Chaos Divine Peak. The Chaos Divine Peak was the territory of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast, one of the forbidden areas in the primal chaos realm. Even though the primal chaos mysterious fire beast had not been around for many years, no one in the primal chaos realm dared to step in. Ancient Celestial Emperor, the ancient emperor's mistakes are not just these. Don't you know? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast stared at the ancient celestial emperor and asked. The ancient celestial emperor shook his head helplessly. I've been cultivating in seclusion all these years. I really don't know what he did. The ancient celestial emperor doesn't look like he's lying. Could it be that he's not the ancient emperor's backer? Or is it that this old thing hid so well that I couldn't see through him? But after he found out about the inheritor, I didn't see any other emotions other than anger. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was secretly puzzled. Mysterious fire beast, it's not the Great Elder. It's someone else. The primal chaos ancestor's voice sounded. It's someone else? How do you know? The ancient heavenly emperor is the most suspicious, and there are many factions under the temple. He can suppress all of them as the Grand Elder, the Chaos Xian fire beast asked. The ancient heavenly emperor was the most suspicious, and he was powerful enough to fight the primal chaos patriarch. The Chaos Xian fire beast's suspicion was not without reason. After all, the ancient heavenly emperor was the Grand Elder of the Chaos Temple. The primal chaos patriarch had not been in the temple for many years. Who knew if the ancient heavenly emperor had done anything in secret? The Grand Elder has followed me for many years, and he has never changed his mind. I can see that the person in the dark is too well hidden. After Pengu, he did not do anything until the ancient emperor appeared. The primal chaos patriarch transmitted his voice, feeling better. If it's not the ancient heavenly emperor, who could it be? The Chaos Xian fire beast asked. He could not think of anyone else. I can't think of anyone, either. But since we know about the ancient emperor, we can only start with him. Lock him up for a while, then release him. Keep an eye on him. We might find something, but it won't be that easy, the primal chaos patriarch transmitted his voice. Leave this to me. Just wait for the good news. But I'll also secretly investigate the ancient heavenly emperor. I hope it has nothing to do with him, the Chaos Xian fire beast transmitted his voice. The Chaos Xian fire beast looked at the ancient heavenly emperor and said fiercely, if anyone dares to release the ancient emperor, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, the Chaos Xian fire beast disappeared and rushed to the Chaos Temple. In the Chaos Temple's prison, the ancient heavenly emperor walked in with a gloomy face. Even a fool could see that the ancient heavenly emperor was furious. Grand Elder. The guards knelt down respectfully, looking nervous and frightened. Seeing the ancient heavenly emperor, the ancient emperor was overjoyed. He quickly said, Grandpa, let me out. You're the Grand Elder. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to cripple his arms and legs? The ancient heavenly emperor shouted angrily. What? Cripple my arms and legs? The ancient emperor was stunned. He looked at the ancient heavenly emperor in shock. He wondered if the ancient heavenly emperor was out of his mind. The ancient heavenly emperor was fighting the Chaos Xian fire beast just a moment ago. Why did he want to cripple his arms and legs? Great Elder, how would we dare to make a move? A guard smiled bitterly. He was the Great Elder's grandson. Even if the emperor of the ancients had violated the order, who would dare to touch him? Moreover, the ancient emperor was very powerful. Even if these guards weren't weak, they wouldn't be able to cripple the ancient emperor. Humph. This elder will personally come. Open the prison door, the ancient celestial arch roared. A guard opened the cell door in panic. Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm your grandson. You want to cripple my limbs? The ancient emperor couldn't believe it. The ancient heavenly monarch roared, how dare you murder the patriarch's successor? If this elder doesn't cripple you, who will I cripple? Who gave you the guts? Huh? Grandpa, I didn't know that he was an inheritor. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to touch him even if I had 10,000 guts. Grandpa, you aren't really going to cripple my limbs, are you? The ancient emperor panicked. Crack. Crack. Ah. Without any hesitation, the ancient heavenly emperor broke the ancient emperor's limbs. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ancient emperor's screams echoed throughout the prison. The prison guards were dumbfounded. The ancient heavenly emperor really did cripple the emperor of the ancients mercilessly. Tradewind Literature Network. However, when they thought of the ancient emperor's actions, they could understand the ancient heavenly emperor's anger. Grandpa, are you crazy? I'm your grandson. The ancient emperor roared as he endured the pain. The ancient celestial arch bellowed, how dare you kill the patriarch's successor? The fact that the primal chaos protector didn't kill you is already giving me face. If the patriarch wants to punish you for this, then you'll have to fend for yourself. The ancient emperor was the successor chosen by the chaos patriarch and had even passed the test. Anyone who dared to touch him would die. The ancient heavenly emperor glared at the guards and roared, I'll kill anyone who dares to treat him. Yes, Grand Elder. Great Elder. The guards replied respectfully. The guards were shocked. This was the first time they had seen the ancient heavenly emperor so furious that he would even be so ruthless to his own grandson. You've committed a heinous crime. I can't do anything about it, and I won't plead for mercy on your behalf. I'll pretend that I don't have a grandson like you, the ancient heavenly emperor roared and left. It wasn't that the ancient heavenly emperor was heartless, but that the ancient emperor had gone too far. Grandpa, no, no. I'll die. Grandpa, the ancient emperor begged in panic. The ancient heavenly emperor didn't show any mercy. The guards closed the door of the sky prison. The moment the door closed, the ancient emperor panicked. Ancient emperor, you seem to have been exposed. I sent you there, but you messed it up. The Xianxia fire beast already knows that you're involved. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. The sudden voice scared the ancient emperor out of his wits. His face was extremely pale. I didn't know that the Xianxia fire beast would appear. If it hadn't appeared, those trash wouldn't have been my match, the ancient emperor said hurriedly. He was extremely terrified. What I want is the result. Unfortunately, you have failed. A hoarse voice was transmitted over. Soon after, a black figure appeared. Someone could sneak into the Chaos Temple without anyone noticing. This person's strength was definitely terrifying. At least, he wasn't weaker than the ancient heavenly emperor. Don't kill me. If you kill me, my grandpa won't let you go. The Chaos Ancestor won't let you go either. The Xianxia fire beast's appearance means that the ancestor is back. You should know how powerful the Chaos Ancestor is, the ancient emperor said fearfully. He immediately used the Chaos Ancestor as a threat. If you're dead, the Xianxia fire beast can't be traced. Don't you think so? The black figure said coldly. Then, he tapped the ancient emperor's forehead lightly. A black energy instantly spread throughout the ancient emperor's body. It was just a light tap, but the ancient emperor's eyes dimmed, and his body stopped moving. The ancient emperor was dead. The strange thing was that the ancient emperor's aura didn't disappear. The ancient heavenly emperor's grandson is also trash, the black figure said disdainfully. Then, he disappeared as if he had never appeared. In a mysterious and huge cave, a figure appeared. Lord Supreme, the Chaos Ancestor has confirmed the successor. He's from the Panga realm, the person reported respectfully. Upon closer inspection, the person looked very familiar. Do you know who he is? A majestic voice sounded in the dark cave. The person said respectfully, I haven't found out yet. However, since he's chosen by the Chaos Ancestor and is from the Panga realm, he must be an expert from the Panga realm. I've already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. It's been thousands of years. Has there been any progress in the great path divine power? The majestic voice sounded. Not yet. The person said respectfully, Xianxia and the others are dead. The ancient emperor failed his mission. The Xianxia fire beast intervened. I don't know the details. Seize the great path divine power as soon as possible, a dignified voice said. Lord Supreme, Xianxia and the others have failed. We can only send our men. The great path divine power is sealed in the Panga realm. It's not difficult to find it. What's difficult is the array, the man said respectfully. The appearance of the Xianxia fire beast in the Chaos realm means that the primal Chaos Ancestor is likely to return. Breaking the seal and seizing the great path divine power will definitely alarm him. The ancient emperor failed his mission and was killed. The Chaos Temple should have sensed it. The ancient heavenly emperor must be furious. If we act now, we'll be exposed. Not long ago, spiritual master Jiufeng died in the Panga realm. I think it has something to do with the Xianxia fire beast. In my opinion, Lord Supreme needs to wait for a while. When things calm down, I'll send people to seize the great path divine power. You're right. If we act now, we'll be exposed. Let's find out about the inheritor first, the dignified voice said. Yes, Lord Supreme, the man replied respectfully and disappeared. Primal Chaos Ancestor, I'd like to see who your inheritor is, the dignified voice said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Grand Elder. Something happened to the ancient emperor. Something happened, a guard shouted as he rushed to the ancient heavenly emperor's palace in panic. Why are you panicking? What happened to the ancient emperor? An expert stopped the guard and asked. Humph. As long as he's not dead, don't worry about him, the ancient heavenly emperor shouted. Grand Elder, the ancient emperor is dead, the guard reported in panic. What? The ancient heavenly emperor's face changed. The ancient emperor is dead, the experts and guards in the palace were all stunned. Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible. The ancient emperor was only crippled. How could he be dead? The ancient emperor would never commit suicide. No one in the temple would dare to kill him. How could he be dead? Whoosh, the ancient heavenly emperor appeared in a flash. His face was full of panic. He did not have the demeanor of a grand elder at all. My son is dead? What happened? The ancient heavenly emperor asked angrily. Great elder, this subordinate also does not know. The ancient emperor divine lord did not make any movements for 2 days. This subordinate felt that it was strange, so I went to the prison to take a look. I found that the ancient emperor divine lord was already dead, but his aura did not disappear. The guard replied in horror. Great elder, God lord ancient emperor's soul jade shattered. At this time an expert rushed over to report in a panic. The ancient heavenly monarch's body trembled violently, and his expression was one of extreme panic. He immediately rushed toward the imperial prison. News of the ancient emperor's death quickly spread throughout the Chaos Temple. All the elders and top experts were alarmed and hurried to the prison. No one knew what was going on. The emperor of the ancients would only be crippled, he wouldn't die. My son! My son, the ancient celestial emperor cried out in grief. What the hell is going on? How did the ancient emperor die? Nya Wuhuan asked with a deep frown. Although the ancient emperor's aura was still there, it was obvious that he had been killed. It was just that his aura was sealed in his corpse. This was the Chaos Temple. Who had the ability to sneak in and kill the ancient emperor without alerting the experts of the Chaos Temple? I don't know. God Lord Ancient Emperor was already dead when we came in, the guardian guarding the imperial prison replied respectfully, looking extremely terrified. The ancient emperor didn't have any other injuries, but his primordial spirit had already disappeared. There was no other divine aura in his body. The person who killed him was extremely powerful, comparable to the Great Elder, the Third Elder said with a frown. Everyone was shocked by the Third Elder's words. To be able to kill someone in the Chaos Temple without being detected, this person's strength was naturally above the ancient heavenly monarchs. In the entire Chaos realm, there were only a few people whose cultivation was higher than the ancient heavenly monarchs. What kind of expert would have the guts to barge into the Chaos Temple? Did he not know how terrifying the Chaos Ancestor was? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the Chaos Ancestor? Who was it that killed my son? Who is it? The ancient heavenly monarch roared, and a crazy killing intent and power erupted. He couldn't control it at all. The furious ancient heavenly monarch scared everyone out of their wits. The Third Elder checked again and found that the bone between the ancient emperor's eyebrows was shattered. He frowned and said, "This is the ancient emperor's fatal wound." The person who killed him was extremely vicious and directly destroyed his primordial spirit. Nya Wuhuan used his divine power to check and said solemnly, "This person destroyed the ancient emperor's primordial spirit without any energy fluctuation. If there was any energy fluctuation, we would definitely be able to detect it. This person's strength is not simple. In the entire Chaos realm, not many people can do it." Third Elder, can you tell who did it? An expert asked. The Third Elder shook his head and said, "I can't tell. There is no aura left, but even we couldn't detect it. It must be an expert from the Chaos realm." Great Elder, is the old ancestor unable to save the ancient emperor? An expert asked. Great Elder, the ancestor can reincarnate. The ancestor can save the ancient emperor. When the time comes, we'll know who killed the ancient emperor, an expert said with certainty. That's right. The Chaos Ancestor's reincarnation could definitely revive the ancient emperor. The Second Elder, Nya Wuhuan, immediately reacted and said, "Quickly send someone to the Chaos Divine Peak. The Chaos Protector will definitely know the ancestor's whereabouts." This subordinate will go immediately, an expert said respectfully and rushed to the Chaos Divine Peak at full speed. Only the Chaos Ancestor could revive the ancient emperor. The ancient heavenly emperor suddenly remembered that the ancient emperor had murdered the inheritor and quickly said, "Wait. There's no need. Great elder." Everyone looked at the ancient heavenly emperor with puzzled eyes. The ancient emperor offended his superiors and violated the order. This elder does not want to disappoint the ancestor. The ancient heavenly emperor closed his eyes in grief. The ancient heavenly emperor did not have the face to beg the Chaos Ancestor to revive the ancient emperor. He did not have the face to face the Chaos Ancestor. When the ancient heavenly emperor said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone in the Chaos Divine Palace already knew that the ancient emperor had murdered the inheritor. This was enough for the ancient emperor to die 10,000 times. Pass down the order. Immediately send someone to investigate. Even if we have to turn the entire Chaos realm upside down, we must find out who killed the ancient emperor. No matter who it is, I will not let them off, the ancient heavenly emperor said gloomily, his old eyes flashing with ruthless killing intent. The ancient heavenly emperor's anger could definitely shake the entire Chaos realm. The person who had done this was definitely a terrifying expert. The Chaos Divine Palace only needed to investigate the major factions. However, it was not easy to find out who was able to sneak into the Chaos Divine Palace and kill the inheritor. After the order was issued, the experts of the Chaos Divine Palace moved out. The experts of the subordinate factions also moved out immediately. The Chaos realm, which had been peaceful for many years, was disrupted by the ancient heavenly emperor's anger. The Emperor of the Ancients was killed? On the Chaos Divine Peak, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast also received the news and was shocked. "Big brother, what happened?" one of the beasts asked. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said solemnly, "A mysterious expert sneaked into the Chaos Temple and killed the Emperor of the Ancients, but this person did not alert anyone." 2 days later, the Emperor of the Ancients was found dead. What? A mysterious expert sneaked into the Chaos Temple? The ancient heavenly emperor and the others did not notice? How is this possible? That is the Chaos Temple. Who dares to sneak in and kill? And it is the grandson of the ancient heavenly emperor. Sneaking into the Chaos Temple to kill, this is not taking the Chaos Temple seriously. They are not taking the ancestor and big brother seriously. The beasts were shocked and could not believe it. Killing to silence? It seems that this has nothing to do with the ancient heavenly emperor. But who is this person and has such strength? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast wondered. There were indeed super experts in the Chaos realm who could do this, but among the super experts that the Chaos Xian Fire Beast knew, no one dared to make an enemy of the Chaos Temple. Unless they did not want to live anymore. Could it be them? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast guessed. "Big brother, with the Emperor of the Ancients dead, the clues are gone," one of the beasts said. "Chaos Ice Wolf, come back with me immediately and see if we can smell anything," the Chaos Xian Fire Beast said solemnly. "Okay," the Chaos Ice Wolf nodded. "Ancestor, the Emperor of the Ancients was killed." The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted a message to the ancestor of the Chaos Sect. The people in the dark acted so soon? The ancestor of the Chaos Sect did not expect the people in the dark to be so arrogant. "Ancestor, they can sneak into the Chaos Temple to kill, which shows that they are very arrogant and powerful. It will not be easy to find out who they are. Even if the Emperor of the Ancients is resurrected, the Emperor of the Ancients may not know who they are," the Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted a message. "Feng Wuchen is now my successor. The life and death of the Emperor of the Ancients is decided by Feng Wuchen. They must have guessed that killing the Emperor of the Ancients would alert us, so they must have hidden. They will attack the Great Path Divine Power. Xian Fire Beast, you have to go to Panga Realm and inform Feng Wuchen," the ancestor of the Chaos Sect said. "All right." The Chaotic Mystical Fire Beast replied. The Chaotic Xian Fire Beast also knew that as long as it guarded the Great Path Divine Power, it would definitely know who was behind all this. "Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, guard the Primal Chaos Temple." The Primal Chaos Ancestor ordered. "Ancestor, did something happen in the Primal Chaos realm?" Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon's voice sounded. "The person in the dark is starting to surface. He has already snuck into the shrine and killed the ancient emperor. I want you to keep watch in the dark and not alert him. I want to see who is going against me in the dark. The old ancestor of primal chaos sent a voice transmission to Lin Fan. Understood. The primal chaos ancestor dragon replied. Chaos Shrine. Welcome, primal chaos protector. Everyone in the primal chaos temple greeted him respectfully. Great Elder, bring out the ancient emperor's corpse, the chaotic celestial fire beast said. He no longer had the same attitude as before towards the ancient heavenly emperor. The experts from Chaos Temple and the forces under them had already gone to the various forces in Chaos Realm to investigate. Primal Chaos Guardian, do you have a way to find the ferocious beast? The ancient heavenly monarch appeared with the corpse of the ancient emperor. His face was still filled with rage. Rotten Book Network Nya Wuhuan, the temple elders, and many experts appeared in a flash. I don't know either. The chaotic celestial fire beast shook his head slightly. The primal chaos ice wolf sniffed the corpse of the ancient emperor carefully and said, Big brother, there is the aura of primal chaos divine power on the cracked bones of the ancient emperor's wound. It is very weak, and there is also the smell of rotting corpses. The smell of rotting corpses? The ancient heavenly monarch and the others were shocked. The chaotic celestial fire beast frowned and said, How can there be the smell of rotting corpses in the chaos realm? Big brother, have you forgotten? There is the smell of rotting corpses in the Wuji heavenly realm. The corpse has been dead for 2 days, but there is still the smell of rotting corpses. This means that the culprit must have cultivated in the Wuji heavenly realm. The smell of rotting corpses can only be found in the deepest part of the realm. This person is very powerful, the primal chaos ice wolf said. The Wuji heavenly realm is a forbidden area in the chaos realm. Not many experts can enter it. Nya Wuhuan frowned deeply. I will go there myself. The ancient heavenly monarch said fiercely. He wanted to go to the Wuji heavenly realm. With his cultivation, going to the deepest part of the Wuji heavenly realm was no problem at all. Great Elder, please wait. This person's cultivation is above yours. If you go now, not only will you alert the enemy, but you will also die in the heavenly realm. This person's strength is definitely above yours. The chaotic celestial fire beast quickly stopped him. Great Elder, the chaotic protector is right. Don't be impulsive. Nya Wuhuan nodded. Ice Wolf, you stay in the divine palace. The person in the dark may sneak in again. I will send someone to the Wuji heavenly realm, but I am not sure if we can find out who it is. There is more than one expert in the heavenly realm. The chaotic celestial fire beast said. Big brother primal chaos. At this moment, a low voice was heard. Brother ancestral dragon? You are out of seclusion? The chaotic celestial fire beast asked in surprise. Ancestor ordered me to secretly guard the divine palace. The primal chaos ancestor dragon said. All right. I will go to the Panga realm. I will lead the divine palace to you. Don't alert the enemy. The chaotic celestial fire beast said and disappeared immediately. The chaotic world has been peaceful for so many years. Finally, it is no longer peaceful. The primal chaos ancestor dragon thought. Chaotic celestial fire beast, go to the Wuji heavenly realm immediately and check the origin of the expert in the deepest part. The chaotic celestial fire beast said. Yes. Big brother primal chaos. The chaotic celestial fire beast said. Feng Wuchen, where are you? The chaotic celestial fire beast asked. At this moment, they had already arrived in the sky above the dragon's soul in the 33rd layer of heaven. Chaotic celestial fire beast? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, then he said, I am in the divine world. I am playing with my daughter. In the past few days, Feng Wuchen had been accompanying Xiaoxiao. Just as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, the chaotic celestial fire beast appeared in the square of the Luosha temple. The sudden appearance of the terrifying beast gave the deities' hall's experts a huge fright. Their souls almost left their bodies. Just as the experts of the divine palace were about to stop it, Feng Wuchen had already walked out of the main hall with Xiaoxiao in his arms. Everyone, don't panic. It is one of us, the chaotic celestial fire beast. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and gestured for everyone to step back. Wow! Its whole body is burning with flames. So powerful. Daddy, is it called the chaotic celestial fire beast? Xiaoxiao wants to go up and sit. Xiaoxiao looked at the chaotic celestial fire beast in surprise. This was the most powerful beast that Xiaoxiao had ever seen. Her delicate little face was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This was the big boss of the chaotic realm. Who could sit on it just because they wanted to? Xiaoxiao is strange. This beast is very bad. It bullies children. Don't get too close to it. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao will become a bad child too. Feng Wuchen quickly said. The chaotic celestial fire beast was speechless, but it did not dare to fart. Greetings, Senior Xuanhua Beast. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Zhang Junlan also came out of the hall and saluted politely. Why is the gap between Feng Wuchen and them so big? How can he teach children? The chaotic Xuanhua beast despised him. Chen what kind of beast is it? Feng Xingxiong asked in a low voice. He was shocked by the beast. A terrifying beast from the chaotic realm, Feng Wuchen said in a low voice. Ling Xiaoxiao hugged Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, My husband, Senior Xuanhua Beast must have something important to tell you. Feng Wuchen nodded. He put his palm on the chaotic Xuanhua Beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, Feng Wuchen and the chaotic Xuanhua Beast had entered the huge space of the chaotic realm. Chaotic Xuanhua Beast, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Feng Wuchen asked. He had already guessed something. The chaotic Xuanhua Beast said seriously, the ancient emperor was killed in the Chaos Temple. I was not there at that time, so the first elder and the others did not notice. The person in the dark is very powerful. We don't know who he is and are still investigating. Oh? Someone dares to break into the Chaos Temple? Doesn't the ancestor know? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. He could not believe it. The Chaos Temple was the most powerful existence in the chaotic realm. The ancestor is not there, the chaotic Xuanhua Beast said, shaking his head. The Great Path Divine Power is sealed in the Pangu realm. The ancestor asked me to tell you that the person in the dark will seize the Great Path Divine Power sooner or later. This is the best way to find them. Great Path Divine Power? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked, You mean you want me to observe secretly? Yes, only you are suitable. If it was me, they might have noticed. I can't hide my aura completely. After all, they are very powerful, the chaotic Xuanhua Beast said seriously. Is the Great Path Divine Power more powerful than the chaotic Divine Power? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Weaker than Primal Chaos Godly Power. The chaotic celestial fire beast said, I know what you want to ask, but I don't know what the divine power of the Great Path is. The Great Ancestor must have his reasons for sealing the divine power of the Great Path. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked seriously, Are you sure you can find out their identities if they show up? The seal of the Primal Chaos Ancestor is not something that anyone can break. Furthermore, the Primal Chaos Ancestor has weakened the power of the seal. His goal is to see who is behind this, said the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast. I understand. Since this is the Ancestor's intention, I will naturally keep an eye on it. Feng Wuchen nodded solemnly. Feng Wuchen, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. The chaotic mysterious fire beast warned and left immediately. Divine power of the Great Path? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and thought to himself, the divine power of the Great Path is inferior to the chaotic divine power, and it is sealed in the Panga realm. I can't sense the existence of the seal, and my primordial divine power can't sense any divine power of the Great Path. He is indeed the Primal Chaos Ancestor. The person in the dark dares to sneak into the Chaos Temple and kill people. They don't take the Ancestor seriously at all. Or do they not know that the Ancestor has returned to the chaotic realm? The Ancestor didn't show up. It seems that he doesn't want to alert the enemy. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. It's just that it's not easy to find out the person in the dark. As a top expert in the chaotic realm, if he really wanted to hide, who could find him? 1234 With a thought, Feng Wuchen condensed a primordial spirit avatar and returned to the Panga realm, while his real body returned to the Luosha temple. Time. passed day by day. Whether it was the people sent out or the strange beasts to the Wuji heavenly realm, they didn't find any useful clues. The big move of the Chaos Temple could only cause panic among the major forces in the chaotic realm. In the heavenly realm, the spiritual beast of the chaotic heavenly realm knew several top experts. The spiritual beast of the chaotic heavenly realm stayed for a month. He cultivated and waited, but no suspicious person appeared. The only clue that could be traced was also broken. The person in the dark seemed to have expected this. Now, the only place that could be traced was the Panga realm. But there was no movement in the Panga realm. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and there was still no movement in the Panga realm. The person in the dark seemed to have disappeared from the world. It wasn't that there was no movement in the Panga realm, but Feng Wuchen didn't notice it. Half a year ago, the chaotic realm had sent experts to investigate the news of the inheritor. Feng Wuchen and Supreme Peerless didn't notice it at all. Nothing happened for half a year, and the chaotic realm didn't find anything. Just as I expected, it's not easy to investigate. After all, they can wait for 1,000 years. It shows that they are very calm and not in a hurry. This kind of enemy is the most difficult to deal with. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. They seem to know what we want to do. The Wuji heavenly realm didn't find any clues, and the Panga realm didn't do anything. The chaotic Xian fire beast gritted his teeth and said angrily. This means that there is a mole in the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen was very sure. Yes. I guessed it too. The chaotic Xian fire beast nodded and said seriously, but we don't know who is the mole. At first, I thought the person behind the ancient emperor was the great elder, ancient heavenly emperor, but the ancestor said it wasn't him. Since there is a mole, any action and plan will be just for show. The mole is very hidden and not easy to find. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Feng Wuchen, do you have any ideas? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I don't have any ideas at the moment, but before we find the mole, you have to order all actions to stop. That means you have given up. In this way, the mole will relax his vigilance, and we will have a chance to find the mole. But I don't have any specific ideas at the moment. After all, if something is wrong, it will attract the mole's attention. If something is wrong, everything will be in vain. Can we only wait? The chaotic Xian fire beast gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said with a smile, based on the current situation, we can only wait. At the same time, we can observe slowly in secret. Unless we have a chance to find the mole, we can only wait. After all, the mole is very powerful. If I am right, it is a very terrible force. There are many terrible forces in the chaotic world, and I am not sure who it is. The chaotic Xian fire beast shook his head and said. Let's wait. My master and I will keep an eye on the Panga realm. I will go back and ask my wife what to do. My wife is much smarter than me. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Well, that's the only way. I will go back first, and hope to find something secretly. The chaotic Xian fire beast said helplessly, and then disappeared. In the mysterious cave. A black-robed man appeared. The man in black said respectfully, Lord Supreme Being, Wu-Fo sent news that the primal chaos mysterious fire beast suddenly gave the order to give up the investigation. The experts of the primal chaos divine palace and their forces have retreated. They have been investigating for half a year, but they have found nothing. Give up the investigation? The ancient heavenly emperor is dead, and his grandson agrees? A low voice sounded. The ancient heavenly emperor did not object. Lord Supreme, I feel that the chaotic celestial fire beast seems to have guessed something and gave up the investigation. I'm afraid they want us to lower our guard. When we seize the great path divine power, they will attack. This is their only chance to find out our identity, the black-robed man said respectfully. If that is the case, then let's attack and seize the great path divine power. A majestic voice sounded. Attack? The man in black was stunned. He frowned and said, Lord Supreme Being, the primal chaos ancestor sealing matrix is very powerful. It is already very difficult to seize the divine power of the great path. If we attack now, not to mention whether we can seize the divine power of the great path, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. The strength of the chaotic Xian fire beast is very terrifying. You should know that although the great path divine power is just a tool for me, it is indispensable. What I want is the result. The majestic voice sounded. A tool? The black-robed man asked curiously, Lord Supreme, what is the use of seizing the great path divine power? Although the great path divine power is powerful, it is not as good as the chaotic divine power. The black-robed man had been puzzled, but he could not figure it out. The heir of the chaotic ancestor can directly obtain the chaotic over God divine power. For tens of millions of years, all the cultivators have wanted to obtain the chaotic over God divine power to surpass the chaotic ancestor. However, no one knows where the chaotic over God divine power is. The chaotic ancestor sealed the great path divine power because it can resonate with the chaotic over God divine power. Once you obtain the great path divine power, you can sense the existence of the chaotic over God divine power. The great path divine power is also the key to opening the seal. No wonder Lord Supreme has been trying to seize the great path divine power for so many years. It turns out that the great path divine power can find the chaotic over God divine power. The black-robed man finally understood. At present, there is another way to obtain the chaotic over God divine power, which is very beneficial to me, but the great path divine power must also be seized. The black-cloaked man hurriedly asked, is Lord Supreme referring to Feng Wuchen? That's right. Since Feng Wuchen is the successor chosen by the primal chaos ancestor, he must have a way to find the primal chaos over God power. As long as I capture him, the primal chaos over God power will be mine. When the time comes, surpassing the primal chaos ancestor will not be a problem. The dignified voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Feng Wuchen is an inheritor. He must be a very powerful genius. It won't be long before he ascends to the chaotic realm. Before that, don't touch him to avoid alerting the chaotic ancestor. It won't be too late to make a move after he obtains the identity of an inheritor. A majestic voice was heard. Understood. The black-robed man replied respectfully and disappeared. Primal Chaos Ancestor, you have sealed away the primal chaos over God power. This is equivalent to weakening your strength. Can your sealing formation stop me? Humph. The arrogant laughter echoed in the cave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the sky above the 36th heaven of the Panga realm, a dozen black-clothed men suddenly appeared. Destructive and unimaginable airwaves spread across the entire 36th heaven in an instant, shocking countless cultivators. No one knew what terrifying realm their cultivation had reached. They're here. Supreme Peerless suddenly opened his eyes. Such a terrifying aura. It's beyond our imagination. Supreme Donghuang frowned deeply. Panga, she said solemnly, I'm afraid they're the top experts of the chaotic realm. They're really fast. The primal chaos Xian fire beast had just given up on the pursuit, and the people in the dark immediately made a move. Trespassing into the lower realm is a capital offense. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He had already sent a message to the primal chaos Xian fire beast. Feng Wuchen, summon the primal chaos Xian fire beast quickly. Supreme Primeval Origin hurriedly said. The 100-peak Panga realm experts all looked extremely solemn. At the same time, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they couldn't move. The overwhelming pressure seemed to be crushing their souls. The experts who came this time were much more powerful than the ancient emperor. In front of these experts, Feng Wuchen and the others were like ants among ants. Don't worry. The primal chaos Xian fire beast already knows that we can't interfere in the battle of the experts of the chaotic realm. We can just watch. Feng Wuchen said lightly as he sized up the top experts in the void. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. The experts of the chaotic temple led by the ancient heavenly emperor flashed out. Ancient heavenly emperor, you've been waiting for us. The leading black-clothed man sneered slightly. The ancient heavenly emperor stared fiercely at the leading black-clothed man and asked angrily, who are you? Did you kill the ancient emperor? That's right. It's me. The black-clothed man admitted without any fear. Buzz. Buzz, a terrifying divine power burst out, and a vast murderous aura locked onto the leading black-clothed man. The ancient heavenly emperor said fiercely, Chaotic Guardian, seal the Panga realm. Chaotic boundary. The primal chaos Xian fire beast appeared and immediately cast a boundary to seal the 36th heaven. Primal chaos Xian fire beast, I'm afraid the chaotic boundary can't trap us. The leading black-clothed man glanced at the primal chaos Xian fire beast and said fiercely, even if you attack, you can't stop us from seizing the divine power of the great path. Is that so? I'd like to see how you can escape from the chaotic boundary. I'd also like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. The primal chaos Xian fire beast's cold and majestic voice sounded, and an unparalleled overbearing aura pressed down forcefully. The unimaginably overbearing aura shook the black-clothed men, and their eyes were filled with fear. Although their strength was terrifying, it was nothing in front of the primal chaos Xian fire beast. The primal chaos Xian fire beast said fiercely, I've waited for you for half a year. Today, I'd like to see who is behind all this. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the ancient heavenly emperor didn't waste any time. His terrifying aura locked onto the leading black-clothed man and shot out directly. The violent aura instantly collapsed the void of the 36th heaven. Elder Nya Wuhuan and the other experts all attacked with all their might. Attack! The leading black-clothed man shouted angrily. He resisted the overbearing aura and used all his strength to meet the ancient heavenly emperor. Just as the primal chaos Xian fire beast was about to attack, he suddenly sensed something, and his face changed dramatically. Primal chaos Xian fire beast. The primal chaos Xian fire beast exclaimed. Chaotic celestial fire beast, what's wrong? Who is Chaos Holy Man? Feng Wuchen asked when he saw the chaotic celestial fire beast's shocked expression. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was too weak. Even with the divine power of immortality, he could not detect the existence of Chaos Holy Man. Chaos Holy Man is in the same realm as the Ancestor. Although he is not as strong as the Ancestor, there are very few experts who can enter such a terrifying realm. Even I have not reached such a realm. The chaotic celestial fire beast said in shock. What? The same realm as the Ancestor? Does that mean he is stronger than you? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. That's right. The chaotic celestial fire beast said, I did not expect the person behind this to be Chaos Holy Man. After tens of millions of years, he has become so powerful. Isn't the Ancestor of Chaos going to do anything? Feng Wuchen asked. It's too late. I need to stop him right now. I can't let him get the divine power of the great path. The chaotic celestial fire beast said and disappeared immediately. When the chaotic celestial fire beast appeared again, it was in the independent space where the seal formation was. The divine power of the great path was in this mysterious independent space. The mysterious space formed by the Ancestor of Chaos. Chaos Holy Man, I did not expect it to be you. You are the one who wants to be the Ancestor's enemy. I did not expect that you would dare to spy on the divine power of the great path. The chaotic celestial fire beast said angrily and stared fiercely at a white-robed elder with white hair and beard. The white-robed elder was Chaos Holy Man. Chaos Holy Man was standing on a huge golden seal formation at this moment. The aura of Chaos Holy Man was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was very terrifying. Chaos Holy Man looked at the chaotic celestial fire beast and said with a faint smile, Chaotic celestial fire beast, long time no see. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am not the enemy of the Ancestor of Chaos. I just found the divine power of the great path. Even if I don't steal it, others will, won't they? Don't you think the power of the seal formation of the Ancestor of Chaos has weakened? No one in the Chaos realm can weaken the power of the Ancestor. Am I right? The chaotic Xian fire beast's expression was very solemn as it said coldly, I advise you not to pry into the great path divine power. Chaos celestial fire beast, haven't you realized that the divine power of the great path is already in my body? Chaos Holy Man smiled faintly. What? The chaotic Xian fire beast turned pale with fright. Carefully sensing, it really sensed the faint aura of the great path divine power. The aura of Lord Chaos was too terrifying. The divine power of the chaos covered the divine power of the great path. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to detect it. The chaos celestial fire beast was horrified. The sealing formation is not destroyed. Chaos Holy Man could not have taken the divine power of the Great Path, but why does he have the aura of the divine power of the Great Path? Roar. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast suddenly roared and burst out with all its strength. Chaotic Holy Man stretched out his hand slowly and grabbed the air. The chaotic celestial fire beast that was charging towards Lin Fan was instantly controlled and could not move forward. Boom! Chaotic Holy Man waved his hand gently and there was a loud explosion. Overbearing and terrifying airwaves sent the chaotic celestial fire beast flying. Chaotic celestial fire beast, although you are an ancient rare beast that was born when chaos was first created, you are no match for me. Go back and tell the ancestor chaos that the chaotic supreme divine power belongs to me. Chaotic Holy Man said proudly with contempt in his eyes. Roar. Buzz buzz. The chaotic celestial fire beast was furious as it opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying flame energy burst out. The terrifying flame energy was even more terrifying than the ancestor of all fires. The standalone space and the ceiling formation shook violently. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The terrifying flame energy blasted onto Chaotic Holy Man and engulfed him instantly. The explosion was deafening and the destructive energy filled the standalone space instantly. Chaotic Celestial Fire Beast, with your current cultivation, you are not qualified for me to take action. Chaotic Holy Man's arrogant voice was heard. Chaotic Holy Man had already left and the Chaotic Celestial Fire Beast could not do anything to him. Damn it! The chaotic celestial fire beast was furious and immediately transformed and left. The chaotic celestial fire beast did not expect that chaotic holy man could forcefully seize the great path divine power from countless chaotic patriarchs. As soon as the chaotic celestial fire beast left, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. Chaotic holy man, I did not expect you to be eyeing the great path divine power as well. You even tricked me. It is my fault for being too careless. I should have known that there would be many people eyeing the great path divine power. Chaos Holy Man, I'll remember this. When the life and death calamity comes, I'll make you pay the price. Chaos Ancestor, it seems that I'm not the only one who's your enemy. The black figure muttered to himself as a murderous look flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow transformed and disappeared as if he had never appeared. Patriarch, the great path divine power has been taken away by chaotic holy man. He is the one behind this. After returning to the 36th heaven, the chaotic celestial fire beast immediately transmitted a message to chaotic patriarch. I already know. Chaotic patriarch replied with a sigh. The chaotic celestial fire beast was stunned and asked in confusion, since you know, why don't you take action? The great path divine power is just the beginning. It seems that things are not as simple as we thought. The chaotic supreme divine power has already sent many people on a path of no return. Chaotic patriarch replied helplessly. Seeing the chaotic celestial fire beast appear, Feng Wuchen quickly said, Chaotic celestial fire beast, those people suddenly left. The great path divine power has been taken away by chaotic holy man. They will not continue to fight and will naturally leave. The chaotic celestial fire beast gritted his teeth and said angrily. Is chaotic patriarch's seal so easy to break? Feng Wuchen was shocked again. Pangashi and primeval supreme being were also stunned. This chaotic holy man was too powerful. There was no movement at all in the 36th heaven, and even the chaotic celestial fire beast could not stop it. The chaotic celestial fire beast gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't know what method chaotic holy man used. He did not break the seal and forcibly absorbed the great path divine power. There is no need to break the seal? Supreme being Dong Huang and the others were shocked again. This chaotic holy man's strength is not simple. Now that the great path divine power has been taken away, it will not be easy to find the traitor. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. What is the use of the great path divine power? Isn't chaotic holy man's chaotic supreme divine power even more powerful? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. This is related to the chaotic supreme divine power. The chaotic supreme divine power is above the chaotic supreme divine power. When one's cultivation has reached the level of chaotic holy man, it is impossible to further improve one's cultivation unless one obtains the chaotic supreme divine power. Only then can one have a chance to surpass chaotic patriarch and truly control the chaotic world and the myriad worlds. The chaotic celestial fire beast said solemnly, any expert wants to obtain supreme power and become the master of the myriad worlds. The supreme right to rule the myriad worlds, as well as the invincible power, is indeed filled with endless temptation. Pangashi sighed. So are Monster Soul and Xianxia. It's just that their rule has harmed countless lives and killed countless cultivators. Since we know who took the great Tao divine power, won't it be easy for the primal chaos ancestor to take it back? Dong Huang asked. The ancestor said that this is just the beginning. I don't understand what he means. The primal chaos Xian fire beast shook his head. Looking at Feng Wuchen, the primal chaos Xian fire beast continued, Feng Wuchen, cultivate well and ascend to the chaos realm as soon as possible. The position of the inheritor is coveted by many. There were countless experts in the chaos realm. Once the news of the inheritor spread, there would be countless experts fighting for it. The primal chaos supreme divine power was above the primal chaos divine power. Who wouldn't want it? I will ascend as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen nodded. My cultivation is now at the mid-stage Panga realm. I will ascend in a few years. You should go back first. The chaos realm won't be peaceful. The primal chaos Xian fire beast nodded and disappeared. Feng Wuchen, ascending to the chaos realm is not that easy. Pangashi looked at Feng Wuchen and said. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled helplessly. I have to ascend even if it's not easy. Do I have a choice? It's time for Dad and the others to ascend. I have to raise my alchemist level as soon as possible. I have to do my best to create even more powerful heaven-defying pearls, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After bidding farewell to Paragon Wushuang and the others, Feng Wuchen returned to the deity world. Long Tianzhou and Feng Jingxiong had met the conditions to ascend. They could ascend at any time. The ancient immortal world was already under the control of the dragon soul. There was no need to worry about any major force that could threaten the dragon soul. In the blink of an eye, time flew. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao returned to the Panga realm to cultivate after staying in the divinity for a month. In order to reach the realm of ascension to the chaos realm as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen began to cultivate in seclusion. The Panga realm began to calm down. There are no cultivation resources. This is troublesome, Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly from within the divine ring. He even regretted refining the Pangu immortal grass. Otherwise, it would definitely provide Feng Wuchen with a huge amount of spiritual energy for cultivation. The Pangu immortal grass had already been refined by Feng Wuchen. Such a rare million-year-old immortal grass could only be found by chance. It was almost impossible to obtain a second one unless the Pangu immortal grass delivered itself to him. The water from the Thousand Spirit Pond was no longer enough for Feng Wuchen to cultivate, so Feng Wuchen could only rely on the 10 times space ring to cultivate. After reaching the Panga realm, there were no natural treasures suitable for cultivation. Supreme Wushuang had just become a Panga realm alchemist, so it was difficult for him to develop Panga realm elixirs. Feng Wuchen was also unable to refine Panga realm heaven-defying divine pearls. Even though he was a genius, his cultivation progress was very slow. Others could not break through to the Panga realm even after millions of years. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Panga realm. Without the 10 times space ring, Feng Wuchen did not know how many years it would take him to ascend to the chaos realm. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had dozens of primordial spirit doppelgangers to help him cultivate. A few years. Even with the help of the divine ring, it will be difficult for me to ascend. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Master, you still have the storage ring of Reverend Jiu Feng. When the chaos mystical fire beast killed him, his storage ring is in your hands. The divine eye suddenly transmitted a message. Reverend Jiu Feng's storage ring? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, but then he cheered excitedly. Reverend Jiu Feng was a chaos realm expert. His storage ring would more or less contain cultivation resources from the chaos realm. Even herbs and the lowest grade of natural treasures could help Feng Wuchen improve his cultivation base. He would not have known if he did not look, but he was shocked when he did. Reverend Jiu Feng's storage ring contained a large number of natural treasures from the chaos realm, as well as various chaos artifacts, pills, cultivation methods, incantations, and so on. Electronic library Feng Wuchen's eyes were fixed on the powerful natural treasures. He was so excited that he did not know how to describe it. The heavens are on my side. With so many natural treasures, I'll share them with Master and the others. When the time comes, we'll ascend together. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In just half a year, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base had already reached the conditions for ascension. He suppressed his cultivation base again and again, and now he could no longer suppress it. In the next 2 years, Feng Wuchen tried his best to become an alchemist. As he wished, he broke through to the Panga realm. 10 times the storage ring was enough for Feng Wuchen to make a breakthrough. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had also reached the Panga realm with the help of the powerful heaven-defying divine pearl. However, they were still some distance away from ascension. Even Long Tianqiu and Feng Jingxiong, who were the last to ascend, had reached the ancient god realm. The dragon soul was so powerful that it had become the strongest force in the history of the Panga realm. Rumble. In the clear sky of the 36 heavens, thunder roared continuously and resounded throughout the 36 heavens. Husband, it's almost time. The thunder tribulation is brewing, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Feng Wuchen nodded. He looked at the sky and smiled faintly. I can't suppress it anymore. This day has finally come early. I thought I could hold on for a few more months. Husband, you must be careful. I don't think it's that easy to ascend to the chaos realm, Ling Xiaoxiao said worriedly. Don't worry, my wife, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was not worried at all. Feng Wuchen had the strongest physical body and the protection of the primordial divine power. A mere thunder tribulation in the chaos realm was nothing to Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, the heaven-defying divine pearl you left behind is enough for us to ascend. It won't take long, Miao Qingqing said happily. That's right. We will ascend to the chaos realm soon. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. Chener, ascending to the chaos realm is different from ascending to the Panga realm. You must not be careless, Xiao Qingqing said. Yes, I know. Feng Wuchen nodded and then flashed into the sky. Rumble. Thunder roared continuously in the sky, and the intervals were getting shorter and shorter. Disciple, are you ready? Paragon Peerless asked. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, go, Paragon Primeval Beginning said. The thunder tribulation vortex in the sky had already begun to condense, and the sky gradually darkened. Feng Wuchen slowly flew up and released the terrifying divine power he had been suppressing. Rumble. As if sensing Feng Wuchen's heaven-defying power, thunder roared in the sky, and lightning dragons flashed continuously. The thunder tribulation vortex was also rapidly condensing the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Feng Wuchen fully activated the primordial divine power and the power of the eternal realm. At the same time, he took out the dragon god sword, the armor, and the Eye of the Sun. Feng Wuchen was the first expert in the history of the Panga realm to ascend. Rumble. Above the void, the huge thunder tribulation vortex had condensed a terrifying power. Countless cultivators who came to watch held their breaths and stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. After so many years in the Panga realm, no one had seen any expert transcending the tribulation. They were all curious. Countless cultivators didn't expect that this junior from the ancient immortal world would surpass all the seniors and become the first strongest to transcend the tribulation. What a terrifying power of the thunder tribulation. I'm afraid even my Panga divine power can't resist it. Supreme Donghuang frowned, his eyes full of fear. It's not that easy to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the chaos realm. Supreme Primeval Origin was very serious. Ancestor Xianxia took a deep breath and said in horror, we'll have to wait a few years before we can ascend. The power of the thunder tribulation isn't something we can withstand now. Although the 100-peak Panga realm experts had met the conditions for ascension, they were still suppressing their cultivation. No one dared to transcend the tribulation. Only Feng Wuchen couldn't suppress it anymore and had to transcend the tribulation. It's too terrifying. Can a supremacy resist such unimaginable power? Emperor Yijun was shocked and worried. Ancient Shaman Emperor said with a worried face, if even senior brother can't resist it, we can't succeed. Mother Dragon looked at Feng Wuchen with worry. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the Panga realm, but when everyone felt the power of the Thunder Tribulation, they realized how difficult it was to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the Chaos realm. The power of the Thunder Tribulation was too terrifying. It can actually reach such a powerful level. As expected of the Chaos realm's lightning calamity. Come, let me see how powerful the Chaos realm's lightning calamity is. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. He pointed his dragon god sword domineeringly at the lightning calamity whirlpool. Rumble. Buzz. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the huge lightning tribulation vortex suddenly exploded, and a terrifying lightning tribulation that was hundreds of thousands of feet in size struck down. In an instant, the 36 heavens all collapsed and exploded. The scene was so shocking that all the onlookers were scared out of their wits. Boom! Feng Wuchen stepped into the void and soared into the sky with the dragon god sword in his hand. His speed increased again and again, reaching an unimaginable level. Filled with penetrating power, the overbearing ancient divine power poured into the dragon god sword. The sword's body exploded with dazzling golden light. Seeing Feng Wuchen's action, the hearts of countless experts in the crowd rose to their throats, and they almost forgot to breathe. Everyone else was scared to death, but Feng Wuchen actually dared to face such a terrifying lightning tribulation head-on. Sorrowful Soul Destroyer Sword. Feng Wuchen shouted. After all, at the moment of the lightning tribulation, he fiercely swept out his sword. Colliding head-on with the lightning tribulation at zero distance, boom. Buzz. Before everyone's gazes, the divine dragon sword ruthlessly hacked down on the 300,000-meter-long lightning tribulation. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, scaring countless cultivators into covering their ears. Immeasurable energy ripples swept out crazily, carrying the might to swallow everything. The entire Panga realm was shaking violently, and countless cultivators were shaking along with it. Humph. A mere lightning tribulation energy wants to contend against my primordial god power? Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His surging aura crazily erupted, and the overbearing ancient god force forcibly suppressed the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation was just the lightning attribute god force of the primal chaos realm. Feng Wuchen's ancient god force was the strongest god force born at the beginning of the primal chaos. It was stronger than the primal chaos god force, and the birth of all kinds of god force also came from the ancient god force. A mere lightning tribulation was simply unable to withstand the suppression of the ancient god force. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen roared. The lightning tribulation couldn't withstand it and was constantly suppressed. When Feng Wuchen's sword landed perfectly, a huge sword light shattered the lightning tribulation in a domineering manner. Seeing this scene, Supreme Donghuang and the other 100-peak Panga realm experts were so shocked that their eyeballs almost flew out. Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, Divine Elixir Pavilion, Goody Sacred Hall, and many other experts were all shocked by this shocking scene. Everyone present was so frightened that they couldn't speak. They were all petrified. A single sword strike had forcefully shattered the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation. How terrifying was this? The huge sword light was now crazily rushing towards the huge lightning tribulation vortex. Is this the power of the primal chaos realm's lightning tribulation? Feng Wuchen sneered. The ancient god force erupted again, and Feng Wuchen immediately rushed into the sky. Boom. Buzz. In the next second, under the horrified and shocked gazes of countless powerhouses, the million-foot-long sword light ruthlessly slammed into the lightning tribulation vortex. There was another deafening explosion as the destructive energy swept out like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire void of the 36-layered heavens. At this moment, Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash and immediately shouted, Sun's Eye. 20 times. Buzz. As Feng Wuchen's roar fell, 20 times the power suddenly erupted, and the dazzling golden light directly swallowed the huge lightning tribulation vortex. Feng Wuchen's sword light power also increased by 20 times at this moment. The huge lightning tribulation vortex shook violently. I, Feng Wuchen, want to transcend the tribulation, no one can stop me. Break for me. Feng Wuchen roared domineeringly, controlling the sword light to attack the lightning tribulation vortex with all his strength. Rumble. Buzz. The lightning tribulation vortex couldn't withstand 20 times the power at all. It was destroyed in an instant, and the lightning tribulation's power disappeared. The domineering tribulation scared everyone into a vegetative state. Supreme Dong Huang, Panga Shi, and 100 peak Panga realm experts were also completely petrified on the spot, and their faces were filled with horror. It was too shocking. It was so shocking that it made people doubt their lives. Feng Wuchen not only shattered the lightning tribulation's power with just a sword light, but also completely destroyed the lightning tribulation vortex. No one knew how terrifying the power of this sword was. No one dared to imagine this kind of terrifying tribulation. How powerful was Feng Wuchen's strength? When the destructive energy ripples gradually dissipated, a very ancient door opened above the void. A golden light shone out from the door and enveloped Feng Wuchen. This golden light was the power of the chaotic realm, and it transformed Feng Wuchen's chaotic divine body. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the changes in his body, and his physical body and various divine powers were becoming stronger. Feng Wuchen's own cultivation had also broken through the limit and reached a new realm. Is this the door to the chaotic realm? This is different from the previous tribulations. Feng Wuchen laughed in surprise. My husband succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The quiet space suddenly boiled, and everyone was cheering, releasing the shock in their hearts. Everyone, I'll wait for you in the chaotic realm. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd below and smiled, and then flashed into the ancient door. Husband. We'll go to the chaos realm to look for you soon. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. Too strong. Big Brother Feng is really abnormal. He destroyed the lightning tribulation with a single sword strike. If I had this kind of strength, transcending the tribulation wouldn't be a problem at all. Lu Qingyang said in shock and excitement. Lord Sword Strike is too terrifying. I'm afraid we won't be able to surpass it in our entire lives. Emperor Aofeng said in shock. The terrifying scene of Feng Wuchen transcending the tribulation kept repeating in his mind. It's more than terrifying. Emperor Sword Strike is simply unimaginable. Kuanping Beast said in horror. The ancient demon king said excitedly, I'm going to cultivate hard and ascend to the chaos realm to follow Emperor. Feng Wuchen is really a monster. Supreme Eastern Emperor was so scared that his entire body trembled. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation was completely destroyed by this kid's sword light. I feel that his sword Dao domain has already surpassed mine, Supreme Sword Soul said in shock. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe that one sword strike could transcend the tribulation. Supreme Ing Long said in shock, his old face still stiff. Feng Wuchen's sword strike was like a dream to everyone present. That's right, such a terrifying sword strike could only be seen in dreams. Of course, the reason why Feng Wuchen's sword strike was so terrifying was completely because of the 20-fold increase in strength from the Sun Eye. Xiao, you guys have to cultivate hard and ascend to the chaos realm as soon as possible, Ling Muyan said happily. Grandfather, don't worry. We'll be able to ascend in a few years. At that time our strength will definitely be able to resist the power of the lightning tribulation, Ling Xiaoxiao said confidently. What Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know was that as she broke through to the Panga realm, her body had already begun to cultivate chaos divine power. In order to catch up to Big Brother Feng, we have to cultivate desperately. Lin Yu roared excitedly. Cultivate desperately. Dragon Souls Group roared excitedly. Feng Wuchen's sword strike had become a legend in the Panga realm. In the future, he would even become an expert that all the young cultivators in the Panga realm worshipped. Chaos Realm. Not long after entering the Chaos Realm Gate, Feng Wuchen came out of the Chaos Realm Gate. This was a brand new world. Feng Wuchen looked around and felt the spirit energy of the primal chaos realm. He muttered to himself, the aura of primal chaos is very dense and powerful. Is this the primal chaos realm? After ascending, the world entered the primal chaos realm. Master, the primal chaos realm is indeed different. The spiritual chi here is too vast. Master's cultivation will definitely rise very quickly. Long Xinjian's excited voice sounded. The chaos realm was slightly different from the Panga realm. The void was a vast expanse of 9-colored chaos. Countless towering mountains and palaces floated in the sky, which was very similar to the Panga realm and the ancient immortal realm. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the surface of the earth was shrouded in a layer of hazy mist. Ascending to the chaos plane did not just increase my cultivation base. Even my soul power has improved. I wonder, what level am I at in the chaos plane? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Master, what are your plans? Nian Luan asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, not yet. Moreover, I'm not familiar with the chaos plane. I don't know where this place is. Let's go down and take a look first. There are many powerful auras nearby. There are many forces scattered around. These people were born in the chaos plane. I wonder how many times luckier they are than the people in the lower realms. Feng Wuchen said helplessly in his heart. Of course, Feng Wuchen would not be envious. After all, he could experience so many worlds and experience the power and experts of different worlds. Looking at the nine-colored chaos in the sky, Feng Wuchen then descended to a mountain peak in the mountain range below. Through the hazy mist, Feng Wuchen could see the surrounding environment clearly. It must be fate. At a glance, Feng Wuchen saw many cultivators and many cities and palaces. Feng Wuchen admired the beautiful scenery and said, other than the nine-colored chaos in the sky, it feels like a world of all realms combined. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and tried to cultivate. After a while, he felt that his cultivation had improved. It has been 2 years since I last cultivated. The air in the chaos plane is really abundant. With my current cultivation, I can totally rely on the spiritual qi to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled and said to himself. Master, let's go to the chaos temple. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. He was looking forward to the majestic palace in the chaos temple. No hurry. Let's have a general understanding of the chaos plane first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then flew toward a city. As soon as Feng Wuchen left, a black shadow appeared and exclaimed, for tens of millions of years, no one in the Panga realm could ascend to the chaos plane. I didn't expect that a junior like Feng Wuchen could ascend. Amazing. No wonder he is the successor chosen by the Chaos Ancestor. Lord Supreme, Feng Wuchen has ascended to the Chaos Plane. He is in the Chaos Spiritual Realm. The Black Shadow immediately transmitted his voice. He can ascend in just a few years. What a genius. Continue to keep an eye on him. A majestic voice sounded. Yes. The Black Shadow replied respectfully and then disappeared. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the first city in the Chaos Plane, the Spirit Realm City. The city was very big and there were many cultivators. It was very lively. There are many powerful experts in the Spirit Realm City. Feng Wuchen sensed many experts, but he didn't know what realm they were at. Walking on the street, Feng Wuchen looked around curiously as if he came out from the mountains. Feng Wuchen wanted to know more about the Chaos Plane, but he didn't know who to ask or how to ask. Who in the Chaos Plane didn't know about the Chaos Plane? Feng Wuchen had no choice but to transmit his voice to the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, I have ascended to the Chaos Plane. Ascended? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast, who was cultivating, suddenly opened its eyes. Yes. I am now in the Spirit Realm City. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and asked, the realm in the Chaos Plane is, rumble. Buzz buzz. Before Feng Wuchen could finish asking, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the city. An extremely terrifying power swept out from the explosion, and wherever it passed, the buildings in the city were destroyed. Many cultivators fled in fear. Feng Wuchen, who was walking on the street, had a drastic change in expression. He immediately used teleportation to dodge. In the city, many cultivators flashed into the air. On a street in the city, in front of a beautiful woman, an extremely terrifying crater was blasted out. Before the woman could retract her palm, a huge tunnel was blasted open in front of her palm, piercing through the city. Who knew how many people were injured by this terrifying destructive power? Master, it's that woman. Long Xinjian transmitted. Feng Wuchen also saw the woman and said with a frown, the bloodline aura on her body is very similar to the dragon race's bloodline. She should also be a member of the dragon race. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the beautiful woman on the street suddenly looked at Feng Wuchen in the sky. Dragon race? The woman's face was filled with surprise. Can she feel my bloodline? Sensing the woman's gaze, Feng Wuchen's first reaction was that his dragon bloodline had been discovered. This surprised Feng Wuchen. Master, this is the Chaos Realm. This woman is so powerful, it's not a big deal for her to see Master's dragon bloodline. Dragon God Sword's voice came. Master, her bloodline is stronger. Everyone in the city is afraid of her. She injured so many people, but no one dares to say anything. The dragon race in the Chaos Realm must be very powerful. Divine Eye's voice came. As a dragon in the Chaos Realm, the beautiful woman's bloodline was stronger than Feng Wuchen's. This was normal. Feng Wuchen nodded, and said, her bloodline is indeed much stronger than mine. The woman sized up Feng Wuchen, and asked doubtfully, what kind of dragon is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Are there other dragon races in the Chaos Realm? The woman could see that Feng Wuchen's bloodline was different from hers, which made her puzzled. While she was puzzled, the woman suddenly disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Feng Wuchen, staring at Feng Wuchen with her big watery eyes. So fast. Feng Wuchen was shocked, and almost couldn't react. The woman's appearance scared the cultivators who were hiding in the sky away, and all of them looked terrified. You're a dragon? Why is your aura different from mine? I've never seen you before. Furthermore, the dragon race doesn't have such a weak clansman. The woman asked doubtfully as she circled around Feng Wuchen to size him up. Feng Wuchen revealed an awkward expression. Feng Wuchen had just flown to the Chaos Realm, how could he not be weak? Feng Wuchen also wanted to become an expert who could kill everything in his path. But was that possible? It was impossible. My name is Zhu Longnu, what's your name? What kind of dragon race are you? Zhu Longnu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen, dragon gods. Feng Wuchen replied. Dragon gods? Ancestral dragon maiden frowned slightly as she bit her index finger and said, I've never heard of a race called dragon gods in the Chaos Realm. I've never heard of it from my great-grandfather and the others. Great-grandfather? Feng Wuchen was stunned. This was probably the ancestor of the Chaos World's dragon race. Are there other dragons in the primal Chaos Realm? Ancestral dragon maiden asked Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was slightly embarrassed. He smiled and said, I don't think so. If you don't, where did you get these dragon gods? Ancestral dragon maiden asked curiously. This? Feng Wuchen was at a loss for words. Swish. Swish. At this moment, a few figures flew over at top speed. The auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely terrifying. Ancestral Dragon Princess, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? A middle-aged man in the lead asked in fear and trepidation. He was afraid that the woman in front of him would be harmed in the slightest. The few elders behind him also inquired about his well-being. Their faces were filled with fear, but they were also very respectful. It was obvious that they were afraid of the ancestral dragon maiden's identity. What can happen to me? I'll kill that bastard with a light palm strike. Ancestral dragon maiden was pleased. But when she saw the destroyed part, she smiled awkwardly and said, City Lord, I'm really sorry. I was too heavy-handed just now. I didn't pay attention and almost destroyed your city. It's good that Ancestral Dragon Maiden is fine. I'll find out who offended Ancestral Dragon Maiden as soon as possible. The City Lord heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. If anything happened to Ancestral Dragon Maiden, the consequences wouldn't be something that a mere City Lord like him could bear. Being Book City, there's no need to investigate. It's good that the City Lord doesn't mind. I'll pay attention next time. Ancestral Dragon Maiden laughed loudly. The smiling City Lord's expression changed drastically. His body couldn't help but tremble as he broke out in cold sweat. But he quickly regained his smile. The few elders' faces stiffened as they squeezed out a smile. Feng Wuchen almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Ancestral Dragon Maiden's casual palm strike created a huge tunnel in the city. If there was a next time, Spiritual Realm City might really be destroyed. The middle-aged man leading the group was the City Lord of Spiritual Realm City. His cultivation was powerful and his status was extraordinary. The few elders behind him were the elders of Spiritual Realm City. They also had powerful cultivation and status. But in front of Ancestral Dragon Maiden, they had to be respectful. Even when Ancestral Dragon Maiden destroyed a portion of the city, they didn't dare to complain or be angry. They were even worried that Ancestral Dragon Maiden would be injured. It was the kind of person who asked if the other party's hand hurt after being slapped. The city lord had already made up his mind. Once Ancestral Dragon Maiden left, he would immediately give out a death order. Whoever dared to offend Ancestral Dragon Maiden, he would kill them along with the faction behind them. What's wrong with you guys? Why do you guys look so pale? Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked. Ah? Nothing, nothing. We are fine. Ancestral Dragon Maiden, you don't have to worry. The city lord quickly shook his head and waved his hand. Master, this Ancestral Dragon Maiden's identity isn't simple. The city lord and the few elders are so afraid of her. Long Xinjian transmitted a message. It's definitely not just the city lord and the few elders. I'm afraid that in the entire Chaos Realm, not many people would dare to offend Ancestral Dragon Maiden. Divine Eyes transmitted a message. Feng Wuchen could naturally tell as well. He was also curious about Ancestral Dragon Maiden's identity. Ancestral Dragon Maiden, is this little brother your friend? The city lord looked at Feng Wuchen and asked Ancestral Dragon Maiden respectfully. That's right. He is a friend that I just met. Why? Is there a problem? Ancestral Dragon Maiden answered seriously without any hesitation. No problem. Since he is Ancestral Dragon Maiden's friend, he is also my friend. The city lord quickly cupped his fist at Feng Wuchen respectfully. How would the city lord dare to have a problem? If he were to offend her, Spiritual Realm City wouldn't be able to exist anymore. By then, who knew how many people would be implicated? Greetings, little brother. The city lord and the few elders cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings, city lord and the few elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists back with an awkward expression. Little brother, you don't have to be so courteous. The city lord and the elders cupped their fists and bowed respectfully again. You guys can return first. Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled and waved her hand. The city lord and the few elders cupped their fists again and flew away. What was Ancestral Dragon Maiden's identity to scare the city lord and the elders of Spiritual Realm City to such an extent? Just now, many of the shoujo were scared away. Feng Wuchen, you haven't answered me. Where did you come from? Ancestral Dragon Maiden continued to ask as her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. It was as though she wouldn't give up until she got an answer. Feng Wuchen felt helpless in his heart and immediately said, I am from the dragon race of another world. What? From another world? You ascended? Ancestral Dragon Maiden was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened with a look of astonishment. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, That's right. I just came to the Chaos Realm. Someone can actually ascend to the Chaos Realm. Ancestral Dragon Maiden's eyes widened as she looked at Feng Wuchen as though she was looking at a monster. It was not strange for Ancestral Dragon Princess to be so shocked. Since the beginning of Primal Chaos, there had never been a cultivator who could ascend to Primal Chaos Realm. Feng Wuchen was the first. It would be strange if Ancestral Dragon Princess was not shocked. Feng Wuchen, are you okay? What did you want to say? Why did you stop? Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen replied, I'm fine. I will go to Spiritual Realm City now. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast replied. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ancestral Dragon Maiden and transmitted his voice, no need. I'll take a look around the Chaos Realm and learn more about it. Alright, then you must be careful. If there's anything, tell me. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast warned. Feng Wuchen, are you joking? If what you said is true, then you are a monster. Ancestral Dragon Princess was shocked. She felt that the more she looked at Feng Wuchen, the more he looked like a monster. Of course I'm not joking. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and asked, but your identity is very powerful. So many people are afraid of you. They are not afraid of me. They are afraid of our Primal Chaos Dragon race. Primal Chaos Dragon race is a transcendent force in Primal Chaos Realm. My great-grandfather is the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, a peak Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerable Expert. Ancestral Dragon Princess's face was filled with pride. The shock from before disappeared instantly. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Since you are also a dragon from another world, then follow me back. Our Primal Chaos Dragon race will definitely ensure your safety. Also, my great-grandfather is very easy to talk to. Ancestral Dragon Princess said straightforwardly as though she wanted to protect Feng Wuchen, the newcomer. Saying that, she forcefully dragged Feng Wuchen back to the Primal Chaos Dragon race. Feng Wuchen didn't even have time to react before he was pulled out like a kite. Ancestral Dragon Princess's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into space. Is this the power of space? Feng Wuchen was shocked, he could not believe it. It's not spatial divine power. It's a divine skill unique to our Primal Chaos Dragon race. We can travel through time and space freely. Our cultivation has reached the level of my grandfather and great-grandfather. We can even reverse the sun, moon, and stars. It's very powerful. You just came to the Primal Chaos world, so you definitely don't know about it. Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled proudly. I heard you talking about Primal Chaos Celestial. How are the realms in the Primal Chaos realm divided? I've just arrived at the Primal Chaos realm, so I'm not sure about the division of realms, Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said, the realms in the Primal Chaos realm are Primal Chaos Heaven Immortal, Primal Chaos Golden Immortal, Primal Chaos Heavenly Monarch, Primal Chaos Deity Master, Primal Chaos Great Deity Master, Primal Chaos Great Deity Master, Primal Chaos Great Emperor, Primal Chaos Godly Emperor, Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate, and Primal Chaos Supreme God. There are 9 realms in each realm. You were a first-level Chaos Heavenly Immortal when you first ascended to the Chaos realm. I'm now a 6th-level Chaos Godly Master. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He finally had a preliminary understanding of the Chaos Realms division. The Chaos Ancestor Dragon's cultivation was at the peak of the Chaos Heavenly Venerate. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. It was no wonder no one dared to provoke Ancestral Dragon Maiden in the Chaos Realm. Feng Wuchen wanted to ask more questions, but Ancestral Dragon Maiden had already brought him to a majestic mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in a gray, chaotic mist, giving people a sense of mystery. Other than that, Feng Wuchen also sensed many terrifying auras. The auras of experts from the dragon race. This mountain is called Ancestral Dragon Peak. This mountain peak and the surrounding mountain ranges are the territory of our Chaos Dragon race. How is it? Very powerful, right? Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked proudly with a face full of smiles. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it's indeed very powerful. There are many experts in the Chaos Dragon race. There must be many geniuses too. You might not believe it, but the younger generation of the Chaos Dragon race are all geniuses. Let's go, I'll bring you to the Dragon Race Palace. Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled proudly and pulled Feng Wuchen down. Love House, welcome, Ancestral Dragon Maiden. The Chaos Dragon race's clansmen welcomed them respectfully as their loud voices echoed throughout the Ancestral Dragon Peak. Great-grandfather, grandfather, father, elder, I brought back a dragon. Race clansmen from another world. After descending to the majestic plaza, Ancestral Dragon Maiden ran straight to the main palace as she shouted loudly. A dragon race clansman from another world? In the main palace, the upper echelons of the Chaos Dragon race were astonished. The experts of the dragon race in the various palaces were also astonished. They appeared in a flash and looked at Feng Wuchen in the plaza. Is he also a dragon race clansman? Ancestral Dragon Maiden said that he came from another world. How is that possible? The bloodline in his body is indeed very similar to our Chaos Dragon race, but it's too weak. Could he really be a dragon race clansman? His cultivation is hidden very deeply. I can't tell what cultivation level he is at. However, if he came from another world, his cultivation level should be very ordinary. The Chaos Dragon race's clansmen discussed as they sized up Feng Wuchen. Swish. A dragon race's young man flashed over and looked at Feng Wuchen as he asked, I am Xianxia. How may I address you? The younger generation of the Chaos Dragon race's clansmen flashed over. I am Feng Wuchen, Feng Wuchen replied politely. Are you really a dragon race clansman from another world? Xian Qinglong asked in disbelief. Seeing that Xian Qinglong had no ill intentions, Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. I am from Panga realm. Panga realm? Xian Qinglong and the other young clansmen were shocked. Judging from Xian Qinglong's reaction, they obviously knew about the existence of Panga realm. Grandfather, father, elder, that's him. He is a dragon race clansman from another world. His bloodline is very similar to our dragon race. Ancestral Dragon Maiden led the upper echelons of the Chaos Dragon race out and pointed at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at the upper echelons of the Chaos Dragon race. Feng Wuchen, this is my grandfather, Ao Long. This is my father, Zhu Long. This is the Grand Elder, Soul-Devouring Dragon. This is... Ancestral Dragon Maiden introduced them to Feng Wuchen one by one. Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled and said, Feng Wuchen, my great-grandfather is out for some matters. If there is a chance in the future, you will definitely be able to meet him. Junior Feng Wuchen greets seniors. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said politely. Ao Long, Zhu Long, and the other upper echelons were also sizing up Feng Wuchen. Little brother Feng, which world did you come from? Ao Long asked curiously. Before Feng Wuchen could answer, Xian Qinglong quickly said, Clan Master, he said he came from Panga realm. What? Panga realm? Ao Long and the others' expressions changed drastically. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Grandfather, father, Feng Wuchen ascended from Panga realm. Ancestral Dragon Maiden nodded. Ascended? Ao Long and the others were shocked again. Their old faces were completely stiff. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled, yes, I ascended. I just stepped into the Chaos Realm today and met Ancestral Dragon Maiden in Spirit World City. For tens of millions of years, no one could ascend to the Chaos Realm. However, Feng Wuchen was able to ascend from Panga Realm at such a young age. How could they dare to believe it? Feng Wuchen did something that no one could do. To be able to ascend to the Chaotic Realm at such a young age, little brother Feng must be a genius among geniuses. After recovering from his shock, Ao Long smiled and said, I believe there will be more experts ascending to the Chaotic Realm in the future. Soon, there will definitely be. Feng Wuchen answered with certainty. Grandfather, Feng Wuchen has just ascended to the Chaotic Realm and is also a member of the Dragon Tribe. Let him stay. He has nowhere to go anyway. Ancestral Dragon Maiden quickly said. I object. Before Ao Long could speak, a voice came from one of the palaces. The heritage of each race is different. As a member of the Dragon Tribe, we cannot rely on others. Otherwise, how can we strengthen the Dragon Tribe in your world? Our Dragon Tribe has a supreme status. How can there be a weakling among us? Everyone looked at the source of the voice at the same time. This person's cultivation is very strong. The bloodline divine power in his body is extraordinary. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he sized up the man. Brother, Feng Wuchen has just ascended to the Chaotic Realm. Isn't it dangerous for him to be a chaotic heavenly immortal? Ancestral Dragon Maiden retorted. The man was the young lord of the Chaotic Dragon Tribe, Ao Tianlong. Ao Tianlong was the strongest genius of the Chaotic Dragon Tribe. His cultivation had already reached the Chaotic Emperor realm. In the entire Chaotic Realm, he was a top genius. A world where the strong preys on the weak is very dangerous. If you want to survive, you have to become stronger. Ao Tianlong said faintly, Feng Wuchen, I will not allow you to stay. If you want to rely on the Chaotic Dragon Tribe to survive, the Chaotic Dragon Tribe will not welcome you. There are no cowards in the Dragon Tribe. If you are a guest of the Chaotic Dragon Tribe, you are welcome to come and go at any time. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Feng Wuchen naturally understood what Ao Tianlong meant. He wanted Feng Wuchen to become stronger and make a name for himself in the Chaotic Realm. I appreciate Ancestral Dragon Maiden's kindness. I came to the Chaotic Dragon Tribe to take a look and understand the Chaotic Realm. I have never thought of staying. Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden and smiled. After hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Ao Tianlong and the upper echelons nodded. Ancestral Dragon Maiden understood Ao Tianlong's meaning and did not force Feng Wuchen to stay. As expected, there are no cowards in the Dragon clan. Ao Tianlong smiled and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. He patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, the fact that you can ascend to the primal chaos realm is enough to prove that you are not simple. To be honest, I admire you very much. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come to the primal chaos dragon tribe." "Thank you." Feng Wuchen thanked him again. "Let's go, Feng Wuchen. I'll bring you around now." Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled happily. Next, Feng Wuchen stayed with the Chaos Dragon tribe. With the help of Ancestral Dragon Maiden, Feng Wuchen understood all sorts of things regarding the primal chaos realm. 3 days later, Feng Wuchen left the Chaos Dragon tribe. Feng Wuchen already knew the division of the primal chaos realm, the division of forces, the alchemists, the various medicinal materials, and so on. The primal chaos realm was divided into the Heaven Immortal Domain, God Domain, Saint Domain, and Primal Chaos Domain. Each domain had many powerful forces. The 4 domains were further divided into many domains. In short, the primal chaos realm was extremely huge. The Chaos Dragon tribe was in the Primal Chaos Domain and was also one of the transcendent forces in the Primal Chaos Domain. The Primal Chaos Temple was the strongest force in the Primal Chaos realm. Thousands of worlds were also under the Primal Chaos Temple's control. The Primal Chaos Ancestor was the strongest expert in the thousands of worlds. Of course, Feng Wuchen was most concerned about the Primal Chaos realm's medicinal materials and natural treasures. These were important treasures for Feng Wuchen to become stronger quickly. Feng Wuchen didn't have Chaos Spirit Stones and couldn't buy medicinal materials and natural treasures at all. When he was in the Chaos Dragon tribe, Feng Wuchen didn't have the nerve to ask for natural treasures and medicinal materials. Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, I'm now outside the Chaos Dragon tribe's territory. After leaving the Chaos Dragon tribe, Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted a message to the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. "I'm coming." The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast's voice transmitted over. As though they were chatting at zero distance, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast appeared instantly. "Feng Wuchen, why did you come to the Chaos Dragon tribe?" The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said helplessly, "I met the Ancestral Dragon Lady in the Spiritual Realm City. She brought me here and I also learned about the Primal Chaos Realm from the Chaos Dragon tribe. Let's go, I'll bring you to see the Ancestor." The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast nodded and immediately disappeared with Feng Wuchen. When they reappeared, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast had already brought Feng Wuchen to a strange space filled with chaotic 9-colored light. This was the space where the Primal Chaos Ancestor cultivated. No one in the Primal Chaos realm knew and no one could detect it. "Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, how's the matter of the traitor? Did you get the Great Tao Divine Power back?" Feng Wuchen asked. After all, 3 years had passed. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast shook his head slightly and said, "We couldn't find out who the traitor is. There's also no news of the Great Tao Divine Power. The Ancestor didn't make a move. It's not so easy to find the traitor." Feng Wuchen nodded and guessed, the Ancestor seems to want to lure out a deeper enemy. Even if the Chaos Holy Man took the Great Tao Divine Power, he probably couldn't sense the existence of the Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power. That's why the Ancestor didn't make a move. Maybe. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said, "Let's go, the Ancestor is on the mountain ahead." "Is there anything the Ancestor needs from me?" Feng Wuchen asked. "You'll know when we get there," the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. After a while, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast and Feng Wuchen arrived at the mountain peak where the Ancestor of Chaos was. "Greetings, Ancestor." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed. The Ancestor of Chaos slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "After ascending to the Primal Chaos realm, your primal divine power and the strongest body are getting stronger and stronger. Ordinary chaotic divine immortals are no match for you. You can even fight with a chaotic golden immortal. Nothing can be hidden from the Ancestor." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and silently admitted it. Feng Wuchen had the primal divine power and the body of an eternal realm. Even if he had just ascended, he could still fight with a chaotic golden immortal. His powerful strength allowed him to directly cross an entire realm. Whoosh! The ancestor of chaos flicked his finger and a golden light instantly sank into Feng Wuchen's glabella, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen was shocked and asked, "Ancestor, what is this?" The ancestor of chaos smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen, this is the identity of the inheritor. The chaos heavenly bell has the divine power to seal and suppress. Only the chosen inheritor is qualified to have the chaos heavenly bell and the right to control the primal chaos supreme divine power." The ancestor of chaos gave Feng Wuchen the chaos heavenly bell, which meant that Feng Wuchen should be the true inheritor. "Thank you, ancestor." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. The ancestor of chaos smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen, from today onwards, you have the identity of the true inheritor." Weng Weng. After the chaos heavenly bell was fully integrated into Feng Wuchen's body, an extremely powerful aura spread out wildly. Feng Wuchen's cultivation level instantly soared to the 8th level of chaotic heavenly immortal. 8th level of chaotic heavenly immortal. Feng Wuchen was shocked. His cultivation level rose by 8 levels in an instant. Feng Wuchen could also clearly sense the terrifying power of the chaos heavenly bell. It was so terrifying that Feng Wuchen could not even imagine it. "Ancestor, what Dharma treasure is this?" Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. The primal chaos ancestor smiled faintly. "This is a chaos divine weapon that was born at the beginning of the chaos. If you want to head to the real chaos shrine, you have to rely on the power of the chaos heavenly bell. Now that the chaos heavenly bell belongs to you, you can sense the existence of the chaos paramount divine power." The real chaos shrine? Feng Wuchen was stunned. The chaos heavenly bell could sense the existence of the chaos paramount divine power. Feng Wuchen gave it a try and really felt an extremely terrifying divine power aura. It was above the chaos paramount divine power. "Feng Wuchen, the current chaos shrine is only the surface. No one in the chaos realm knows where the real chaos shrine is. The chaos over God power is in the real chaos shrine," the chaos celestial fire beast said. "Feng Wuchen, this is the chaos heavenly bell's reward for you. However, it can't help you raise your cultivation level too much. You still have to rely on yourself to break through to the chaos golden immortal realm." The primal chaos ancestor smiled faintly. "Thank you, ancestor." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Feng Wuchen was already very satisfied with his cultivation level rising by 8 levels. To others, an increase of 8 levels was extremely difficult. "Feng Wuchen, even if I don't say it, with your intelligence, you should be able to guess a little." The primal chaos ancestor said solemnly, "The chaos realm has been peaceful for tens of millions of years. As time passed, too many ambitious experts have appeared. They want to covet my position and become the overlord of the myriad worlds. I did guess a little." Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, "Ancestor, you passed on the identity of an inheritor to me so quickly. This must be very dangerous for me, right? At the very least, the person who is eyeing your position will definitely make a move on me. Furthermore, this is what you want to see. Your goal is to use your identity as an inheritor to lure out the person in the dark. Not bad." The primal chaos ancestor nodded. "If we let these ambitious people rule the myriad worlds, the consequences will be unimaginable. I can't let them succeed. However, you don't have to worry. Not many people know about your identity as an inheritor. Those who know will not easily spread it. Those who know should be the mysterious experts who broke into the Panga realm 3 years ago, namely Chaos Holy Man and the others. Perhaps they are one of them." Feng Wuchen nodded. Although he didn't know, it was dangerous enough. The primal Chaos Holy Man was a primal Chaos Supreme God. I can't act rashly. Otherwise, if I alert the person in the dark, it will be even more difficult to investigate. If I don't get rid of them as soon as possible, sooner or later, they will bring a destructive disaster to the myriad worlds." The primal chaos ancestor said solemnly. The primal chaos ancestor's strength was too terrifying. Once the primal chaos ancestor acted, the ambitious experts in the dark would definitely hide deeper and wait for the next opportunity. Therefore, the primal chaos ancestor had to hide. No matter how serious the matter was, he couldn't show himself. In this way, when the person in the dark relaxed his vigilance, he would slowly come to the surface. "Ancestor, Have you guessed that Chaos Holy Man is not the only one spying in the dark? Feng Wuchen guessed. The primal Chaos Ancestor said solemnly, "You are right. If it was only Chaos Holy Man, he would have died 3 years ago. Why would I let you take away the divine power of the Great Path? It's just that the only one who dares to act now is Chaos Holy Man. The others are hiding in the dark." Feng Wuchen said seriously, "If we want to find out who is behind this, we must first find the mole in the primal Chaos Temple. If we can't find the mole, it will be impossible to find out who is behind this. As long as we do something, the mole will immediately send a message to the person in the dark. I have been secretly investigating, but there has been no progress in 3 years. The mole has not appeared at all. He is very well hidden. However, I did not alert the mole." The primal Chaos Fire Beast said helplessly. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said solemnly, "If the mole knows that I have become the inheritor, he will definitely find a chance to spread the news. This is a good opportunity to find the mole. The person in the dark must have been impatient for a long time. And the mysterious people who know that I am the inheritor are probably already targeting me. I intend to let the mole know that you are the inheritor. Chaos Holy Man or the others can't wait." The primal Chaos Ancestor said lightly. "Feng Wuchen, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Moreover, you have obtained the Eternal Life Realm body. You won't die." The primal Chaos Fire Beast said. Feng Wuchen was now the inheritor of the primal Chaos Ancestor. The primal Chaos Fire Beast would protect Feng Wuchen at all costs. Although the primal Chaos Fire Beast was no match for Chaos Holy Man, it was not afraid of anyone below the primal Chaos God. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "I am not worried about myself. I am worried that the person who covets the position of the primal Chaos Ancestor will do anything to deal with me. When that time comes, I don't know how many people will be indirectly killed by me. What is more troublesome is that no matter if it is me or the primal Chaos Ancestor, once the dead are revived, the first person they will think of is the primal Chaos Ancestor. They will stop everything at once. In the end, they will only know that it is Chaos Holy Man. Moreover, Chaos Holy Man doesn't seem to be afraid of the primal Chaos Ancestor. However, this is the only way. If we want to find the mole, we will have to pay the price." The primal Chaos Ancestor smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about this. When this is over, I will revive them. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain. Feng Wuchen, go back to the Primal Chaos Temple with the Primal Chaos Fire Beast. I hope you can find the mole as soon as possible and find a way to find out all the people who covet the position of the Primal Chaos Ancestor. I hope everything goes well. Primal Chaos Fire Beast, let's go." Feng Wuchen could not wait to go to the Primal Chaos Temple. The Primal Chaos Temple was the most powerful existence in the Primal Chaos realm. Its foundation was absolutely terrifying and there were definitely many herbs and treasures. Feng Wuchen only wanted to break through the chaotic golden immortal realm as soon as possible. The Primal Chaos Fire Beast disappeared with Feng Wuchen and appeared above the Primal Chaos Temple in an instant. "Welcome, Primal Chaos Guardian." All the experts in the Primal Chaos Temple knelt down on one knee to welcome them. Their loud and clear voices made Feng Wuchen's eardrums buzz. "Primal Chaos Fire Beast, you are the Primal Chaos Temple Guardian?" Feng Wuchen asked with his eyes wide open. He looked at the Primal Chaos Fire Beast in shock. Feng Wuchen had thought that the Primal Chaos Fire Beast was the Primal Chaos Ancestor's mount. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen had never thought that an ancient strange beast would be a guardian of the Chaos Divine Palace. "I have a high status." The chaotic Xian Fire Beast smiled proudly and landed on the square. The experts of the Chaos Temple all looked at Feng Wuchen, who was a stranger. Who was the young man beside the chaotic Xian Fire Beast? "Pass down my order. Everyone in the Chaos Divine Palace, gather immediately. Elders, please show yourselves." The chaotic Xian Fire Beast ordered. "Yes." The venerables of the Chaos Divine Palace took the order respectfully and immediately ordered, "The Chaos Guardian has given the order. Everyone, gather now." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the order was given, the experts in the various palaces of the Chaos Temple appeared in a flash. The ancient Heaven Emperor, Nya Wuhuan, and other elders and higher-ups also appeared. Surges of vast and terrifying aura spread out. Is this the strength of the Chaos Divine Palace? There are so many experts and powerful alchemists. No wonder they are the most powerful force in the Chaos realm. How terrifying. Feng Wuchen was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful force. Master, they are too powerful. Such a terrifying aura, they should be in the Chaos God Emperor realm. Dragon Xinjian said in shock. The experts of the Chaos Divine Palace who went to the Panga realm 3 years ago were only a part of them. War Armor exclaimed. The Chaos Divine Palace was much more powerful than the Chaos Dragon tribe. Feng Wuchen, everyone in the Chaos Divine Palace is here. The traitor must be among them. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said. The traitor must be very powerful. He must be at least in the Chaos God Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen guessed and glanced at everyone in the Chaos Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen only glanced at it briefly. He didn't stop at all to prevent the mole from noticing. Primal Chaos Protector, who is this? The ancient Heavenly Emperor asked curiously. They had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Although they did not know Feng Wuchen, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast must have something to do with Feng Wuchen. They had even guessed Feng Wuchen's identity, but they weren't sure. The chaotic Fire Beast said, his name is Feng Wuchen. He just ascended to the Chaos Realm from the Panga Realm. What? The Panga Realm ascended to the Chaos Realm? Everyone in the Godly Hall was shocked and in disbelief. After being in the Chaos Realm for so many years, he had never heard of anyone ascending to the Chaos Realm. Because it was simply impossible for anyone to do so. For tens of millions of years, countless experts from thousands of worlds had perished under the lightning tribulation of the Chaos Realm. Looking at everyone's shocked expression, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast continued, Feng Wuchen is the successor chosen by the Primal Chaos Ancestor. Inheritor. The ancient Heavenly Monarch and the others from the Chaos Temple stared at Feng Wuchen with widened eyes. Just as they had guessed, this unfamiliar young man was the successor chosen by the Primal Chaos Ancestor. Is he the successor chosen by the Ancestor? And the bloodline of the Dragon race. He was also a member of the Dragon race. But his bloodline is different from Yinglong's. It is stronger than Yinglong's bloodline. The hidden Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Greetings, successor. The ancient Heavenly Monarch and the others from the Chaos Temple knelt down on one knee respectfully. Everyone, please get up, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. He couldn't accept the greetings of so many terrifying experts right now. Besides being the successor, Feng Wuchen is also the young master of the Chaos Temple, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast continued. Young master? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Young master? Everyone in the Chaos Temple was stunned. Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, why didn't I know about this? Feng Wuchen quickly asked in a low voice. I made the decision on the spot, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast replied. Made the decision on the spot, Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was a guardian. How could he make such a decision? Guardian Primal Chaos, is this the Ancestor's idea? The ancient Heavenly Monarch asked. It is the Ancestor's idea. But the Ancestor has not awakened yet, so the Grand Elder is still in charge of the Chaos Temple, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. Greetings, young master. Everyone in the Chaos Temple knelt down on one knee respectfully again. No one in the Chaos Temple, including the ancient Heavenly Monarch, dared to underestimate Feng Wuchen. None of them dared to question the Ancestor's decision, let alone the successor chosen by the Ancestor. Because they had no right to question it. Besides, Feng Wuchen could ascend to the Chaos Realm from the Panga Realm, which was enough to prove that Feng Wuchen was not simple. There's no need to be so courteous. Please rise, Feng Wuchen said again. Although Feng Wuchen has just ascended to the Chaos Realm and his cultivation is weak, even weaker than the guards of the Chaos Temple, his talent is not something you can compare with. You will know in the future, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast added. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast then introduced the ancient Heavenly Monarch and others to Feng Wuchen. Just call me young master from now on, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. This young master was really a surprise. Yes. Young master. Everyone in the Chaos Temple replied respectfully. Grand Elder, let everyone go. I will walk around the Chaos Temple by myself. I don't want to take up everyone's time, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes, the ancient heavenly monarch said respectfully and then asked everyone to leave. Elders, I have just arrived in the Chaos Realm. Please take care of me in the future, Feng Wuchen said politely with cupped fists and smiled, looking at each elder and senior. If there was a mole in the Chaos Temple and it was hidden so well, it must be one or several of these senior members. Feng Wuchen had already met the ancient heavenly monarch and others in the Panga realm, so he was not unfamiliar with them. Young master, you are too polite, Nia Wuhuan said respectfully. Nia Wuhuan said respectfully, young master is the successor chosen by the ancestor. We will definitely do our best to support you. Young master, you can ask us for anything, the ancient heavenly monarch said respectfully. Elders, you don't have to worry about me. Go back and cultivate. I will look around myself, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes. Young master, the ancient heavenly monarch and others replied respectfully and then left. Feng Wuchen, what do we do next? The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked through voice transmission. Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, where's the Chaos Temple's treasure vault? I have to get some herbs and treasures so that I can break through the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. If others knew that Feng Wuchen could break through the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm in just a few days, they would be shocked. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast led the way and asked, the mole must know about Feng Wuchen's identity as the successor. I am afraid that the mole has already sent the message to the person behind him, Feng Wuchen said through voice transmission. Then what should we do? I can't tell which one is the mole, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast asked anxiously. This was the only way. If they missed this opportunity, when would they be able to find the mole? Don't worry, I am prepared, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen came out of the treasure pavilion with a radiant smile on his face. With the help of powerful treasures, Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to the chaotic golden immortal realm. Feng Wuchen had also refined the chaotic golden immortal realm heaven-defying divine pearl. However, Feng Wuchen did not immediately absorb it to raise his cultivation level. After all, he had yet to consolidate his chaotic golden immortal realm. He had broken through to the chaotic golden immortal realm after 2 hours in the treasure pavilion. How terrifying was his cultivation speed! If the people from the Chaos Temple knew about it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 10 times the space is indeed comfortable. With dozens of essence spirit avatars helping me cultivate, my cultivation level is indeed fast. As expected of the Chaos Temple. This Chaos Treasure Pavilion is definitely the best place in the Chaos world. Feng Wuchen was beaming with joy. As soon as he entered the Chaos Temple's treasure pavilion, Feng Wuchen was instantly mesmerized. There were all kinds of treasures, cultivation techniques, dharma treasures, elixirs, treasures, herbs, and other treasures. There were countless treasures of various grades. It was definitely a super treasure pavilion with the most variety and quantity in the world. If not for the need to track down the mole, Feng Wuchen probably would not have come out. It's all thanks to the power of the Chaos Heavenly Bell and Ancestors' help in raising my cultivation level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the chaotic golden immortal realm so quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Wuchen, it's been 2 hours. How's the mole? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked anxiously, afraid that he would miss the opportunity. I didn't find anyone capable. My Chaos Blood Eye has been monitoring them. However, after the Grand Elder and the rest returned, they were either cultivating or busy with other things. I didn't see anyone forming hand seals or sending voice transmissions. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. The reason why Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry was because his Chaos Blood Eye had been secretly watching every upper echelon. Unfortunately, after 2 hours, he did not find anyone capable. Could it be that the mole is someone else? Back when the ancient emperor was killed, the Grand Elder and the rest did not notice anything. Could the mole be the one who killed the ancient emperor? But if it's him, I'll definitely be able to sense his existence, unless he can completely conceal his aura. The chaotic mysterious fire beast gasped. The person who killed the ancient emperor would never dare to stay in the Chaos Temple. After all, he was no match for you. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen, who do you suspect? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, to be honest, I haven't suspected anyone yet. However, the first person that can be ruled out is the Great Elder. If he is a spy, he wouldn't joke about the ancient emperor's life unless he has the ability to revive the dead. Therefore, the Great Elder is the least suspicious. Keep an eye on them with the primal chaos blood eye. One day, we will know who they are. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast gritted its teeth and said angrily. Sigh, this mole is very cautious. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find out in a short period of time. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Just as Feng Wuchen landed, the chaos blood eye suddenly saw something. Feng Wuchen, what's wrong? Did you find something? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast asked quickly. The second elder, Nia Wuhuan, sent a message. Nia Wuhuan is a spy. Feng Wuchen frowned. The chaos blood I saw it clearly. Unfortunately, the chaos blood I could only see and could not hear what Nia Wuhuan said. Nia Wuhuan? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was furious. Its huge eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. It gritted its teeth and said angrily, so it's this traitorous old thing. I'll never forgive him. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast did not expect it to be Nia Wuhuan. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, I didn't expect it to be the second elder of the Chaos Temple. It's unbelievable. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Preposterous. I'll go and kill him now. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was furious. The more it thought about it, the more furious it became. Nia Wuhuan had been in the Chaos Temple for many years and had a high position. He actually dared to betray the Chaos Temple and the Chaos Ancestor. It was simply unforgivable. Don't alert him first. He left the temple. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, quickly lock onto his aura and secretly chase after him. Feng Wuchen said quickly. After waiting for 2 hours, only Nia Wuhuan sent a message. He was the most suspicious. They could not miss any details. Once they found the most favorable clue, they could conclude that Nia Wuhuan was the spy. Humph. This old thing can't run away. No one below the Chaos Supreme God can escape from my palm. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast immediately disappeared with Feng Wuchen. When Nia Wuhuan appeared again, he had already arrived at a fairy island in the sanctuary. The fairy island was filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy. In the fairy lake on the fairy island, spiritual beasts were playing. This was definitely a rare holy land for cultivation. If one looked carefully, through the thin fog, one could see that in the center of the fairy lake, there was a white-robed old man with white hair and beard. He was sitting cross-legged on the lake, cultivating. The white-robed old man with white hair and beard emitted a powerful aura. The old man was a peerless expert. Elder Nia is really in a hurry. You arrived so quickly. The white-robed old man smiled faintly. He had already sensed Nia Wuhuan's aura. In a flash, Nia Wuhuan suddenly appeared in front of the white-robed old man. There was not the slightest fluctuation in the air, nor was there the slightest ripple on the lake. Nia Wuhuan's old hand gently swiped, and several jars of wine appeared. He smiled happily, it's rare for you to come out of seclusion. This elder specially brought wine to celebrate your breakthrough to the Chaos God Emperor realm. This elder will pour a cup for you first. Haha. The white-robed old man laughed happily. Nia Wuhuan and the white-robed old man drank happily, and did not notice the existence of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and Feng Wuchen. It seems that the spy is not the second elder. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, who is he? Feng Wuchen asked, sizing up the white-robed old man. Nia Wuhuan's friend for many years, the supreme spiritual master. He just broke through to the Chaos God Emperor realm. This old man is not simple. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast replied. I was happy for nothing. Let's go, we can't let the spy take the opportunity to spread the news. Feng Wuchen was also a little disappointed. He thought that the fish had taken the bait. Unexpectedly, Nia Wuhuan came to drink with an old friend. However, just after Feng Wuchen and the primal chaos mysterious fire beast left, the supreme spiritual master suddenly transformed into another person. A black-robed old man with a withered face. Elder Nya, you didn't notice that someone was secretly following you? The black-robed old man shook his head. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's cultivation is stronger than the great elder. No one below the primal chaos supreme god is its opponent. I don't have the 10,000-year mysterious wind like you and can detect its existence. Nya Wuhuan sighed and smiled. Recently, the Chaos Divine Palace is not peaceful. Not only the Chaos Divine Palace, the peace of the Chaos world is also gradually disappearing. The black-robed old man smiled. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Feng Wuchen cultivated, he used the Chaos Blood Eye to observe secretly. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The higher-ups of the Chaos Temple didn't do anything unusual. The mole was more cautious than Feng Wuchen imagined. No wonder he didn't give himself away for the past 3 years. Feng Wuchen, there has been no news for so many days. Could it be that the news has spread? The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. The mole might have spread the news, but I'm not sure. The Chaos Blood I didn't find anyone suspicious. If I stay in the Chaos Temple, I'm afraid I won't be able to find the mole, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Feng Wuchen was right. If the news had spread, they wouldn't be able to find the mole. They didn't even know how the mole had spread the news. If someone attacks me after I leave the Chaos Sacred Hall, it means that the news has already spread, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Risking your life is one way. If someone attacks you, it means that the mole has spread the news, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. I'll leave the Chaos Temple now, Feng Wuchen said. In order to confirm whether the mole had spread the news, Feng Wuchen decided to leave the Chaos Temple. He would know after trying. Although it was dangerous, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried since the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was helping him secretly. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had the Chaos Spirit territory. It was Feng Wuchen's life-saving charm. Feng Wuchen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked toward the entrance of the Chaos Temple. Young master, where are you going? A guard asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I've been cultivating in the Chaos Temple for a few days. I'm bored, so I'm going out to explore other places in the chaotic world. Don't worry, no one knows me. I shouldn't be in danger. Young master, your identity is special now. We can't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Laozu. I'll send someone to protect you secretly. An expert appeared and cupped his fist respectfully. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not object. Feng Wuchen slowly ascended and left. There were 3 experts following him secretly. All 3 of them were Chaotic Emperor Realm experts. In the chaotic world, they were extremely terrifying existences. After leaving the Chaos Temple, Feng Wuchen flew in a random direction. Feng Wuchen was not familiar with the primal chaos domain. After leaving the temple, he flew towards the towering mountain in the distance. Furthermore, he had to be far away from the Chaos Temple. If my guess is correct, then this traitor will be even harder to find. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to deal with him. The chaotic blood I was observing in secret, but it could not find anything out of the ordinary. The news had even spread out, so this mole must have hidden very well. There are many big forces around the Chaos Shrine. They are more or less related to the Chaos Shrine. I should fly further away. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. If he flew further away from the Chaos Shrine and the big forces related to the Chaos Shrine, the chances of the traitor making a move in secret would be higher. About an hour later, Feng Wuchen was already far away from the Chaos Shrine. He arrived at a city, Chaos Cloud City. Wherever I go, there are experts stronger than me. It's good to be born in the chaotic world. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and helplessly. As Feng Wuchen walked on the streets of the city, he treated it as if he was taking a stroll. He did not pay special attention to anything. Suddenly, screams of alarm came from the bustling streets. Many cultivators fled. Buzz. Buzz, immediately after, an extremely berserk and terrifying energy swept over. Sensing this terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "What a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. This energy is already at the level of a 7th stage chaotic emperor." Feng Wuchen looked at the end of the street. The berserk energy was coming from the front. The young master of the chaotic heaven mystic palace is acting up. Everyone, run for your lives. Many people in the crowd screamed in fear. Miserable shrieks came one after another. A man with red eyes was lunging at the fleeing cultivators like a berserk beast. He was either biting or tearing apart the fleeing cultivators. He was incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Young Hall Master, leave quickly. The Chaos Heaven Mystery Palace's young Hall Master is being controlled by the demon spirit. He kills anyone he sees. The demon spirit will eat human flesh every once in a while. An expert sent a voice transmission respectfully. Why don't you destroy the demon spirit? Feng Wuchen asked, feeling puzzled. If you destroy the demon spirit, he won't be able to live. Furthermore, the demon spirit can control his body and burst out with terrifying strength. The demon spirit is a devil from the depths of the unbounded heavenly realm. It is extremely terrifying. Once one is corroded, one will never be able to break free. Young Hall Master, leave Chaos Cloud City quickly. An expert sent a voice transmission respectfully. Feng Wuchen tapped on the ground and his figure flashed into the sky. He looked at the Heaven Mystery Palace's young Hall Master. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Just at this moment, the chaotic Heaven Mystery Palace's Hall Master and elders rushed over. The demon spirit just acted up 3 days ago. Why is Zhu Feng acting up again? This has never happened before. The Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master frowned and felt that something was amiss. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise, more people will die. The Great Elder hurriedly shouted and took the lead to shoot out. The Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master and the other elders also took action. Furthermore, they went all out. The Sky Mystery Palace's young Hall Master was like a crazed beast as he pounced forward. Under the demon spirit's control, the Sky Mystery Palace's young Hall Master had completely lost his mind. The terrifying strength that erupted from him quickly forced the Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master and the elders to retreat. Everyone, help! If we don't stop young Master Zhu Feng, more people will die. An expert suddenly shouted. The experts of Chaos Cloud City all came to help. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, another dozen experts appeared in a flash. One of them said coldly, Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master, the demon spirit's existence has harmed countless people. If you can't do it, we'll help you. The Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master's face changed drastically. He immediately roared, Who are you people? How dare you touch my son? I'll tear you to pieces. Zhu Feng has been completely devoured. He's no longer your son. He's a demon spirit. Can't you see that? Another expert shouted. Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master, killing Zhu Feng is also for the sake of Chaos Cloud City and the surrounding forces. Do you want to become the public enemy of all the major forces? Another expert said fiercely. The dozen experts directly charged towards the Sky Mystery Palace's Hall Master and the elders. A great battle was about to break out. Roar! Young Master Zhu Feng became even crazier. He raised his head to look at the sky and coincidentally saw Feng Wuchen. He roared and soared into the sky. So fast. Feng Wuchen's face instantly changed. Humph. The expert that was secretly protecting Feng Wuchen coldly snorted. A terrifying pressure forcefully suppressed young Master Zhu Feng. The three of you are really a hindrance. A fierce and cold voice suddenly rang out. What? The three experts that were secretly protecting Feng Wuchen changed their faces at the same time. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The three chaotic emperors who were secretly protecting Feng Wuchen felt the terrifying aura lock onto them. Before they could react, they were blasted away by the terrifying power and spat out blood. The three of them were caught off guard by the sudden attack. One of them shouted in panic, Young Hall Master, run! Chaotic God Emperor. Feng Wuchen's face changed as he thought to himself, the mole did spread the news. It's just as I guessed. Roar! Young Master Zhu Feng was already close to Feng Wuchen. He roared angrily and bit at him. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! Dozens of experts suddenly appeared and charged at Feng Wuchen without hesitation. It's them. Feng Wuchen's face changed again. The dozens of experts were the ones who attacked the Sky Mystery Palace Hall Master and the others. Feng Wuchen was sure that the mole had spread the news of him being the inheritor. Humph. The chaotic mysterious fire beast snorted angrily. Its huge body appeared with a terrifying aura. Even though young Master Zhu Feng was controlled by the demon spirit, he couldn't withstand it. He spat out blood and fainted. The dozens of experts instantly turned into blood mist and disappeared. The mole did spread the news. Even the chaotic blood, I couldn't detect it. It seems like the mole has other ways, Feng Wuchen said. Chaotic mysterious fire beast. What's going on? The chaotic Sky Mystery Palace Hall Master and the elders were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. The dozens of experts had attacked them with the intention of killing young Master Zhu Feng. Why did they attack others in the blink of an eye? Even the chaotic mysterious fire beast had appeared. What was going on? At this moment, the many fleeing cultivators were also dumbfounded. Primal Chaos Supreme God. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's face changed as it was locked on by a terrifying aura. Primal Chaos Supreme God? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Shadowless transformation. With a loud shout, Feng Wuchen suddenly disappeared. Feng Wuchen. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was shocked. After being distracted for a moment, the chaotic mystical fire beast could not save Feng Wuchen in time, and Feng Wuchen was captured right under its nose. Not only that, the chaos mysterious fire beast could not sense Feng Wuchen's aura at all. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. The chaotic mystical fire beast hurriedly roared. However, Feng Wuchen did not respond. Primal chaos mystical fire beast, you can't save Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, this brat, is quite courageous. He knows that he is an inheritor, yet he still dares to leave the primal chaos divine palace. An old and confident sneer could be heard. Who are you? The chaotic mystical fire beast asked fiercely, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. You are not qualified to know. You will only be qualified to know when you break through to the primal chaos supreme god. I, the ancestor of the exotic beasts at the beginning of the chaos, can't do anything. Haha. An old and crazy laugh could be heard. The chaotic mystical fire beast said coldly, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch Feng Wuchen, I will make you regret it. Oh? Really? It's a pity that those below the primal chaos supreme god are all ants. You can't do anything to me. After today, I will become more and more powerful, but you still can't break through to the primal chaos supreme god. Haha. The old and arrogant voice could be heard again. Although the chaotic mystical fire beast did not know who it was sure that it was not the chaos holy man. Ancestor was right. There is not only the chaos holy man, but I have never felt his aura. When did another primal chaos supreme god appear in the chaotic realm? The chaotic mystical fire beast thought to himself. Feng Wuchen. Can you hear me? Answer me. The chaotic mystical fire beast roared anxiously. Feng Wuchen did not respond. It was as if he had left the chaotic realm and could not hear the chaotic mystical fire beast's voice. The chaotic mystical fire beast was going crazy. Feng Wuchen was now in a dark and mysterious cave. Feng Wuchen looked around. Other than the grotesquely shaped cave, there was nothing else. I can't feel any aura. Where is this place? Feng Wuchen frowned. He tried to send a message to the chaotic mystical fire beast, but there was no response. Feng Wuchen, I'm truly surprised that you're still so calm at a time like this. Just at this moment, an aged yet dignified voice suddenly resounded. You are not the chaos holy man. There is someone else who is spying on the ancestor's position. Feng Wuchen guessed that it was not the chaos holy man spying? A dignified sneer could be heard. The position of the master of all realms does not belong to the chaos ancestor. Whoever is powerful will be the master of all realms. The chaos ancestor is more powerful than you, isn't he? Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered. He kept looking at the mysterious cave to see if he could find a way out. However, Feng Wuchen looked around and found that the cave was completely sealed. There was no way out. Don't look for it. You can't get out. The chaotic mystical fire beast can't find this place. An old voice could be heard. Immediately, a black-robed elder appeared. Feng Wuchen looked at the black-robed elder and asked, "How do you know that I am the inheritor?" "The person who was sent to the Panga realm was one of my men. Unfortunately, the chaotic holy man got to the divine power of the great path first, so I had no choice but to bring you back." The black-robed elder sneered. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and Feng Wuchen was sucked over. "Aren't they the chaos holy man's men?" Feng Wuchen asked in shock. Feng Wuchen and the others thought that the mole was the chaos holy man's men. Only now did they know that the mole was the mysterious elder's men. No wonder he knew that he was the inheritor. "I will settle the score with the chaos holy man sooner or later. Feng Wuchen, the chaos ancestor has officially appointed you as the inheritor. I can also feel the aura of the chaotic heavenly bell in your body. As long as I get the chaotic heavenly bell, the chaotic supreme divine power will be mine. By then, I can surpass the chaos ancestor and become the master of all realms." The black-robed elder sneered. He seemed to have seen the scene of him becoming the master of all realms. With that, the black-robed elder suddenly released his chaotic divine power. He wanted to suck the chaotic heavenly bell out of Feng Wuchen's body. However, the moment the black-robed elder's chaotic divine power entered Feng Wuchen's body, a terrifying and overbearing divine power erupted and swallowed the black-robed elder's chaotic divine power. "What kind of divine power is this? How can it swallow my chaotic divine power?" The black-robed elder was shocked. He was in the chaotic supreme divine realm. "It seems that you can't become the master of all realms." Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen didn't know that the primordial divine power was so overbearing. Feng Wuchen originally thought that there was nothing he could do. But when the primordial god power swallowed the chaos god power, Feng Wuchen himself was shocked. The chaos ancestor probably didn't know that the primordial god power could swallow the chaos god power, right? Feng Wuchen was shocked and excited. The moment the chaos god power was swallowed, the black-robed elder felt a strong suppression. That's right. It was the suppression of Feng Wuchen's god power. That feeling was like being suppressed by a god. It was very scary. The black-robed elder once again released an even more terrifying chaos god power and absorbed the chaos heaven bell in Feng Wuchen's body. But when the even more terrifying chaos god power entered Feng Wuchen's body, it seemed to threaten Feng Wuchen's life. The primordial god power released an even more domineering power. "What?" The black-robed elder's face changed. Boom. Pfft. The moment the two god powers collided, the black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. It can actually injure a primordial god expert. Is this the true power of the primordial god power? It's protecting me. Feng Wuchen was shocked. At first, he thought that the primordial god power was simply swallowing the chaos god power. But when the primordial god power released an unimaginable power, Feng Wuchen realized that the primordial god power seemed to have its own consciousness and could release the original power of the primordial god power. This transcendent power was not something that Feng Wuchen could control. This was the primordial god power's own consciousness control. "Master, what's going on? The primordial god power can injure a primordial god?" Dragon God Sword's shocked voice came. Master's primordial god power suddenly became very terrifying. "This is god power protecting Master." "Divine," I said in shock. "God power protecting Master?" Feng Wuchen was shocked again. Swallowing the chaos god power had already shocked Feng Wuchen. Now, the primordial god power had injured the black-robed elder. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Feng Wuchen still could not believe it. How is this possible? What kind of divine power was this? How could it possibly injure me? The black-robed old man was extremely shocked. He was a primal chaos supreme god. In the entire chaotic realm, there were no more than 5 experts who could reach the primal chaos supreme god realm. However, even such a powerful existence with chaotic divine power could not do anything to the mysterious divine power in Feng Wuchen's body. Not only was he unable to do anything, he was even injured instead. How could the black-robed old man accept this? What kind of divine power is this? Forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, the black-robed elder roared furiously. His old face was as ferocious as a ferocious tiger, extremely frightening. The black-robed elder exploded in anger when he saw that the primal chaos heavenly bell was blocked by a mysterious force. As a primal chaos paragon expert, his primal chaos divine power was absolutely terrifying. Yet, how could the black-robed elder accept it being devoured by the divine power of a primal chaos golden immortal? This was definitely not the power of the primal chaos bell, nor was it the power of the primal chaos over God, nor was it a power that a primal chaos ancestor could possess. The black-robed old man had never seen such tyrannical and terrifying divine power. He had lived for tens of millions of years, but he had never seen or even knew what kind of divine power it was. Looking at the black-robed elder's flustered and exasperated appearance, Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. You also know that I have just descended from Panga realm. If even you don't know about this divine power, I don't even know about it. Feng Wuchen did not say anything, but his meaning was already very clear. The black-robed elder had no right to know. When Feng Wuchen ascended to the chaotic realm, the primordial divine power had undergone earth-shaking changes. In other words, the primordial divine power had truly awakened. The power source of the myriad worlds, even the primal chaos divine power, originated from the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power had truly awakened and already had its own consciousness. How could the black-robed elder's primal chaos divine power do anything to Feng Wuchen? But there is one thing I can be sure of. My divine power can devour your primal chaos divine power. Old thing, are you playing with fire? Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. Feng Wuchen could already be sure that the primordial divine power could devour the primal chaos divine power, even the primal chaos divine power of a primal chaos divine power expert. The primordial divine power was just that tyrannical. You. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the black-robed elder was about to go crazy. If he could not even deal with the primal chaos golden immortal junior, wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? But the black-robed elder really could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. The black-robed elder had already experienced the terror of the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen's palm bent like a claw, condensing the primordial divine power, and the extremely tyrannical and terrifying suppression came again. The black-robed elder's old face showed a trace of fear, and cold sweat poured down his back. The primal chaos divine power in the black-robed elder's body was ruthlessly suppressed, and he could only feel a weak primal chaos divine power. Most of the primal chaos divine power was suppressed. What kind of divine power was this? How could it suppress the primal chaos divine power? As a primal chaos divine power expert, he was humiliated in front of a primal chaos golden immortal ant. The black-robed elder's head was about to explode from anger. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly, I did not feel anything when I devoured your primal chaos divine power. It seems that my divine power can withstand a huge amount of power. I wonder if I can devour all of your primal chaos divine power. The black-robed elder was a primal chaos divine power expert, and the magnitude of his primal chaos divine power was definitely beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. The primordial divine power could devour the primal chaos divine power, and Feng Wuchen wanted to know the limit. The black-robed elder panicked, and did not care about embarrassing himself. Old thing, in front of my divine power, your primal chaos divine power is useless. And you still want to take the primal chaos bell, what a joke. Feng Wuchen sneered, and the tyrannical primordial divine power had already locked onto the black-robed elder. Feng Wuchen said, and slowly stretched out his palm. Primal chaos domain. The black-robed elder, who was extremely frightened, roared, and used all his strength to forcefully release his primal chaos divine power. In an instant, the mysterious cave turned into a gray primal chaos space. Primal chaos domain? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a threatening smile, and he sneered mockingly, what a coincidence, I also know primal chaos domain. You too? The black-robed elder was stunned, and then he said disdainfully, Feng Wuchen, don't think that you have the primal chaos domain just because you have the mysterious divine power to suppress my primal chaos divine power. How difficult is it to cultivate primal chaos domain? Even a primal chaos divine power expert might not be able to cultivate it. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered, and then shouted, Primal chaos mind domain. Feng Wuchen shouted, and an extremely terrifying primal chaos domain condensed, and instantly broke through the black-robed elder's primal chaos domain. Pfft. The primal chaos domain was forcibly broken, and the black-robed elder spat out blood again, and his old face was filled with horror and disbelief. Void. Void spirit primal chaos domain. The black-robed elder's eyeballs were about to fly out. How is this possible? The black-robed old man was scared silly. Old bastard, your primal chaos domain is no good. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, primal chaos supreme god's domain is too weak. The primal chaos domain you cultivate isn't fake, is it? How is this possible? The black-robed old man's pale face was already petrified. He looked at Feng Wuchen like he was looking at a monster, constantly repeating this sentence. The black-robed old man had seen many monsters, but Feng Wuchen was the only one that made him feel fear. Void-level primal chaos domain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The black-robed old man shook his head in shock. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen was so young and had even ascended from Pangu world. It was impossible for him to comprehend a void-level primal chaos domain. The black-robed old man had cultivated for so many years, but he was only at the sky level. In the entire primal chaos world, other than the primal chaos ancestor, only Feng Wuchen could reach the void-level primal chaos domain. There were even many peak experts who couldn't even comprehend a Xian-level domain. Because of this, the black-robed old man didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had comprehended a void-level primal chaos domain. This was simply impossible. Master, this old bastard is scared silly. Long Xinjian laughed. Primal Chaos Supreme God couldn't do anything to a Primal Chaos Golden Immortal, and was even injured by Master's Primal Chaos domain. How can he not be stupid? Divine Eye laughed. Old bastard, your injuries seem to be very serious. Don't tell me you can't move? Feng Wuchen laughed coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Feng Wuchen's hand once again clawed, ancient god power erupted. A terrifying aura once again locked onto the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's primal chaos domain had been forcibly destroyed by Feng Wuchen, causing him to be heavily injured. Feeling the ancient god power and the aura lock onto him, the black-robed old man couldn't help but tremble. The fear in his heart was indescribable. The domineering suppression made the heavily injured black-robed old man unable to breathe. The black-robed old man asked in shock, Feng Wuchen, how can you have a void spirit grade primal chaos domain? With your level of cultivation, it's impossible for you to do that. Even the primal chaos sovereign god wouldn't be able to do that. The black-robed elder knew all too well how difficult it was to cultivate the primal chaos domain. If it was that easy to cultivate a primal chaos domain, even the primal chaos god emperor would be able to do so, let alone the primal chaos sovereign gods. Looking at the frightened black-robed old man, Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, I don't know if others can do it or not, but I have indeed comprehended the void spirit chaotic domain. You saw it just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to injure you. The reason why Feng Wuchen was able to break through the black-robed old man's primal chaos domain so easily was because of the suppression of the primal chaos domain. After all, the black-robed old man's primal chaos domain was too weak. Impossible. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. The black-robed old man shook his head in horror. Old thing, you want to seize the Chaos Heavenly Bell and the Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power to surpass the Primal Chaos Ancestor and become the Master of all realms? That's just wishful thinking. Rest assured and go on your way. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly and shot out without hesitation. Feng Wuchen, stop. Stop. The black-robed old man screamed in horror. He was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, you wanted to seize the Chaos Heavenly Bell just now, didn't you think that I would die? You want to beg for mercy now? Do you think I'm a fool? Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. His palm condensed a tyrannical and terrifying ancient god power, and fiercely smashed towards the black-robed old man's chest. If this palm strike hit the black-robed old man, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Hurry up and save me. The black-robed old man immediately sent a voice transmission to his subordinates for help. The black-robed old man could tell that Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill him, moreover, he wanted to kill him in one blow. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen didn't show any mercy. The tyrannical and terrifying ancient god power erupted. Immediately after, there was a deafening explosion. The cave shook violently, and countless gravel sputtered out. However, when Feng Wuchen's palm landed, the black-robed old man had already disappeared into thin air. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said coldly, "This is the primal chaos formula that transferred me previously. Feng Wuchen, I will never let you off." The black-robed old man's angry roar came from the cave. "You can't do anything to me, let alone kill me. This cave can't stop my divine power." Feng Wuchen sneered confidently. The tyrannical ancient god power erupted again and spread out wildly. "My barrier can't stop the pressure of this divine power." Feeling the terrifying divine power and aura, the black-robed old man was frightened and quickly retreated away from the cave. "Old man, show yourself if you can." A dignified primal chaos god expert actually fled in front of a primal chaos golden immortal. "Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. The ancient god power could suppress the primal chaos divine power, and he also had a powerful eternal life realm body. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of the black-robed old man at all. "Feng Wuchen, don't think that you can deal with me just because you can suppress my primal chaos divine power. Can you withstand the power of the primal chaos formula?" The black-robed old man roared in exasperation. The surging murderous aura was enough to scare people to death. After leaving the cave, the black-robed old man was no longer suppressed by the ancient god power. His tone became more firm. However, the black-robed old man's words were not without reason. Although Feng Wuchen could suppress the primal chaos divine power, he definitely couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the primal chaos formula. Feng Wuchen was just a primal chaos golden immortal. "Try me if you have the guts." Feng Wuchen said fiercely, his eyes flashing with a ruthless murderous aura. Although Feng Wuchen couldn't withstand it, Feng Wuchen had an eternal life realm body and the protection of the ancient god power. Feng Wuchen didn't believe that there was any divine power that could stop him from being resurrected. Moreover, the ancient god power had its own consciousness. Feng Wuchen didn't have to worry about his own safety. "Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. You're just a primal chaos golden immortal. It's easy to deal with an ant like you." An old and cold voice rang out. "So much nonsense. Show yourself if you have the guts. If you don't attack, I'm leaving." Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Feng Wuchen, do you think you can escape?" The black-robed old man roared. "I've already given you a chance." Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. His space divine power was activated and Feng Wuchen disappeared into the space. The black-robed old man was speechless. "Lord Supreme," Feng Wuchen ran away. The old man was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Space divine power." The black-robed old man appeared. His old face was as ferocious as a tiger. He was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling violently. "Feng Wuchen." The black-robed old man was furious. Monstrous killing intent erupted. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, I will never forgive you. Never. The black-robed old man roared in exasperation. His old eyes glowed with a blood-red light. It was very frightening. "Lord Supreme, what do we do now?" "Feng Wuchen already knows that we are going to deal with him. If we let him escape this time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time," the old man asked respectfully. "Feng Wuchen's whereabouts have always been in our hands. Are you afraid there won't be a chance?" The black-robed old man said fiercely. His pale face was extremely ferocious. "This time, I'm afraid it will arouse Feng Wuchen's suspicion. I have to remind Wu Fo so that he won't be discovered by Feng Wuchen," the old man said respectfully. "Wu Fo hides very well. He won't be discovered easily. I'm worried about his mysterious power that can suppress my chaos divine power. Even I don't know what such a terrifying divine power is," the black-robed old man said ferociously. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A Chaos Supreme God expert was nearly killed by a Chaos Golden Immortal ant. If this news were to spread, how would the black-robed old man have the face to see others? However, the black-robed old man couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Once he was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power, the black-robed old man would only have a dead end. "Lord Supreme, is it the Chaos Supreme God?" the old man guessed. The black-robed old man shook his head and said, "It's not the Chaos Supreme God, but it's definitely not weaker than the Chaos Supreme God." Not weaker than the Chaos Supreme God? The old man's face changed. It was no wonder that a mere Chaos Golden Immortal could suppress a Chaos Supreme God expert. It turned out that this divine power was so terrifying. I need to find out what divine power Feng Wuchen has in his body. I've never heard of a divine power that's stronger than the Chaos Supreme God, the black-robed old man said fiercely. His old eyes narrowed into a straight line and flashed with greed. Such a domineering and terrifying divine power was not weaker than the Chaos Supreme God. If he could get this divine power, he wouldn't have to waste time looking for the Chaos Supreme God. How could the black-robed old man not want it? Seizing this terrifying divine power from Feng Wuchen was much easier than seizing the primal chaos over God power. At the very least, Feng Wuchen's whereabouts were in their hands. Send an order to Wufua. Ask him to send someone to keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. Once there's an opportunity, report it immediately. As long as I can obtain Feng Wuchen's divine power, I can surpass the primal chaos ancestor. The master of all realms will definitely be mine, the black-robed old man said viciously. Then, he transformed and disappeared. The black-robed old man was determined to obtain the primordial Shen force. After escaping from the mysterious cave, Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement technique to leave. My whereabouts have always been under the control of the mole. Otherwise, they would never know where I am. This mole must also be monitoring me, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Master, think of a way to lure the mole out. Long Xinjian transmitted. It's not that easy. After this incident, the mole will definitely be more cautious. Feng Wuchen shook his head. If he didn't find the mole as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be at ease. However, the mole was too well hidden. It was very difficult to find him. After this incident, the mole would definitely be more careful. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, where are you? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast was shocked. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen, are you alright? Did you escape? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast searched all over the Primal Chaos realm but there was no news. Just as he was about to report to the Primal Chaos ancestor, Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly transmitted. I'm fine. I'm rushing back to the Primal Chaos Divine Palace now. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen's answer made the Chaos Xian Fire Beast completely relieved. Feng Wuchen, how did you escape? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast asked. He was very curious about how Feng Wuchen escaped from the Primal Chaos God Emperor and the Primal Chaos God Sovereign. My primal divine power can devour the Primal Chaos divine power. That old man couldn't do anything to me. Instead, he was almost killed by me under the suppression of my primal divine power. It's a pity that he escaped. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. Devour the Primal Chaos divine power? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast was shocked. However, when he thought that the primal divine power was the strongest power that was born at the beginning of the primal chaos, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast understood. The only thing that the Chaos Xian Fire Beast didn't understand was, could Feng Wuchen control such a strong primal divine power? After all, the enemy was the Primal Chaos God Emperor and the Primal Chaos God Sovereign. Even if the primal divine power could suppress the Primal Chaos divine power, how could Feng Wuchen, a junior Primal Chaos Golden Immortal, completely suppress the Primal Chaos God Sovereign? Was the primal divine power really so terrifying? Feng Wuchen, do you know who they are? The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice and asked. I don't know. However, the experts that appeared in the Panga realm 3 years ago were his men, not the Primal Chaos Holy Man's men. My intuition tells me that there are more than 2 experts who are spying on the ancestor's position. Moreover, they are hiding very well and won't act rashly. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and said, now that I have escaped, the mole will definitely be more careful. It will be difficult to find him unless I can catch them and interrogate them. Now, I can only continue to wait for an opportunity. Other than that, Feng Wuchen had no other way. If I find out who the mole is, I will make him regret being born. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast gritted his teeth and said angrily. He couldn't wait to swallow the mole alive. After returning to the Chaos Divine Palace, Feng Wuchen pretended that nothing had happened. He didn't want to arouse the suspicion of the mole. "Young master, you are finally back. Is the young master all right?" The ancient Heaven Emperor and other higher-ups heaved a sigh of relief. However, the anger in their hearts did not decrease. "Young Hall Master, who captured you? Our Chaos Divine Palace will never forgive him." Nie Wuhuan asked fiercely. His old face was extremely gloomy. An elder said gloomily, "How dare they make an enemy of our Chaos Divine Palace? Don't they know the strength of our Chaos Divine Palace? They must be tired of living." If something really happened to Feng Wuchen, they wouldn't be able to answer to the Chaos Ancestor. They dared to attack the young master of the Chaos Divine Palace. They didn't put the Chaos Divine Palace in their eyes at all. This was a provocation to the Chaos Divine Palace. "I don't know. I have never seen them. However, they are very powerful." Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, "However, the Chaos Divine Palace might know. You can send someone to investigate." At that time, those people were targeting young Master Zhu Feng of the Chaos Divine Palace. However, they suddenly attacked me. The ancient Heaven Emperor immediately send someone to the Chaos Divine Palace to investigate. "I am going back to cultivate in seclusion," Feng Wuchen said and walked back to his palace. However, Feng Wuchen only stayed in the Chaos Divine Palace for a day before using his movement technique to leave. No one in the Chaos Divine Palace knew. In this way, Feng Wuchen could get rid of the mole's surveillance. "Chaos Xian Fire Beast, I am going to the Wuji Heavenly Realm to cultivate." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. "Wuji Heavenly Realm?" The chaotic celestial fire beast was stunned at first, and then asked, "Feng Wuchen, why are you going to the Wuji Heavenly Realm? With your cultivation, you can't go to the deepest part. It's too boring to stay in the Divine Hall. Isn't it good to go out and make friends?" Feng Wuchen replied. He was already on his way to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Feng Wuchen wanted to go to the Wuji Heavenly Realm to improve his cultivation, and also to travel around the chaotic realm. Feng Wuchen did not want to lock himself in the Chaos Divine Hall because of the mole. "What about the mole?" the chaotic celestial fire beast asked. "To be honest, it's difficult to find the mole. This old fox is very cunning. Instead of wasting time, it's better to wait for him to show up. The divine power of the Great Path has been taken away by the Chaos Holy Man. They'll either attack the Chaos Holy Man or me. They'll show up sooner or later." Feng Wuchen replied. "Chaotic Celestial Fire Beast, you should go back to the Chaos Divine Peak. Don't stay in the Divine Hall. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find the mole. I'll ask the Ancestor. Be careful." The Chaotic Celestial Fire Beast replied. "Great Elder, Feng Wuchen has secretly left the Chaos Divine Hall. Please give the order secretly to ask the major forces of the Chaos Divine Hall to secretly help him." The Chaotic Celestial Fire Beast replied to the ancient Heavenly Emperor. "Okay. I'll give the order now." The ancient Heavenly Emperor replied. In the Chaos Divine Hall. In a palace, a grey-robed elder was drinking tea leisurely. "Lord Supreme Buddha, Feng Wuchen is in seclusion. Should we continue to monitor him?" A respectful voice was heard. "Feng Wuchen is alert. There's no need to monitor him. Don't worry," the grey-robed elder said lightly. "Yes." A respectful voice was heard. The grey-robed elder smiled faintly as he drank tea. "Lord Supreme Buddha can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. He even cultivated the Void Realm Chaotic Realm. He's really not simple. No wonder the Ancestor likes him. He's really amazing. Countless talents can't catch up to him." However, what kind of divine power could suppress the chaotic divine power? Was it given to Feng Wuchen by the primal chaos ancestor? The grey-robed elder was also very curious, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. The grey-robed elder gently put down the teacup and muttered to himself, "Since Feng Wuchen already has suspicions, but he pretends to be nonchalant, it means that he still doesn't want to alarm the person in the dark, in case the person in the dark becomes more cautious. This kid is indeed smart. Unfortunately, if we want to find out who the mole is, We'll have to see if the old man is willing to show himself. Everyone in the Chaos Temple was familiar with this gray-robed elder. Just as Feng Wuchen had guessed, the mole was a high-ranking member of the Chaos Temple. Swish, above the void, a black shadow flashed and disappeared. This person was precisely Feng Wuchen, who was currently rushing towards the boundless heavenly realm. The boundless heavenly realm is a long journey. I wonder how long it will take to reach the Saint Regent's heaven limit realm. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. The Chaos Domain was very far from the Saint Regent, and the boundless heavenly realm was still in the Saint Regent's heaven limit realm. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't in a hurry to go to the boundless heavenly realm. Wouldn't it be good to travel and cultivate while rushing towards the boundless heavenly realm? It was his first time in the Chaos Domain, and Feng Wuchen also needed to understand more about the place. He would treat it as training. Master, what are your plans? Don't you plan to build the dragon soul? Long Xinjian asked through voice transmission. Build the dragon soul? Feng Wuchen thought for a moment, then smiled. Now is not the time. With my current strength, building the dragon soul is meaningless. It's just a waste of time. It's better to improve my cultivation first. This time, I'm going to the boundless heavenly realm to improve my cultivation. Chaos Golden Immortals are too weak. I feel like I'll be facing strong enemies wherever I go. Feng Wuchen was now only a first-stage Chaos Golden Immortal. Even if he unleashed his peak combat strength, he would only be able to fight the Chaos Heavenly Monarch. He was still very weak. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Chaos Domain's Stellar Sky Domain. Feng Wuchen planned to stay in the Stellar Sky Domain for a few days. After that, he found a city to stay in for the time being. Feng Wuchen sat on the balcony of the restaurant's 3rd floor. He thought back to the restaurant and missed the 8 attributes. My wife and the rest will need more than a year to ascend. Master and the rest, on the other hand, will be able to ascend in half a year. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Feng Wuchen had already decided to build the dragon soul in half a year. Sir, you're not from the Stellar Sky City, right? You don't look familiar. The waiter in the restaurant poured some wine for Feng Wuchen and asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I just arrived in the Stellar Sky Domain today. What a coincidence. I also just arrived at the Stellar Sky Domain. I smelled the wine and came here. I also happened to hear you say that you just arrived at the Stellar Sky Domain. A figure suddenly appeared and poured himself a cup of wine without hesitation. Feng Wuchen glanced at the white-robed man and thought, Chaos Heavenly Monarch. No, he hit his cultivation level. He should be a Chaos Divine Master. He should have a great background. Feng Wuchen could not tell his exact cultivation level. What surprised Feng Wuchen was that the white-robed man was actually an alchemist. Good wine. So good. Haha. The white-robed man laughed happily and said, I'm by Xiankong. I've been rushing for a few days and am addicted to wine. I hope you can forgive me. How should I address you, brother? It's okay. I'm Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. I can't tell his cultivation level. I can't even feel any energy waves. There are no ordinary people in the Chaos Domain. This kid is not simple. Bai Xiankong thought to himself. Brother Feng, we arrived in the Stellar Sky City on the same day. It seems like we are fated. Let's have a drink. Bai Xiankong laughed happily and was very forthright. After drinking the cup, Bai Xiankong smiled and asked, Brother Feng, why are you here in the Stellar Sky City? I'm just passing by. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. I don't believe it. Brother Feng must be lying to me. Brother Feng hit his cultivation level so well that even I can't tell his cultivation level. You must be very powerful. Bai Xiankong grinned and suddenly burst out a powerful aura. He quickly blasted a palm at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Bai Xiankong to attack. Boom. PFFF. Bai Xiankong's palm blasted out and hit Feng Wuchen's chest. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen was sent flying from the 3rd floor while vomiting blood. It can't be, this. Bai Xiankong was stunned by the palm. His eyes popped out, and his face was filled with disbelief. Father always told me that if I can't tell his cultivation level, he must be a very powerful expert. Why did I feel the opposite when I met him for the first time? Is father lying to me? Bai Xiankong was dumbfounded. Brother Feng. Bai Xiankong suddenly woke up and immediately went down. Brother Feng, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were so weak. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. Bai Xiankong helped the injured Feng Wuchen up as he apologized profusely. He was extremely embarrassed. If Bai Xiankong had not apologized, Feng Wuchen would have suspected that the black-robed old man had sent him to deal with him. A second ago, they were drinking wine. The next second, he was hit with a palm strike. This was Feng Wuchen's first time encountering something like this. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. He was completely defenseless. It was like two good friends drinking wine. They were chatting and laughing at the start. Who would have expected the other party to suddenly go crazy and hit you with a palm strike? Moreover, Bai Xuankong's attack was heavier. How could Feng Wuchen withstand it? Feng Wuchen's face was pale. He was looking at Bai Xiankong in a confused and strange manner. He was completely speechless. Feng Wuchen did not know what to say either. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Bai Xiankong felt even more awkward. He forced a smile and asked, Brother Feng, are you alright? Alright? Feng Wuchen was stunned again. He snapped, how can you tell with such serious injuries that I'm alright? Why don't you let me hit you? Bai Xiankong was a chaos divine master. Even if he did not use his full strength, it was not something that Feng Wuchen, a chaos golden immortal, could withstand. This palm strike came out of nowhere. Feng Wuchen crashed into several buildings. If Feng Wuchen's body was not strong, he might have lost his life. Alright, Brother Feng, hit me as you please. You can hit me 10 times, let alone one, Bai Xiankong hastily said. Forget it. I can't hurt you anyway. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. This? Brother Feng, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm really sorry. Bai Xiankong smiled awkwardly and said, my father always said that if he couldn't see through someone's cultivation base, that person must be a powerful expert. I only attacked him out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be the opposite. Feng Wuchen was completely speechless. Is this how a father teaches his son? Brother Feng, I have healing pills here. I'm sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. Bai Xiankong quickly took out a healing pill and handed it to Feng Wuchen, apologizing again. Bai Xiankong had already made up his mind to give his father a good scolding when he returned. He would never believe his father's words again. Fortunately, Bai Xiankong didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he killed someone. No need. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with helplessness. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had an eternal life realm physical body. Otherwise, it would be really uncomfortable. Who would feel good after being hit by a palm for no reason? Brother Feng, please forgive me. This healing pill is very effective. For you. Before Bai Xiankong could finish, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost. Feng Wuchen's injuries had actually recovered completely, that was right. It all happened in the blink of an eye in front of Bai Xiankong. Brother Feng, your injuries. Bai Xiankong was stunned. He couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. He had really recovered from such a serious injury. Is he a freaking monster? Bai Xiankong had never seen anything like this before. Bai Xiankong was not the only one. The cultivators on the street were also looking at Feng Wuchen in shock. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and was about to return to the restaurant. Bai Xiankong wanted to ask more questions, but he was too embarrassed to do so. Hold on. Did he say you could leave? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted angrily. A dozen people suddenly appeared and blocked Feng Wuchen and Bai Xuankong's path. Their cultivation bases were not weak. Their faces were cold as they stared at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong with ferocious eyes. Not only did you ruin our young master's mood, you must compensate for the things you broke. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive. One of them said coldly with a ferocious expression. That's right. You must compensate us for the things you broke. My shop has been destroyed. A shopkeeper shouted angrily. The others also shouted angrily. Bai Xiankong quickly said, everyone, please calm down. I will compensate, I will definitely compensate. After all, it was Bai Xiankong who had injured Feng Wuchen for no reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed several buildings. Feng Wuchen wanted to stop Bai Xiankong, but it was too late. Boy, can you afford to compensate us? An old man shouted angrily, look at what you have destroyed first. In one of the buildings that Feng Wuchen had destroyed, there was a shop that sold elixirs. Apart from elixirs, there were also many medicinal herbs and natural treasures. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen wanted to stop Bai Xiankong. Feng Wuchen could see the grade of the elixirs, medicinal herbs, and natural treasures that were destroyed. They were definitely expensive. Ordinary people or forces couldn't afford to compensate them. The old man's face was gloomy and he shouted angrily, boy, you have destroyed the Myriad Pill Pavilion in Tianxing City. If you can't afford to compensate us, not only will the Myriad Pill Pavilion not forgive you, but the forces behind the Myriad Pill Pavilion will also not forgive you. The old man was the owner of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. I can afford it, I can afford it. Senior, please calculate carefully. I will compensate you however many Chaos Spirit Stones you want. After all, it is my fault. I am truly sorry. Bai Xiankong glanced at the pile and replied without hesitation. This surprised Feng Wuchen. These elixirs, medicinal herbs, and natural treasures added up to a huge sum. And, seeing that you are sincere in your apology, this old man will not pursue this matter. You can leave after paying the compensation. Bai Xiankong's reply satisfied the old man. Many thanks, senior. Bai Xiankong cupped his fists and thanked the old man. Since the matter of the Myriad Pill Pavilion is settled, it is time to settle the matter of my young master. One of them said coldly with contempt in his eyes. Of course. Since it is my fault, I will definitely compensate you. Bai Xiankong nodded. He had to bear the consequences of his actions. I'm afraid you can't afford it. This young master's treasure is not something that can be measured by Chaos Spirit Stones. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. Can't afford it? Bai Xiankong looked at the person who spoke. Feng Wuchen also looked over and sized up the person who spoke. A handsome man in white clothes walked over step by step. His body emitted an extremely powerful aura, and his arrogance soared to the heavens. This person's cultivation is even stronger than Bai Xiankong. He is at the peak of the 9th Chaos God realm. Feng Wuchen inwardly thought. He could tell the man's cultivation with a single glance. With such strength, it was no wonder that this man was so arrogant. You have destroyed my young master's myriad-year mysterious jade bracelet. It is not something that can be compensated with Chaos Spirit Stones. One of them said coldly. Myriad-year mysterious jade bracelet? The owner of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's face changed drastically. The white-robed man slowly stretched out his hand. On his palm was the broken dark green jade bracelet. Even though it was broken into several pieces, it still emitted a powerful spiritual energy. Your lives are not enough to compensate for this young master's myriad-year mysterious jade bracelet. The white-robed man said coldly. It was obvious that he was furious. As soon as the white-robed man appeared, all the cultivators on the street shut their mouths obediently. Even the Myriad Pill Pavilion master was speechless. It was obvious that the white-robed man had a powerful background and they couldn't afford to offend him. The 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet has been destroyed. It's my fault and has nothing to do with my friend. Bai Xiankong looked at the white-robed man and frowned. I can't take out the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet. Since I can't compensate with Chaos Spirit Stones, how do you plan to settle this? Bai Xiankong definitely couldn't take out the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet. Since it was his fault, he naturally wouldn't push the blame to Feng Wuchen. I'll give you two choices. The first is to restore the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet to its original state within 3 days and I won't argue with you. The second is to die. Choose one, the white-robed man said coldly. I choose the first one, Feng Wuchen said. The white-robed man glanced at Feng Wuchen and handed the broken bracelet to Feng Wuchen. I'm from the chaos-colored glass sect. If you can't restore the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet in 3 days, I don't care where you hide. No one can save your life. The white-robed man said coldly and turned around to leave. The white-robed man naturally had a way to restore the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet, but he didn't plan to let Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong go. Such a precious treasure had been destroyed. How could it be resolved just by restoring it? Young master, are we just going to let them go? What if they can really restore the bracelet? A disciple quickly asked. Without a Chaos Emperor Realm alchemist, it's impossible to restore the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet. Where can they find a Chaos Emperor Realm alchemist? The white-robed man said coldly. Clearly, no matter which option Feng Wuchen chose, they would die. After the white-robed man left, Bai Xiankong compensated the Myriad Pill Pavilion and the other shopkeepers for their losses. I'm really sorry. Bai Xiankong apologized again. One had to admit that Bai Xiankong was very responsible and didn't bully others. A mistake was a mistake and there was no need to explain it. Old man, I don't know what to say. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master sighed and shook his head. Myriad Pill Pavilion Master, I can tell that the 10,000-year profound jade bracelet is not simple. Do your best to think of a way, said Bai Xiankong helplessly with a bitter smile. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet is a powerful magic treasure that can absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. If you want to restore it, you will need at least a primal Chaos Emperor Realm alchemist. Otherwise, it will be impossible to restore it. What? A primal Chaos Emperor level alchemist? The cultivators on the street were dumbfounded. Bai Xiankong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, how unlucky. I'm going to die anyway. Where could they find a Chaos Emperor level alchemist? Myriad Dam Pavilion Lord, is the chaos-colored glass sect very strong? Feng Wuchen asked. The strongest in the stellar sky domain. What do you think? The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master smiled bitterly. Bai Xiankong smiled bitterly, Brother Feng, the Primal Chaos Glaze sect is a transcendent force in the Primal Chaos region. Their strength is beyond your imagination. It was precisely because of the terrifying strength of the Primal Chaos-colored glass sect that young Master Lu Li was not afraid of Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong escaping. It was not difficult for such a terrifying force to hunt down the two of them, even if it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Does the force behind the Myriad Pill Pavilion have a Chaos Emperor level alchemist? Feng Wuchen asked again. The force behind the Myriad Pill Pavilion can't invite such a powerful alchemist. Even if they know him, they are not qualified to do so. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord shook his head helplessly. Brother Feng, I'm really sorry. Not only did I injure you, but I also caused you to suffer. Bai Xiankong said awkwardly. He was full of guilt towards Feng Wuchen. After all, this series of events was caused by Bai Xiankong. Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord, do you know him? Feng Wuchen asked. Old man doesn't know him. Only the Hall Master of the force behind him knows him. However, old man can't help. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord shook his head and said. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord was just a small pavilion lord. He was not qualified to ask the Hall Master of the force behind him to intercede. Brother Feng, you go first. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't want to implicate you. Bai Xiankong said solemnly. He planned to take responsibility alone. Didn't you say that we are fated? Furthermore, I am the one who broke the jade bracelet. I am partly responsible. How can I run away? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Bai Xiankong wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen continued, let's go and find the Chaos Emperor level alchemist. If we can't find him, we will all die. Even if we find him, he might not help us. Bai Xiankong shrugged and smiled bitterly. A Chaos Emperor level alchemist had an extraordinary status. Not everyone could invite him. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong probably didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong leave, the Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord shook his head and said, young Lord Liu Li didn't plan to let them go. The 10,000-year mystic jade bracelet is a symbol of status. Let alone breaking it, others don't even have the qualifications to touch it. Why would young Lord Lioli let them go? They can only say that they are unlucky. An elder shook his head slightly. This was the first time Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong came to the stellar sky domain. They were unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where to find a powerful alchemist. It was impossible to find one in 3 days. Brother Feng, where should we find a powerful alchemist? After leaving the stellar sky city, Bai Xiankong looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. I don't know. Let's take one step at a time. If it doesn't work, we can find something else to exchange for it. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He didn't seem to be worried. The 10,000-year mystic jade bracelet was such a precious treasure. What could they use to exchange for it? The chaos-colored glass sect was terrifyingly powerful. If they didn't have a powerful enough treasure, they wouldn't be interested. Looking at Bai Xiankong, Feng Wuchen asked, the faction behind you shouldn't be simple. Don't you have a powerful alchemist? This? Bai Xiankong wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled bitterly and said, where can I find a powerful alchemist? After Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong left, 2 people from the Myriad Pill Pavilion arrived. Both of them had reached the Chaos Emperor level. They were very powerful. What do the 2 of you need? Elixirs or herbs? The Myriad Pill Pavilion master hurriedly greeted them politely. One of them stretched out his palm and bent his claw, forming an energy figure. Myriad Pill Pavilion master, was that person just now? That person asked. The Myriad Pill Pavilion master took a look and immediately recognized Feng Wuchen. He hurriedly said, that's right. It's that little brother. The energy figure was Feng Wuchen. Thank you. The 2 of them thanked him respectfully and disappeared in a flash. The Myriad Pill Pavilion master frowned and said, the 2 of them are not simple. Pavilion master, who are they? The steward asked curiously. The Myriad Pill Pavilion master frowned and said solemnly, they are from the Chaos Heavenly Soul Palace. Chaos Heavenly Soul Palace? Isn't that a major faction under the Chaos Divine Palace? The steward's expression changed. He was so frightened that his heart jumped. The Myriad Pill Pavilion master said solemnly, young Lord Lioli, I'm afraid you're in trouble. The 2 of them were experts from the Chaos Heavenly Soul Hall. After the Chaos Divine Hall gave the order, all the major factions knew about Feng Wuchen's identity. They also saw Feng Wuchen by chance. They were not sure, so they had to confirm it. Hall Master, we have confirmed that it is the Chaos Divine Hall's young Hall Master. The young Hall Master has a conflict with the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect's young Hall Master. One of them reported respectfully. Chaos-Colored Glass Sect? In the main hall of the Chaos Heavenly Soul Hall, the Hall Master frowned and asked coldly, what happened? One of them immediately relayed the details of the incident. The Chaos Heavenly Soul Hall Master's eyes flashed coldly. He said coldly, they have guts to offend the young Hall Master. The Chaos-Colored Glass Sect must be tired of living. The Chaos-Colored Glass Sect's strength was indeed terrifying, but it was only in the stellar sky domain. In the eyes of the Chaos Heavenly Soul Hall, the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect was nothing. Hall Master, what happened? One of the elders asked. The Heaven Soul Hall Master said in a low voice, the Chaos Divine Hall's young Hall Master has a conflict with the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect's young Hall Master. What? The young Hall Master is in the stellar sky domain? The elders and upper echelons were shocked. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect is so bold. If the young Hall Master loses a single hair, the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect will cease to exist. I will report to the Grand Elder immediately. The Heaven Soul Hall Master said seriously. He immediately sent a message to the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Hall Master, the young Hall Master only has 3 days. Should I go to the Chaos-Colored Glass Sect to warn them? One of them asked respectfully. No need. The Grand Elder has ordered that we only need to support the young Hall Master. We cannot interfere with the young Hall Master's matters. After 3 days, we will act according to the situation. The Heaven Soul Hall Master replied. Yes, sir. A respectful voice replied. After leaving the Stellar Sky City, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong started to look for powerful alchemists in the Stellar Sky domain. After a day, they went to many major factions, but there were no Chaos Emperor realm alchemists. They were even chased out and were not welcomed at all. They could not feel a sense of defeat. At most, they were Chaos Overlord level alchemists. Even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Powerful alchemists, no matter in which world, were very few and in demand. There are still 2 days left. I'm afraid we won't be able to find it. Brother Feng, we're dead meat. Bai Xiankong said helplessly. He had already decided to give up. There were probably only a few Chaos the Archrealm Refinement Masters in the Stellar Sky domain. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, there are still 2 more days. Isn't there another major force? There's no rush. Perhaps only Feng Wuchen could say such optimistic words. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to the point of running for their lives. Sigh, whatever. If I die, so be it. Bai Xiankong sighed helplessly. He could not see any hope at all. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong arrived at the Chaos Sword God sect in the Stellar Sky domain. The Chaos Sword God sect was also a major force in the Stellar Sky domain. Its strength was second only to the Chaos-Colored Glass sect. It was highly respected in the Stellar Sky domain. This soul spirit has reached the Chaos the Archrealm. Furthermore, he is refining. Perhaps he can help us. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He could already feel a terrifying soul spirit spreading out. A Chaos the Archrealm Refinement Master. I can't be wrong. Bai Xiankong nodded. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiankong was stunned. He quickly looked at Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, you're also an alchemist? Bai Xiankong asked in shock. I'm a Chaos Heaven Immortal Realm Refinement Master. I'm far inferior to you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen could hide his soul spirit completely. Bai Xiankong did not know that Feng Wuchen was also an alchemist. Bai Xiankong also did not know that although Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was not high, his mental state was much higher than his. Who are you two? Why have you come to the Chaotic Divine Sword sect? Do you have any orders from the sect master or the elders? A disciple asked politely. He did not chase Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong away. Bai Xiankong replied politely, I'm Bai Xiankong, and this is Feng Wuchen. We are both alchemists. We don't have any orders, but we have something to ask the sect master and elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said politely. Please wait for a moment. A disciple went in to report. After a while, the disciple came out and cupped his fists. The sect master is not here. The elders are in seclusion. Please return. Sigh. Bai Xiankong was like a deflated balloon. Feng Wuchen took out a storage ring and handed it over. He said, please pass this storage ring to the elder in charge of refining. He will definitely meet us. Bai Xiankong stared at the storage ring. As an alchemist, he could naturally see the uniqueness of the storage ring that others could not. Feng Wuchen's storage ring was not simple. This is not an ordinary storage ring. Is it a space ring? I don't think I'm mistaken. Master has refined a storage ring with a similar aura before. Bai Xiankong guessed. Kid, I'll be honest with you. Our Grand Elder has a bad temper. I advise you to leave. If you anger him, the consequences will be unimaginable. The other disciple shook his head. I can guarantee that he will meet us once he sees the storage ring. Feng Wuchen was very confident. All right. I'll give it a try. The other disciple took the storage ring and went in again. Sigh. You'll be in trouble if you anger the Grand Elder. The disciple shook his head helplessly. Another disciple said with a smile, both of you, to put it bluntly, although both of you are alchemists, the Grand Elder is not someone you are qualified to meet. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong did not say anything. They seemed to be very confident. The disciples' words were reasonable. Chaos Emperor realm alchemists had a high status. Ordinary people were not qualified to meet them. In the art refining pavilion of the Chaos Divine Sword sect, a black-robed old man with white hair and beard was concentrating on refining equipment. Grand Elder, that person asked me to bring you a storage ring. He also said that you will meet them after you see it. The disciple reported respectfully. How dare you? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter? No one is allowed to disturb us. Tell them to scram. I won't meet anyone. The black-robed old man was furious. The disciple was so frightened that he fell to the ground and the storage ring fell to the ground. The black-robed old man glared at the disciple and scolded, "Get out." Yes. The disciple was scared out of his wits and broke out in cold sweat. The black-robed old man casually glanced at the storage ring on the ground. His face changed drastically after he glanced at it. The Grand Elder grabbed the storage ring and sucked it over. He said in shock, "This is a storage ring. It's of a very low grade, but it's very exquisite and flawless. It's definitely not made by an ordinary alchemist." Wait. The Grand Elder quickly stopped the disciple. Grand Elder, I'll chase them away immediately. I won't let them stay. The disciple said in a hurry. Who are they? The Grand Elder asked. I don't know who they are. They only said that they are by Xianxia and Feng Wuchen and that they are alchemists. The disciple answered in fear. Let them in. The Grand Elder's tone softened. The disciple was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder really wants to see them. What kind of treasure is this storage ring? It actually changed the Grand Elder's mind in an instant. The disciple did not think too much and immediately rushed out. The Grand Elder wants to see you. The disciple rushed out and said to Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong. Hearing this, the other disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. The Grand Elder really wants to see Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. That's great. We still have a chance. Bai Xiankong was overjoyed. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. Please follow me. Don't let the Grand Elder wait for too long. The disciple quickly said and led Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong to the alchemy pavilion. Before Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong arrived at the alchemy pavilion, an old man was already standing at the entrance. It was the Grand Elder of the chaotic divine sword sect, Yi Quantu. Yi Quantu looked at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong. They looked unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. Grand Elder, it's the two of them. The disciple reported respectfully and then left. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong greet the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong cupped their fists and bowed. Come in. Yi Quantu nodded and turned to enter the alchemy pavilion. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong followed him in. Yi Quantu controlled the crafting furnace and looked at the two of them. He asked, Where did you get this storage ring? I made it. Feng Wuchen answered. You? Yi Quantu looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise and sneered. I don't believe that you can make such a powerful storage ring. Although the storage ring's grade is very low, it's perfect. Moreover, it's a storage ring with 5 folds. You can't make it. You don't have to lie to me. Not only Yi Quantu, but Bai Xiankong also did not believe it. After all, Feng Wuchen said he was only a chaotic heavenly immortal alchemist. It was impossible for him to make such a powerful storage ring. 5 times? Bai Xiankong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen actually had such a powerful treasure. Yi Quantu was Yi Quantu was Yi Quantu was Yi Quantu was the Grand Elder was Yi Quantu was Elder. In short, it was up to him to believe it or not. Yi Quantu frowned. He looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, What are your conditions? There was no such thing as a free lunch. We have broken the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet of the young master of the chaotic colored glass sect. We hope that you can help us restore it to its original state. Only a chaotic great emperor realm alchemist can restore such a powerful Dharma treasure. We hope that you can help us, Feng Wuchen said politely. 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet? Yi Quantu was shocked. He took a closer look and found it was true. Yi Quantu stopped refining and took the broken 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. His withered hands were trembling and he looked a little panicked. Bai Xiankong became nervous when he saw Yi Quantu's expression. After a long time, Yi Quantu returned the storage ring and the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet to Feng Wuchen and said, You can go now. I can't help you. Grand Elder, you haven't tried. How do you know? Please help, First Elder, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Feng Wuchen would not give up easily when he finally found a chaotic heavenly emperor alchemist who was willing to help him. Feng Wuchen, I don't mind telling you that this 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet was made by a chaotic divine emperor realm alchemist. With my current realm as an alchemist, it is impossible for me to restore it to its original state. I can only restore 70% of it, and it is very difficult. It was made by a chaotic heavenly emperor alchemist? Bai Xiankong opened his eyes wide. Great Elder, 70% is fine. This is our only chance. If you don't help us, we'll be dead in 2 days, Feng Wuchen said without hesitation. There might be room for negotiation if he recovered 70%. Grand Elder, please help us. Bai Xiankong cupped his fists and said. Yi Guangtu hesitated for a while and said, I'll help you this time for the sake of the storage ring. Thank you, Grand Elder. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong cupped their fists and thanked Yi Guangtu. Wait outside. I need a day. Yi Guangtu said. He then thought of the storage ring and said, maybe I don't need it. At this moment, the news that the Grand Elder of the Chaotic Divine Sword sect was willing to meet 2 juniors for the sake of a storage ring had shocked the entire sect. Many disciples rushed over. They wanted to know what kind of juniors the Grand Elder was willing to meet. Eldest senior brother, it's the 2 of them. They're alchemists. A disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong outside the alchemy pavilion. Who are they? I've never seen them before. Another disciple was puzzled. A chaotic divine lord alchemist. The other one's cultivation and soul power can't be detected. Another alchemist disciple said. The man called senior brother looked at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong and said with a frown, they should have some background. Grand Elder might know them. Otherwise, it's impossible for Grand Elder to meet them just because of a storage ring. In addition to the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, some senior martial uncles and martial uncles had also come. However, they didn't go near the refining technique pavilion. They just watched from afar. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye and Yi Guangtu walked out of the refining technique pavilion. As expected of a storage ring with 5 times capacity. It's much more powerful than 3 times capacity. It saved me so much time. Yi Guangtu smiled excitedly. Grand Elder, how is it? Is the refinement successful? Bai Xiankong asked anxiously. He was instantly nervous. Yi Guangtu handed the restored 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet to Feng Wuchen and said, Feng Wuchen, I've already said that I can only restore 70% of it. I've done what I promised you. This storage ring belongs to me now. Of course. Thank you for your help, Grand Elder. I'll definitely come to the Chaotic Divine Sword sect to thank you again if I have the chance in the future. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully. Yi Guangtu shook his head slightly and said, you don't have to thank me. I've also taken your storage ring. I don't know if you can survive. I wish you good luck. After all, the Chaotic Glaze sect wouldn't agree to it if it was only 70%. Isn't 70% enough? Bai Xiankong frowned. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly and said, this is all we can do. Let's go to the Chaotic Glaze sect. The 10,000-year mystic jade bracelet was refined by a chaos god, the Archrealm Refiner. In order to restore an identical 10,000-year mystic jade bracelet, only a chaos god, the Archrealm Refiner could do it. It was impossible to find such a powerful refiner in the stellar sky domain. Without a certain status and strength, it was impossible to meet such a transcendent existence. A chaos god, the Archrealm Refiner could only be seen because of the 5 times spatial ring. Therefore, it was already very good to restore 70%. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong had already put in a lot of effort and tried their best. It was impossible to restore the original 10,000-year mystic jade bracelet. If the chaos-colored glass sect didn't accept it, Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything. Grand Elder, it is very difficult for your soul spirit power to fuse with the refining materials in your furnace. Other than the insufficient soul spirit power, it is also related to the chaotic mystic iron. After all, the artifact that Grand Elder is refining isn't ordinary. The chaotic mystic iron can't reach a certain age, and there are too many impurities in the refining materials during the calcining process. Grand Elder should be aware of all these. Grand Elder, forcefully refining has consumed a lot of your soul spirit power. It is very dangerous, and you might not be able to refine it. Feng Wuchen turned and left while smiling faintly. If you want to increase the chances of success, Grand Elder can try to use the Emperor Flame Golden Sand to remove the impurities. The Emperor Flame Golden Sand has a strong suction force, which can reduce the consumption of soul spirit power. If the chaotic mystic iron can't reach a certain age, you can use the Golden Crow Mystic Iron. You can use more Emperor Flame Golden Sand, but not the Golden Crow Mystic Iron. If Grand Elder doesn't hurry up, it will be too late. After hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yi Quantu was shocked. His old eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. Brother Feng, are you serious? Isn't the Emperor Flame Golden Sand used to fuse with the Mystic Iron? The Golden Crow Mystic Iron can't even compare to the Chaotic Mystic Iron after absorbing the Mystic Iron Spirit Qi. If two different Mystic Iron are fused, wouldn't the Chaotic Mystic Iron be neutralized? Bai Xiankong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The Emperor Flame Golden Sand can also absorb impurities. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the Golden Crow Meteoric Iron is indeed inferior to the Chaos Meteoric Iron. However, the Golden Crow Meteoric Iron absorbs flames and spirit jades and then fuses with the Chaos Meteoric Iron to increase the strength of the Meteoric Iron. Bai Xiankong stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The reason why Feng Wuchen was so familiar with artifact forging in the Chaos Realm was because he had flipped through many ancient books about alchemists when he was in the Chaos Dragon clan. As a genius alchemist, it was not difficult for Feng Wuchen to gain a deeper understanding. After all, Feng Wuchen was the strongest alchemist in every world. Although his alchemy realm was at the Chaos Heavenly Immortal Realm, his mental state was many times higher than Yi Quantu's. He can actually tell by aura. Yi Quantu couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. It was too shocking. Yi Quantu didn't think too much about it. He quickly rushed into the alchemy pavilion and, according to Feng Wuchen's instructions, added Emperor Flame's Golden Sandstone and Golden Crow Mystic Iron into the crafting furnace. As Feng Wuchen said, a large amount of impurities were absorbed and the consumption of soul power was significantly reduced. The addition of Golden Crow Mystic Iron also made it easier for soul power to fuse with the crafting materials. Yi Quantu had successfully forged a magic weapon that was originally impossible to forge. As a Chaos Emperor Realm alchemist, he had successfully forged a Chaos Immortal artifact with the help of a junior. I actually succeeded. Yi Quantu was surprised and shocked. He stared blankly at the Chaos Immortal artifact that was emitting a powerful aura. That's right. Yi Quantu had successfully forged a Chaos Immortal artifact. Yi Quantu didn't know how many times he had tried, but unfortunately, he had failed. Now, with Feng Wuchen's help, not only had he succeeded, but the aura of the Chaos Immortal artifact was also very powerful. Yi Quantu was so shocked that he couldn't describe it with words. Chaos Immortal artifact. The Grand Elder has successfully forged a Chaos Immortal artifact. The aura of a Chaos Immortal artifact. He really succeeded. That kid is telling the truth. Who is that kid? Is his alchemy realm higher than the Grand Elders? How did he know? The elders, higher-ups, and disciples of the Chaotic Divine Sword sect exclaimed in shock. Feng Wuchen. Yi Quantu thought to himself, I've underestimated you. If you can come back alive, I'll have to thank you. Without Feng Wuchen's reminder, Yi Quantu didn't know how long it would have taken him to forge it successfully. At this moment, Yi Quantu was convinced that Feng Wuchen was the one who had forged the quintuple space ring. Feng Wuchen only needed his eyes and aura to make the most accurate judgment. Without the absolutely terrifying purifying flame, he would never have been able to do it. No ordinary genius alchemist could compare with him. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong were rushing to the chaotic colored glass sect. The stellar sky domain was very big. It was very far from the chaotic divine sword sect to the chaotic colored glass sect. Brother Feng, what if the young master of the chaotic colored glass sect doesn't accept it? We won't be able to get out if we go there. Bai Xiankong looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. The chaotic colored glass sect was very powerful. They wouldn't accept 70% of the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. By then, it would be impossible for them to escape. Feng Wuchen glanced at Bai Xiankong and smiled. You seem to be worried when you say that, but I don't see what you're worried about. Brother Feng, I don't like what you're saying. Do I have to show my worry? I'm a man after all. Wouldn't it be a joke if I panicked? Bai Xiankong immediately rolled his eyes. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it's only 70% recovered. To be honest, no one would accept it. But since it's our fault, we have to return it to the owner even if we don't accept it. No one knows what the result will be. One day later, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong arrived at the chaotic-colored glass sect. Waves of extremely powerful aura spread out from the palace. It was breathtaking. No wonder it's the most powerful force in the stellar sky boundary. It's even more powerful than the chaotic sword sect. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Outside the sect, a few disciples stopped Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong. One of them asked, who are you? Feng Wuchen, Bai Xiankong. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong said at the same time. So it's the two of you who broke the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. You better recover it. Otherwise, you know the consequences. One of the disciples suddenly became fierce. I'll report to the sect master and the young lord. One of the disciples immediately ran in. Recover? Another disciple said fiercely, only chaotic God Emperor realm alchemists can recover the treasure refined by a chaotic God Emperor realm alchemist. Are they qualified to ask a chaotic God Emperor realm alchemist for help? Has the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet recovered? The leading disciple asked coldly. It has recovered. Feng Wuchen replied softly. Please follow me. The leading disciple led Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong in. The chaotic glaze sect was majestic and awe-inspiring. Numerous imposing palaces were erected on the mountain peaks, giving off a majestic aura. It was indeed the most powerful force in the stellar sky boundary. The arrival of Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong caused everyone in the chaotic glaze sect to come out from their palaces. They wanted to know who dared to break the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. Who dared to say that they could fix the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet in 3 days? Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong arrived at the square. The gazes of everyone from the Chaos Glaze sect fell on them. It was as if they were welcoming an important figure. Unfortunately, it was not. Brother Feng, there are so many people watching. Aren't you worried? Bai Xiankong asked in a low voice. He was surprised to see Feng Wuchen's calm face. His calmness was definitely not an act. Is there any use in worrying? Feng Wuchen asked as he sized up the upper echelons of the chaotic glaze sect. Peak 9th Chaotic Emperor. This person should be the sect master. The other elders are all 6th Chaotic Emperor and above. The chaotic glaze sect is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Other than the chaotic emperor, there were many chaotic divine master and divine master experts. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong greet the sect master and elders of the chaotic glaze sect. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong cupped their fists and bowed politely. Since they were in someone else's territory, they had to be polite. Are you the ones who broke the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet? A middle-aged man who was the leader asked in a deep voice. A surging aura spread out from him. It was breathtaking and majestic. This man was the sect master of the chaotic glaze sect, Jiang Maching. He had reached the peak 9th chaotic emperor realm and was only half a step away from the chaos god emperor realm. Before Feng Wuchen could speak, Bai Xiankong spoke first. I was the one who broke it. Humph. How dare you do that? How dare you break the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet? Do you know how precious it is? A black-robed elder shouted angrily. His wrinkled face was extremely gloomy. He was the grand elder of the chaotic glaze sect, Luo Qiankuan. The third elder shouted angrily, even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Bai Xuankong's face turned cold when he heard the third elder's words. He was clearly angry. But because it was their fault, they endured it and did not refute. Feng Wuchen glanced at the third elder, cupped his fists and said indifferently, we didn't do it on purpose. It was purely an accident. Moreover, we didn't know that the young master of the Chaos Glaze sect was nearby. It really was an accident. The myriad damn pavilion master and the people in the restaurant can prove it. Bai Xiankong added. Where's my treasure? The voice of the chaos-colored glass sect's young master could be heard as a white-robed man appeared. This person was Jiang Wuyun, the young master of the chaotic glaze sect whom Feng Wuchen had met before. Feng Wuchen took out the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet and threw it to the chaotic-colored glass sect's young master. The 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet has already recovered, but it has only recovered 70%. 70%? Jiang Maching looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. How is that possible? How could they find a Chaos Emperor realm alchemist to help them? Luo Qianquan was shocked. The other elders and higher-ups could not believe it either. In their opinion, it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to find a powerful alchemist to restore the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet, let alone to recover 70%. 70%? Jiang Wuyun said coldly, my 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet is much more powerful than this. Are you trying to fool me with 70%? Bai Xiankong frowned and said, we've done our best. We're not fooling you. Who helped you restore the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet? Sect Master Jiang Maching asked. The Grand Elder of the Chaotic Divine Sword Sect. Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. Jiang Maching sneered and said, it's really that old bastard. What a surprise. Luo Qianquan frowned and asked coldly, that old bastard Yi Guangtu won't take action easily. Moreover, you're not qualified to see him, let alone ask him to take action. How did you do it? I used a space ring in exchange. Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. Bai Xiankong continued, young Master Lu Li, we didn't want to break your bracelet. This is the best we can do. It's impossible for us to restore it to 100%. We sincerely apologize to young Master Lu Li. We hope young Master Lu Li can accept it. I don't accept it. Jiang Wuyun's face turned cold instantly. He stared at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong fiercely and said coldly, you want me to take responsibility for your unintentional mistake? Why? Who do you think you are? I've given you a chance to choose. I gave you 3 days. You can't do it. The 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet was made by a chaotic divine emperor realm alchemist. You've only restored 70% of it. I won't let you go. As expected. Feng Wuchen was right. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't accept it. If young Master Lu Li doesn't accept it, there's nothing we can do. This is the best we can do. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Men, kill them. Jiang Wuyun ordered coldly. Young Master Lu Li, we've restored 70% of it. You don't have to kill us. We've done our best. Why should the chaotic glaze sect make things difficult for us? Bai Xuankong's face turned cold instantly. Make things difficult? I've given you enough time and you've restored 70% of it. If it were someone else, you'd be dead already. Jiang Wuyun said coldly. He thought he was generous enough. Bai Xiankong wanted to say something but was stopped by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sighed and said, what he said makes sense. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have given us a chance. This is a world where strength is everything. We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky. If they had a strong background, the chaotic glaze sect would have a different attitude. Men, kill them. Jiang Wuyun ordered again. Yes. Young Master. A chaotic great divine master accepted the order respectfully. He took out a long sword and shot it out at lightning speed. His cold murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong. Master, summon the chaotic mysterious fire beast quickly. Long Xinjian's anxious voice was heard. Feng Wuchen sighed inwardly. This was the only way. Feng Wuchen was sure that as long as the chaotic mysterious fire beast appeared, everyone in the chaotic glaze sect would kneel down in fear. Damn it. Bai Xuankong's face turned cold as he clenched his fists. Seeing the chaotic great divine master approaching and swinging his sword at them, Bai Xiankong was about to attack. Wait. At this moment, an old and majestic voice was heard. Swish. Ding. An old man appeared abruptly and blocked the great divine master's sword with his finger. He dissolved the great divine master's power instantly. Great Elder? Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong were shocked and disbelief was written all over their faces. End of this chapter. It was none other than Yi Quantu, the great elder of the chaotic divine sword sect. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong could not believe that Yi Quantu would help them. The chaotic divine sword sect was indeed powerful, but much weaker than the chaotic colored glass sect. Yi Quantu was taking a risk to help them. Yi Quantu. Jiang Maching frowned and asked, Yi Quantu, what are you doing here? Sect Master Lu Li, do me a favor and let this matter go. It's not easy for them to recover 70%. Why do you have to make things difficult for two juniors? Yi Quantu smiled faintly. Yi Quantu, this matter has nothing to do with you. The chaotic colored glass sect doesn't need to do you any favors. Jiang Maching said bluntly. Yi Quantu, I didn't expect you to help these two juniors for a mere interspatial ring. If you can't refine it, I can refine one for you. Luo Qianquan sneered. I need an interspatial ring. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already taken his interspatial ring. Yi Quantu smiled faintly. Great Elder Yi, I can let this matter go if you can fully recover. Unfortunately, you can only recover 70%. If you insist on interfering, don't blame the chaotic colored glass sect for being ruthless. Jiang Wuyun said coldly. Yi Quantu smiled faintly and said, Young Master Jiang, the mysterious jade bracelet was refined by a chaotic divine emperor realm alchemist. Now that it has recovered 70%, you can ask him to restore it, can't you? Do you think it's so easy to invite a chaotic divine emperor realm alchemist? I'll say it again, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave at once. Jiang Maching said coldly. What if I insist on interfering? Yi Quantu's face darkened. Yi Quantu was a chaotic divine emperor realm alchemist, but the chaotic colored glass sect did not give him any face. He was not someone to be trifled with. Luo Qianquan sneered mockingly, Yi Quantu, if you want to interfere, I won't stop you. Even if I kill you, the sect master of the divine sword sect won't say anything, because you're courting death. While speaking, Luo Qianquan released his terrifying soul power and locked on Yi Quantu. If Yi Quantu wanted to die, Luo Qianquan would not show mercy. Great Elder, don't worry about it. They won't give you any face at all. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Grand Elder, we're already very grateful that you've helped us recover 70% of our strength. There's no need for you to take any more risks for us. It's not good for the Chaos Sword sect, Bai Xiankong added. Yi Quantu glanced at Feng Wuchen and said with a smile, Boy, to be honest, this elder took the risk because he was selfish. This elder can see that you are not simple. In the future, this elder will have to rely on you. Feng Wuchen had helped Yi Quantu successfully forge a primal chaos immortal tool. Yi Quantu wasn't sure if Feng Wuchen was really strong, so he was taking a gamble. Swish. Swish. At this moment, more than 10 figures appeared. They were the sect master of the chaotic divine sword sect, the elders, and the higher-ups of the chaotic divine sword sect. Sect master of the divine sword sect, do you want to get involved too? Jiang Maching glanced at them coldly and asked with a sneer. The sect master of the divine sword sect glanced at Jiang Maching and scolded him with a voice transmission, Great Elder, are you crazy? The divine sword sect is not strong enough to compete with the Luli sect. Do you know how many people you'll kill by doing this? Greetings, sect master of the divine sword sect. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong quickly cupped their fists and bowed. The sect master of the divine sword sect glanced at Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong and nodded slightly. Sect master, don't be angry. I did consider this before making this decision. Feng Wuchen is definitely not simple. Although this decision is selfish, if my guess is right, the future of the chaotic divine sword sect depends on Feng Wuchen. Yi Quantu said with a voice transmission. What if you're wrong? The sect master asked with a voice transmission. Yi Quantu glanced at Feng Wuchen and said with a voice transmission, if I'm wrong, I'll bear all the consequences. The sect master of the divine sword sect was furious but he did not know what to say. Yi Quantu was obviously prepared to fall out with the chaotic Luli sect. Sect master of the divine sword sect, don't blame me for not reminding you. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you insist on getting involved, I can take it as a provocation from the Divine Sword sect to the Luli sect. Luo Qianquan said arrogantly. He did not take the Divine Sword sect seriously at all. Luo Qianquan, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. I don't care about a 7-star chaotic great emperor. You're far from being my match. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect retorted forcefully and did not give Luo Qianquan any face. You. Luo Qianquan was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth and his old face looked ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect looked at Jiang Maching and said, Sect Master Jiang, this matter was originally an unintentional act of the two juniors. However, they have already done their best. It's already very difficult for them to recover to 70%. As a major force and a chaotic great emperor, why do you have to make things difficult for them? Sect master of the Divine Sword sect, it's not your treasure that was broken. Of course you're talking about it so casually. This is a treasure refined by a chaotic divine emperor realm cultivator. Jiang Wuyun said coldly. His face had become extremely cold. Sect master of the Divine Sword sect, can I take it that you're choosing to stand up for these two juniors and become enemies with the Luli sect? Jiang Maching asked coldly. A surging and terrifying aura erupted and his eyes became extremely terrifying. Although the Divine Sword sect is inferior to the Luli sect won't be any better off in a war between the two sections. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. Instead of that, why don't you give me face and let this matter drop? The sect master of the Divine Sword sect sneered and also erupted with a terrifying aura. He was not afraid of the sect master of the Luli sect at all. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect chose to believe Yi Quan too. Humph. Don't even think about it. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Jiang Maching snorted fiercely and a strong and terrifying murderous aura erupted. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want both sides to suffer losses, then let's fight. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect shouted angrily and immediately took out a chaotic divine sword. His aura and combat strength surged crazily. Both sides suffer losses? Jiang Wuyun's face was full of disdain. He said coldly, Sect master of the Divine Sword sect, don't tell me you've forgotten my grandfather? The sect master of the Divine Sword sect, Yi Quan Tu, and the other elders' old faces instantly became extremely solemn. Is your grandfather very powerful? Bai Xiankong said coldly with a terrifying look in his eyes. Very powerful? Jiang Wuyun sneered contemptuously and said, I don't know how powerful you're referring to, but I can tell you that my grandfather can kill all of you with just one finger. The chaotic Divine Sword sect is nothing in his eyes. Zhao Wuya's strength is indeed very powerful. He's a third-layer chaotic god emperor and is a well-known figure in the sanctuary region. Suddenly, an old man's faint laughter came from the void above. It's the master of Tianhan Temple. Jiang Maching, Luo Qianquan, and the other experts turned pale when they heard the familiar voice. The master of Tianhan Temple. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and Yi Quan Tu were shocked. The master of Tianhan Temple? Feng Wuchen frowned. Why is the master of Tianhan Temple here? Bai Xiankong was shocked. He immediately hid behind Feng Wuchen and thought to himself, why is this old man here? An old man in a white robe appeared in the void. He had white hair and his aura was restrained. He seemed to have reached the perfection realm. He was Mu Tianhun, the master of chaotic Tianhan Temple. Peak Ninefold Chaos God Emperor. Feng Wuchen saw through Mu Tianhuan's cultivation at a glance. Such a terrifying expert was a terrifying existence no matter where he was in the chaotic realm. Greetings, master of Tianhan Temple. Jiang Maching and the sect master of the Divine Sword sect bowed respectfully. Conger, stop hiding. Mu Tianhun said angrily. At the same time, he looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. Conger? The crowd was astounded. They immediately glanced at Bai Xiankong. Feng Wuchen also turned to look at Bai Xiankong in surprise. Although Feng Wuchen had guessed that Bai Xiankong had a powerful background, he did not expect Bai Xiankong to be related to the peak expert of chaotic Tianhan Temple. Bai Xiankong, who was hiding behind Feng Wuchen, showed his head slightly and said with an awkward smile, "Grandpa Moo, what are you doing here?" "Grandpa Moo?" Everyone was shocked again and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the chaotic glaze sect were especially frightened and their divine souls were trembling with fear. Jiang Wuyun's face turned pale and he was trembling with fear. The chaotic glaze sect wanted to kill Bai Xiankong with such a terrifying identity, they were courting death. Even if Zhao Wuya was here, Mu Tianhun could kill him with one finger. Bai? The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and Yi Guangtu looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and Yi Guangtu seemed to have guessed Bai Xuankong's true identity. They did not expect Bai Xiankong to have such a terrifying background. "Humph. You still remember that I am your Grandpa Mu?" Mu Tianhun rebuked angrily and glared at Bai Xiankong. Bai Xianyuan Tianhun Temple was Young Grandpa Palace Lord Tianhun NNNNN Grandpa Temples Young Grandpa Young Temple Sex Tianhun Temples Temples Tian Herds Herd Temples Herd Voices Temple. That's right. The Primal Chaos God Palace's Great Elder has already ordered all the forces under the Primal Chaos God Palace to secretly support the Young Hall Master. The people of the Heaven Soul Palace accidentally met the Young Hall Master in the Stellar Sky Domain, Mu Tianhun said respectfully. "I see." Feng Wuchen asked, "Who is Bai Xiankong to you?" "His identity is not simple. Young Hall Master, Bai Xiankong is the third Young Master of the Primal Chaos Ancient Soul Palace. He's also the grandson of my senior brother. Because he didn't want to cultivate, he had a big fight with his father and snuck out. He's caused a lot of trouble for you, Young Hall Master," Mu Tianhun replied respectfully. "Sure enough, he has a great background. However, he's not the kind of person who bullies others. He's also pleasing to my eyes. He's loyal and responsible." Feng Wuchen smiled and transmitted, "I'll leave this matter to you. Don't reveal my identity for now." "Understood." Mu Tianhun replied respectfully. Mu Tianhun glanced at Jiang Maching and asked with a smile, "I heard that you were going to kill Bai Xiankong?" "Heavenly Soul Hall Master, this is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Maching was scared out of his wits and hurriedly tried to explain. Luo Qiankuan also said in fear, "Heavenly Soul Hall Master, we didn't know young Master Bai's identity. Please forgive us for offending you. Jiang Wuyun, the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet isn't a precious treasure. You've recovered 70% and you still want to kill him. How dare you?" Mu Tianhuan's face suddenly turned cold. He waved his hand and the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet flew out. Crack! Mu Tianhun waved his hand and crushed the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. He then said coldly, "Which chaotic god emperor realm alchemist refined it? Ask him to find me." "I don't dare." Jiang Wuyun was scared out of his wits. He felt a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. He wasn't satisfied with 70% of the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet. Now, the 10,000 years mysterious jade bracelet was crushed. No one from the chaotic glaze sect dared to say a word. They dared to threaten to kill Bai Xiankong. They must be tired of living. Seeing that Kong and the others were at fault, I won't pursue the chaotic glaze sect's threat. Otherwise, even 10,000 chaotic glaze sect's members wouldn't be enough to kill them. Mu Tianhun said coldly. Apparently, he was also a protective person. "Thank you, Palace Master Tianhun." Jiang Maching and the others expressed their gratitude and heaved a sigh of relief. The chaotic glaze sect was secretly glad that they didn't offend Bai Xiankong too much. "Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect, Great Elder Yi, thank you for taking the risk to help us." Mu Tianhun looked at the sect master of the Divine Sword sect and the others and thanked them politely with cupped fists. "You're welcome, Palace Master Tianhun." The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and Yi Guangtu were shocked and flattered. "The chaotic Divine Sword sect is very good. I have high hopes for you. My birthday is in a month's time. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and the elders must attend. My senior brother will also want to thank you in person." Mu Tianhun smiled happily. "Thank you, Palace Master Tianhun." The sect master of the Divine Sword sect and Yi Guangtu were shocked again. Mu Tianhun actually invited them to attend his birthday celebration, This was something that many people and many major powers yearned for even in their dreams. Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect, Great Elder Yi, I'll personally receive you. Brother Feng should also come. Bai Xiankong smiled happily. Humph. Why aren't you coming back with me? Mu Tianhun scolded Bai Xiankong angrily. Grandpa Mu, I'll go back in a month's time. It's not easy for me to come out and meet Brother Feng. I don't want to go back. Bai Xiankong immediately hid behind Feng Wuchen. You. Mu Tianhun was so angry that his face turned red. Let him stay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. All right. Mu Tianhun nodded respectfully and said with a smile, Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect, Elders, I'll take my leave first. The Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect and Yi Quantu quickly cupped their fists and bowed. After saying that, Mu Tianhun disappeared in a flash. The Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect and Yi Quantu looked at each other again. They seemed to have caught something and were even more shocked, as if they were struck by lightning. The way Mu Tianhun looked at Feng Wuchen was very, very respectful. The Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect and Yi Quantu were absolutely right. Mu Tianhun was the Palace Master of the Chaotic Divine Soul Palace. How could he be so respectful to Feng Wuchen? Oh my god. Who was Feng Wuchen? Sect Master, I've made the right bet. Yi Quantu transmitted his voice in shock, I'm not mistaken. Mu Tianhuan's eyes were filled with respect. I've seen it too. Feng Wuchen must have a great background. The Sect Master transmitted his voice in shock. Mu Tianhuan's invitation was definitely not because of Bai Xiankong, but because of Feng Wuchen. While the Sect Master and Yi Quantu were shocked, they were also overjoyed. After Mu Tianhun left, no one from the Chaotic Glaze sect dared to speak. Their gazes toward Bai Xiankong were filled with respect. They were all afraid that Bai Xiankong would change his mind. If Bai Xiankong really changed his mind, the Chaotic Glaze sect would be doomed and no one would be able to save them. Thank you, Brother Feng. Otherwise, I would have come here for nothing. Bai Xiankong finally heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had not discovered anything. Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at the Sect Master and the others. He cupped his fists and thanked them. Thank you for your help, Sect Master and Great Elder Yi. I'll remember your kindness. You're welcome, Brother Feng. The Sect Master quickly cupped his fists and smiled. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Today's matter has been settled. Sect Master and Great Elder Yi, we'll take our leave now. Sect Master and Elders, we'll take our leave. Bai Xiankong cupped his fists and smiled happily. Brother Feng, young Lord Bai, take care. The Sect Master and Yi Quantu cupped their fists again. Brother Feng, let's go. I'll treat you to a drink as an apology. It's all my fault for being too impulsive. I'll never listen to my father again. Haha. Bai Xiankong laughed happily. It's a waste not to cultivate with such great talent. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Bai Xiankong smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. The two then ascended and left. After Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong left, the Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect looked at Jiang Maching and sneered, Sect Master Jiang, for the sake of the friendship between our two sects, I'll give you a word of advice. Although the Heavenly Soul Hall Master didn't make a fuss about it, you'd better apologize to the chaotic Heavenly Soul Hall immediately and resolve this grudge as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be very disadvantageous for your Luli sect in the future. Thank you for your reminder, Sect Leader of the Divine Sword Sect. I will head to the Heavenly Soul Hall immediately. Jiang Maching quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. I hope Sect Leader of the Divine Sword Sect will forgive me for my previous offense. Since the Chaos Divine Sword Sect had gained the attention of the Chaos Heavenly Soul Palace, Jiang Maching didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Sect Master. Instead, he had to curry favor with the Sect Master. The Sect Master of the Divine Sword Sect waved his hand and smiled. I hope today's incident won't affect the relationship between our two sections. Only by living in harmony can we become stronger. Divine Sword Sect Lord is right. Jiang Maching nodded. Even if Jiang Maching was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Divine Sword Sect. Young Lord Jiang, I know that you're not a bad person. You're just too arrogant. I hope you've learned your lesson. Fortunately, you didn't cross the line this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect sighed. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect was right. If Jiang Maching had crossed the line this time, the chaos-glazed sect would definitely be destroyed. You're right, sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. Wu Yun will definitely correct his mistake. Jiang Yunfan cupped his fists. He was really frightened just now. Farewell, sect leader Jiang. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect cupped his fists and immediately left. Before Yi Kuangtu left, he looked at Luo Qianquan and smiled. Luo Qianquan, the space ring that Feng Wuchen exchanged with me wasn't 3 times, but 5 times. He even helped me refine a chaos immortal weapon. There's a reason why I'm protecting him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Kuangtu disappeared. What? 5 times space ring? Chaos immortal weapon? Luo Qianquan's eyes bulged. Jiang Maching and the other higher-ups were also dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen actually had 5 times space ring and even helped Yi Kuangtu refine a chaos immortal weapon. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Shocking, too shocking. Tianxing City. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong returned to the 3rd floor of the restaurant to drink. In order to express his apology, Bai Xiankong kept toasting Feng Wuchen. He looked like he wouldn't give up until he got Feng Wuchen drunk. Looking at Bai Xiankong, who was about to go crazy from drinking, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to tell me who you are?" "Who I am?" Bai Xiankong was stunned. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Feng, didn't you already know? Mu Tianhun is my grandfather's junior brother, so I have to call him Grandpa Mu. I usually just call him Old Thing." "I don't know who you are," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "All right. Seeing that I've wronged you and that we've faced death together during our first meeting, I'll tell you everything. You're definitely my friend." Bai Xiankong smiled helplessly. Soon after, he told Feng Wuchen his identity without hiding anything. What Bai Xiankong said was exactly the same as what Feng Wuchen had learned from Mu Tianhun. It was obvious that Bai Xiankong trusted Feng Wuchen a lot. "Young Master Bai, you're really something. You're the 3rd young master of the Chaos Ancient Soul Temple." Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "By the way, tell me about your 2 brothers." Bai Xiankong drank a cup of wine and said with a bitter smile, "Sigh, I haven't seen my 2 brothers for many years. They were so nice to me when I was young. I can't even see them now." "Why? Are they?" Feng Wuchen guessed. "They're not dead." Bai Xiankong said with a smile, "The Chaos Ancient Soul Temple is a subordinate force of the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Temple has a very powerful combat division called the War God Guards. Every War God Guard is very powerful. Moreover, they must be above the Chaos Emperor realm. I heard that the strongest War God Guard is a Chaos Heavenly Venerable. The War God Guards are managed by the Chaos Temple's Supreme Protector." Supreme Protector? Feng Wuchen thought, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast is the Chaos Temple's Supreme Protector. Who's the Supreme Protector? Is he stronger than the Chaos Xian Fire Beast? Have your 2 brothers joined the War God Guards? Feng Wuchen guessed. It was also the first time Feng Wuchen heard about the War God Guards. Bai Xiankong shook his head and said with a faint smile, "I heard from my grandfather that they haven't. The selection of the War God Guards is very strict. Moreover, they have to complete certain missions before they can join. My 2 brothers haven't passed the test yet. Even the young master of the Chaos Ancient Soul Temple can't rely on connections." The War God Guards of the Chaos Temple were open to the entire Chaos realm. The existence of the War God Guards was a symbol of strength and status. Under normal circumstances, the Chaos Temple wouldn't mobilize the War God Guards. They would only be mobilized when a large-scale war broke out. Once the War God Guards were mobilized, rivers of blood would flow. Countless forces, big and small, hoped to have a War God Guard. As long as there was a War God Guard, their status would change drastically. Unfortunately, there were countless people who failed the selection. Very few people joined the War God Guards. So many years? Bai Xiankong hadn't seen his 2 brothers for many years, and he hadn't completed anything yet. This gave Feng Wuchen a big shock. Bai Xiankong shrugged and said helplessly, "Can't help it. The Battle Immortal Guards are that strict. Very few experts can join the Battle Immortal Guards, but there are still many forces in the Primal Chaos domain who want to join. After all, they are the Battle Immortal Guards under the Primal Chaos Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, the Battle Immortal Guards are indeed very powerful. This made Feng Wuchen think of the Divine Shadow Guards. Back then, the Divine Shadow Guards were also very terrifying existences, but they weren't so strict. Didn't I say just now? The Primal Chaos Emperor is still the weakest. The strongest has reached the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerable. Bai Xiankong smiled and drank another cup of wine. Oh right, young Lord Bai, you haven't told me what you are doing in the Stellar Sky domain. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. Bai Xiankong drank another cup of wine and shrugged. He smiled and said, I'm here for the wine. I heard that the wine in the Stellar Sky domain is better. Since the two of you are in such a good mood to drink, it seems like the matter has been settled. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master's faint laughter came from downstairs. Myriad Pill Pavilion Master is right. It has been settled. Come up and have a few cups. Bai Xiankong smiled happily. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master shook his head and smiled. There's no need to drink. Old man is not a wine lover. Feng Wuchen stood up and cupped his fists at the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master. He smiled and said, I'm sorry to have caused trouble for you. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master smiled and said, you have already compensated. There's no trouble at all. The matter has been settled so quickly. Feng Wuchen's identity is indeed not simple. He must be related to the Primal Chaos Divine Soul Palace. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master thought to himself and turned to leave. What the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master didn't know was that Mu Tianhun had to be respectful when he saw Feng Wuchen. Young Master Bai, it's time for me to leave after drinking this cup of wine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and slowly raised his cup. Brother Feng, where are you going? Bai Xiankong raised his wine cup and asked curiously. Wuji Heavenly Realm. As I said before, we are just passing by the Stellar Sky domain. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend Mu Tianhuan's birthday celebration. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Limitless Heavenly Realm? Bai Xuankong's expression changed drastically. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open and said in shock, Brother Feng, do you know where that is? That's a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. If you go there, don't even think about coming out alive. Of course I know. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, but he was not worried at all. If you knew, why did you still go? Isn't that courting death? Bai Xiankong rolled his eyes. Even he himself didn't dare to go, let alone Feng Wuchen who was weaker than him. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Don't worry, I won't go in there to seek death. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. He put down his wine cup and flew away. Brother Feng, are you really going? Bai Xiankong stood up and asked loudly. Feng Wuchen didn't answer. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. It's a pity that Grandpa Mu's birthday celebration is a month later. Otherwise, I would have gone with you. Bai Xiankong muttered to himself helplessly. After Feng Wuchen left, Bai Xiankong could only drink alone. After leaving Tianxing City, Feng Wuchen didn't hurry on with his journey. Instead, he came to a mountain range and found a cave to cultivate. It had been a few days since Feng Wuchen advanced to Chaotic Golden Immortal. In the Divine Ring, dozens of Yuan spirit doppelgangers were cultivating crazily, helping Feng Wuchen to consolidate his realm. Feng Wuchen also needed to absorb and convert the energy condensed by the Yuan spirit doppelgangers. Feng Wuchen's Divine Ring now had 10 times the space. The dozens of Yuan spirit doppelgangers had been cultivating crazily for a few days. However, in about a month's time, his cultivation base had increased rapidly. With the current terrifying speed, he wasn't far from breaking through to second stage Chaotic Golden Immortal. After a simple absorption, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base increased by a lot. 10 times the space is indeed different. In a few days, I will definitely break through to second stage Chaotic Golden Immortal. Feng Wuchen smiled and muttered to himself. Master, let's go. We are still far from the Saint region. Perhaps when we leave Tianxing domain, you will break through to second stage Chaotic Golden Immortal. the dragon god sword's voice came. Stretching his body, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "No hurry. Now that I have consolidated my realm, I can try out the effects of the heaven-defying divine pearl. However, before that, I have to break through to second stage chaotic golden immortal. If I cultivate with my Yuan spirit doppelgangers, I should be able to break through in 2 days." Since he was going to the Wuji heavenly realm, the stronger his cultivation base, the better. The evil dragon god's Yuan spirit doppelgangers are really good. I will find time to study them in the future and see if I can improve this technique. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. If he could improve the technique of his Yuan spirit doppelgangers, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed would be even faster. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen sat down and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Just as Feng Wuchen had guessed, his cultivation base successfully broke through to second stage chaotic golden immortal. With 10 times the space, dozens of Yuan spirit doppelgangers were this powerful. Just as I expected. Feng Wuchen grinned. Then, with a flip of his hand, a heaven-defying divine pearl appeared in his palm. I hope I can break through to the 5th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After all, he had never tried it before. Feng Wuchen did not know how much he could improve. Closing his eyes, Feng Wuchen began to absorb the energy of the heaven-defying divine pearl. As soon as he entered the cultivation state, Feng Wuchen felt an extremely large amount of pure energy. It was as if a flood had erupted and crazily surged into his body. What a huge amount of pure energy! Feng Wuchen was pleasantly surprised. His Yuan spirit doppelgangers were also absorbing the energy. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base rose at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Master, your cultivation base is rising. Dragon Xianxia's excited voice came. 3rd stage chaotic golden immortal realm. 4th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. 5th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. 6th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. 7th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base rose by 5 levels. When he broke through to the 6th level, Feng Wuchen was shocked by the terrifying effect of the heaven-defying divine pearl. He thought that it would only increase his cultivation base by 3 levels. He did not expect it to increase by 5 levels. 7th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. I actually increased my cultivation base by 5 levels. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. The ecstasy in his heart grew stronger. The heaven-defying divine pearl of the chaotic golden immortal realm was too terrifying. If anyone saw this, wouldn't they be scared to death? Congratulations, Master, for increasing your cultivation base by 5 levels. Dragon Xinjian, Divine Eye, and the other weapon souls said excitedly. My divine power has strengthened a lot. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He could feel that his divine power and physical body had been greatly improved. With the cultivation base of a 7th stage chaotic golden immortal, Feng Wuchen's combat strength could completely crush chaotic heavenly lord. Raising one's cultivation level is always so exciting. The heaven-defying divine pearl is really a great treasure. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Without the heaven-defying divine pearl, my cultivation level wouldn't be able to rise so quickly. I would also need to catch up with my alchemist cultivation level. Feng Wuchen naturally hoped that his alchemist cultivation level could reach the Chaos Golden Immortal realm before he broke through to the Chaos Heavenly Monarch realm. By then, he would be able to forge the heaven-defying divine pearl. Now that your cultivation level has increased, your divine weapons and treasures should also be upgraded. It's a pity that there are only precious treasures in the Chaos Divine Palace and no low-grade materials. Otherwise, I would be able to upgrade them for you right now. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Master, we have been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Long Xinjian cheered excitedly. The Chaos Divine Sword sect is a little far. The Refinement Divine Palace is closer and has the materials I need. I will help you guys upgrade to the Chaos Treasures first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he flew towards the Refinement Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen's combat power would be even stronger once his divine weapons and treasures were upgraded to the Chaos Treasures level. The treasures in the Chaos world were divided into 5 grades: Chaos Magic Tools, Chaos Treasures, Chaos Spiritual Tools, Chaos Immortal Tools, and Chaos Divine Tools. Each grade was further divided into low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Feng Wuchen was now a Chaos Heavenly Immortal Realm alchemist. It wasn't difficult for him to upgrade the Dragon God Sword and Divine Eye to the Chaos Treasures level. Feng Wuchen's alchemist cultivation level might be low, but his state of mind was terrifying. Ordinary alchemists in the Chaos world couldn't compare to him. Master, prepare the materials to upgrade to the Chaos Spiritual Tool level. An excited voice came from the armor. Master, I can't wait. Nian Hun laughed excitedly. Don't worry, the Refinement Divine Palace isn't too far away. We will be there in 2 hours. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong had been to the Refinement Divine Palace when they were looking for powerful alchemists. Unfortunately, they didn't find any powerful alchemists. After 2 hours, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Refinement Divine Palace again. The Refinement God Palace might not be very powerful in the stellar sky domain, but its status was extremely high. After all, it was a faction of alchemists. All the factions in the stellar sky domain, as well as countless cultivators, would often come to the Refinement Divine Palace to purchase elixirs, artifacts, and herbs. Last time, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong weren't kicked out because they were alchemists. Instead, they were even invited in for a tour. The Alchemy God Palace didn't look down on Feng Wuchen just because he was an alchemist. It was just that he was in a hurry and didn't go in. However, the disciples with slightly higher alchemy realms were rather arrogant. Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen's appearance, the Refining Deity Palace's disciple who was guarding the entrance hurried to greet him. A disciple laughed happily. Brother Feng, you really came. Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Li, I came in a hurry last time, so I specially came to take a look this time. I hope you don't mind, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile. Brother Feng, you don't have to say that. Alchemists are a family. Please come in. Big Brother Yun laughed heartily as if he was greeting his family and friends. He was very polite. Feng Wuchen followed him into the Refining Deity Palace and smiled faintly. I am here this time to purchase some refining materials and see if I can refine a chaos artifact. These are all small issues. Many people in the stellar sky domain come to our Refining Deity Palace to purchase all kinds of herbs and materials. As long as they aren't too precious, all disciples can make the decision. I will bring you over now. If you need any materials, I can prepare them for you. Big Brother Yun laughed happily. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord? Could this be the faction behind the Myriad Pill Pavilion? Just as they arrived at the plaza, Feng Wuchen accidentally discovered the Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord's trace. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Lord had just entered the main hall of the main palace. Brother Feng, what happened to you? Big Brother Yun asked and followed Feng Wuchen's gaze. He then smiled and said, Today, a few senior brothers are competing in alchemy. I heard that there will be a genius alchemist coming to the Refining Deity Palace later. Hence, it is quite lively. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't care about these things. Big Brother Yun directly brought Feng Wuchen to the Refining Deity Palace's material warehouse. The material warehouse that all disciples could enter usually contained some ordinary materials. Brother Feng, this is the place. It is filled with ordinary refining materials. The room over there is filled with herbs. Let's go. If you need any refining materials, we can go in and find them. Big Brother Yun laughed happily and was very friendly. Many thanks, Big Brother Yun. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Although it was just ordinary refining materials, the quantity of materials was huge. Furthermore, there were some more precious refining materials stored. Why is that kid here again? A few disciples just happened to walk over and saw Feng Wuchen. Of course, he is here to buy refining materials. A disciple sneered and said. Just as Feng Wuchen was looking for refining materials, the 3 disciples walked in. Junior Brother Yun, what is the matter with you? Why did you bring just anyone into the material pavilion? A disciple reprimanded angrily. Senior Brother Wang, Brother Feng is here to buy refining materials. In other words, materials for refining chaos artifacts. That is why I brought him here. Big Brother Yun explained. Buying refining materials? A Chaos Heavenly Immortal Realm alchemist wants to refine chaos artifacts? Junior brother Yun, have you seen anyone with such ability? A disciple sneered disdainfully. Let me see what materials you are buying. Some refining materials are very expensive. Another disciple said expressionlessly. He even coldly glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the materials I chose are all here. Senior brother, you can check them. The price is negotiable. Emperor Flame Golden Sand. 1 piece is 100 Chaos Spirit Stones. 20 pieces is 2000 Chaos Spirit Stones. The disciple said expressionlessly. What? Senior brother Zhou, 10 pieces of Emperor Flame Golden Sand rocks are only worth 1 Chaos Spirit Stone. Ah. How can 1 piece be worth 100 Chaos Spirit Stones? Big brother Yun was dumbfounded when he heard that. He looked at Feng Wuchen apologetically. This was clearly robbery. It is what I said. Senior brother Zhou glared fiercely at big brother Yun. Each piece of purple gold profound jade is worth 500 Chaos Spirit Stones. If you want 20 pieces, you'll have to pay 10,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. All the other materials add up to around 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. You just have to pay 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Senior brother Zhou said expressionlessly. 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones? Big brother Yan's eyeballs almost fell out. All of these ordinary smithing materials added up to less than 100 Chaos Spirit Stones. Senior brother Zhou was asking for 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Brother Feng, if you can't afford it, then leave quickly. Senior brother Wang sneered and looked at Feng Wuchen with schadenfreude. All right. 50,000 it is. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. What? Brother Feng, that's 50,000 spirit stones. Ah. These herbs. Big brother Yun jumped in fright. Senior brother Zhou and the other two were shocked as well. Before big brother Yun could finish his sentence, senior brother Zhou glared at him again, scaring big brother Yun into silence. Brat, take out the Chaos Spirit Stones. You can take these materials away. Senior brother Zhou hurriedly said. His heart was blooming with joy. They never thought that Feng Wuchen would agree so easily. If Feng Wuchen gave them 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones, they would be rich. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was really going to give them 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones, big brother Yun's heart was burning with anxiety. He kept shooting glances at Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen didn't react at all. Here are 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Feng Wuchen took out 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones and kept the materials in his storage ring. Brother Feng, you're not bad. I have high hopes for you. A smile finally appeared on senior brother Zhou's face as he skillfully collected the 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him and looked at big brother Yun. Feng Wuchen said, Big brother Yun, I'll take my leave first. Brother Feng, I'll send you off. Big brother Yun hurriedly said and pulled Feng Wuchen away. Wait. Senior brother Wang called out. Senior brother Wang, is there anything else? Big brother Yun turned around and asked. Senior brother Wang glanced at Feng Wuchen with malicious intent, and his face was filled with suspicion. You're in such a hurry to leave, yet you're willing to take out 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones so easily. Brat, don't take us for fools. Senior brother Wang, what do you mean? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. What do I mean? Senior brother Wang sneered. Even though most of the materials in the Refinement Divine Palace are ordinary materials, there are still precious materials. Moreover, there are a lot of them. Who knows if you've stolen them? As soon as senior brother Wang said this, senior brother Zhou and senior brother Zhou immediately reacted. Senior brother Zhou's face immediately darkened. He said coldly, Junior brother Wang is right. You brought an outsider in. We don't know if the materials in the material pavilion have been stolen. Senior brother Zhang, go and check. As soon as Junior Zhang turned around, he caught sight of senior Wang's eyes and immediately understood what he meant. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the materials I chose were all on the table just now. I didn't steal any other materials. Senior brother Wang, brother Feng definitely did not steal anything. We just came in. Big brother Yun hurriedly defended Feng Wuchen. Who doesn't know how to talk? Senior brother Wang sneered. Not long after, junior brother Zhang hurriedly ran over and reported, Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Wang, 5 pieces of chaos black iron, 10 pieces of golden crow black iron, and 3 pieces of high-grade 100-year warm jade. What? Senior brother Zhou and senior brother Wang's faces changed dramatically at the same time. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He had never seen these things before, let alone stolen them. How could Feng Wuchen not see through their thoughts? Senior brother Zhou, you are slandering me. The material pavilion doesn't have these 3 kinds of materials. Big brother Yun naturally saw through senior brother Zhou's actions and couldn't help retorting. Junior brother Yun, how do you know we are slandering you? If it wasn't this brat, did you steal them? Senior brother Wang asked fiercely. I didn't steal them. Don't slander me. Big brother Yun exploded in anger. Since you didn't steal them, hand over your storage ring and let us check. Senior brother Wang sneered. This was his real goal. Feng Wuchen agreed to give them 50,000 chaos spirit stones without hesitation. There must be a lot of them in his storage ring. Senior brother Wang wanted to swindle more chaos spirit stones from Feng Wuchen. Such a fat sheep, if he didn't slaughter it himself, would he let others slaughter it? Junior brother Yun, what are you standing there for? Hand over your storage ring. Junior brother Zhang reprimanded. Humph. Fine, I'll hand it over. Big brother Yun roared and immediately took off his storage ring and placed it on the table. Brother Feng, what about you? Senior brother Zhou looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with a slight smile. I refuse. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, and his eyes turned cold. Refuse? Senior brother Wang laughed and mocked, if you refuse, it means you have a guilty conscience. You must be the one who stole the 3 kinds of materials. No wonder you are willing to give us 50,000 chaos spirit stones. A powerful aura erupted as senior brother Zhou said coldly, Brother Feng, don't forget that this is the refining divine palace. If you refuse, you will suffer. Brat, hand over your storage ring if you don't want to suffer. As long as the 3 kinds of materials are not in your storage ring, it proves that you didn't steal them. Senior brother Zhang sneered and tried to take Feng Wuchen's storage ring by force. Feng Wuchen quickly reached out and grabbed senior brother Zhang's wrist. He said coldly, I said I didn't steal them, so I didn't steal them. You have no right to check my storage ring. Brat, you dare to make a move in the refining divine palace? You're courting death. Senior brother Wang roared and circulated his god force without hesitation. He sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. Senior brother Wang, don't go too far. I'll report this to the palace master right now. Big brother Yun quickly stood in front of Feng Wuchen. He had reached the end of his patience. Senior brother Wang stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare to hurt a fellow disciple. Junior brother Yun, you dare? Senior brother Zhou's face turned frosty as killing intent surged out from his body. Senior brother Zhou, I know that you're trying to frame brother Feng because you want more chaos spirit stones. Do you know the consequences if the palace master and the elders find out about this? Eldest senior brother won't let you off. Big brother Yun gritted his teeth and said angrily. You dare to threaten me? Yun Fengxiao, are you tired of living? Senior brother Zhou's face contorted in anger as he grabbed big brother Yun's throat and lifted him up. Seeing senior brother Zhou's anger, senior brother Wang and the others started to panic. Stop. You're trying to frame me because you want more chaos spirit stones. I'll give you 100,000, and we'll forget about this matter. How about it? If you kill him now, the 3 of you won't be able to escape. Feng Wuchen quickly interjected. 100,000? Senior brother Zhou stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. All right. It's a deal. Senior brother Wang agreed excitedly. Brother Feng. Big brother Yun stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. I want 200,000 chaos spirit stones. Otherwise, I'll kill Yin Fengxiao and frame you. Do you think the palace master will believe you or me? Senior brother Zhou demanded an exorbitant price. Senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this a little too much? No problem. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation and took out 200,000 chaos spirit stones. That's right. Feng Wuchen really gave it to them. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Junior brother Wang, personally send brother Feng out of the Refinement Divine Palace. Senior brother Zhou took the Chaos Spirit Stones and released his grip. As long as Feng Wuchen left, even if Yun Fengxiao reported it to the palace master and the elders, senior brother Zhou would say it was slander. After all, there was no evidence. Brother Feng, let's go. Senior brother Wang sneered and personally sent Feng Wuchen out. End of chapter. Senior brother Wang, isn't this brother Feng? Where are you guys going? A disciple ran over and greeted Feng Wuchen politely. Senior brother Wang smiled happily. Brother Feng is here to buy some smithing materials, I'll send him down the mountain now. Aren't the senior brothers competing? Why aren't you guys going? Brother Feng, remember to come find us when you have time, we'll learn together. A disciple smiled happily. Sure. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile. Alright, you can all go back. Senior brother Wang waved his hand, signaling the disciples to leave. At the sect gate, Big Brother Li saw senior brother Wang and Feng Wuchen coming out. He was confused. Didn't brother Feng just go in? Leaving so soon? While he was confused, Big Brother Li quickly walked up and cupped his fists. Senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang smiled, I'll send brother Feng down the mountain. Big Brother Li looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Brother Feng, you bought the smithing materials so quickly? You just arrived, our senior brother will be competing with a genius alchemist later, stay and watch. Feng Wuchen smiled, Big Brother Li, I still have something important to do, I'll stay longer next time. I see. Big Brother Li nodded. Alright, let's go. Senior brother Wang said, he was getting impatient. Brother Feng, take care. Big Brother Li smiled. Whether it was Big Brother Yun or Big Brother Li, or the many alchemist disciples in the Refinement God Palace, they were all very straightforward people. Only a small portion of disciples thought highly of themselves and were vicious and merciless. Brother Feng, many of the Refinement God Palace's disciples are quite nice to you. Senior brother Wang sneered, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Wang, I don't think you're so kind as to send me down the mountain. I'm afraid you have other motives, right? Feng Wuchen sneered. An imperceptible killing intent flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Brother Feng is indeed smart. Senior brother Wang sneered, it's a pity that we can't be friends, you know too much, even if I send you away, something will happen sooner or later. You don't have the right to be friends with me. Feng Wuchen sneered, obviously, he had guessed senior brother Wang's intention. I don't make friends with dead people. Dead people don't pose any threat. That's why I sent you down the mountain. Senior brother Wang sneered. He activated his powerful divine power, and a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted. Senior brother Wang might be an alchemist, but his cultivation level was also at the third stage chaotic heaven monarch realm. He believed that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Senior martial brother Wang, if you kneel down and kowtow now and admit your mistake, I can let bygones be bygones since Big Brother Yun and Big Brother Li are your fellow disciples. Feng Wuchen sneered without any change in his expression. Feng Wuchen the divine brother senior brother, SUTT haha. Brother Feng, with your abilities, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Die. Senior martial brother Wang laughed maniacally and charged towards Feng Wuchen. Senior brother Wang clenched his fist and gathered all his strength, intending to kill Feng Wuchen in one blow. After all, they were at the foot of the Refinement Deity Palace. Senior brother Wang didn't want to complicate matters, so he had to end the battle quickly. Just as senior brother Wang thought he could kill Feng Yun in one blow, his face changed as fear surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen instantly unleashed his primordial divine power and eternal realm divine power, suppressing senior brother Wang. How is this possible? What kind of divine power is this? Senior brother Wang was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such terrifying divine power. The suppression of the primordial divine power rendered senior brother Wang immobile. At the same time, Feng Wuchen took out the dragon god sword and executed the Thousand Illusions technique. Chi. With a flash of sword light, the dragon god sword cut off senior brother Wang's arm. Blood spurted out as senior brother Wang screamed. Feng Wuchen! How dare you cut off my arm? You must be tired of living. Senior brother Wang gritted his teeth and roared. So what? Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Chi! Ah! The sword light flashed again and blood spurted out. Senior brother Wang's other arm was cut off and he screamed again. Senior brother Wang couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen, a 7th-stage chaotic golden immortal, had such terrifying strength. He was so fast that senior brother Wang couldn't even detect him. Scream louder. Let's see if the people of the Refinement Deity Palace can hear you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His figure was like a ghost as he appeared in front of senior brother Wang. The terrifying speed scared senior brother Wang so much that he retreated and fell to the ground. With both his arms cut off, senior brother Wang started to feel afraid. Brother Feng, this is the foot of the Refinement Deity Palace. If you kill me, you won't leave here alive. Senior brother Wang shouted in fear. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. His domineering sword intent erupted and formed dozens of sword intent energy swords. How is this possible? Senior brother Wang's eyes almost popped out when he saw Feng Wuchen's sword intent materializing into solid energy swords. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Chi chi chi. Feng Wuchen formed sword fingers with one hand and pointed at the air. Dozens of sword intent energy swords shot out at the same time and surrounded senior brother Wang. Brother Feng, don't kill me. Stop. Stop it. If you don't stop, I'll die. Senior brother Wang begged for mercy. He was scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, senior brother Wang's body was covered in sword wounds. Every wound was shocking and his tattered clothes were stained red with blood. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen had no intention of stopping. He was going to cut senior brother Wang to death. Feng Wuchen, did you forget what I said just now? A dead person is no threat. Do you think senior brother Zhou will let Yun Tianxiao go? Senior brother Wang shouted anxiously. What? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He quickly stopped his attack. Yun Tianxiao was in the Refinement Deity Palace. Would senior brother Zhou really dare to kill him? Feng Wuchen wasn't sure. He immediately grabbed senior brother Wang, who was covered in blood, and ran back. At this moment, Yun Tianxiao was looking at senior brother Zhou with fear and disbelief in the Refinement Deity Palace's material pavilion. Yun Tianxiao covered his neck with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Yun Tianxiao wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Yun Tianxiao couldn't believe that senior brother Zhou dared to kill a fellow disciple in the Refinement Deity Palace. Junior brother Yun, don't blame me. You know too much. I don't believe you. I only believe in dead people, senior brother Zhou said viciously. Yun Tianxiao fell down and his aura disappeared. Senior brother Zhou, how are we going to explain this to the palace lord and the elders? Senior brother Zhang asked in fear. What are you afraid of? Who knows that we met junior brother Yun? We can just say that we don't know. Don't worry about anything else. Junior brother Wang will kill Feng Wuchen. Senior brother Zhou sneered. Kill Feng Wuchen? Junior martial brother Zhang's expression changed as he said in shock. Senior martial brother Zhou, Feng Wuchen's friend, by Xiankong, is a Chaos Divine Lord Realm Alchemist. If we kill Feng Wuchen, I'm afraid he will investigate. So what if Bai Xiankong is here? He's already dead. What can he find out? Without any evidence, who will know we did it? Senior martial brother Zhou sneered. He wasn't worried at all. Senior martial brother Zhou is right. Junior martial brother Zhang nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Junior martial brother Zhang, don't worry. Hurry up and deal with junior martial brother Yun's corpse. Senior martial brother Zhou sneered. Junior martial brother Zhang didn't hesitate to use flames to burn Yun Tianxiao's corpse. Fortunately, there was an alchemy competition and a genius alchemist coming to exchange pointers. All the disciples of the Refinement God Palace gathered at the Refinement Pavilion to watch. Otherwise, senior martial brother Zhou wouldn't have dared to kill Yun Tianxiao. Swish, a figure flew into the Refinement God Palace. Brother Feng? Big Brotherly saw a blurry figure, but it was too fast. Big Brotherly couldn't be sure. However, since someone had barged in, Big Brotherly quickly rushed in. If the figure didn't look like Feng Wuchen, Big Brotherly would have immediately reported it. However, when Feng Wuchen returned to the Refinement God Palace, he couldn't sense Xianxia's aura anymore. The longevity divine power couldn't sense Xianxia's soul essence either. Big Brother Yun is in trouble. Feng Wuchen's expression instantly turned sinister. Hee, Feng Wuchen, don't even think about leaving the Refinement God Palace alive today. Senior Marshal Brother Wang sneered. After returning to the Refinement God Palace, Senior Marshal Brother Wang wasn't afraid that Feng Wuchen would kill him. That Zhou guy really dared to kill a fellow disciple in the Refinement God Palace? Long Xinjian's shocked voice sounded. After a while, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Material Pavilion. Senior Marshal Brother Zhou and Junior Marshal Brother Zhang had already left. Burning aura. There's also the smell of blood. Feng Wuchen was completely enraged. Yun was destroying the evidence. Feng Wuchen could imagine Yun Tianxia's despair and helplessness when he was killed. Feng Wuchen also did not expect that Senior Brother Zhou would be so bold as to kill his fellow disciple in the Divine Palace. Master, we definitely won't let that Zhou guy off. A furious voice came from the Divine Eye. The furious Feng Wuchen dragged Senior Marshal Brother Wang, who was covered in blood, out. Brother Feng, it's really you. Big Brotherly laughed happily, but when he saw Senior Brother Wang covered in blood, his expression changed drastically. Senior Brother Wang? Big Brotherly widened his eyes and hurriedly asked, Brother Feng, what's going on? Junior Brotherly, quickly report to the Palace Lord and the elders. Feng Wuchen wants to kill me and cut off both of my hands. Senior Brother Wang hurriedly shouted. What? Brotherly was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Senior Brother Wang had personally sent Feng Wuchen off. Why did Feng Wuchen want to kill Senior Brother Wang in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Brother Feng, what's going on? Big Brotherly hurriedly asked. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen would attack Senior Brother Wang. The furious Feng Wuchen ignored him and grabbed Senior Marshal Brother Wang and flew towards the plaza of the Divine Palace. Brother Feng. Big Brotherly hurriedly chased after them. Above the plaza of the palace, Feng Wuchen threw Senior Marshal Brother Wang down. Senior Marshal Brother Wang smashed into the ground, creating a spiderweb-like crack. Feng Wuchen. You bastard. Senior Marshal Brother Wang cursed in pain. Swish. Ding. Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God Sword. The Dragon God Sword turned into a black lightning bolt and shot down. With a crisp sound, it pierced through Senior Marshal Brother Wang's shoulder and nailed him to the ground. Surname Zhou. Get out here. Feng Wuchen roared furiously. Monstrous killing intent erupted and spread throughout the palace. The terrifying killing intent and Feng Wuchen's roar instantly alarmed the palace master, elders, and high-level experts of the Divine Palace. The palace disciples were also alarmed. What's with this killing intent? In the main hall, an elder frowned and asked. An elder frowned and said solemnly, Did something happen? Who caused trouble? This voice is Little Brother Feng? A high-level expert guessed. It sounded familiar. Little Brother Feng? Could it be? The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master's old face suddenly changed. The voice also sounded very familiar. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master's first thought was Feng Wuchen. For a moment, the palace master and elders of the main palace all appeared. The disciples of the various palaces also came out one after another. Even the disciples of the Divine Palace who were competing and watching came out. Senior Marshal Brother Zhou. It's Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen is still alive. What should we do? Junior Brother Zhang panicked when he heard this. He was scared out of his wits. It was better to let the palace master and elders know about this matter. They would definitely die. What are you panicking for? This is our territory. What is Feng Wuchen? Senior Brother Zhou said with a face full of disdain. He was not flustered at all. Senior Brother Zhou, it's all up to you. Junior Brother Zhang panicked. Senior Brother Zhou seemed to have thought of a foolproof plan. He was not worried about how much trouble Feng Wuchen could cause. At this moment, outside the various palaces, there were already many disciples gathered. Feng Wuchen. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, the myriad pill pavilion master's eyes widened. What's going on? Who had their hands cut off by Feng Wuchen? A martial uncle frowned deeply. The divine palace master frowned and said, "This is Wang Kuan's aura." What's going on? Why did Feng Wuchen attack Wang Kuan? The Grand Elder frowned and asked in confusion. Feng Wuchen has guts. He doesn't put the divine palace in his eyes. I'll take him down now. A martial uncle gritted his teeth and said angrily. Wait. The divine palace master hurriedly stopped him and said solemnly, "Don't you feel that Feng Wuchen's bloodline aura is very similar to the Chaos Dragon race?" What? Chaos Dragon race? The elders and higher-ups were shocked. The myriad pill pavilion master was even more dumbfounded. The higher-ups were shocked and puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Who is that? Did Brother Feng do it? Hey! That's Senior Brother Wang. It can't be wrong. What? Junior Brother Wang? What's going on? How did Feng Wuchen cut off Junior Brother Wang's hands? The disciples of the Refinement Divine Palace exclaimed in shock. Big Brother Li, who rushed over, was completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen, you cut off Junior Brother Wang's hands and disturbed our competition. What's the meaning of this? Just because the Divine Palace welcomes you, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. A senior disciple said coldly. Feng Wuchen. You've got guts. How dare you injure a disciple of the Divine Palace? Another senior disciple shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen slowly descended. He stepped on Wang Kuan's head and slowly pulled out the Dragon God sword in front of everyone from the Refinery God Palace. Palace Master. Not good. Something happened. Feng Wuchen killed Junior Brother Yun and took him away. They even captured Junior Brother Wang. At this moment, Senior Brother Zhou and Junior Brother Zhang rushed over while shouting in extreme panic. What? As soon as Senior Brother Zhou said that, everyone in the Refinement Divine Palace was shocked. At that moment, the entire Refinement Divine Palace seemed to be frozen. Everyone was like a statue, not moving at all. Yun. Feng Xiao was killed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Brother Feng kill Junior Brother Yun? Brother Li shook his head in disbelief. Feng Wuchen glared fiercely at Senior Brother Zhou and said coldly, "Zhou, you're very smart. You're the one who's in the wrong." Feng Wuchen, I must have been blind. I didn't expect you to be worse than an animal. You killed Junior Brother Yun, you must die today. Senior Brother Zhou scolded. He looked like a ferocious tiger. Senior Brother Zhou's ferocious look was not an act. He really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Senior Brother Zhou also didn't expect Wang Kuan to be killed by Feng Wuchen. That's right. Feng Wuchen, don't even think about leaving the Refinement Divine Palace alive. Junior Brother Zhang shouted. Zhou Yenshan, what happened? Explain it to me. The Palace Master of the Refining Deity Palace shouted angrily. His face was extremely ugly. Palace Master, Feng Wuchen said that he wanted to buy refining materials and Junior Brother Yun brought him there. But we didn't expect Feng Wuchen to steal the materials from the material pavilion when most of the disciples were watching. He even killed Junior Brother Yun. Zhou Yenshan's face was filled with grief and indignation. Junior Martial Brother Wang saw us at first. Feng Wuchen somehow had the strength to cut off Junior Martial Brother Wang's hands. When he saw us coming, he took him away. Junior Brother Yun was so nice to him, but Feng Wuchen killed him. He's worse than an animal. That's right. Palace Lord, it was Feng Wuchen who killed Junior Brother Yun. It's absolutely true. Senior Brother Zhou, Senior Brother Wang and I saw it with our own eyes. Junior Brother Zhang added. He didn't even blush when he lied. Palace Master, Elder, what Senior Brother Zhou and Junior Brother Zhang said is true. Feng Wuchen's divine power can suppress my divine power, otherwise, my hands wouldn't have been cut off by him. Palace Lord, quickly kill him. Wang Kuan, whose hands had been cut off, roared furiously. Feng Wuchen, you're too daring. How dare you kill a disciple of our refining deity palace? One of the martial uncles roared at Feng Wuchen in anger. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. We really misjudged you. To think that the refinement divine palace treated you as a friend. Another martial uncle shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, are you still human? Junior brother Yun treated you as a friend, but you actually killed him. Preposterous. They had gone too far. You killed junior brother Yun and cut off junior brother Wang's hands. You don't put our refining deity palace in your eyes at all. We were really blind. Palace Lord, quickly kill Feng Wuchen and avenge junior brother Yun. I didn't like Feng Wuchen the first time he came here. He really is a beast. Junior brother Yun is already regretting it. Under the cooperation of Zhou Yanshan and Wang Kuan, the disciples of the alchemy deity palace were all enraged. They were all cursing and swearing. Feng Wuchen's image of a good person collapsed in an instant. Feng Wuchen, what else do you have to say? The palace lord of the refining deity palace looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Palace Lord Xia, I don't think it was Feng Wuchen who did it. The myriad pill pavilion master quickly said. Humph. If it wasn't Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? Could it be that our refining deity palace has evil disciples who kill their fellow disciples? A martial uncle said angrily. Obviously, he only believed in the disciples of the refining deity palace and not Feng Wuchen. If it was Feng Wuchen who did it, why didn't he escape since he took Wang Kuan away? Feng Wuchen's roar just now was obviously directed at Zhou Yanshan. The myriad pill pavilion master continued. Myriad pill pavilion master is right. The great elder nodded. The myriad pill pavilion master said again, Feng Wuchen stole refining materials? That's impossible. Palace Lord, elders, there must be something else. Zhou Yanshan and the others have a problem. The myriad pill pavilion master knew Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity. He naturally didn't believe that Feng Wuchen would steal the ordinary refining materials of the refining deity palace. However, the upper echelons of the refining deity palace didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity. They naturally couldn't listen to one-sided words. Feng Wuchen, tell us what happened. The palace lord of the refining deity palace asked. It's not persuasive at all, and I can't prove anything. No matter what I say, the people of the refining deity palace won't believe me. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, staring at Zhou Yanshan fiercely. Zhou Yanshan smiled coldly and glanced at Feng Wuchen proudly. With Yun Fengxiao dead, there was no evidence. Zhou Yanshan wasn't afraid of others suspecting him. Feng Wuchen, you're right. No one will believe you. Just wait for your death. Wang Kuan sneered in a low voice. Chi. Ah. Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword pierced through Wang Kuan's other shoulder. The pain made Wang Kuan scream like a pig being slaughtered. Glancing at the proud Wang Kuan, Feng Wuchen said coldly, You think I won't kill you in the refining deity palace? Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. A senior disciple said coldly. He really couldn't stand Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude. You don't know the truth. It's too early to say that I'm going too far. Feng Wuchen replied. What's the truth? Do you want to say that it was Zhou Yanshan and the others who killed junior brother Yun? It was also Zhou Yanshan and the others who cut off junior brother Wang's hands? Another senior disciple asked. Little brother Feng, just say it. This old man believes you. The myriad pill pavilion master said. Brother Li suddenly shouted, Brother Feng, I also believe you. Junior brother Li, what do you mean by that? A senior disciple's fierce gaze swept over, scaring brother Li into shutting his mouth. You're right. The one who killed Jin Fengxiao is surnamed Zhou. He even destroyed the evidence. Wang Kuan's hands were cut off by me. He sent me down the mountain to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A senior disciple said coldly, Feng Wuchen, do you think we'll believe you? Feng Wuchen, you're still lying at this time. Who do you think will believe you? No matter how much you say, you're just trying to hide the truth. The refining deity palace will never kill a fellow disciple. Zhou Yanshan shouted. That's right. The refining deity palace will never kill a fellow disciple. Feng Wuchen, you have the guts to kill, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Wang Kuan shouted. Why did Wang Kuan want to kill you? The refining deity palace master asked. Because of the chaos spirit stone. Feng Wuchen answered. Chaos spirit stone? Zhou Yenshan sneered. Feng Wuchen, can you be any more stupid? Even if you want to find an excuse, you should find a better one. Surname Zhou, don't be too proud. Do you really think I don't have evidence? Feng Wuchen said coldly, a dead person can't prove anything, but what about a living person? You should believe Yin Fengzhao's words, right? Feng Wuchen's words shocked everyone in the Refinement Divine Palace. Pairs of widened eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Was Feng Wuchen joking? Yin Fengzhao was dead, how could he speak? That's impossible, right? Zhou Yenshan and the other two were scared out of their wits, their hearts pounding madly. Zhou Yenshan and the rest were certain that Yin Fengzhao was dead, and he had turned into ashes. There was no way he could be revived. After confirming it again, Zhou Yenshan and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. If Yin Fengzhao really came back to life, Zhou Yenshan and the other two wouldn't be scared into vegetative states. However, Feng Wuchen's words only shocked everyone, no one believed him. This time even the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master didn't believe him. After the shock, the Refinement Divine Palace Master and the other elders shook their heads inwardly. They naturally didn't believe that Yin Fengzhao could be revived. Feng Wuchen, don't talk nonsense. A martial uncle rebuked, Yin Fengzhao is dead, how can you speak? Feng Wuchen, do you know what you're saying? If you can revive junior brother Yun, we're naturally happy, but that's impossible. If you want to waste time and play tricks, you can give up. A senior disciple said coldly. Feng Wuchen, no matter how you quibble, it's useless, the truth is the truth, you killed junior brother Yun, you have to pay with your life. Zhou Yenshan said fiercely. That's right. Pay with your life. Wang Kuan roared, leading the other disciples to follow suit. Yin Fengzhao had turned into ashes. To revive him, one had to be a top alchemist in the chaos world, only then could it be possible. Feng Wuchen was just a chaos heavenly immortal alchemist, it was impossible for him to bring someone back to life. Since it was impossible, who in the Refinement Divine Palace would believe him? Of course, Feng Wuchen didn't care if they believed him or not. Feng Wuchen, you said it was because of the Chaos Spirit Stones? What exactly is going on? The Palace Master of the Refinement Divine Palace asked. Feng Wuchen took out the smithing materials he had bought from the Material Pavilion and said coldly, calculate how many Chaos Spirit Stones these smithing materials cost. The Refinement Divine Palace's Palace Master and the elders started calculating. These are all ordinary materials. All of them add up to less than 100 Chaos Spirit Stones. The Palace Master of the Refinement Divine Palace said. The Grand Elder frowned. A total of 83 Chaos Spirit Stones. Is there something wrong with that? The disciples of the Refinement Divine Palace are given plenty of Chaos Spirit Stones to cultivate every month. Zhou Yenshan and the others won't cheat you of your little bit of Chaos Spirit Stones. One of the martial uncles said in a biased manner. Really? What about tens of thousands of Chaos Spirit Stones? Feng Wuchen sneered coldly, then said, it's a pity that I'm not buying it at such a cheap price. One piece of Emperor Flame Golden Sandstone costs 100 Chaos Spirit Stones. 20 pieces would be 2,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. One piece of Purple Gold Mysterious Jade costs 500 Chaos Spirit Stones. I bought 20 pieces for 10,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Adding the other materials, the total is 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Moreover, they only took 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones from me. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they heard Feng Wuchen's words. 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones for smithing materials that cost less than 100 Chaos Spirit Stones? The Refinement Divine Palace's Palace Master asked fiercely, Zhou Yenshan, is this true or not? Palace Lord, there's no such thing. This is all made up by Feng Wuchen. He can only frame us for killing junior brother Yun, Zhou Yenshan said fiercely. That's right. Palace Master, Feng Wuchen is slandering us. He's lying. Wang Kuan yelled. One of the senior disciples said, Palace Master, Elder, junior brother Zhou and the others usually have a lot of Chaos Spirit Stones. It's impossible for them to do such a thing. Moreover, junior brother Zhou and the others aren't greedy people. This disciple also thinks that Feng Wuchen is slandering us. Slandering us? Slandering us? Feng Wuchen sneered, 50,000 chaos spirit stones, this is all I got. Originally, I didn't haggle with them because of Big Brother Yun, but they weren't satisfied and wanted more. They used Big Brother Yun to threaten them and asked for another 200,000 chaos spirit stones. In the end, they killed all witnesses and destroyed all evidence. What? 200,000 chaos spirit stones? Everyone from the Refinement Divine Palace was shocked. 200,000 chaos spirit stones wasn't a small amount. Feng Wuchen could take out 200,000 chaos spirit stones. The disciples of the Refinement Divine Palace didn't believe it. 200,000 chaos spirit stones? Zhou Yenshan sneered, Feng Wuchen, that's too little. Why don't you say 1 million chaos spirit stones? 2 million would be fine. Palace Master, you can check our storage rings anytime. Junior brother Zhang quickly said. The Refinement Divine Palace Master signaled for a disciple to check their storage rings. Before long, the disciple reported respectfully, reporting to Palace Master, there isn't any. Zhou Yenshan said coldly, Palace Master, Feng Wuchen is trying to slander us. He's really spouting nonsense. Feng Wuchen. You don't need to quibble anymore. A life for a life. Don't think you can leave here alive today. One of the senior disciples scolded. Ignoring the senior disciple, Feng Wuchen continued, Wang Kuan's motive for sending me down the mountain was to kill me and steal my storage rings. Unfortunately, he was too weak and I chopped off his hands. This is already giving face to the Refinement Divine Palace. Otherwise, I would have killed him directly. If it wasn't for Wang Kuan's reminder, I wouldn't have believed that Zhou Yenshan would dare to kill a fellow disciple. By the time I returned, Big Brother Yun was already dead. That's the whole story. Feng Wuchen, no matter how much you say, it's all nonsense. Didn't you say that Junior Brother Yun could speak? You said that we killed Junior Brother Yun, why don't you take out the evidence? Zhou Yenshan sneered. He knew that Feng Wuchen couldn't take out any evidence, so he wasn't worried at all. Little brother Feng, if you really can take out the evidence, then quickly take it out. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master hurriedly said. The Refinement Divine Palace Master said, Feng Wuchen, I don't believe anyone in this matter, but I will definitely investigate to the end. If you can really take out the evidence, I won't let you off easily. The dead can speak? This is the first time I've heard of it. I'm curious how you did it. I also want to see it with my own eyes. A slightly cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the palace. Palace Master, the Heavenless Chaos Shrine's young lord is here. One of the senior disciples said respectfully. In the sky above the palace, a handsome man wearing a gorgeous white brocade appeared, and a tyrannical aura spread out. This person was the Heavenless Chaos Shrine's young lord, Su Yanfeng. This person was the genius alchemist who came to the Refinement Divine Palace for the competition. Everyone in the Refinement Divine Palace looked up at the sky. Feng Wuchen glanced at Su Yanfeng and immediately knew that Su Yanfeng was a Chaos Divine Lord alchemist. Junior Su Yanfeng greets the Refinement Divine Palace Master and elders. Su Yanfeng politely cupped his fists and bowed. Su Yanfeng, our competition will continue after the matter is settled. The senior brother who had been silent all this time slowly spoke. It's fine. Su Yanfeng smiled confidently and looked at Feng Wuchen, and said, it's not too late to witness this brother's divine ability first. End of chapter. How could Su Yanfeng want to see Feng Wuchen display his ability? He obviously wanted to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. Su Yanfeng naturally didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to come back from the dead. There were many people present who wanted to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Feng Wuchen would definitely not make a fool of himself in front of him. Glancing coldly at Su Yanfeng, Feng Wuchen said coldly, you will see. Kid, you better not look at this young lord like that. Otherwise, you might die in my hands. Su Yanfeng sneered. He hated it when people looked at him with cold eyes. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's cold eyes swept over again. Without any fear, he said coldly, I also want to see how you kill me. Su Yanfeng laughed. This was the first time he met a nobody who dared to talk to him like that. He was simply tired of living. Provoking Su Yanfeng won't end well. One of the senior disciples whispered. Feng Wuchen really has guts. He actually dares to say such things to Su Yanfeng. Not many people in the stellar sky domain have such guts. Another senior disciple shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen, this kid is really arrogant. He even dares to provoke Su Yanfeng. He must be tired of living. Zhou Yanshan sneered softly without any sympathy. Who in the stellar sky domain didn't know how terrifying Su Yanfeng was? No one who provoked Su Yanfeng would be able to survive. Su Yanfeng said that he came to the Refinement Divine Palace to compete in alchemy. To put it bluntly, he was here to cause trouble. He wasn't afraid of offending the Refinement Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen, you will soon regret offending young Lord Su Yanfeng. Wang Kuan sneered softly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you now. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His fierce gaze scared Wang Kuan so much that he immediately shut his mouth. Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword was still stabbed into his shoulder. If Feng Wuchen decided to kill him, no one in the Refinement God Palace would be able to save him in time. The ancestor of soul force appeared, and its cold gaze swept over Su Yanfeng once again. Feng Wuchen spoke in a chilling voice. Su Yanfeng, is it? Stellar Sky Domain's genius alchemist, right? Open your dog eyes and look. A chaos heavenly immortal realm alchemist? Upon sensing Feng Wuchen's somewhat different soul force, Su Yanfeng immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. Since Feng Wuchen dared to say such words, Su Yanfeng's killing intent towards Feng Wuchen became even more intense. If he did not kill Feng Wuchen, he would not be able to quell the anger in his heart. The Alchemy Palace Master frowned. Feng Wuchen's soul power is different from ours. His soul power is extremely overbearing. Indeed. The Great Elder nodded. This elder has never seen this kind of soul force before. What a powerful soul force. Eldest senior brother frowned. A Great Elder disciple said in shock, I have never seen this kind of soul force before. I feel that it is very dangerous. The Refinement God Palace disciples were also shocked by the soul force of Feng Wuchen, the weakest alchemist. Although the ancestor of soul force came from the Panga domain, it was also the first soul force born by heaven and earth. Even in the chaos domain, it was still rather terrifying. It was definitely not comparable to the ordinary chaos domain's soul force. Heaven-defying samsara. Feng Wuchen formed a mysterious seal with one hand and shouted. The next moment, an extremely shocking and horrifying scene appeared. As Feng Wuchen shouted, a wisp of soul began to condense, and its speed became faster and faster. Finally, it condensed into an illusory soul force. It was Xianxia's soul force. Boom! Seeing Xianxia's soul force, everyone present, including the palace master and the elders, instantly felt their heads exploding. Everyone was stunned, and each of them was dumbfounded as if they were petrified. This? Su Yanfeng was dumbstruck, and his heart was about to jump out. Especially Zhou Yanshan, Wang Kuan, and junior brother Zhang, their faces were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. They were almost scared to death on the spot. Yun Fengxiao, who had turned into ashes, was really revived. The Refinement God Palace was dead silent, and everyone's shocked and horrified eyes were all staring at Yun Fengxia's soul force. Yun Fengxia's face was filled with shock and confusion, not knowing what was going on. He was clearly killed by Zhou Yanshan, so why was he still alive? What was the matter with the illusory soul force? In a few breaths' time, Yun Fengxia's body also recovered. This made everyone even more shocked and horrified, and they were even more scared than seeing a ghost. Brother Feng? When he saw Feng Wuchen beside him, Yun Fengxiao was even more shocked, and quickly asked, Brother Feng, what happened to me? Didn't I die? Yun Fengxiao's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly, as if there was a loudspeaker installed. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother Yun has been revived. Revived? Yun Fengxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Fengxiao couldn't help pinching his face. Only when he felt the pain did he confirm that this wasn't a dream. This was real, he had really been revived. Yun Fengxiao excitedly smiled. Great. I've been revived. I've been revived. Junior brother Yun has been revived. Junior brother Yun has been revived. The shocked big brotherly suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone in the deathly silent palace was startled awake. Yun Fengxiao has really been revived. What divine ability is this? How did Feng Wuchen do it? Asked the refinement god palace master. As the palace master, he was completely dumbfounded. A soul body and a physical body instantly condensed. How is that possible? The first elder trembled, his old face incomparably pale. The second elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This can't be real, right? Did this elder see wrongly? How can Feng Wuchen revive Yun Fengxiao? Asked the myriad pill pavilion master in disbelief. This was like seeing a ghost. Su Yanfeng stared at Feng Wuchen with wide, horrified eyes. How did he do it? How can a Chaos Heaven's immortal realm alchemist use soul strength to revive someone? Junior brother Yun has been revived. Feng Wuchen has really revived junior brother Yun, exclaimed the first senior brother. All the disciples were in an uproar. Senior brother Zhou, what do we do? Asked junior brother Zhang in horror. He had already wet his pants. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Yanshan shook his head in a daze. His face was incomparably pale as intense fear and despair welled up in his heart. The moment he saw Yun Fengxiao revive, Zhou Yanshan already knew that everything was over. Feng Wuchen first glanced at the wide-eyed Su Yanfeng and coldly said, Su Yanfeng, you must be very disappointed, right? Yes. Su Yanfeng didn't react at all. Surnamed Zhou, Wang Kuan, do you have anything else to say? Feng Wuchen's icy gaze swept over Zhou Yanshan as he icily asked. Feng Wuchen, spare me. Wang Kuan was completely terrified. You can die now, said Feng Wuchen icily. He pulled out the dragon god sword and pierced Wang Kuan's heart. End of chapter. Palace Master, save me. Wang Kuan screamed in despair. No one will be able to save you. Enjoy the taste of death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A tyrannical sword light erupted and destroyed Wang Kuan's soul. Before Wang Kuan could beg for mercy, he was deader than dead. Master, you killed him well. The dragon god sword's voice sounded. From the moment Wang Kuan attacked Feng Wuchen, he was destined to die. Feng Wuchen had never thought of sparing Wang Kuan. Yun Fengxiao saw everything. Although he didn't know what had happened between Feng Wuchen and Wang Kuan, he didn't stop them. Brother Yun, tell your palace master who killed you. Feng Wuchen looked at Yun Fengxiao and said. Yun Fengxiao hurried to report respectfully, reporting to palace master, elders, it was Zhou Yanshan who killed this disciple. They deliberately made things difficult for Brother Feng. They sold materials worth less than 100 Chaos Spirit Stones to Brother Feng for 50,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. This disciple wanted to stop them but was threatened. Brother Feng didn't want to let this matter go and decided to pay another 100,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. But Zhou Yanshan wanted 200,000 Chaos Spirit Stones and even killed him. The faces of the Alchemy Palace Master, the elders, and the Uncle Masters were so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. From the moment Feng Wuchen revived Yun Fengxiao, they had believed in Feng Wuchen. Because they believed in Feng Wuchen, no one stopped Feng Wuchen from killing Wang Kuan. If Yun Fengxiao was killed by Feng Wuchen wouldn't have needed to revive Yun Fengxiao. Revive him to testify against him, who would be so stupid. At this point, everyone in the refinement technique Divine Palace was certain. The one who killed Wang Kuan was Zhou Yanshan, not Feng Wuchen. The real bastards were Zhou Yanshan, Wang Kuan, and Zhang Zixuan. Those who had wronged Feng Wuchen lowered their heads and blamed themselves. Zhou Yanshan, Zhang Zixuan, what else do you have to say? The Alchemy Palace Master asked angrily. Asgard Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Junior brother Yun has already been resurrected. I beg Asgard Master to spare this disciple this time. Zhou Yanshan knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Palace Lord, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. I beg Palace Lord to show mercy and spare this disciple. Zhang Zixuan knelt down in fear. One of the martial uncles shouted angrily, Zhou Yanshan, I didn't expect you to be so cruel and merciless. You disappoint me. Humph. You deserve to die. Another martial uncle shouted angrily. Junior brother Zhou, to think that I spoke up for you just now. You've really disappointed me. A senior disciple shouted angrily. Zhou Yanshan's actions, they were thoroughly disappointed. Palace Lord, this disciple knows his wrongs. This disciple really knows his wrongs. Zhou Yanshan cried out in horror. What if Yin Fengxiao doesn't revive? Are you sure you won't be mistaken? Starting from today, you are no longer disciples of the Refinement God Palace, and you are not worthy of your cultivation and alchemist realm. The great elder shouted angrily. His figure flashed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhou Yanshan. Great elder, this disciple knows his wrongs. Great elder, please spare our lives. Zhou Yanshan and Zhang Zixuan cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the great elder was ruthless and directly crippled Zhou Yanshan and Zhang Zixuan's cultivation. You don't deserve to live for harming your fellow disciples. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Holding the dragon god sword, he walked step by step towards Zhou Yanshan and Zhang Zixuan. Feng Wuchen, you. What are you trying to do? Don't come over. Zhou Yanshan shouted in horror. His body kept retreating. You asked Wang Kuan to kill me, you even framed me, what do you think I'm trying to do? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His voice was bone-chilling. Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon god sword instantly pierced through Zhou Yanshan's heart. Fresh blood gushed out. The dragon god sword slowly turned. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, do you feel the aura of death? Feng Wuchen, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Palace Lord, Elder, please save this disciple. Zhou Yanshan begged in horror. Zhou Yanshan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he didn't provoke Feng Wuchen back then, none of the things that happened later would have happened. Did I say that? No one can save you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The dragon god sword suddenly exploded with a domineering sword aura, mercilessly destroying Zhou Yanshan's soul. Zhou Yanshan was dead. No one from the Refining God Palace stopped Feng Wuchen. Harming fellow disciples was a capital offense. Now that Feng Wuchen was the one who did it, why would they stop him? Zhang Zixuan, who was at the side, was so frightened that he couldn't speak. It's your turn. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the trembling Zhang Zixuan. He said coldly, although you didn't kill Brother Yun, you're an accomplice. You deserve to die too. Feng. Zhang Zixuan was about to beg for mercy when Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword had already slashed across his neck. A trail of blood appeared, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Zixuan was dead. Alchemy Palace Master, this can be considered as me cleaning up the sect for you. Feng Wuchen said to the Alchemy Palace Master as he shook off the blood on his sword. Little brother Feng, I'm really sorry for what happened. Thank you for cleaning up the villains for the Refining God Palace and reviving Yin Fengxiao. The Alchemy Palace Master was apologetic. After all, this happened to a disciple of the Refining God Palace, and they even slandered Feng Wuchen. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen reviving Yin Fengxiao, no one would believe Feng Wuchen. They might even kill Feng Wuchen by mistake. Brother Yun, the matter has been settled. I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen looked at Yin Fengxiao and smiled faintly. Thank you, Brother Feng, for saving my life. Yin Fengxiao cupped his fists and thanked him. Brother Yun, you're too polite. You were hurt because of me, so it's only right that I save you. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and turned to leave. Feng Wuchen, I didn't say you could leave. Su Yanfeng finally spoke, and a terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Su Yanfeng, my anger has subsided. I want to argue with you. You'd better not provoke me, or else you'll end up like them. Feng Wuchen glanced at him coldly. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Su Yanfeng appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. I'd like to give it a try. Su Yanfeng wasn't afraid at all. He condensed a terrifying divine force in his palm, ready to kill Feng Wuchen in one blow at any time. Feng Wuchen sneered, you'd better think carefully. Su Yanfeng, what's the point of bullying the weak? Eldest senior brother hurriedly shouted. Yang Xianying, this is a matter between me and Feng Wuchen. It has nothing to do with your refinement divine palace. You'd better not interfere. Su Yanfeng said coldly and sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. The moment Su Yanfeng attacked, Feng Wuchen's eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. His primordial god force instantly erupted, suppressing Su Yanfeng's divine force. What? What kind of divine force is this? Su Yanfeng's face changed greatly. The divine force he released was instantly suppressed. At the same time, he felt a huge pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Su Yanfeng couldn't move under the terrifying divine force suppression. What kind of divine power is this? It's so domineering. The Alchemy Palace Master widened her eyes in shock. Her heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? 7th stage Chaos Golden Immortal, this divine power can actually suppress the Chaos Divine Lord's divine power. The Grand Elder's eyes almost popped out. One of the martial uncles said in horror, "This is not Chaos Divine power, what is it? Is this the suppression of divine power?" Wang Kuan also said that he was suppressed. "I didn't expect Feng Wuchen's divine power to be so terrifying," Yang Xianxia said in horror. He also felt a powerful suppression. The disciples of the Alchemy Divine Palace felt as if they were struck by lightning. Feng Wuchen actually dared to attack Su Yanfeng. Su Yanfeng was the young lord of the Skyless Chaos Divine Palace. The Skyless Chaos Divine Palace's strength was terrifying, far above the Alchemy Divine Palace. It was a major force in the stellar sky domain. One could imagine the consequences of offending Su Yanfeng. However, Feng Wuchen didn't care about this at all. In terms of combat strength, Feng Wuchen was indeed no match for Su Yanfeng. However, Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power could even suppress the Chaos Divine power, not to mention Su Yanfeng's ordinary divine power. In front of Feng Wuchen's Chaos Divine power, Su Yanfeng was nothing. The domineering primordial divine power became even more terrifying. Su Yanfeng's face turned pale, and he almost suffocated. "Feng Wuchen, what kind of divine power is this?" Su Yanfeng asked in horror. At this moment, he couldn't feel the divine power in his body at all. It was as if his divine power had disappeared. Su Yanfeng had never encountered such a situation. It was too shocking. "Su Yanfeng, I warned you just now, but you just had to provoke me," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was extremely domineering. Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God sword again, and the tip of the sword pointed at Su Yanfeng's forehead. If you dare to touch me, you won't live either. The Skyless Chaos Divine Palace will never forgive you." Su Yanfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Is the Skyless Chaos Divine Palace very strong?" Feng Wuchen sneered as he poured his ancient god force into the Dragon God sword. Golden light burst out from the sword as a tyrannical sword light spread out. Just as the Alchemy Palace Master was about to intervene, he was stopped by the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master, who said respectfully, "Palace Master, Feng Wuchen's background is not trivial. Don't interfere." As soon as the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master said this, the Alchemy Palace Master and the elders all looked at him in shock. Does the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master know Feng Wuchen's identity? Sensing the gazes of the Alchemy Palace Master and the others, the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master said in a low voice, "Little brother Feng may be related to the Heavenly Soul Hall. Perhaps he is from the Heavenly Soul Hall." "What? Heavenly Soul Hall?" The Alchemy Palace Master and the elders were trembling in fear. A strong sense of fear surged into their hearts, and they felt as if they could not breathe. "Brother Feng, no!" Yin Feng Xiao and Big Brotherly shouted at the same time. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chi! Ah! Feng Wuchen's sword cut off one of Su Yanfeng's arms, causing blood to gush out. The pain caused Su Yanfeng to let out a heart-wrenching scream. "What?" The Alchemy Palace Master and the others' faces changed greatly. Yin Feng Xiao and Big Brotherly were completely dumbfounded. Brother Feng cut off Su Yanfeng's arm. Yang Xianxia was also frightened, staring at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. "It's over, cutting off one of Su Yanfeng's arms, Brother Feng is finished. The Heavenly Primal Chaos Shrine will never let Brother Feng go," a senior disciple said in horror. No one thought that Feng Wuchen would really dare to make a move. "Brother Feng, something big is going to happen." Yin Feng Xiao ran over in horror and said, "You cut off one of Su Yanfeng's arms, this is a big disaster. Brother Feng, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the Heavenly Primal Chaos Shrine will not let you go. The Heavenly Primal Chaos Shrine has a Primal Chaos Great Emperor." Big Brotherly said in extreme panic. They were all too clear about the heavenly primal chaos shrine's strength. The alchemy divine palace could not protect Feng Wuchen. Su Yanfeng's arm was cut off in the alchemy divine palace. The alchemy divine palace might be implicated. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Big Brother Yun, Big Brotherly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Feng Wuchen. How dare you cut off this young lord's arm? This young lord will never forgive you. Su Yanfeng roared in anger. Pa pa pa. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to slap Su Yanfeng's face more than a dozen times. Su Yanfeng's face was swollen, and his mouth was full of blood. Not only did I touch you, I also cut off your arm. Let me see how I can't live. Feng Wuchen sneered with a hint of arrogance. Feng Wuchen cut off one of Su Yanfeng's arms to tell Su Yanfeng that the heavenly primal chaos shrine was nothing. Feng Wuchen never put them in his eyes. Feng Wuchen. Su Yanfeng's anger soared to the sky. He was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling violently. As the young lord of the heavenly primal chaos shrine and a genius alchemist in the stellar sky domain, he was the center of attention wherever he went. Now, he was humiliated by a mere chaos heaven immortal realm alchemist. How could Su Yanfeng take it? Su Yanfeng definitely could not take such humiliation. Feng Wuchen must die. If Feng Wuchen did not die, Su Yanfeng would never be able to quell his anger. So what if I cut off your arm? Do you believe that I will kill you now? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The dragon god sword was pointed at Su Yanfeng's heart. Under the suppression of the ancient divine power, Su Yanfeng could not move at all. There was no way he could resist. If Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Big Brother Jiang, come and save me. I am in the alchemy divine palace. Someone wants to kill me. Su Yanfeng immediately sent a voice transmission for help. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yun Fengxiao and Big Brotherly were scared out of their wits. The alchemy divine palace master, elders, and many disciples were scared out of their wits. If Feng Wuchen really killed Su Yanfeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. The alchemy divine palace would definitely be destroyed. Brother Feng, please don't. You don't know the terrifying strength of the heavenly primal chaos shrine. Leave quickly, or it will be too late. Yun Fengxiao quickly stopped Feng Wuchen. Big Brotherly also panicked and said, Yes, Brother Feng, leave quickly. Big Brother Yun, you asked me to leave in front of him. If I really leave, Su Yanfeng will not let you go. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Yun Fengxiao and Big Brotherly were silent. Feng Wuchen's words were indeed reasonable. That's right. You can't leave. Su Yanfeng shouted angrily. His pale face was extremely ferocious. He could not wait to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Feng Wuchen said coldly, I won't leave. I want to see how powerful the heavenly primal chaos shrine is. Big Brother Yun, Big Brotherly, don't worry about this matter. Let me do it myself. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Whoosh. At this moment, a strong sonic boom came from the void. An aura more terrifying than Su Yanfeng swept over with an earth-shattering momentum. This aura is... The alchemy divine palace master frowned deeply. Feng Wuchen. Big Brother Jiang is here. You are dead. Su Yanfeng said proudly, as if he could already see the scene of Feng Wuchen's tragic death. End of chapter. Jiang Wuyun. The refining divine palace's old face turned serious. We're in trouble now. Once the young lord of the chaos-colored glass sect gets involved, we won't be able to stop him. The colored glass sect master is very protective, and we can't afford to offend him. The great elder frowned, looking worried. Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. He shouldn't have touched Su Yanfeng. Let alone the colored glass sect, we can't even afford to offend the skyless divine palace. The second elder smiled bitterly. The chaos-colored glass sect and the skyless divine palace were powerful, and they couldn't afford to offend them. Once the refining divine palace got involved, the consequences were obvious. The young lord of the chaos-colored glass sect, Jiang Wuyun. Yang Xianying's face changed when he felt the powerful aura. Senior brother, it's him. It's Jiang Wuyun. The top genius of the stellar sky domain. A senior disciple exclaimed. Oh no. Su Yanfeng actually called Jiang Wuyun here. Another senior disciple exclaimed in fear. The number one genius of the stellar sky domain, Jiang Wuyun. The refining divine palace's disciples were all scared out of their wits. Jiang Wuyun's existence was enough to make them tremble in fear. Brother Feng, we're in trouble now. This man is the young lord of the chaos-colored glass sect, Jiang Wuyun, the number one genius of the stellar sky domain. What should we do? Yun Fengxiao was in despair. Once Jiang Wuyun came, who could save Feng Wuchen? Even if Feng Wuchen's divine power could suppress Jiang Wuyun, the consequences would be unimaginable if the chaos-colored glass sect was angered. It was too late for Feng Wuchen to leave now. Brother Yun, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He knew it was Jiang Wuyun from the beginning. Swish, soon, a figure appeared in the sky above the palace. It was Jiang Wuyun. Feng Wuchen is dead for sure. The refining divine palace can't protect him. The moment they saw Jiang Wuyun, the refining divine palace's disciples were even more terrified. All of them knew what would happen to those who offended Jiang Wuyun. Except for the myriad pill pavilion master, everyone thought that Feng Wuchen was dead for sure. Welcome, young Master Jiang. The Alchemy Palace Master and the elders cupped their fists. Master of the Alchemy Palace, elders. Jiang Wuyun cupped his fists respectfully in return. Jiang Wuyun's action surprised the Alchemy Palace Master and elders. They found it hard to believe. Was this still the arrogant Jiang Wuyun from before? As the young matriarch of the colored glass sect and the number one genius of the stellar sky domain, Jiang Wuyun had never been so respectful to anyone before. What was going on? Brother Jiang, save me. This brat's divine power is extremely terrifying. He can even suppress my divine power. He even cut off one of my hands. Brother Jiang. Quickly kill him. Su Yanfeng roared. What? Do you think I can't suppress his divine power? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Jiang Wuyun frowned slightly. This voice sounded familiar. When Jiang Wuyun lowered his head to look at Feng Wuchen, his expression changed drastically and his heart started beating faster. Wasn't this the person who broke his 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet? How could it be him? Jiang Wuyun was shocked. Previously, he almost got into trouble because of the 10,000-year mysterious jade bracelet. Now, he actually met Feng Wuchen. Was Su Yanfeng trying to harm him? Of all people, he had to provoke Feng Wuchen. Jiang Wuyun's expression changed, and the myriad pill pavilion master noticed it immediately. The Alchemy Palace Master and elders also noticed the change in Jiang Wuyun's expression. They were shocked and puzzled. It seemed that the myriad pill pavilion master was right. Feng Wuchen was related to the Sky Soul Palace. Moreover, Jiang Wuyun obviously recognized Feng Wuchen. Brat. Don't be complacent. Brother Jiang still has innate divine power. Su Yanfeng shouted angrily, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Oh? Innate divine power? Feng Wuchen sneered, but does he dare to save you? Brother Jiang. Do it. Kill him. Su Yanfeng roared. He could no longer tolerate Feng Wuchen. What Su Yanfeng didn't know was that Jiang Wuyun didn't dare to make a move. Jiang Wuyun didn't say anything, nor did he make a move. This puzzled the disciples of the Alchemy Palace. What's going on? Yang Xianying frowned. He seemed to have noticed something and couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. Jiang Wuyun didn't make a move. Could it be related to Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen looked up at the sky and sneered, Jiang Wuyun, are you going to save him? Hearing this, Jiang Wuyun descended. He didn't look at Su Yanfeng, but the next scene shocked everyone. Su Yanfeng was also dumbfounded. Jiang Wuyun actually cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen. That's right. They didn't see it wrong. The number one genius young lord of the stellar sky domain actually cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Su Yanfeng offended Brother Feng. I won't interfere. Even if Brother Feng kills him, I won't interfere. Jiang Wuyun said politely. Boom, as soon as Jiang Wuyun's words came out, everyone present felt as if their heads had been blown off. They were all in a daze. Jiang Wuyun was actually so polite to Feng Wuchen, no. This was fear. What was Feng Wuchen's identity? The alchemy palace was dead silent. All the disciples looked at Feng Wuchen with horror and disbelief. They finally understood. Why was Feng Wuchen so arrogant? Why did he dare to touch Su Yanfeng? Why did he dare to cut off Su Yanfeng's arm? That was because Feng Wuchen's identity was more terrifying than Su Yanfeng and Jiang Wuyun. Big brother Jiang. Su Yanfeng looked at Jiang Wuyun in horror. His mind was blank. Jiang Wuyun actually said such heartless words. Su Yanfeng couldn't believe it. Was this still the big brother Jiang he had known for so many years? At this moment, Su Yanfeng suddenly realized something. That's right. Feng Wuchen's identity was more terrifying than Jiang Wuyun's. It was so terrifying that Jiang Wuyun was afraid of him. Otherwise, Jiang Wuyun would never say such heartless words in front of him. Su Yanfeng, did you hear that? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Su Yanfeng trembled. His pale face was full of fear. He said in horror, Brother Feng, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Su Yanfeng regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He actually provoked such a terrifying person. What? You're admitting your mistake so quickly? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Very impressive. Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. To be honest, I didn't want to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. Now you want me to spare you? Isn't that letting you off too easily? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. The dragon god sword had slowly pierced into the flesh of Su Yanfeng's heart. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Big brother Jiang. Quick, save me. Su Yanfeng cried out in extreme fear. Jiang Wuyun was indifferent. He wanted to save him, but he didn't dare to. Jiang Wuyun knew the consequences of offending Feng Wuchen. It was definitely not something the Luli sect could bear. Father! Come save me. Someone wants to kill me. I'm in the refining god palace. Come save me. The terrified and desperate Su Yanfeng finally sent a message to the Skyless Temple. Skyless Primal Chaos Shrine. Receiving the news from Su Yanfeng, Skyless Hallmaster was furious. Monstrous murderous aura spread tens of thousands of feet away, and the shrine was in a state of panic. The surrounding forces and cultivators were scared out of their wits by Skyless Hallmaster's murderous aura. Hallmaster, what happened? Grand Elder asked with a frown in the main hall. Su Wutian's sudden anger shocked all the elders and higher-ups. Someone wants to kill Feng Er. In the Refinement God Palace. Su Wutian said angrily, Feng Er went to the Refinement God Palace to compete with Yang Xianying. What? Kill the young master? The elders and higher-ups' faces changed. Such a thing actually happened, the elders and higher-ups couldn't believe it. Who has the guts to kill Su Yanfeng? Don't they know Su Yanfeng's identity? Don't they know the terrifying strength of the Skyless Primal Chaos Shrine? Who has the guts to do so in the Refinement God Palace? This Hall Master wants to see who has the guts to kill this Hall Master's son. Follow me to the Refinement God Palace immediately. Su Wutian said angrily and disappeared. The various elders and higher-ups also disappeared one after another. Refinement God Palace. Feng. Who is Brother Feng? Yun Fengxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He couldn't imagine Feng Wuchen's identity at all. Too scary, even young Master Jiang Wuyun doesn't dare to make a move. He and Su Yanfeng have been good friends for many years. Big Brother Li was also scared silly. What is Feng Wuchen's identity? Even young Master Jiang Wuyun is so scared that he doesn't dare to make a move. A senior disciple said in horror. The disciples of the Refinement God Palace kept replaying the scene of Jiang Wuyun cupping his fists to Feng Wuchen. That scene was too shocking. Brother Feng, don't kill me, don't kill me. Big brother Jiang, save me. I don't want to die yet. Su Yanfeng kept begging for mercy, staring at Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword, afraid that Feng Wuchen would suddenly pierce his heart. He had to buy some time, he had to wait for Su Wutian to save him. Looks like no one can save you today. I warned you before, but you didn't listen. It's too late to regret it now. Feng Wuchen sneered, the dragon divine sword slowly pierced in, it was already close to the heart. Su Yanfeng became more and more frightened and desperate, and the intense pain made his desire to live even stronger. As the skyless divine Hall's young lord and one of the stellar sky domain's top prodigies, Su Yanfeng had not lived long enough. How could he bear to die? Just as the dragon god's sword was about to slowly pierce through Su Yanfeng's heart, a furious shout filled with majesty suddenly came from the void. Who dares to kill my son? Su Wutian bellowed furiously. His murderous aura swept across the sky, terrifying everyone's soul. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Refinement God Palace. At that moment, everyone in the Refinement Divine Palace, including the Palace Master and the elders, were shocked. The weaker disciples all collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were powerless, and their faces were filled with pain. Wutian Hall Master. The Alchemy Palace Master's expression changed. Chaos Emperor. The expressions of the elders and the higher-ups changed drastically. An intense fear welled up in their hearts. All the disciples were scared out of their wits. Brat! My father is here. If you dare to kill me, you won't live either. I can't do it. You dare to kill this young lord. Su Yanfeng bellowed. At this time, he did not care about Feng Wuchen's background. As long as he could survive. Second stage Chaos Emperor. Feng Wuchen looked up at the void. What Su Yanfeng did not know was that Feng Wuchen did not put the skyless divine hall in his eyes at all. Father! Save me! Save me! Su Yanfeng looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. High up in the sky, a figure appeared. A terrifying aura and pressure, as if the sky was collapsing, everyone could not bear it. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! Swish! Dozens of experts, including the elders and the higher-ups of the skyless divine hall, appeared one after another. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out. Humph! Brat? You've got guts. How dare you hurt my son, you're courting death. Su Wutian bellowed, and his terrifying aura and pressure locked onto Feng Wuchen. However, Su Wutian's aura and pressure, it did not affect Feng Wuchen at all. Master Wutian, wait. Jiang Wuyun hurriedly dissuaded. But it was too late, Su Wutian flashed down immediately. A fierce and merciless palm blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed. Ruthless, erupting with the ancient divine force, forcefully suppressing Su Wutian's divine force. But Feng Wuchen was still half a step too late. Boom! Puff! Su Wutian was a Chaos Emperor, and his strength was terrifying. Although Feng Wuchen's ancient divine force could suppress it, it could not be completely suppressed in an instant. Su Wutian's fierce palm, shaking Feng Wuchen to the point of vomiting blood, his figure flew out. Terrifying power, Feng Wuchen pierced through several palaces, and a huge pit appeared on the ground of the square. If Feng Wuchen was prepared in advance, Su Wutian would not have the chance to hurt him. Brother Feng! Yun Fengxiao shouted in panic. Su Yanfeng roared, Father! Kill him quickly. Something's wrong. Jiang Wuyun frowned deeply. Su Wutian attacked, and even injured Feng Wuchen. Things were serious. What kind of divine force is this? It made me feel a strong sense of danger, and it suppressed most of my divine force in an instant. Su Wutian was extremely shocked and could not believe it. A very domineering divine force. I've never seen it before. The first elder of the skyless primal chaos shrine was also shocked, and his old face was dumbfounded. A 7th-stage chaos golden immortal, his divine force can actually suppress the palace master's divine force. How is this possible? The second elder was also dumbfounded, and his old eyes almost flew out. A chaos golden immortal suppressing the Chaos Emperor's divine force? The dozen or so experts of the skyless primal chaos shrine were also dumbfounded. They had never seen such a terrifying divine force. Unheard of. Father! Don't give him a chance. Kill him quickly. Su Yanfeng roared anxiously. Su Yanfeng naturally saw that Su Wutian's divine force was suppressed. If Feng Wuchen was given time to prepare, Su Wutian would not be able to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Buzz! An extremely domineering ancient divine force burst out, and the palace ruins shook. This kid's divine force is very terrifying, I must not give him a chance. Su Wutian said in his heart, and a cold murderous aura burst out, and he was about to attack again. Palace Master Wutian, stop! Jiang Wuyun quickly shouted. Su Wutian glanced at Jiang Wuyun, ignored him, and immediately shot out fiercely. Palace Master, that kid's injuries have healed. An elder suddenly exclaimed. What? Su Wutian's face changed greatly. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen can't have healed. Su Yanfeng's eyes instantly popped out. How is this possible? Jiang Wuyun was dumbfounded. Unscathed? The more Jiang Wuyun looked, the more shocked he became. This was beyond his understanding. It was a miracle that Feng Wuchen could survive such a terrifying palm strike from the Chaos Emperor. Feng Wuchen's aura was obviously very weak when he was seriously injured. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura recovered instantly and became even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen floated out of the palace ruins, unscathed. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, everyone was shocked once again. Although most of Su Wutian's divine power was suppressed, a small part of it was enough to seriously injure Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, that palm strike would have definitely killed Feng Wuchen. But Feng Wuchen was able to recover from such a serious injury in an instant. How could anyone believe it? Unscathed. The alchemy palace master, elders, and disciples were all dumbfounded. Yun Fengxiao was dumbfounded. Did Brother Feng take some elixir? How can he recover from such a serious injury in an instant? Is he a monster? How can he be unscathed? Su Yanfeng looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. He can't be killed? Su Wutian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He couldn't imagine it. This scene was too shocking, no one knew what was going on and could not understand it at all. Feng Wuchen was expressionless as he stared coldly at Su Wutian. His domineering and terrifying ancient divine power had locked onto Su Wutian. Mercilessly suppressed. What kind of divine power is this? My divine power has completely disappeared. Su Wutian was extremely frightened. His old face was as pale as paper, and he was in extreme pain. Temple Master. The elders and experts of the Skyless Temple were shocked once again. Su Yanfeng swallowed his saliva in horror and said in horror, what kind of power is this? Even the Chaos Emperor can't do anything to him? The divine power of the Chaos Emperor has been completely suppressed. Jiang Wuyun was shocked again, and his heart was in turmoil. The entire refinement divine palace was dead silent. Everyone was so frightened that they couldn't speak. Completely suppressing the divine power of the primal Chaos Emperor was too outrageous. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen? Do you think you can save your son just because you're here? Feng Wuchen said coldly, now, not only will you not be able to save him, you will even implicate the Skyless Divine Palace. The moment Su Wutian made his move, it was already destined that the Skyless Divine Hall would not have a good outcome. Su Wutian fiercely stared at Feng Wuchen and asked in a deep voice, who the hell are you? Su Wutian was the hall master of the Heavenless Primal Chaos God Temple. If he could not see that Feng Wuchen was not simple, he would not be qualified to sit in this position. You are not qualified to know, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Great Elder, do it quickly. Let's kill Feng Wuchen together. Su Yanfeng suddenly came to his senses and roared in horror. As soon as Su Yanfeng's voice fell, Feng Wuchen's domineering and terrifying divine power instantly spread out and enveloped more than a dozen experts of the Skyless Divine Palace. They could not resist the terrifying divine power suppression at all. It was as if the divine power in their bodies had disappeared. What a terrifying divine power! I can't move my body. Great Elder said in horror. This feeling made him feel extremely uneasy. My divine power has been completely suppressed. I can't activate it. Second Elder said in horror, his guts scared out of his wits. What kind of divine power is this? Why is it so terrifying? Who the hell is he? Third Elder was scared out of his wits. He had never been so scared before. More than a dozen experts of the Skyless Divine Palace were all suppressed, such a terrifying scene, none of them had ever seen it before. The people of the Refinement Divine Palace, his heart was shaken. Jiang Wuyun was also scared speechless at this moment. He had never seen such terrifying divine power. Even the primal chaos divine power was not so terrifying, right? A descendant of a primal chaos golden immortal, relying on mysterious and terrifying divine power, to be able to suppress more than a dozen experts, this was simply unheard of. It was too terrifying. How could this be? Su Yanfeng was about to go crazy. How could a 7th-stage chaos golden immortal be so terrifying? Even in their dreams, they could not dream of such a terrifying monster. Su Yanfeng, I'll show you today. You'll see the consequences of provoking me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Bone-chilling murderous intent, it was extremely frightening. With just a thought, an extremely domineering sword will burst out. Under the control of Feng Wuchen's thought, tens of thousands of sword-will energy swords instantly condensed. Although Feng Wuchen was not strong, under the full power of the primordial divine power and eternal life realm divine power, his combat power had already surpassed the level of a Chaos Heaven Lord and reached the power of a 3rd-stage Chaos Heaven Lord. Under the merciless suppression of the primordial divine power, Su Wutian and the rest had no resistance at all. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them, it was as simple as crushing an ant. A sword condensed from sword intent. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. Feng Wuchen gave them a shock. Was it really wave after wave? They were all existences beyond their imagination. Even in the chaos realm, there were too few experts who could manifest sword will. At this moment, Su Wutian began to panic, and he was filled with regret. Under the terrifying suppression of the primordial divine power, not only could they not use divine power, they could not even move. Unable to move or resist, how could they withstand Feng Wuchen's sword will energy swords? Swish swish swish. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and tens of thousands of terrifying sword will energy swords shot out at the same time, turning into golden lightning with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Feng Wuchen, no! Su Yanfeng shouted in horror. Temple Master, what should we do? We can't withstand his attack, an elder asked in horror, his old eyes flashing with despair. We can't move, and we can't use our power. We're finished. The second elder was in complete despair. Feng Wuchen, stop. Su Wutian suppressed his fear and hurriedly shouted, we were wrong. Please be merciful. Be merciful? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, do you deserve it? When you attacked, did you think about being merciful? If I didn't have divine power to suppress it, what do you think would have happened to me? All of you would have died. If it weren't for the suppression of divine power and the eternal life realm body, Su Wutian's palm would have taken Feng Wuchen's life. Since that was the case, how could Feng Wuchen spare them? Feng Wuchen had never been a merciful person. When dealing with enemies, Feng Wuchen was fiercer than anyone else. Tens of thousands of sword will energy swords ruthlessly rushed toward Su Wutian and the other experts. Boom boom boom. The sword will energy swords bombarded him mercilessly. The sound of explosions was endless, but it was blocked by a powerful boundary. Kid, enough is enough. An old and dignified voice rang out. Shut up. Why are you interfering? I'll kill you too. Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely. He had already noticed the existence of this person. Su Kuei. The Alchemy Palace Master's face changed drastically. Old Palace Master Suer is here. The Alchemy Palace Master was shocked once again. From the old man's voice, one could guess the identity of the person who had come. Grandfather! Save us! Su Yanfeng screamed in fear. Su Yanfeng was truly afraid now. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying person. Su Yanfeng knew that Feng Wuchen was not someone he could provoke. Shut up! Don't you know how big of a mess you've made? A majestic voice reprimanded Su Yanfeng, causing him to be scared out of his wits. In the void, an old man appeared and cupped his fists at Feng Wuchen. The white-robed old man was Su Yanfeng's grandfather, Su Kuei. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Primal Chaos Emperor realm. Su Kuei looked at Feng Wuchen and said politely, little brother, Feng is in the wrong. You've already chopped off one of his hands, and the old man wants him to apologize to you. For the sake of the old man, let's forget about this matter. What do you think? Su Kuei's tone was very polite, and his attitude was very good. His goal was to minimize the problem. What if I don't agree? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over Su Kuei. His primordial god force had already locked onto Su Kuei. Once Su Kuei made a move, Feng Wuchen would mercilessly suppress him. Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. Su Wutian gritted his teeth and said angrily. You tried to kill me as soon as you arrived. Who's the one going too far? Feng Wuchen glared at Su Wutian. Little brother, what do I have to do to make you stop? Su Kuei asked. Su Yanfeng must die. He must die too. Feng Wuchen pointed at Su Yanfeng and then at Su Wutian. Su Kuei frowned and said, Little brother, one of them is the old man's son and the other is his grandson. Do you think the old man will stand by and do nothing? You can try. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen wasn't worried about Su Kuei's divine power at all. Su Kuei's face darkened. Your divine power is indeed terrifying. You can suppress the divine power of Emperor Chaos. Although old man doesn't know what kind of divine power it is, it won't be easy for you to suppress his divine power. Little brother, if you don't agree, even if old man has to give up his life, he won't just watch his son and grandson die in your hands. The Skyless Divine Palace is not very strong, but they are not easy to bully. In the end, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Feng Wuchen sneered. He pointed the dragon god sword at Su Kuei and said fiercely, then let's fight. I also want to see how powerful the Skyless Primal Chaos Temple is. Old thing, let me remind you before I act. I only want to kill 2 people now. I don't know who will be killed later. You have to think carefully. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the expressions of the people in the Refining God Palace changed again. Anyone could tell that Feng Wuchen didn't put the Skyless Divine Palace in his eyes. Myriad Pill Pavilion Master, is Feng Wuchen really related to the Sky Soul Palace? The Refining God Palace Master suppressed the fear in her heart and asked. Most likely. The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master nodded. He said solemnly, otherwise? How dare Feng Wuchen be so arrogant? Jiang Wuyun is the #1 genius of the stellar sky domain. Isn't he just watching obediently now? The Myriad Pill Pavilion Master wasn't sure about Feng Wuchen's identity, but he didn't need to be sure now. Jiang Wuyun was such an arrogant genius, but he didn't dare to fart in front of Feng Wuchen. This was enough to explain everything. Grandfather, Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. He won't let me and father go? Think of a way to kill him. Su Yanfeng said angrily. Feng Wuchen's divine power is terrifying? This person's identity is definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored old man's threat, Su Kuei said in his heart. Su Kuei's threat? He was actually testing Feng Wuchen. How could he have such terrifying divine power? How could he be ordinary? Feng Wuchen's answer worried Su Kuei. At the same time, it was difficult for him to make a choice. Feng Wuchen's counter-threat? Su Kuei felt extremely uneasy. Little brother, are you really not willing to take a step back? Su Kuei asked in a low voice as if he had already made up his mind. Old man? Do you think I'm easy to talk to or easy to bully? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a fierce arc. The domineering and terrifying ancient divine power mercilessly suppressed Su Kuei. At that moment, Su Kuei, a 6th-stage chaotic god emperor, suddenly changed his expression. The terrifying pressure made Su Kuei's face contort. The divine power of a 6th-stage chaotic god emperor was forcibly suppressed. This brat's divine power is terrifying. Even old man can't withstand it. Su Kuei was extremely shocked. Seeing this scene, Su Wutian and Su Yanfeng panicked. Even the strongest expert of Heavenless Chaotic God Palace couldn't withstand Feng Wuchen's divine power suppression. Old man, have you thought it through? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Feng Wuchen, although the ancient divine power is powerful, don't rely too much on it. This will greatly affect your ability to control more ancient divine power in the future. Download permanent free book. Who's talking? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. I am a primordial spirit nurtured by the ancient divine power. I am the origin of the ancient divine power. The unfamiliar voice sounded again. The origin of the ancient divine power? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The ancient divine power had nurtured a primordial spirit. Feng Wuchen, although the ancient divine power has been fully awakened, your cultivation is still too weak. You can only control a small part of it. If you rely too much on it, even if your cultivation increases in the future, it will be difficult for you to control more ancient divine power. The primordial spirit's voice sounded again. Thank you for the reminder. I originally didn't want to use divine power to suppress, but I have no other choice now. I will pay more attention in the future. Feng Wuchen replied. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't use the ancient divine power to suppress a strong opponent. Let's end this quickly. The primordial spirit's voice sounded again. Whoosh! With a thought, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Su Yanfeng in the blink of an eye and swung the dragon god sword. Seeing Feng Wuchen suddenly appear, Su Yanfeng was scared out of his wits. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found that he couldn't speak. Stop! Su Er shouted. Feng Wuchen, how dare you? Su Wutian roared in anger and fear. Qi! Sword light flickered and blood spurted out. A sword had slit Su Yanfeng's throat. Su Yanfeng was dead. Feng Er! Su Er's eyes widened. Feng Wuchen! You dare to kill my son. I won't spare you. Su Wutian lost control of his anger and roared madly. Then go accompany your son. Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice sounded. Feng Wuchen, don't. Su Kuwei shouted in grief. Qi! Golden sword light flickered and another sword slit Su Wutian's throat. He was powerless to resist. Primal Chaos Skyless Shrine Master Su Wutian was dead. Wutian! Su Kuwei and the elders were dumbfounded. Su Wutian and Su Yanfeng were killed, the Alchemy Palace Master and the elders were petrified once again. Feng! Brother Feng really killed them. Yang Xianying's eyes widened in horror as disbelief filled his face. What terrifying divine power! Even the Primal Chaos Emperor couldn't do anything about it, a senior disciple said in fear. Everyone in the Alchemy Palace turned pale and trembled. What kind of power is that? Feng Wuchen's identity is probably even more terrifying than Bai Xuankong's. Jiang Wuyun was dumbstruck. His eyes flickered with fear. With such terrifying divine power, Jiang Wuyun didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was an ordinary person. He killed the palace master and young master of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Palace without hesitation. How could he be an ordinary person? Arg! Su Kuwei roared in grief. His murderous aura soared to the sky. His old face was hideous as he roared, Feng Wuchen! How dare you kill my son and grandson? Old man will make you pay with your life even if I have to die. How could Su Kuwei not be furious when his son and grandson were killed? Old palace master, don't. Several elders hurriedly dashed forward to stop him. They were scared out of their wits. Su Kuwei roared, get out of my way. Once Su Kuwei attacked, he would definitely die. Feng Wuchen retracted his ancient divine power and curled his finger at Su Kuwei. Old man, without the suppression of divine power, come at me if you want revenge. Feng Wuchen! Old man won't let you go. Old man will make you pay with your life. Let go of me. Su Kuwei was so furious that he was about to go berserk. Grand Elder shouted, Old Palace Master, Feng Wuchen's divine power is too terrifying. Even your divine power can't handle it. Don't throw your life away. Old Palace Master, we can't do anything to him. Let's go. Second Elder said in a panic. He didn't want to stay any longer. Feng Wuchen was too terrifying. Get out of my way. Get out. Su Kuwei roared as his terrifying killing intent spread. Su Kuwei would not rest until he killed Feng Wuchen. Without the suppression of the primordial godly power, Su Er's terrifying godly power of a 6th-level Primal Chaos Emperor erupted. Infuriated, Su Kuwei wanted to force the elders back. Unfortunately, the elders didn't give Su Kuwei a chance. Let's go. The Great Elder roared in panic. The other elders unleashed their divine power at the same time and pulled Su Er, who had gone berserk, away. The dozen or so experts of the Heavenless Primal Chaos Temple also fled in panic. No one dared to stay. If Feng Wuchen suddenly attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Saving his life was more important. He had to leave immediately. Seeing Su Kuei and the others leave, Feng Wuchen did not stop them. If Su Er dared to make a move, Feng Wuchen would definitely kill him. Jiang Wuyun, this has nothing to do with you. Go back. Feng Wuchen glanced at the dumbstruck Jiang Wuyun, then walked towards Yun Fengxiao, and brotherly Jiang Wuyun suddenly came to his senses. He cupped his fists at Feng Wuchen and left in a flash. At this moment, Yun Fengxiao and everyone in the Refining God Palace were still in shock. Everything was too shocking. It was so shocking that they couldn't imagine it and couldn't believe it. Brother Yun, Brother Li, the matter has been settled. I'll take my leave. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, cupped his fists, and flew away. After such a thing happened in the Refining God Palace, Feng Wuchen didn't want to stay. Yun Fengxiao and Brother Li didn't react at all. Even the master and elders of the Refining God Palace were still in shock. The Refining God Palace was dead silent. Heavenless Primal Chaos Temple. The three elders appeared in a flash with Su Er, who was in a rage. Get lost. Su Kuei roared furiously. A terrifying power burst out from his body and sent the three great elders flying. The terrifying power made the three elders spit out blood. The terrifying power and murderous aura burst out. Everyone in the Heavenless Shrine was shocked. For a moment, everyone in the shrine came out. No one knew what had happened. Old Master. Calm down first. The first elder quickly shouted, Feng Wuchen's divine power is too terrifying. Even the old master's divine power can't withstand it. Once he strikes, Feng Wuchen will kill the old master without hesitation. Yes, old master. The master and young master have been killed by Feng Wuchen. You can't throw your life away. Otherwise, who will avenge the master and young master? The second elder continued. Everyone in the shrine was stunned by the second elder's words. The master and young master were killed. What was going on? Feng Wuchen. The old man will never forgive you. The old man will use your blood as a sacrifice to my children and grandchildren. Su Kuei gritted his teeth as his internal organs churned violently. Under the first elder's persuasion, Su Kuei gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the first elder heaved a sigh of relief and said solemnly, Old Master, what we need to do now is to investigate Feng Wuchen's identity and find out what kind of power he has. Then, we'll find a way to avenge the master and young master. With the strength of the Heavenless Shrine, we'll definitely find a way to deal with Feng Wuchen. Old Master, Jiang Wuyun was there just now, but he didn't do anything. The Luli sect must know about Feng Wuchen's identity. The third elder hurriedly said. The old man will go to the Luli sect now. Su Kuei said angrily and disappeared in a flash. After leaving the alchemy shrine, Feng Wuchen came to the top of a mountain. Feng Wuchen spent more than 10 minutes upgrading the Dragon God Sword and other Dharma treasures to the level of Chaos Treasure. After upgrading the Dragon God Sword to the level of Chaos Treasure, the power of the Dragon God Sword has increased by so much. The gloves and armor must be much stronger as well. With my current combat strength, I should be able to fight a 5th level Chaos Heavenly Lord. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Master's primordial divine power is so terrifying. Even a divine master can't do anything to master, let alone a heavenly lord. The Dragon God Sword laughed excitedly. With the primordial divine power suppressing him, a chaos divine master would naturally not be able to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Recalling the primordial spirit's words, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, divine power itself can suppress other divine powers. I won't purposely use divine power in the future to prevent it from affecting my control of the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen firmly believed the primordial origin's words. Primordial spirit, how much will it affect me when I use divine power to suppress it? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. It won't affect you at first. Try to use it less in the future. When you fully control the true power of the primordial divine power, you can suppress it however you want. The primordial origin replied. Many thanks. If not for your reminder, I would be in trouble. Feng Wuchen laughed. With such a terrifying primordial divine power, Feng Wuchen did not want to be unable to control a greater power because of excessive suppression. Master, my memories have been unsealed. The divine I suddenly said. What? Your memories have been unsealed? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, Divine Eye, what did you remember? Master, the Sun's Eye is also a chaos divine weapon that was born when the primordial chaos first opened. The Divine Eye replied. Chaos divine artifact? Feng Wuchen was surprised and overjoyed. He quickly asked, Divine Eye, who is your master? What happened in the past? My master is the Heavenly Tao's founder. My memory of what happened in the past is still blurry. The Sun Eye has yet to fully recover. The Divine Eye replied. Heavenly Tao's founder. Feng Wuchen sucked in a cold breath. The Heavenly Tao's founder was a terrifying existence. His status was probably even more terrifying than the Chaos Ancestor. Otherwise, how could the Sun Eye possess such terrifying power? Master, the Chaos Ancestor must know about the Heavenly Tao's founder. Long Xinjian replied. Yes, the Chaos Ancestor must know. I'll have to ask the Chaos Ancestor later. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, Divine Eye, what else do you remember? I remember a lot of things that happened around the Heavenly Tao's founder. However, my memory of the battle is still blurry. The Divine Eye replied. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed, what kind of battle could cause the Sun God to be so severely injured? The Heavenly Tao's founder should be very powerful. If the Sun Eye is severely damaged, it means that the Heavenly Tao's founder must have been severely injured. Maybe it's just as Master guessed. The Divine Eye replied. If not, how could the Sun Eye be damaged? When it recovers into a Chaos Spiritual Artifact or Chaos Immortal Artifact, my memory should be much clearer. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Primordial Spirit, do you have the primordial God Force or the strongest God Force born in the primordial chaos? Do you know the Heavenly Tao's founder? You're the first one to obtain the primordial God Force since it was born. Recently, the primordial God Force has awakened, and so has the primordial spirit. Do you think I know about it? The primordial origin replied. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. Chaos Glaze Sect. Su Kuei appeared and rushed anxiously towards the Glaze Sect's main hall. Old Hall Master Su, I knew you would come. Jiang Wuyun's voice sounded as he appeared. Young Master Jiang. Su Er frowned and asked in a deep voice, do you know Feng Wuchen? I don't know him. Jiang Wuyun shook his head and said seriously, it was the third time I saw him in the Alchemy Palace. Elder Su, we can't afford to offend Feng Wuchen. Jiang Maching's voice came from the main hall. Not long after, Jiang Maching, Luo Qiankuan, and the others walked out of the main hall. Obviously, they already knew that Su Kuei was coming. Can't be provoked? Su Er frowned and asked, Sovereign Jiang, who is Feng Wuchen? Jiang Maching shook his head slightly and said, I don't know either. However, I can tell you that because of Feng Wuchen, something almost happened to Yuner. Su Kuei's face changed slightly. Even the Luli sect couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen? Elder Su, you should know of the Primal Chaos Ancient Soul Palace, right? Asked Jiang Maching. It's one of the major factions under the Primal Chaos Divine Palace. Elder Su nodded. Jiang Maching continued, Feng Wuchen and the third young master of the Ancient Soul Palace, Bai Shankong, accidentally broke Yuner's 10,000-year profound jade bracelet. Yuner gave them 3 days to recover. However, Yuner didn't want to because they had only recovered 70%. This matter alarmed Mu Tianhun, the palace master of Heavenly Soul Hall. If Mu Tianhun hadn't appeared in time, what would have happened? We didn't know Bai Xuankong's identity at all. Fortunately, Bai Xiankong didn't take it to heart. Otherwise, Yuner would have died. Because of this matter? I even went to the Heavenly Soul Palace to apologize. Only then was the grudge resolved. Mu Tianhun? Su Kuei's face changed again. He asked in shock, Feng Wuchen knows the third young master of the Ancient Soul Palace? Yes. Luo Qiankuan nodded and said, however, Feng Wuchen's identity is much more terrifying than Bai Xuankong's. Even Mu Tianhun has to be respectful to him. What? Mu Tianhun is respectful to him? Su Kuei widened his eyes in shock. He was scared out of his wits. Who was Mu Tianhun? He was the palace master of the chaotic Heavenly Soul Palace, a peak expert of the 9-level Chaos Divine Palace. How could such a terrifying expert exist? He was respectful to Feng Wuchen. Su Kuwei couldn't believe it. Did Feng Wuchen really have such a terrifying identity? Palace Master Su? That's why I didn't dare to interfere. Su Yanfeng was killed? I can't do anything about it. Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power? You've seen it too? Palace Master Su, you should stop thinking about revenge. Otherwise, the skyless divine palace won't survive, Jiang Wuyan said. Is Feng Wuchen's identity really that terrifying? Su Kuwei couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's identity was. Elder Su? I've heard from Yun'er about this matter. This is Su Yanfeng's fault. Since Feng Wuchen didn't pursue the matter, let's just forget about it, Jiang Wuqing added. Su Kuwei's face was pale and haggard. Su Kuwei didn't know what to say. Was Feng Wuchen's identity really that terrifying? How could he take revenge, but what if he didn't take revenge? The death of his children and grandchildren? Was he going to let it go just like that? Su Kuwei was unwilling. Seeing Su Kuwei's disbelief, Jiang Wuqing said, Elder Su, I know you're grieving and want to take revenge. But for the survival of the skyless divine palace, you should give up. None of us can afford to offend Feng Wuchen. Su Kuwei closed his eyes in grief. He was struggling in his heart. Su Kuwei knew it was impossible for him to take revenge. After cultivating on the mountain peak for a few days, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base improved a lot. He was one step closer to breaking through to the 8th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. With the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base increased by 5 levels. Therefore, Feng Wuchen didn't enter the divine ring or cultivate with the help of his primordial spirit avatars. Otherwise, he would have broken through again. Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit avatars were all cultivating their soul spirit power. Soon, Feng Wuchen would be able to break through to the art refinement realm. A few days later, Feng Wuchen had left the stellar sky domain and arrived at the ancient mystic region. The ancient mystic region was much bigger than the stellar sky domain. There were many factions of different sizes here. There were countless experts and geniuses. I'm finally here. Only in the ancient mystic region can there be a teleportation formation to the saint region, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself and smiled. With a teleportation formation, it would save Feng Wuchen a lot of time. After all, the saint region was too far away. Arriving at a city, Feng Wuchen stopped a man and a woman. He asked politely, Brother, may I know where the teleportation formation to the ancient mystic region is? The passerby looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled happily. Little brother, are you looking for a teleportation formation? My sister and I are going there as well. Let's go together. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked them. He then followed the passerby into the city. Where are you going? A 17 or 18-year-old young lord asked curiously. Her big watery eyes sized up Feng Wuchen. Saint region. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. I am Yan Wushuang. My younger sister is Yan Jishui. How should I address you? Yan Wushuang smiled and asked. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled and replied. In the void above the city, a figure appeared. He frowned and said doubtfully, Why is Feng Wuchen in the ancient mystic region? Isn't he in the Chaos Divine Hall? Reporting to Lord Wu-Fo, this subordinate discovered Feng Wuchen's tracks. After confirming that it was Feng Wuchen, the mysterious man immediately reported and secretly followed Feng Wuchen. In the primal Chaos Divine Palace, Wu-Fo opened his eyes in shock. What? Discovered Feng Wuchen's tracks? How is that possible? Wu-Fo was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe it. Are you sure it's Feng Wuchen? Wu-Fo asked with a gloomy face. Feng Wuchen had already left the primal Chaos Divine Palace and none of them had noticed. This subordinate is very sure. It's definitely Feng Wuchen. This subordinate is secretly following him. The mysterious man said respectfully. Feng Wuchen, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have already gone to the ancient Xian domain. I thought you were in seclusion in the primal Chaos Divine Palace. Wu-Fo narrowed his eyes and murderous intent flashed in them. Feng Wuchen must have guessed something for sneaking out of the primal Chaos Divine Palace. But that's good too. Lord Supreme can't wait any longer. This is a good opportunity. There was some distance between the ancient Xian domain and the primal chaos divine palace. It was convenient for them to take action. Keep a close eye on Feng Wuchen. Find an opportunity to take action. Wu Fo ordered. This subordinate obeys. The mysterious man replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen, Feng Wuchen. You secretly went to the ancient Xian domain. You are courting death. Wu Fo sneered. Feng Wuchen, who was walking on the streets of the city, was chatting with Yan Wushuang. He didn't notice that someone was secretly following them. Brother Yan, you are also going to the sacred region? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Yes. Yan Wushuang nodded and said helplessly, we are from the sacred region and have already been in the primal chaos divine palace for more than half a month. 2 days ago, we received an urgent message and have to rush back to the sacred region to deal with some matters. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. Brother Feng, after passing this city, we will arrive after flying for another day. Yan Yishui smiled obediently. Yan Wushuang smiled faintly and said, we have been on the road for 2 days. Let's rest in the city first. Meeting Brother Feng is fate. Let's have a drink or two. Feng Wuchen learned that Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui were from the chaotic Heaven Sword sect. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the chaotic Heavenly Sword sect. His attainments in the field of Sword Dao were extremely high. The chaotic Heavenly Sword sect was not considered a major faction in the sacred region. The strongest person in the sect was only at the primal chaos Godmaster realm. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui had come to the primal chaos divine sword sect to learn and exchange knowledge. However, after they left, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong went to the primal chaos divine sword sect. Brother Feng, what realm has your cultivation reached? Why can't I tell? Yan Wushuang asked curiously. Yan Wushuang was a 5th-level primal chaos heavenly monarch. He was baffled that he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. I also want to know. Yan Jingshui nodded repeatedly. A 7th-level chaos golden immortal. I have a magic treasure to hide my cultivation base. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. My cultivation base is not weaker than Sister Yanshui's. I went to the sacred region to temper myself. I see. Yan Wushuang smiled. Brother Feng, if you work hard, you will definitely become stronger. Cultivation is a very difficult thing. If you have time, you can come to the chaotic Heavenly Sword sect to look for me. Brother Yan is right. It is rare for you to invite me. If I have the chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Feng Wuchen smiled and nodded. What Yan Wushuang didn't know was that Feng Wuchen's current strength was not weaker than his. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's sword Dao domain was many times stronger than Yan Wushuang's. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Feng Wuchen and the other 2 left the city. A day later, Feng Wuchen and the other 2 arrived at the ancient Mystic Region's North Mystic Tower. The teleportation array formed by 18 huge towers was very majestic and visually impactful. There were many cultivators entering and exiting the teleportation array at every moment. It was Feng Wuchen's first time seeing such a majestic teleportation array. What a huge teleportation array! Feng Wuchen was amazed. Brother Feng, this is the North Mystic Teleportation Array. It can teleport to the Heavenly Immortal Region, Divine Region and Sacred Region. Let's go to Sacred Region. Yan Wushuang smiled. Right at this time, Feng Wuchen's brows suddenly furrowed, as if he sensed something. Who would be secretly monitoring me? Chaos Skyless Temple? Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. He had already sensed that someone was secretly following them. No, it is impossible for Chaos Skyless Temple to know my whereabouts. Looks like it is that old monster's people. Feng Wuchen secretly said in his heart. However, he did not take any action. After the 3 entered the teleportation array, a figure appeared. Reporting to Lord Buddha, Feng Wuchen has gone to Sacred Region. The mysterious person transmitted his voice respectfully. Then take action in Sacred Region. The further away from Chaos Skyless Temple, the better. Buddha's voice transmitted. Understood. This subordinate will take action at Sacred Region's teleportation array. The mysterious person transmitted his voice respectfully and immediately entered the teleportation array. The magnificent and huge teleportation array's teleportation speed was very shocking. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen trio already appeared on Sacred Region's teleportation array. Sacred Region's teleportation array was similarly magnificent and huge, with a majestic aura. Brother Feng, this is Sacred Region. This is your first time here. Yan Wushuang smiled happily. But when he turned his head to look, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang looked around in puzzlement. Brother, big brother Feng is gone. Yan Yishui said in shock. Looking around, he did not see Feng Wuchen's trace. Yan Wushuang looked around and did not see him. He said in puzzlement, strange, where did brother Feng go? Wasn't he still here just now? Why did he disappear in a blink of an eye? Brother, what do we do now? Do we go find big brother Feng? Yan Yishui asked. Brother Feng should have something important that is not convenient to say. Let's go. Time is tight. Let's return to Heaven's Sword Sect first, Yan Wushuang said. He could not be bothered to find Feng Wuchen now. Feng Wuchen had just arrived at the teleportation array and hid inside space. Before long, the mysterious person who was secretly following appeared at the teleportation array. His gaze locked onto Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui, two people, very quickly. But only did not see Feng Wuchen. Where's Feng Wuchen? The mysterious person was greatly alarmed. Chasing closely all the way, he had just exited the teleportation array when Feng Wuchen disappeared mysteriously. The mysterious person said in disbelief, how is this possible? Feng Wuchen was clearly with them just now. Why did he suddenly disappear? He's indeed that old monster's people. My whereabouts have already been exposed, Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. In the future, he would absolutely not be safe in the Sacred Region. Reporting to Lord Buddha, Feng Wuchen disappeared. The mysterious person transmitted his voice. What? Disappeared? Buddha was immediately enraged and scolded furiously, useless trash. Feng Wuchen has already detected your existence. Feng Wuchen must be nearby. Immediately send people to investigate. Absolutely can't let Feng Wuchen escape. Buddha exploded in anger, such a good opportunity, he actually let Feng Wuchen escape. Useless trash. The more Buddha thought, the angrier he got. Sacred Region's teleportation array. Feng Wuchen, who was hiding in the space, discovered that there were many mysterious people in the dark, and a few of them were at the Primal Chaos Emperor realm. This mysterious power is very powerful, and not only in the Primal Chaos domain, but also in the Sacred Region. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered my whereabouts so quickly. I was too careless. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The mole in the Primal Chaos Divine Palace must have known that I'm not in the Divine Palace. With such a good opportunity, he will definitely think of ways to deal with me. The mysterious power had a Primal Chaos God expert behind it, so it was naturally very terrifying. The power probably covered the entire Primal Chaos domain. At the same time, the mysterious person quickly caught up with Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui and forcefully intercepted them. A terrifying aura locked onto Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui, shaking them until they were powerless and pale. This was definitely the feeling of death, too terrifying. Where is the person who was with you just now? Speak. Otherwise, die. The mysterious person asked coldly, using a completely commanding tone. Yan Yishui was so frightened that his entire body trembled, and he hid behind Yan Wushuang, looking extremely frightened and unable to speak. Primal Chaos Emperor. Yan Wushuang was shocked. Just from the terrifying aura, he could confirm that it was a Primal Chaos Emperor expert. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Why was a Primal Chaos Emperor looking for him? Yan Wushuang suppressed the shock in his heart and replied, we don't know either. We just came out of the teleportation array and didn't see him. He followed you into the teleportation array, and you say you don't know? I think you are tired of living. The mysterious person said fiercely, his cold voice carrying a murderous aura. Feng Wuchen followed them into the teleportation array and came out together. How could they not know? The mysterious person didn't believe it. Yan Wushuang's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he quickly said, we really don't know. He just came out of the teleportation array and disappeared. Courting death. The mysterious person said fiercely and was about to kill Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui were frightened. This was a primal Chaos Emperor expert, it was impossible for them to survive. Stop. A cold voice suddenly sounded, the person you are looking for is me. What kind of ability is it to make things difficult for two weaklings? There are so many people watching the teleportation array, aren't you afraid of others laughing? Brother Feng. Yan Wushuang was shocked. Feng Wuchen, you can't run away. Surrender, the mysterious man said fiercely. His terrifying murderous aura instantly locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said fearlessly, whether or not I can escape will depend on your ability. Humph. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this great emperor? You must be tired of living. The mysterious person said viciously. Without any hesitation, he shot out like a bolt of lightning, his speed reaching the extreme. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a devilish smile. The mysterious man arrived in the blink of an eye, his hand grabbed at Feng Wuchen's throat mercilessly. With his terrifying speed, the mysterious person had absolute confidence that he could capture Feng Wuchen alive. But the moment he touched Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. Not good. This was the sword chi manifestation. We've been tricked. The mysterious man's expression changed drastically. You're right, even an idiot can see it, but you didn't see it. You're so stupid, of course you'll be tricked. Even an idiot is smarter than you. Feng Wuchen's cold mocking laughter sounded. Facing a Chaos Emperor expert, who would take the risk to show up, wasn't this courting death? Would Feng Wuchen be so stupid? Damn it. The mysterious man was furious. His face was as ferocious as a fierce tiger. A dignified Chaos Emperor expert, he was fooled by a junior. At this moment, Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui had disappeared without a trace, he couldn't sense any aura. A terrifying murderous aura burst out, the mysterious man gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen. I won't let you off. At the moment when the mysterious man attacked, Feng Wuchen had already taken the opportunity to save Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui. As a Chaos Emperor expert? He didn't realize that Feng Wuchen was formed by sword chi at the first moment. Feng Wuchen. You've stepped into the Saint Realm. You won't be able to escape. Everyone, chase him immediately, don't let him escape. The mysterious man roared fiercely. He immediately gave the order to chase. The dozens of mysterious men in the dark, they immediately spread out and chased. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already brought Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui away from the teleportation array. Brother Feng, what's going on? Why is a Chaos Emperor expert chasing after you? Yan Wushuang asked in shock. He was still very scared. I offended them, that's why they're chasing after me. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Big brother Yan, I'm really sorry for dragging you guys into this. Hurry up and leave. I'll use my clone to lure them away. If there's a chance, I'll go to the Sky Sword sect to find you guys. Feng Wuchen quickly said. He had already noticed that there were experts chasing after them. Before Yan Wushuang could ask, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Brother, who is Big Brother Feng? His movement technique is so powerful. Yan Yishui asked curiously. I don't know either. Yan Wushuang shook his head and said, let's hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, not only will we be in danger, but Brother Feng will also be in danger. After saying that, Yan Wushuang immediately left with Yan Yishui. After all, their sect had important matters to attend to. Feng Wuchen used his sword chi to create dozens of clones. He lured the strong cultivators who were chasing him to another direction. Reporting to my lord, I'm chasing after the clones. I can't sense Feng Wuchen's aura anymore. Reporting to my lord, it's the sword chi left behind. Feng Wuchen is a fake. Reporting to my lord, Feng Wuchen has disappeared. His movement technique is very strange. I can't sense his aura and I don't know where he went. A series of respectful voices sounded. The mysterious man's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll crush all the bones in your body. Dozens of experts were chasing after him, but they couldn't catch a junior. It was fine if they couldn't catch him, but they were also fooled by Feng Wuchen's sword qi. In the end, Feng Wuchen disappeared as they chased after him. Now, Feng Wuchen was nowhere to be seen. Feng Wuchen had already run far away. The clones formed by the sword qi left behind were to buy time for him to escape. Feng Wuchen's teleportation, thousand illusions technique, and spatial divine power were not just for show. Feng Wuchen could escape with a few shuttles. In a situation where there was no threat, even if they were Chaos Emperor experts, it would be very difficult to catch Feng Wuchen. I can't sense their auras. They don't know the direction I escaped in, so they won't be able to catch up for a while. Feng Wuchen could finally relax. I'm still very far from the Wuji heavenly realm. Plus, there are strong enemies chasing after me. I'd better cultivate in the divine ring first and use this opportunity to break through to the 8th stage chaotic golden immortal realm. Lord Wu-Fo, we have lost Feng Wuchen. We don't know where he went. After chasing for a few days, there was no sign of Feng Wuchen. The mysterious man had no choice but to send a message to Wu-Fo. In the Chaos Divine Palace, Wu-Fo's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. His old face was twitching violently. It was obvious that he was furious. Useless trash. Wu-Fo roared, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't catch Feng Wuchen, don't come back. Yes. Lord Wu-Fo. The mysterious man replied respectfully. It was impossible to catch Feng Wuchen in 3 days. Sacred region was so big and Feng Wuchen's movement technique was strange. Let alone 3 days, even 30 days might not be enough to find Feng Wuchen's trace. But the mysterious man didn't dare to say so. He could only agree first. Now that Feng Wuchen was nowhere to be found, they didn't know where to find him. They could only scurry around sacred region like headless flies. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating in the divine ring, had successfully broken through to 8-star chaotic golden immortal realm. Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm had also successfully broken through to chaotic golden immortal realm. His soul power was strong enough. Feng Wuchen could refine chaos heaven monarch realm heaven defying divine pearl. But Feng Wuchen wasn't in a hurry. After all, his cultivation hadn't broken through to chaos heaven monarch realm. According to my current cultivation speed, I'm not far from chaos heaven monarch realm. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He could clearly feel that his divine power was much stronger. Feng Wuchen clenched his fist excitedly and laughed. With my current strength, even if I don't use the primordial divine power, I can still fight against a 1st stage primal chaos heaven monarch expert with just my bloodline divine power and other divine powers. With the Sun Eye, it shouldn't be a problem for a 2nd stage primal chaos heaven monarch expert. Primordial divine power is too strong. I'll just use it as a trump card. I'll use it when necessary. It's not bad to catch the enemy off guard. Feng Wuchen really wanted to find an opponent of equal strength to fight. Unfortunately, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast was no longer in the primal chaos space. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would definitely find it to test his combat strength. Master, perhaps when you reach the Wuji heavenly realm, you will be able to break through to the primal chaos heavenly lord realm. Dragon Xinjian's respectful laughter could be heard. I hope so. If his cultivation breaks through to primal chaos heavenly monarch, he will definitely be very powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's been a few days. They should have left by now. It's time for us to set off. With a thought, Feng Wuchen withdrew from the divine ring and carefully sensed for a while. He did not find any enemy's aura. Sure enough, he has already left. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He stretched lazily and flew in the direction of the infinite heavenly realm. Just in case, Feng Wuchen didn't fly at high altitudes. Instead, he traveled through the mountain range. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of being hunted down by experts. If he really had no way out, Feng Wuchen could hide in the primal chaos realm even without using the primordial god power. The primal chaos domain was vast and no one could barge in. It was definitely the best place to take refuge. What is this place? Why are there no cultivators here? Feng Wuchen was puzzled as he traveled quickly. Swish. 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 Feng Wuchen's speed was very fast. In a few leaps, he had already passed through a few towering mountains. And there are energy ripples from the sealing array. It's very weak. Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped. He had unintentionally sensed a wisp of energy ripple from the sealing array. Although it was fleeting, Feng Wuchen still sensed it. It's in that direction. Feng Wuchen looked towards the source of the energy ripple from the sealing array. Master, any place with a sealing array is more or less dangerous. A respectful voice came from Nian Luan. The existence of the sealing array is either sealing a powerful artifact or an expert. A respectful voice came from the blood seether. Don't worry. The sealing array is sealing it. If the sealed item could come out, the sealing array would have long ceased to exist. It's fine to go and take a look. Curious, Feng Wuchen immediately flashed and left. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen arrived at an abyss in the mountain range. The abyss was at least 10,000 zhang wide. It was bottomless and pitch black. Just looking at the abyss made him feel an inexplicable fear. Looking at such a huge pitch-black abyss, Feng Wuchen was shocked. At first glance, it looked like an incomparably huge pitch-black tunnel, as if it led to another world. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. It's really a terrifying abyss. No wonder there are no cultivators nearby. I was just wondering. What was sealed in such a huge abyss? There were so many experts in the sacred domain. Why was there no one nearby? Did they all know what was sealed here? When Feng Wuchen first entered the mountain range, he sensed that there were no cultivators around. It seemed like it was related to this abyss sealing array. Was there a great battle here? Such a huge abyss doesn't seem to be naturally formed. What is sealed in the abyss? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He was 100% sure that the energy ripples of the sealing array came from the bottom of the abyss. Just as Feng Wuchen was puzzled, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the abyss. The 3 of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Chaotic God Emperor experts. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and sized up the 3 top experts. The 3 of them were experts from the Chaotic Divine Palace. One of them was even a 5th-level Chaotic God Emperor. His strength was extremely terrifying. Master, could they be the guardians of this abyss? Long Xinjian guessed. Maybe. Feng Wuchen replied. Kid, who are you? Why did you barge into the dark shadow void forbidden land? The middle-aged man in the lead sized up Feng Wuchen and asked coldly. I am Feng Wuchen. This is my first time in the sacred domain. I didn't know that this was the dark shadow void forbidden land. On my way here, I didn't see any barriers blocking my way. Feng Wuchen replied calmly. No one is allowed to come near. Get lost immediately. Another one said sternly. Feng Wuchen immediately dismissed the idea. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen. The person who had come was also a middle-aged man. However, his aura was much more terrifying than the 3 of them. He was a 7th-level Chaotic God Emperor. Young Hall Master, please wait. The person who had come cupped his fists respectfully at Feng Wuchen. Seeing this, the 3 Chaotic God Emperors' faces changed drastically and they looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. You are? Feng Wuchen looked at the person who had come in puzzlement. The 3 Chaotic God Emperors' faces changed again and they were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen actually didn't know him. He addressed you as Young Hall Master. Young Hall Master, I am Yi Aohun from the Murdering God Hall in the Sacred Region. I am the Great Guardian of the Murdering God Hall. Yi Aohun replied respectfully as he knelt on one knee. So it's the Chaotic Killing God Hall. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. Stand up and talk. Thank you, young master. Yi Aohun said respectfully. Yi Aohun stood up and glanced coldly at the 3 Chaotic God Emperor experts. Just a glance was enough to stun the 3 of them. Puff puff puff. Yi Aohun instantly burst out an extremely terrifying aura, causing the 3 to spit out blood on the spot. How dare you disrespect the young master? Are you tired of living? Yi Aohun asked coldly. Protector Yi, please forgive us. We didn't know the identity of the young master. Please forgive us for offending you. The leading man hurriedly cupped his fist and apologized. The three were extremely shocked. They could tell that Feng Wuchen was definitely not the young master of the chaotic killing god Hall. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to know Yi Aohun. But Yi Aohun was so respectful, which showed that Feng Wuchen's identity was very terrifying. In the entire chaotic realm, only the chaotic god Hall could make Yi Aohun respectfully call him young master. At the thought of this, the three experts were frightened to death. It doesn't matter. After all, I didn't know it was a forbidden area. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and didn't care. Looking at Yi Aohun, Feng Wuchen asked curiously, "Protector Yi, how did you know I was here?" "Young master, the chaotic killing god Hall is not far from the forbidden area of the Umber Void. I just came back from some business and accidentally saw you." Yi Aohun replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked again, "Protector Yi, what is sealed under this abyss? Who are they?" Yi Aohun replied respectfully, "Young temple master, an ancient expert is sealed in the abyss. He's a 9th-level chaotic celestial master. The three of them are his subordinates, guarding the seal." "What? Guard?" Feng Wuchen was confused. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shock and doubt, Yi Aohun respectfully said, "Young master, this person sealed himself. This person's attainments in sealing are extremely high. He will willingly submit to anyone who can break his seal. If you can't, then the person who goes down will die. For many years, no one has been able to break the seal. Instead, many experts have died. As time passed, this place slowly became a forbidden ground." "I see." Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, "For so many years, no one has been able to break the seal. It seems like this senior sealing domain is truly terrifying." Yi Aohun said respectfully, "Young master is right. This person's sealing domain is indeed very powerful. In the entire chaotic realm, except for the chaotic ancestor, no one can break his seal." "Impressive, impressive." Feng Wuchen nodded, his interest instantly piqued. Feng Wuchen really wanted to know what kind of seal could be so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen jumped into the abyss without hesitation. "Young master." Yi Aohun's face suddenly changed. There was no time to stop Feng Wuchen. "Oh no." The three experts of the chaotic temple were also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. They did not expect that Feng Wuchen would choose to jump down. Yi Aohun did not dare to hesitate and immediately jumped down. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. If anything happened to Feng Wuchen, he, Yi Aohun, would die. The three of them who were guarding the seal would definitely not be able to survive. Only one person can break the seal. At this moment, an old and majestic voice came from the depths of the abyss. As soon as the majestic voice fell, an extremely terrifying energy directly pushed Yi Aohun up. Yi Aohun used all his strength, but he could not resist this terrifying energy. After all, the one sealed below was a 9th-level chaotic heavenly master, an existence at the same level as the chaotic celestial fire beast. Yi Aohun was no match for him. Yi Aohun was burning with anxiety. He shouted, "Purgatory Taoist, he is the young master of the chaotic temple. If you dare to touch him, you will die." It is indeed the young master of the chaotic temple. The three experts of the chaotic temple were completely panicking. "Oh? The young master of the chaotic temple?" The Purgatory Taoist was slightly surprised. He immediately sneered and said, "I am curious. When did the chaotic temple have a young master? Since he can become the young master, he must be extraordinary. Protector Yi, don't worry about me. Even if he can't break the seal, he can't kill me." Feng Wuchen's confident voice came. "Young master." Yi Aohun did not believe Feng Wuchen's words. Yi Aohun most likely thought that Feng Wuchen was overconfident. Reporting to the temple master, "Something big has happened. I met the young master of the chaotic temple in the Umber Void Forbidden Zone." The young master jumped into the abyss of the Umber Void Forbidden Zone. "I was not able to stop him in time and was stopped by the Purgatory Taoist." Yi Aohun immediately transmitted his voice to the palace master of the chaotic temple. "What? The young master of the chaotic temple?" The palace master of the chaotic temple, who was cultivating in the chaotic temple, suddenly opened his eyes in shock when he heard Yi Aohun's transmission. "Protector Yi, what is going on?" The palace master of the chaotic temple asked in panic. The young master just asked about the situation and then suddenly jumped down. "I did not expect him to jump down. Palace master, you must come immediately. If the young master cannot break the seal, the purgatory Taoist will definitely kill him. We can't bear the consequences." Yi Aohun was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was almost at the bottom of the abyss. "Young Hall Master, you're quite confident. I haven't met such an arrogant junior in many years. I don't care who you are. If you can't break my seal, I'll kill you all the same." Dao Ancestor Purgatory sneered. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. "I heard from Protector Yi that if I break your seal, you will willingly submit. So, I want to know what kind of seal makes you so confident." "Young master, go ahead and try." The Purgatory Taoist sneered confidently. "Purgatory Taoist. This Hall Master is warning you, if you dare to touch a single hair of the young Hall Master, this Hall Master will immediately seal off the Umbra Void forbidden area and forbid anyone from entering. Don't even think about waiting for someone to break the seal." God Slaughter Hall Master's furious roar suddenly rang out. The palace master of the chaotic temple definitely had the power to say this. God-slaying Hall Master, it was the young Hall Master himself who came down. "It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, with me here, you can't seal off the forbidden area of the Umbra Void." Dao Ancestor Purgatory's cold laughter rang out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky above the abyss, more than a dozen top experts appeared in a flash. Waves of extremely terrifying aura swept out with the power to destroy everything. The people who came were the palace master of the chaotic temple, the 6 elders, and more than a dozen top experts. The palace master of the chaotic temple had a ferocious look on his face as he ordered angrily, "Pass down the order. If the young master loses a hair, anyone from the sacred domain who dares to step into the Umbra Void forbidden zone will be killed without mercy." After the God-slaying Hall Master gave the order, Yi Aohun had already passed it down. The God-slaying Hall Master was not joking, nor did he dare to. Feng Wuchen's identity was too special and too terrifying. The God-slaying Hall Master could not let anything happen to Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, none of them would be able to bear the consequences. Purgatory Taoist, let me tell you, the young Hall Master's identity is not ordinary. If you dare to touch a hair of the young Hall Master, the primal chaos mystical fire beast protector will be the first to not forgive you. The God-slaying Hall Master angrily transmitted his voice. The Purgatory Taoist did not care about the God-slaying Hall Master at all. At this time, Feng Wuchen had already reached the bottom of the abyss. The deeper he went, the stronger the energy fluctuation of the seal. The deepest part of the abyss was not dark. Instead, it was illuminated by the seal's green light. Feng Wuchen looked in the direction of the sealing array's energy and saw a huge sealing array. Inside the seal sat a white-haired old man in a black robe. This person was the Purgatory Taoist. Feng Wuchen only looked at the Purgatory Taoist for a moment before his gaze landed on the huge seal. The seal was 1,000 feet in size. The pattern of the seal was very profound. There were tens of thousands of energy pillars around it, condensing a terrifying power to envelop it. Feng Wuchen looked at the seal and thought to himself, the seal's power is very terrifying. This seal is different from the Profound Truth Heavenly Emperor's seal. However, compared to the Profound Truth Heavenly Emperor's seal, it is still a bit weaker. It just has more power. The Purgatory Taoist looked at Feng Wuchen and asked proudly, "How is it, young Hall Master? After seeing my seal, do you have the confidence to break it? No matter what method you use, as long as you can break it, you win." The moment he finished speaking, the Purgatory Taoist had already passed through the seal. Looking at the Purgatory Taoist, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Purgatory Taoist, your seal is indeed very powerful. With my power, I can't break it. Since the young Hall Master can't break my seal, then I'll send you on your way." Dao Ancestor Purgatory's voice instantly turned cold. An extremely terrifying aura burst out, ready to kill Feng Wuchen at any time. The Purgatory Taoist did not take the God-slaying Hall Master's words seriously. As the strongest sealer in the Chaos Realm, how could the Purgatory Taoist be threatened by others? Moreover, the Purgatory Taoist could come out of the sealing formation at any time. Purgatory Taoist, I haven't finished yet. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you set up the seal because you want to know if there is a seal more powerful than yours in the world. You don't want to find someone to break the seal. Am I right? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the Purgatory Taoist's old face showed a hint of surprise. The Young Hall Master of the Chaos Temple was indeed not simple. Young Hall Master, do you mean that you have a more powerful seal? The Purgatory Taoist asked, his tone softening again. Purgatory Taoist, your seal is indeed powerful, but only in terms of absolute power. Every powerful seal needs to be supported by great power. If I have as great power as the Purgatory Taoist, breaking the seal won't be a problem. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Hearing this, the Purgatory Taoist smiled and said, Young Hall Master, you are really competent. I am not afraid to tell you that 3 9th-level chaotic heavenly masters have tried to break the seal, but they all failed and died in my seal. Feng Wuchen smiled unhurriedly and said, it can only be said that they are not strong enough and do not understand the seal. If it were me, I would definitely be able to break it. Purgatory Taoist, do you dare to make a bet with me? With your power, I can definitely break your seal. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was so confident, the Purgatory Taoist frowned slightly and asked, what if you can't break it? My life is yours. Feng Wuchen replied. Good. I will lend you my power. Let's see if you can really break my powerful seal. The Purgatory Taoist was instantly excited. As he spoke, the Purgatory Taoist activated a terrifying power and was about to inject it into Feng Wuchen's body. But just as he was about to do so, the Purgatory Taoist asked, Young Hall Master, what is your cultivation level now? I can't see the depth of your cultivation level. If it is too weak, you won't be able to withstand my power. Purgatory Taoist, don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Purgatory Taoist nodded and injected a terrifying amount of divine power into Feng Wuchen's body. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was fine, the Purgatory Taoist was relieved. How are you going? To break the formation? The Purgatory Taoist asked curiously. Purgatory Taoist, watch carefully. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently and immediately activated the terrifying divine power that the Purgatory Taoist had injected into him. What? An 8th-stage chaotic golden immortal? The Purgatory Taoist was shocked and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen was only an 8th-stage chaotic golden immortal and withstood the terrifying divine power of a 9th-stage chaotic heavenly master. How was this possible? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, the Purgatory Taoist would not have believed it. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, the Purgatory Taoist could not believe it. The Young Hall Master of the Chaos Temple was only an 8th-stage chaotic golden immortal. With such a weak strength, he was not qualified to be the Young Hall Master of the Chaos Temple. No, this kid's physical body is very terrifying. It is even stronger than the strongest physical body. The Purgatory Taoist's heart was in turmoil. However, something that shocked the Purgatory Taoist even more happened. With the help of the Purgatory Taoist's power, Feng Wuchen formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Then, he tapped lightly on the huge sealing formation. Break! Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. Terrifying divine power erupted instantly. It flowed from Feng Wuchen's fingertip and quickly spread throughout the sealing formation. In the next second, the huge sealing formation slowly turned illusory. The sealing formation's power quickly disappeared. In the end, the huge sealing formation disappeared completely. How is this possible? Tao Ancestor Purgatory was dumbfounded. He was so scared that he became a fool. This was his most powerful sealing formation. For so many years, neither the Chaos Temple's experts nor the Chaos Heavenly Masters had been able to break the seal. However, a junior 8th-stage chaotic golden immortal had broken his seal as if it was a game with the help of his divine power. My most powerful seal has been broken so easily. The Purgatory Taoist was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. Purgatory Taoist, what do you think? Do you believe me now? Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, your sealing formation is indeed powerful. There are very few experts who can break this seal. However, it's like nothing in front of me. In truth, Feng Wuchen had other ways to break the seal. He did not need the Purgatory Taoist's divine power. The first was the Chaos Domain. The second was the Primordial God power. Any one of them could easily break the Purgatory Taoist's sealing formation. Young Hall Master, you. How did you break my seal? The Purgatory Taoist asked curiously. He was anxious to know. Purgatory Taoist, the reason why your sealing formation is so powerful is that you have integrated a powerful defensive formation into it. You even used an illusory formation to cover it up. Others can't see it, but you can't fool me. I only need to break the defensive formation, and the sealing formation will naturally be easy to break. After all, I have your great divine power. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, of course, I also know a lot about formations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to break the sealing formation. Hearing this, the Purgatory Taoist was even more shocked. In the past, many of the experts who came to break the seal were very accomplished in the field of formations, but they couldn't even break the illusory formation and the defensive formation. Now, Feng Wuchen not only broke the defensive formation in an instant, but also the sealing formation. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's attainment in the field of formations. Feng Wuchen was still so young. Who on earth cultivated such a terrifying formation genius? Was there anyone in the Chaos Realm who was more powerful than the Purgatory Taoist in the field of formations? Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Purgatory Taoist hurriedly asked, Young Hall Master, do you have a more powerful sealing formation? My sealing formation is too weak. The Purgatory Taoist can break it at any time. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Hearing this, the Purgatory Taoist was a little disappointed. He thought he could see a more powerful sealing formation. I'm just curious about the sealing formation this time. Although I broke it with the help of the Purgatory Taoist, it's still broken. The Purgatory Taoist doesn't have to kill me, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. The Purgatory Taoist shook his head and said, I said that no matter what method you use, as long as you can break it, you win. Since the Young Hall Master has won, I'll submit to the Young Hall Master and listen to your orders. Purgatory Taoist, you're too serious. Since I used your divine power to break it, you don't have to submit to me. Just pretend that I didn't break the sealing formation. Besides, I'm just an 8th chaotic golden immortal. Okay, I'm leaving. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He really didn't want the Purgatory Taoist to submit to him. After that, Feng Wuchen was about to leave. The Purgatory Taoist hurriedly stopped him and said, Young Hall Master, what I said? Can't be taken back? Otherwise, won't be a joke in the Chaos Realm? I don't want to become a laughingstock. Whatever the Young Hall Master orders me to do, I will do it. This? Feng Wuchen was a little embarrassed. After he thought? Then he said, how about this? Purgatory Taoist, can you help me find a good place in this sanctuary? Build a huge palace. Build a palace? The Purgatory Taoist was stunned. Then he nodded and said, no problem. The Purgatory Taoist didn't ask any more questions. He just listened to the order. I'm leaving. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said. Then he flew up. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, the Purgatory Taoist thought to himself, the position of the Young Hall Master of the Chaos Temple can't be taken by just anyone. Although this Young Hall Master's cultivation is weak, his physical body is very strong. However, his physical body is extremely terrifying. He is definitely an extremely terrifying person. Otherwise, the God-slaying Hall Master and the others wouldn't be so nervous and afraid. Who is this Young Hall Master? The Purgatory Taoist was also curious about Feng Wuchen's background. He was even more curious about Feng Wuchen's cultivation as an 8th chaotic golden immortal. How could he have such a terrifying physical body? The Purgatory Taoist racked his brains. He couldn't think of a reason. At this moment, above the abyss, the God-slaying Hall Master and Yi Aohun were very anxious. No one knew what was going on below the abyss. They could only be anxious. But when they saw Feng Wuchen fly up, they could finally let go of their worries. The 3 Chaos God Emperor experts? They stared at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, the Purgatory Taoist had already sent them a message and knew that Feng Wuchen had broken the seal. The god-slaying hall master and the 6 elders immediately went down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young hall master. No need to be so polite. Get up." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and glanced at the god-slaying hall master and the others. "I'm Shangguanqing Yun, god-slaying hall master." The god-slaying hall master quickly asked respectfully, "Young hall master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Young hall master, did you break the seal?" Yi Aohun asked in shock. Otherwise, how could Feng Wuchen come up unscathed? "Yes, I broke the seal." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Broke the seal?" The god-slaying hall master and the others were so shocked that their eyes were wide open and their faces were full of disbelief. Feng Wuchen broke the seal, was this possible? The first reaction of the god-slaying hall master and the others was that it was impossible. The Purgatory Taoist seal was so powerful that the entire Chaos realm knew. In order to break the seal, many experts had died. Feng Wuchen broke the seal. Could it be that the Array domain was more terrifying than the Purgatory Taoist? "Young hall master did break my seal, and it was very easy." The Purgatory Taoist's voice came and his figure appeared. Boom! With this, the god-slaying hall master and the others' heads exploded. Shock. An incomparably strong shock struck their hearts like a mountain and overturned the sea. It was more convincing for the Purgatory Taoist to say it personally. Who would admit that they had lost? Glancing at Feng Wuchen, the Purgatory Taoist continued, "Since I have lost, from today onwards, I will submit to Young Hall Master and listen to any orders of Young Hall Master." "Greetings, Young Hall Master. I hope Young Hall Master can forgive me for offending you just now." The 3 experts under the Purgatory Taoist immediately knelt down respectfully. "I said it doesn't matter. Get up." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Thank you, Young Hall Master." The 3 of them thanked him respectfully. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Oh right, don't reveal my identity." Feng Wuchen smiled and was about to fly away. "Young Hall Master, please wait." The god-slaying hall master hurriedly said respectfully. "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked. The god-slaying hall master took out a token and handed it to Feng Wuchen. He said respectfully, "Young Hall Master, this is the god-slaying order. This is the ancient heavenly emperor's order. This subordinate is giving it to Young Hall Master. Many people don't know Young Hall Master's identity. This god-slaying order can help Young Hall Master solve a lot of problems. Many thanks." Feng Wuchen accepted the god-slaying order without any trace of politeness and flew away immediately. "Farewell, Young Hall Master." Shangguanqing Yun and the rest said respectfully again. Feng Wuchen accepted the god-slaying order to give face to Shangguanqing Yun. If he didn't accept it, wouldn't Shangguanqing Yun, the god-slaying hall master, have no status? God-slaying hall master, what is the young hall master's background? Looking at Feng Wuchen's departing figure, the Purgatory Taoist asked curiously. Shangguanqing Yun shook his head and said, "This hall master doesn't know either. However, the Primal Chaos Temple's Great Elder told us that he is the Primal Chaos Temple's young hall master. He also ordered all the forces under the Primal Chaos Temple to not provoke the young hall master. Is he related to the ancient heavenly emperor?" "Who is he?" The Purgatory Taoist frowned. "Hall master, it's very dangerous for the young hall master to come to the sacred region alone. Should we send someone to protect him in secret?" Yi Aohun asked respectfully. Shangguanqing Yun shook his head. "No need. The young hall master doesn't like people following him in secret. Pass down the order. The young hall master has arrived in the sacred region. All major factions should help him in secret." "Yes, sir." Yi Aohun said respectfully. Since Feng Wuchen had come to the sacred region, even if he did not like people protecting him in secret, Shangguanqing Yun did not dare to ignore him completely. If something happened, he could not bear the responsibility. "Young hall master, what happens after the palace is built?" The Purgatory Taoist asked through voice transmission. "Purgatory Taoist, after the palace is built, you'll guard it. After half a year or a few months, many people will come. One of them might not be as strong as you, but his formation domain should be above yours," Feng Wuchen said through voice transmission. The people Feng Wuchen was talking about were Primeval Paragon and the others. His formation domain is above mine? The Purgatory Taoist was shocked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. The Purgatory Taoist had been in the Chaos Realm for many years, but he had never met a formation expert who was stronger than him. Purgatory Taoist, just wait patiently, Feng Wuchen said through voice transmission with a smile. Feng Wuchen knew very well how strong Profound Truth Paragon was in the formation domain. Profound Truth Paragon entered the Tao through formations. He had been studying formations for millions of years. Whether it was his state of mind, experience, or domain realm, no one could compare to him. Although the Purgatory Taoist came from the Chaos Realm, he did not enter the Tao through formations. He had only studied them for 1,000,000 years. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was rushing to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Before I reach the Wuji Heavenly Realm, my cultivation should be able to break through to the 9th level Chaos Golden Immortal Realm. Feng Wuchen smiled to himself. After breaking through to the Alchemist Realm, the dozens of primordial spirit clones began cultivating crazily again. Feng Wuchen's cultivation level continued to soar. In a few days, he would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the Chaotic Golden Immortal Realm. Along the way, Feng Wuchen discovered that there were more and more cultivators flying in the direction of Limitless Heavenly Realm. Were there still so many people who dared to take the risk in the Forbidden Area? Could it be that they were all going to the outer regions to cultivate? A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen discovered that these people were not going to the Infinite Heavenly Realm, but had stopped near a towering mountain peak not far away. Feng Wuchen could no longer sense the intense battle. Waves after waves of powerful energy swept over him. So you're here to watch the show? Feng Wuchen sped up. The two forces were currently engaged in a battle of life and death. The Chaotic Heaven Sword sect is truly overestimating themselves. Despite knowing how strong the Lingyu family is, they still dared to make an enemy out of them. Now that the Lingyu family has come knocking on their door, the Sky Sword sect is truly courting death. Sigh, the Sky Sword sect has no other choice. The Lingyu family has gone too far. The fiancé of the young sect master has been snatched away. Are they going to lower their heads to the Lingyu family? The Lingyu family has gone too far. If it was me, I would not let the Lingyu family off so easily even if I die. In the end, they are still too weak. The Lingyu family has a huge force behind them. The Sky Sword sect has chosen to go to war. They are courting their own destruction. The surrounding crowd was discussing softly. Chaotic Heaven Sword sect? Isn't that Brother Yan's sect? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Feng Wuchen was shocked. On the way to the Infinite Heavenly Realm, he actually passed by the Chaotic Heaven Sword sect. Big brother, what happened? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked someone. Sai, the fiancé of the Sky Sword sect's young sect master, has been snatched away by the Lingyu family's young sect master. The Sky Sword sect's young sect master came to ask for her, but returned with heavy injuries. The Lingyu family took this opportunity to attack the Sky Sword sect. That is the Lingyu family's young sect master, Lingyu Tianxing. The passerby helplessly shook his head. Up in the sky, Lingyu Tianxing roared, "Kill! Kill all of them! Leave no one alive! Let the Sky Sword sect see the strength of the Lingyu family! Lingyu Tianxing, I will not forgive you!" The Sky Sword sect master roared madly, his eyes red. Unfortunately, he was severely injured and could not fight. He could only watch as the disciples of the Sky Sword sect died. Just based on a piece of trash like you? Lingyu Tianxing sneered, Lingyu will be here soon. Let her see how weak the Sky Sword sect is. She will only be happy if she follows me. Haha. If the Sky Sword sect master did not even care, why would Lingyu Tianxing care about the young sect master? Is the Lingyu family so barbaric and overbearing? Feng Wuchen could not believe it. Just how arrogant was he? Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui rushed back because of this matter. The Lingyu family has a powerful force behind them. Moreover, the Lingyu family is not weak. I'm afraid the Sky Sword sect will be destroyed this time. That person smiled bitterly. Bullying the weak and bullying others. This is simply a tyrant. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he stared at Lingyu Tianxing. Everyone knows that, but there's nothing we can do. Who asked the Lingyu family to be so powerful? Who asked the Lingyu family to be so powerful? The Sky Sword sect master is too impulsive. If you're not strong enough, don't force yourself. You're courting death by making the Lingyu family your enemy. Impulsive? Are you still a man? Do you have any dignity? If your fiancé is forcefully taken by others, are you going to clap your hands and cheer? Do you still want to flatter me? What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Do you believe that I will kill you? So what if I said you? You're just a good-for-nothing. Useless trash. Preposterous. You're courting death. I will kill you now, you useless trash. The two of them quarreled and started fighting on the spot. Feng Wuchen was speechless. When the two forces started fighting, the Lingyu family had the upper hand while the Sky Sword sect suffered heavy casualties. The difference in strength was too great. In the crazy massacre, the disciples of the chaotic Heaven Sword sect died one after another and the palaces were destroyed. To the chaotic Heaven Sword sect, this was simply destruction. The sect master and elders were fighting with their lives, but their strength was far from the Lingyu families and could not hold on for long. Seeing the casualties of the chaotic Heaven Sword sect, Feng Wuchen frowned. He looked around and soon found Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui. Yan Wushuang was protecting Yan Yishui while fighting the Lingyu family's experts. However, he was not strong enough and was forced to retreat. His face was pale and his injuries were severe. Feng Wuchen immediately activated his Eternal Realm divine power and locked on to Yan Wushuang to heal his injuries. At the same time, Feng Wuchen used his movement skill and retreated with Yan Yishui. What happened to my injuries? How did I recover? Yan Wushuang was shocked when he noticed that his injuries had healed instantly. Yan Wushuang's opponent was also dumbfounded. What was going on with such a strange thing? Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang only noticed Feng Wuchen when he noticed that Yan Yishui was taken away. His face was filled with disbelief. Are you guys alright? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Yan Yishui asked in shock, Brother Feng, why are you here? I was just passing by. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, he was not worried at all. Brother Feng, why are you here? Leave quickly, don't come here to die. This has nothing to do with you. Yan Wushuang quickly shouted, he was extremely worried. It was not that Yan Wushuang did not know Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but because he knew, he was worried. Not only was an 8th stage chaotic golden immortal of no help, he had even lost his life. Brother's injuries have healed? This? Yan Yishui was stunned. Since you're here, it's hard to leave. Anyone related to the Heaven Sword sect must die. Lingyue Tianqing sneered mockingly as he glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain. Isn't this the kid from before? Why did he attack? Does he not want to live anymore? Meddling in other people's business, he's simply courting death. Does this kid know Yan Wushuang? The people from before, except for Feng Wuchen, all looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at an idiot. This is the grudge between Sky Sword sect and Lingyue family. Outsiders would be courting death if they interfered. Lingyue family is powerful and has a big faction behind them. Who would dare to provoke them? Brother Yan, since I'm here, I don't plan to leave. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, he did not even look at Lingyue Tianqing. Brother Feng, leave quickly. Sky Sword sect's calamity cannot be changed. Don't die for us. Yan Yishui said anxiously, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and gave Yan Yishui a reassuring look. Yan Yishui did not know why, but when she saw Feng Wuchen's eyes, she felt a sense of security. It was a very strange feeling. Young master, his injuries have healed. A clan member pointed at Yan Wushuang and said in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Healed? What happened to junior brother Yan's injuries? The Sky Sword sect's junior sect master looked at Yan Wushuang in shock. Many of the clansmen noticed it. The many cultivators who were watching the battle also saw this mysterious and strange scene. They were all shocked. No one knew what had happened. So what? Just kill him. Who cares about a small primal chaos heaven lord? Lingyue Tianqing said in disdain. Lingyue Tianqing was a third-level primal chaos god lord. Why would he care about Yan Wushuang? Could the instant recovery of my injuries have something to do with Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang thought to himself. After all, his injuries had healed the moment Feng Wuchen appeared. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Right at this moment, the Sky Sword Sect Master and the 3 elders were severely injured and coughed up blood one after another as they fell from the sky. Sect Master. Elder. Yan Wushuang and the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect screamed in fear and anger. But there was nothing they could do. Yan Wushuang immediately shot out and caught the falling Sky Sword Sect Master and the elders. He also took out healing pills for them to consume. Sect Master. Sect Master. Yan Wushuang was extremely terrified. Wushuang, leave quickly. Don't stay here. The Sky Sword Sect Master said with difficulty. He could no longer hold on. Brother Feng, your movement technique is impressive. Please take the young master and Ishui away. Please. I will repay you in my next life. I cannot leave the sect master and the elders behind, Yan Wushuang said to Feng Wuchen as he looked at him. Brother, I will not leave. If we die together, Yan Ishui said as he wiped his tears. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change, and he did not say anything. Young master, should we kill them now? An 8th-level primal chaos god lord asked respectfully. Seeing the Sky Sword sect suffering from heavy injuries and the sect master and elders being defeated, Lingyue Tianqing ordered, stop. We will kill them later. Swish. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a beautiful woman in a white dress. The woman was the young master's fiancée, Lingyu. Lingyu's face was covered with a red and swollen palm print. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Lingyu! The young master shouted. Seeing Lingyu, the young master lost control. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Lingyue Tianqing, you bastard! I will not let you go. Brother Liu, save me! Lingyu shouted in fear. Lingyu, do you see? The Sky Sword sect has suffered heavy casualties and is destined to die today. There will be no more Sky Sword sect. You will only be happy if you follow me. You know how powerful the Lingyue family is. Lingyue Tianqing laughed coldly. I will not follow you even if I die. Lingyu said angrily. Lingyu, you will hurt me. If you say that. Lingyue Tianqing said fiercely, if you agree with me, I might spare Lu Qingfeng's life. Otherwise, I will kill him immediately. Lingyue Tianqing's words made Lingyu hesitate. Lingyu, don't believe him. Lu Qingfeng shouted angrily. Lingyu, you have to think carefully. Once I give the order, no one will be able to save Lu Qingfeng. He is heavily injured now. Killing him is as easy as killing an ant. Lingyue Tianqing threatened. I agree. Lingyu said unwillingly. Lingyu. He is lying to you. Even if you agree with him, he will not let me go. Lu Qingfeng shouted angrily. Haha. Lu Qingfeng, you are right. No matter if Lingyu agrees or not, I will not let you go. If I don't kill you, how can Lingyu give up on you? By then, Lingyu will be thinking about you all the time. I am afraid that I will not be able to control myself and kill Lingyu. Lingyue Tianqing laughed wildly. You. Lingyu was furious. Her face was red with anger and embarrassment. Lingyue Tianqing laughed coldly. Lingyu, don't forget that if I want something, I will get it. If I want you, I don't need your agreement. Am I right? From his words, one could tell how arrogant Lingyue Tianqing was. He was arrogant to the point of being lawless. Kill Lu Qingfeng. Lingyue Tianqing ordered fiercely. Yes. An 8th-stage chaotic godmaster said respectfully. Without hesitation, he shot out, his killing intent locked onto the heavily injured Lu Qingfeng. No. Lingyu screamed in fear. Young master. Yan Wushuang and the other disciples of Sky Sword sect screamed in fear. Feng Sky Sword sect master was devastated. An 8th-stage chaotic godmaster was extremely fast. He arrived in an instant and stabbed his spear at Lu Chengfeng without hesitation. Young master! Yan Wushuang shot out crazily, but he could not make it in time. Even if he could, Yan Wushuang was no match for an 8th-stage chaotic god master. However, just as the vicious spear was about to land, Lu Chengfeng mysteriously disappeared. That's right. He disappeared in front of everyone's terrified eyes. End of chapter. He disappeared. What's going on? The 8th-level primal chaos god lord expert was stunned and confused. What? Where is he? Lingyue Tianqing's arrogant smile froze. The 8th-level chaos god lord said, Young master, I don't know what happened either. Lu Chengfeng suddenly disappeared. Young master Lu disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Big brother Lu. Lingyu was stunned. How did the young master disappear? What's going on? Does the young master know such a powerful movement technique? The Sky Sword Sect disciples were also stunned. The Sky Sword Sect master and the elders were also stunned. Lu Qingfeng's injuries were too serious. It was impossible for him to disappear. What was going on? If the 8th-level Chaos God Lord didn't know what was going on, the others were even more clueless. Could it be Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang immediately looked at Feng Wuchen. Only Feng Wuchen could do such a strange thing. Yan Wushuang had seen Feng Wuchen's powerful movement technique before. Big brother Yan, you don't owe me anything. Feng Wuchen smiled as he walked over. Everyone couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. Who is he? Does Wushuang know him? The Sky Sword Sect master and the elders were sizing up Feng Wuchen. They didn't know Feng Wuchen at all. Brother Feng. Yan Wushuang looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze, not knowing what to say. Big brother Yan, Lu Chengfeng is safe. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen smiled, Big brother Yan treats me as a friend. I have no reason to stand by and do nothing. Brat. Is this your doing? Where is Lu Chengfeng? Lingyue Tianqing glared at Feng Wuchen and gnashed his teeth. Feng Wuchen sneered, you're right. I did it. Where is Lu Chengfeng? Hand him over, or I'll take your life. Lingyue Tian roared. His terrifying killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. As long as Feng Wuchen did not agree, Lingyue Tianqing would not hesitate to kill Feng Wuchen. I don't know where he is either. Feng Wuchen shrugged. You're courting death. Lingyue Tian's anger soared to the sky. He took out a chaos spiritual longsword and fiercely shot it out. Lingyue Tianqing was definitely someone who would kill if he wanted to. Looking at Lingyue Tianqing, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. He wanted to take out the god-slaying order. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen, blasting out a palm across the air. Boom! Pooh! The terrifying chi force made Lingyue Tianqing spit out blood and he was blown thousands of meters away. Young lord! The experts of the Lingyue family were all shocked. Feng Wuchen was stunned. He did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. He put the god-slaying order back into his storage ring. Feng Wuchen wanted to use the god-slaying order to scare Lingyue Tianqing, but it seemed that there was no need for that. 6-star Chaotic Divine Master. The 8-star Chaotic Divine Master frowned and stared fiercely at the person who attacked. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you injure me? Do you know who I am? Lingyue Tianqing, who was in his hand, roared furiously. I don't care who you are. How dare you attack the young hall master? You're a dead man. The person said expressionlessly and coldly. Young hall master. Everyone's expression changed when they heard what the person said. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui widened their eyes. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to have such an identity. Mu Jun. Kill them for me. The furious Lingyue Tianqing roared crazily. Just as Mu Jun was about to attack, the person said coldly, Lingyue family's young master is really arrogant. How dare you say that you want to kill the young hall master? You're the eldest disciple of the holy sect? Mu Jun frowned and asked. The more he looked at the man, the more familiar he felt. That's right, the young man replied coldly. The head disciple of the Holy Gate sect? Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked towards Feng Wuchen. No wonder Feng Wuchen dared to interfere, no wonder Feng Wuchen was not worried or afraid at all. He had a powerful background, the holy sect was a powerful force. Brother Feng is the young master of the holy sect? Yan Wushuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked. Yan Yishui was so shocked that he was petrified. Was this the sense of security that came from Feng Wuchen? The heavenly sword sect master and the elders were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen was the young master of the holy sect. Did this mean that the sky sword sect could be saved? So what if he's from the holy sect? Mu Jun, do it. Lingyue Tianqing was furious. If he didn't kill this man, he wouldn't be able to quell the anger in his heart. Young master, the holy sect is powerful and reputable in the holy region. The force behind them isn't something we can offend. We have to report this to the family head, Mu Jun said. What's the big deal about the holy sect? The Lingyue family also has a powerful force behind them. If I ask you to do it, do it. Lingyue Tianqing roared. He was used to being arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. Lingyue Tianqing, you've already gotten into big trouble. How dare you be so arrogant? You don't know what's good for you. The young man said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The person turned around and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Greetings, young master. Feng Wuchen sized up the young man and asked telepathically, who are you? Young master, my name is Nia Zuanmi. I'm the eldest disciple of the Holy Region's holy sect. I was planning to head to the Wuji heavenly realm. I only found you when I passed by the Sky Sword sect, Nia Zuanmi replied respectfully. Mu Jun, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill them all. Do you dare to disobey my orders? Lingyue Tianqing roared. Mu Jun exploded with a terrifying force and charged towards Nia Zuanmi. Before he attacked, Mu Jun had already sent a message to the family head of the Lingyue family. How dare you attack us? You must be tired of living. Nia Zuanmi said fiercely. However, he didn't attack. Swish, boom, poof, the moment Mu Jun attacked, a black figure suddenly appeared and hit Mu Jun's chest. The terrifying force broke a few bones in Mu Jun's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The person's speed was terrifying. Mu Jun didn't even have time to react. What? Lingyue Tianqing's face changed. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a powerful aura around him. Triple chaotic Grand Master God. Mu Jun was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such an expert in the dark. Lingyue Tianqing, you really live up to your reputation of being arrogant. You dare to offend anyone and kill anyone. A bone-chilling voice was heard. Before the voice died down, the person who attacked had already appeared in front of Lingyue Tianqing. The powerful aura made Lingyue Tianqing unable to move. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch me, you and the forces behind you will all be destroyed. Lingyue Tianqing roared ferociously. End of chapter. Nia Zuanmi, who's this expert? Feng Wuchen asked curiously as he sized up the Grand Master God expert. Nia Zuanmi replied respectfully, young master, he's Uncle Zhao from the holy sect. I've just sent him a message and he's rushing over. Young master, do you want to kill him? Uncle Zhao asked Feng Wuchen respectfully. Kill me? Try it if you dare. Lingyue Tianqing shouted angrily. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Uncle Zhao. Lingyue Tianqing dared to be so arrogant in front of a rank 3 chaotic Grand Master God. It showed how arrogant he was. What kind of power was behind the Lingyue family for Lingyue Tianqing to be so arrogant? Would the power behind the Lingyue world help him? Looking at the arrogant Lingyue Tianqing, Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Uncle Zhao, break one of his hands and let him suffer. Gotcha. Ah. Uncle Zhao smiled coldly. He quickly grabbed Lingyue Tianqing's arm and twisted it. Crack. Lingyue Tianqing's arm was broken. Blood gushed out and Lingyue Tianqing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Young master. The people from the Lingyue family shouted in fear, but no one dared to go over. Didn't the holy sect know about the power behind the Lingyue family? Even if the holy sect had a power behind them, it was nothing compared to the power behind the Lingyue family. It was because of this that Lingyue Tianxing didn't care about the holy sect. A rank 5 chaotic divine master shouted, "How dare you break one of young master's hands? The family head won't let you off. Now that I've touched you, what can you do? How are you going to destroy the holy sect?" "If the young master hadn't said that he wasn't in a hurry, you'd be a dead man now," Uncle Zhao said coldly. "You bastard. How dare you break my hand? I'll take your life today." Lingyue Tianxing roared. "Oh? Is that so?" Uncle Master Zhao sneered. "Lingyue Tianxing, you must have forgotten that the holy sect is stronger than your Lingyue family. Even if your father and grandfather were here, I would still dare to kill you, let alone you. What is the Holy Gate sect? I don't believe that you dare to kill me." Lingyue Tianxing shouted furiously. His face was ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone. "Don't be in a hurry to kill him. I want to see the power behind the Lingyu family," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he activated his spatial god force. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and Lingyu instantly appeared behind him. Martial Uncle Zhao wanted to tell Feng Wuchen directly, but he swallowed his words. Lingyu Tianxing was so arrogant. Feng Wuchen was really curious about what kind of power was behind the Lingyu family. This is the power of space. Why is the young palace master's cultivation only at the 8th level of chaotic golden immortal? Nie Zuanmi was secretly shocked. An 8th level primal chaos golden immortal? Sect Uncle Zhao found it hard to believe. Was this the young master of the chaos temple? Wasn't his cultivation a little too weak? What kind of god force is this? Teleportation? Sky Sword Sect Master and the elders were dumbfounded. So powerful. He teleported Miss Lingyu back instantly. Yan Wushuang and the rest were also stunned. How could an 8th level chaotic golden immortal have such powerful god force? Yan Wushuang felt that Feng Wuchen was even stronger than him. "You little brat. This young master thinks you're tired of living. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might give you a quick death." Lingyu Tianxing yelled at Feng Wuchen angrily. "You don't have the right." Feng Wuchen sneered, "Sect Uncle Zhao, make him kneel down." Lingyue Tianxing said fiercely, "I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. Let's see how you'll beg for mercy later." As soon as he said that, Lingyu Tianxing's expression changed drastically. He saw Lingyu appear behind Feng Wuchen. Lingyue Tianxing was so angry that his organs were churning. He roared, "You little brat. I'll make you regret this." Bam, gotcha. Ah. Sect Uncle Zhao broke Lingyue Tianxing's knee. The pain made Lingyue Tianxing scream again as he knelt in the air. Lingyue Tianxing endured the pain and cursed, "You bastard. This young lord will definitely grind your bones to dust. I'll torture you to death." Feng Wuchen sneered, "You'll be the one to die." "Young master." The Lingyue family members were getting more and more worried. They could only hope that the Lingyue family leader and the upper echelons would come quickly. Otherwise, Lingyue Tianxing would not be able to endure this torture. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Lingyu quickly bowed and thanked him. She looked at Lingyue Tianxing with disgust. "You're welcome." Feng Wuchen smiled and waved his hand again. Lu Qingfeng appeared out of thin air. "Brother Lu." Lingyu rushed to him, crying tears of joy. All the grievances and sadness disappeared. "Lingyu. I'm sorry. Brother Lu made you suffer." Lu Qingfeng blamed himself and was filled with guilt. At the same time, he hurriedly thanked Feng Wuchen. "Lu Qingfeng will never forget your life-saving grace." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Young Master Lu, you don't have to be so courteous. You can leave the rest to me." Seeing Lu Qingfeng and Lingyu hugging each other, Lingyue Tianxing was furious. The bone-piercing pain and anger mixed together. Lingyu Tianxing felt worse than death. "Tianxing." Just then, an anxious and worried voice came from the sky. "Lingyue Wuhan." Sect Uncle Zhao frowned. "You're finally here?" Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a smile. "Grandfather." Lingyue Tianxing was overjoyed. He shouted at Feng Wuchen, "You bastard, your death is here. My grandfather will not let you go. And the holy sect. You'll all die. Bastard." I'm going to cut your flesh off piece by piece. I'm going to crush every bone in your body. Above the void, an extremely terrifying aura swept over with the force of a storm. Fourth stage chaotic emperor, that's right. The Lingyue family had a chaotic emperor. Swoosh, a gray-robed elder appeared. He was Lingyue Tianqing's grandfather, Lingyue Wuhan. Grandfather, the people from the Holy Gate sect broke my arm and crippled my legs. Kill them quickly. Lingyue Tianqing roared. Seeing Lingyue Tianqing kneeling on the ground with a broken arm, Lingyue Wuhan was enraged. His killing intent exploded. How dare you? Who hurt my grandson? Come out now. Lingyue Wuhan roared. His terrifying aura turned into a deadly tornado. It swept around and suppressed the entire Sky Sword sect. Sect Uncle Zhao and Miyazuami were forced to retreat. They could not withstand Lingyue Wuhan's terrifying aura. It's me. Sect Uncle Zhao said. He was so shocked that he could not use his strength. Lingyue Wuhan's fierce gaze swept over. His old eyes narrowed as he fiercely said, Zhao Tianji. It's you. End of chapter, grandfather. It's him. Kill him now. Lingyue Tianqing roared. Zhao Tianji, don't think that I won't kill you just because you're from the Holy Gate sect. Lingyue Wuhan shouted. A fourth stage chaotic emperor. How arrogant. Feng Wuchen smirked. Only Feng Wuchen would not be intimidated by Lingyue Wuhan's aura. Junior, who are you? Lingyue Wuhan asked coldly. Grandfather, he's the young master of the Holy Gate sect. He's the one who ordered me to break my arms and legs. I want to deal with him personally. Lingyue Tianqing roared. Feng Wuchen smirked. Your grandson is right. I did give the order because your grandson deserves to die. Young master of the Holy Gate sect? Lingyue Wuhan frowned. No, he's not the young master of the Holy Gate sect. Lingyue Tianqing did not know who the young master of the Holy Gate sect was, but Lingyue Wuhan did. Lingyue Wuhan was sure that Feng Wuchen was not the young master of the Holy Gate sect. However, Lingyue Wuhan was not in the mood to care about this. What he wanted to do now was to kill Zhao Tianji. At this moment, another wave of extremely powerful aura came from the void. The family head and elders of the Lingyue family had arrived. One by one, they appeared. The Lingyue family was indeed powerful. Father, elders, kill them. Lingyue Tianqing roared again. Tianqing. Who injured you like this? Lingyue Kong, the leader of the Ling family, asked furiously. He couldn't believe it. Zhao Tianji. He broke one of my arms and legs. Lingyue Tianqing pointed at Zhao Tianji and roared. Zhao Tianji. Lingyue Kong's face contorted. The Holy Gate sect is too much. The Lingyue family has never been your enemy. How dare you hurt my son? I won't let you off. Zhao Tianji did not speak, nor did his expression change. So this is the Lingyue family? Feng Wuchen shook his head in disappointment. The experts of the Lingyue family did not differentiate between right and wrong. They only cared about who had touched Lingyue Tianqing and did not care about the reason. Too domineering. Too arrogant and unbridled. You must know that Lingyue Tianqing forcefully took young Master Lu's fiancé, right? Young Master Lu went to ask for him but was heavily injured. Lingyue Tianqing even brought people to destroy Heaven Sword sect. Was this something a human would do? Was there any justice in this world? This is already lawless. Feng Wuchen said coldly, all of you came here one by one, but you are all siding with Lingyue Tianqing. Is the Lingyue aristocratic family all like this? Don't you think Lingyue Tianqing's actions are very shameful? Don't you think that it will bring shame to the Lingyue family? Or is it that your Lingyue family doesn't care about dignity and honor? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have great strength and a great power behind you? Lingyue and Wu Hen's old face suddenly became extremely ugly. Lingyue Kong and the other elders' faces also became gloomy. They naturally knew about Lingyue Tianqing forcefully taking Lingyue, but they did not do anything about it. But they did not expect that this matter would become so big. They also did not expect that someone would dare to interfere and even dare to touch Lingyue Tianqing. I will do whatever I want. I will do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Lingyue Tianqing shouted angrily. Lingyue Kong said coldly, this is the Lingyu family's matter. You have no right to say anything. You are indeed the same. You have taught such trash and still have the face to say that. I really feel sad for you. The Lingyu family is finished. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. How could trash like Lingyue Tianqing be able to support the Lingyu family in the future? What a joke. He did not even know if he could live past today. How dare you insult me? You are courting death. Lingyue Tianqing became even more vicious. He clenched his fists and could not wait to torture Feng Wuchen. Insult you? Are you worthy? Feng Wuchen said in disdain, just looking at you makes me feel like my eyes are being insulted. Arrogant trash like you is worse than an animal in my eyes. Grandfather. Destroy this kid. I want to kill him personally. Lingyue Tianqing could not take it anymore. He was so furious that his veins were bulging and his blood was about to explode. Lingyue Tianqing had lived for so long and had never been so angry before. He had also never been humiliated like this. If he did not personally kill Feng Wuchen, Lingyue Tianqing swore that he was not a human. Kid, Tianqing is wrong, but you are still young. You don't know how dangerous the world is. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. There is no right or wrong. Whoever has the strongest fist will be the ruler of the world. Lingyue Wuhan said in an overbearing tone. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly and said in disdain, I agree. Whoever has the strongest fist will be the ruler. You can do whatever you want and you don't have to care about what others think of you. But I don't agree with what the Lingyue family said. The Lingyue family has not reached such a level of strength. With such strength, who would dare to point fingers? However, the Lingyue family's strength was not at the level where they could do whatever they wanted in the chaos world. The arrogance of the Lingyue family had exceeded Feng Wuchen's expectations. It was okay if the younger generation was arrogant, but even the older generation was so arrogant. He did not know how to describe the Lingyue family anymore. How many years did they have to be arrogant to develop such a habit? Was the Lingyue family created because of a powerful force behind them? You little brat, you dare to humiliate my Lingyue family and hurt my son. I think you are prepared to die. Lingyue Tianqing said coldly. His voice was bone-chilling and cold-killing intent spread out. Father, stop talking nonsense. Destroy him. I want to personally cut off his flesh and crush all his bones. Lingyue Tianqing shouted in rage. With the help of the healing sheet, Lingyue Tianqing's injuries had recovered by quite a bit. Even with one of his arms broken and both his legs disabled, he still had some fighting strength. Hong, Buzz. Buzz, Lingyue Tianqing attacked without hesitation. He stepped into the void and turned into a flash of green lightning. Terrifying divine power exploded and the space shook violently. The power of a ninth chaotic grand god was definitely terrifying. Lingyue Tianqing, do you want to die? Zhao Tianji said coldly. Lingyue Tianqing looked at Zhao Tianji with disdain. He did not take him seriously at all. Zhao Tianji was just a third chaotic grand god. Since when did the Lingyue family dare to disregard the sacred sect? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Grandfather. Nie Zuanmi was elated. Puff, the terrifying aura and pressure made Lingyue Kong spit out blood. Then, a terrifying force sent him flying. Niet Songming. Lingyue Tianqing frowned. Lingyue Tianqing, has the Lingyue family become so arrogant? Niet Songming's majestic voice sounded again. An old figure appeared. Niet Songming, the grand elder of the sacred sect. His cultivation had reached the chaotic emperor realm and his strength was far above Lingyu and Wuhan's. Niet Songming, the Lingyu family has never had any grudges with the sacred sect, but the sacred sect has gone too far. You broke one of my arms and crippled both of my legs, Lingyu and Wuhan said in anger. Gone too far? Niet Songming sneered. Lingyu and Wuhan, don't you feel ashamed to say that? Why don't you say that Lingyu and Wuhan are going too far? Just because he's your grandson? Niet Songming. Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you have the murdering god Hall behind you. The injured Lingyue Kong roared at Niet Songming. The force behind the sacred sect was the chaotic murdering god Hall, which was also a force under the chaotic Holy Hall. Niet Songming ignored them and looked at Feng Wuchen. He asked respectfully, "Young master, how should we deal with them?" "Young master?" Ling Yu and Wu Han frowned. Niet Songming was so respectful to Feng Wuchen. Ling Yuekong and the elders of the Ling Yu family were shocked when they saw this. Even the furious Ling Yu Tianqing saw it. The hearts of the Heavenly Sword sect master and the elders were in turmoil. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen wasn't the young master of the sacred sect. He had an even more terrifying background. Otherwise, Niet Songming wouldn't be so respectful to him. "Brother, who is Brother Feng? Great Elder Nye is actually so respectful to him." Yan Jishui was stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. I don't know." Yan Wushuang was dumbfounded. Lu Qingfeng and Ling Yu also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and couldn't say a word. "Grand Elder, what force is behind the Ling Yu family?" Feng Wuchen asked Niet Songming. Niet Songming said respectfully, "Young master, it's the Heavenly Emperor Hall." "Heavenly Emperor Hall? Isn't that a force under the chaotic Holy Hall?" Feng Wuchen frowned. The Primal Chaos Heavenly Emperor Palace was one of the transcendent powers in the sacred region. Its strength was on par with the Deicide Hall. It was precisely because of the Heavenly Palace's terrifying strength that the Ling Yu family was so arrogant. That's right. Although the Heavenly Emperor Hall and the God-slaying Hall are both forces under the Primal Chaos Divine Palace, they have been opposing each other for many years, Niet Songming replied respectfully. "I see." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Smelly brat, are you scared now? Not to mention the Holy Gate sect, even if the experts of the God-slaying Hall come, our Ling Yu family will not be afraid." Ling Yu Tian said fiercely. "Kill Ling Yu Tianqing." Feng Wuchen ordered. "Yes. Young Hall Master." Niet Songming said respectfully. Without hesitation, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Feeling Niet Songming's terrifying killing intent and power, Ling Yu Tianqing was scared out of his wits. Niet Songming really dared to attack. "Niet Songming! How dare you!" Ling Yu Wuhen shouted angrily and rushed forward with all her strength. "Humph! You can't stop this elder," Niet Songming said coldly. Before Ling Yu Wuhen could get close, a terrifying fluctuation of divine power sent her flying. "Take Tianqing with you!" Ling Yuekong shouted and attacked with the other elders. "Young master, let's go!" A chaotic divine master said anxiously and pulled Ling Yu Tianqing to escape. Boom! 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 Niet Songming waved his hand and terrifying divine power swept across the area. Ling Yuekong and the other experts were sent flying, and they all spat out blood. They could not withstand Niet Songming's terrifying divine power. "Do you think you can escape?" Niet Songming said coldly. Terrifying divine power exploded as he grabbed the air. Pooh! The chaotic divine master spat out blood while Ling Yu Tianqing was sucked back. Ling Yu Wuhen shouted angrily, "Niet Songming! If you dare to touch my grandson, the Ling Yu family and the Holy Gate sect will be irreconcilable." Unfortunately, Niet Songming did not take Ling Yu Wuhen's threat seriously. "Father! Grandfather! Save me!" Ling Yu Tianqing screamed in panic. He was so scared that he peed his pants. "Old master! Ask for help from the Heavenly Emperor Hall." Ling Yuehan, the grand elder of the Ling family, shouted anxiously. "Ask for help from the Heavenly Emperor Hall?" Feng Wuchen curled his lips and sneered in his heart. "I want to know if the Heavenly Emperor Hall is the same as the Ling Yu family. If it is, there is no need for it to exist. Heavenly Emperor Hall Master, Niet Songming of the Holy Gate sect has gone too far with the support of the Godslayer Hall. He wants to kill my grandson and destroy the Ling Yu family. Heavenly Emperor Hall Master, please come and help." Ling Yu Wuhen said as she rushed out. "Oh? Doesn't Niet Songming know that the Ling Yu family is under the Heavenly Emperor Hall?" An old and majestic voice sounded. "Niet Songming must know. I also mentioned the Heavenly Emperor Hall, but they don't take the Heavenly Emperor Hall seriously." Ling Yu Wuhen said anxiously. "Niet Songming! You have guts to not take the Heavenly Emperor Hall seriously." Shangguan Qingyun won't be able to save you. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master said fiercely. At the same time, Lingyu Wuhen rushed over and stood in front of Lingyu Tianxing. Lingyu Wuhen, you can't stop me. Niet Songming said coldly. His terrifying divine power sucked Lingyu Wuhen over. Boom. Poof. Niet Songming waved his hand again and sent Lingyu Wuhen flying. Lingyu Wuhen was severely injured. Grandfather. Lingyu Tianxing was terrified and desperate. Lingyu Wuhen, who was arrogant before, was severely injured. The people of the Sky Sword sect and the onlookers were so scared that they were in a vegetative state. Lingyu Tianxing, do you really think that no one dares to touch you? The news of you taking Lu Qingfeng's fiancé by force has spread throughout the holy imperial world. Niet Songming said coldly as he grabbed Lingyu Tianxing's throat. Stop. Lingyu Tianxing shouted madly. Niet Songming. Lingyu Wuhen shouted, how dare you kill my grandson? As long as I am still alive, I will kill Nie Zuanmi. Lingyu Wuhen, you have no chance. Nie Zuanmi said coldly. Kill him, Feng Wuchen said coldly, he is worse than an animal. Leaving him alive will only harm others. Bastard. Even if I die, I will not let you go. Brother Tang, come and save me. Lingyu Tianxing shouted in despair. Then I will destroy your soul so that I don't have to kill you a second time. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Just as Niet Songming was about to attack, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura lock onto him. Tang Xiaotian. Niet Songming's face darkened. Second-rank chaotic god emperor. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. How dare the Holy Gate sect touch the people of the Heavenly Emperor Hall? Who gave you the courage? Godslayer Hall? A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Brother Tang. Lingyu Tianxing was overjoyed. He quickly shouted, Brother Tang. Save me. Save me. Swish. A figure appeared in the sky above the Sky Sword sect. It was a young man in a white brocade. He looked like a gentleman. He was the young hall master of the Chaotic Emperor Hall, Tang Xiaotian. He was a second heaven chaotic god emperor. Tang Xiaotian was one of the top geniuses in the sacred region. Tang Xiaotian stared at Niet Songming coldly. He raised his hand and pointed at Niet Songming with his index finger as he gathered a terrifying divine power. Niet Songming, do you want to release them yourself or do you want me to kill you? Tang Xiaotian asked arrogantly as though he could kill Niet Songming at any time. Tang Xiaotian was a second heaven chaotic god emperor and he was much stronger than Niet Songming. Tang Xiaotian was confident that he could save Lingyu Tianxing and kill Niet Songming before Niet Songming could make a move. Tang Xiaotian, I know your strength. As one of the top geniuses in the sacred region, I'm not your match. However, if you interfere today, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Niet Songming said fearlessly. Oh? Is that so? Tang Xiaotian sneered. I'm afraid the Murder God Hall won't be able to save you. Shangguan Wufeng isn't my match. Even if Shangguan Qingyun is here, he might not be able to do anything to the Heavenly Emperor Hall. Tang Xiaotian wasn't exaggerating. The Heavenly Emperor Hall's strength was on par with the Murder God Hall. The Murder God Hall naturally couldn't do anything to the Heavenly Emperor Hall. Swish swish swish. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master, elders, and upper echelons appeared in a flash as terrifying auras swept out. Niet Songming, did Shangguan Qingyun give you the guts to not even put my Sky Emperor Palace in your eyes? A dignified voice came from the old man in the lead. As he spoke, a terrifying aura suppressed Niet Songming and the others. Chaotic Emperor Hall Master. Everyone in the Sky Sword sect was scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The Chaotic Emperor Hall was on par with the Murder God Hall and was extremely powerful. It was so terrifying that it was beyond their imagination. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master. Lingyu, Wuhen, and the others knelt down on one knee respectfully. Niet Songming suppressed the terrifying aura and said, Heavenly Emperor Hall's team. You will regret it. Regret? The Heavenly Emperor Hall's Hall Master said fiercely, how dare you not put the Heavenly Emperor Hall in your eyes and touch the people of the Heavenly Emperor Hall. Today, I will make you pay a painful price. Young Hall Master, This person is the Heavenly Emperor Palace Master and the Heavenly Emperor Palace Elder, Nie Xuanmi reported respectfully. As expected of the Heavenly Palace. Not only is it powerful, it is also very arrogant. Feng Wuchen sneered. With that, Feng Wuchen slowly flew up. He looked at the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and asked with a cold smile, I wonder what kind of painful price you will have to pay. Can you make it clearer? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the crowd immediately glanced toward him. However, the moment the Sky Emperor Hall Master, the elders, and the upper echelons saw Feng Wuchen, their expressions changed drastically. Their expressions froze on the spot. The terrifying aura and pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. Even the arrogant Tang Xiaotian was so scared that he was speechless. Brat, are you courting death? How dare you speak to the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master like that? Leng Yuetian shouted angrily. He could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. The so-called painful price is that you and Niet Songming will die. Leng Yuekong shouted angrily. Heavenly Emperor Hall Master, is that what you mean? Feng Wuchen looked at the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and asked with a cold smile. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. His face was pale and he could not say a word. Sect leader, something is wrong. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest seemed to be afraid of the young Hall Master. An elder of the Sky Sword sect said in fear. That's right. They are all terrified. The second elder nodded his head dumbfoundedly. What is going on? The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest are stunned. Is it because of Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang was even more shocked and frightened. Who is that brat? The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the elders are all frightened. Isn't he the young master of the holy sect? Why would the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest be afraid? No. His identity must be terrifying. Otherwise, Great Elder Niet Songming would not be so respectful to him. The surrounding cultivators were also discussing in shock. What is Feng Wuchen's background? Brat. How dare you disrespect the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master? Do you know? Leng Yuekong said angrily. But before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. Pa. Pft. Tang Xiaotian suddenly flashed over and slapped Leng Yuekong's face. The powerful force caused Leng Yuekong to spit out blood and a few of his teeth flew out. Shut up. Tang Xiaotian scolded in a low voice. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Leng Yutianqing looked at Tang Xiaotian in confusion. What is going on? Everything was fine just now. Why did Tang Xiaotian slap him? Leng Yuekong, Wu Hen, and the rest were all stunned. The Sky Sword sect leader and the rest were also stunned. The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. Did Tang Xiaotian slap the wrong person? No. That is impossible. Heavenly Emperor Hall Master, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you replying? Are you deaf or can't you hear clearly? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. A vicious glint flashed through his eyes. Leng Yuekong, Wu Hen, and the rest all looked at the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master. They didn't know if they didn't see it, but they were shocked when they saw it. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest were filled with fear. Boom, Leng Yuekong, Wu Hen, and the rest felt their heads explode. Intense fear and uneasiness surged into their hearts. They looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in their eyes. If Leng Yuekong, Wu Hen, and the rest didn't realize it, they would be too stupid. Tang Xian. The young palace master is asking you a question. Why aren't you replying? Are you disobeying him? Niet Songming scolded. Boom, the moment Niet Songming said that, everyone felt their heads explode again. Their expressions changed drastically. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Tang Xian, the elders of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and Tang Xiaotian all knelt down in fear. Moreover, they knelt down on both knees. Greetings to the young palace master. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest bowed respectfully. They were all terrified. They dared to be so arrogant in front of the young palace master of the Chaos Divine Palace. The entire place was in an uproar. It was as if they were struck by lightning. They were all charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui were petrified. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have such a terrifying background. The Lengyue Kong family members were scared out of their wits. This young man's identity was so terrifying that everyone in the Heavenly Emperor Hall had to kneel down. Young Palace Master. Lingyue Tianqing's face was filled with fear and despair. Lingyue Tianqing finally understood why Tang Xiaotian slapped him. Because even Tang Xiaotian couldn't afford to offend this man. The terrified Lingyue Tianqing also knelt down in fear. Lingyue Tianqing knew that he was going to die today. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest actually called him Young Palace Master. How is this possible? Lingyue and Wuhan were filled with disbelief and fear. Young Palace Master? What kind of Young Palace Master is he? How can he make the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest kneel down? Lingyue Kong was nearly scared to death. Lingyue, Wuhan, Lingyue Kong, and the rest of the Lingyue family all knelt down in fear and despair. The arrogance from before had turned into fear and despair. The Heavenly Emperor Hall was the strongest backing of the Lingyue family. But now, the strongest backing was kneeling down in front of the person they wanted to kill. The Lingyue family was so arrogant just now. How could the Young Palace Master let them off? Fear and despair enveloped everyone in the Lingyue family. Did I hear wrongly? The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest all called Brother Feng Young Palace Master. Yan Wushuang suddenly woke up from the shock. Junior Brother Wushuang, who is this Brother Feng that you know? Isn't his identity too scary? Lu Chengfeng asked in shock. Yan Wushuang shook his head and said, I don't know either. The surrounding cultivators were also in an uproar as they discussed in shock. I didn't know that the Young Palace Master was here. I have offended you. Young Palace Master, please punish me. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master said in fear. His old face was extremely pale and was completely different from his arrogant self before. Punish? Feng Wuchen sneered, the Heavenly Emperor Hall is so powerful. How would I dare to punish them for being so arrogant? No one in the Heavenly Emperor Hall dared to say anything. They could all tell that Feng Wuchen was extremely furious. The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the rest couldn't wait to kill everyone in the Lingyue family. They had offended everyone but the Young Palace Master of the Chaos Temple. Now, not only was the Lingyue family finished, the Heavenly Emperor Hall Master was dragged down as well. If I wasn't here today, guess what would have happened? It shouldn't be hard to guess, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold eyes swept across the Heavenly Emperor Hall's Palace Master and the others. They lowered their heads in fear, and no one dared to answer. No one is speaking, is it? Feng Wuchen said coldly, Nia Zuanmi, you tell me what the result is. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been destroyed, and the Lingyu family is at large. Nia Zuanmi replied respectfully. Did you hear that? Feng Wuchen said coldly, the Lingyu family is a power under your Heavenly Emperor Palace. Using the Heavenly Emperor Palace's power, you can do whatever you want and bully others. Lingyue Tianqing even forcefully took the fiancé of the Sky Sword Sect's young sect leader. He even wants to destroy the Sky Sword Sect. How arrogant. The Sky Emperor Palace is actually supporting the Lingyu family? I really don't understand. Are you guys humans or animals? Has your Heavenly Emperor Palace become so powerful? Good. Well said, Young Palace Master. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the surrounding cultivators cheered. Young Palace Master, the Heavenly Emperor Palace does not know about Lingyue Tianqing forcefully taking the fiancé of the Sky Sword Sect's young sect leader. Otherwise, he would not have done anything. The Heavenly Emperor Palace Master quickly explained. Does not know? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked in a deep voice, so many people in the sacred imperial world know about it. Are you sure you do not know? Young Palace Master, we really do not know. An elder replied respectfully, but he sounded guilty. Godslayer Palace Master, 6 elders, and Yi Aohun, come to the chaotic Heavenly Sword Sect immediately. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, Young Palace Master. Shangguan Qingyun and the others answered respectfully and rushed to the chaotic Heavenly Sword Sect immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Soon, Shangguan Qingyun, the 6 elders, and Yi Aohun appeared. Seeing Shangguan Qingyun and the others, the hearts of the Heavenly Emperor Palace Master and the others sank to the bottom. Greetings, young Palace Master. Shangguan Qingyun and the others got down on one knee with respect. The Godslayer Palace Master, the 6 elders, and the Chief Guardian all got down on their knees before Feng Wuchen with utmost respect. The Skysword sect, the Lengyu family, and the onlookers were shocked once again. Where did Feng Wuchen come from? Godslayer Palace Master, 6 elders, and Chief Guardian Yi, do you know about Lingyu Tianqing forcefully taking the fiancé of the Skysword sect's young sect leader? Feng Wuchen asked Shangguan Qingyun and the others. Yes, young Palace Master. Shangguan Qingyun answered with respect. The chief elder then added, young Palace Master, all the major forces in the Holy Imperial Universe know about this. Even many forces and cultivators outside the Holy Imperial Universe know about this. Everyone in the Holy Region knows about the arrogance of the Lingyu family. Lingyu Tianqing is even more arrogant. Who knows how many people have been killed by him? Because of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's support, no one in the Holy Region dares to touch the Lingyu family. Lingyu Tianqing, it seems like you are used to being arrogant. Everyone in the Holy Region knows how arrogant you are. Feng Wuchen glanced over with a vicious look. Lingyu Tianqing didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to look at Feng Wuchen. Lingyu Tianqing was filled with regret. The Heavenly Emperor Palace is on par with the Godslayer Palace. Even the Godslayer Palace knows about this. How can the Heavenly Emperor Palace not know about this? Do you think I am a 3-year-old kid? Feng Wuchen glanced at the Heavenly Emperor Palace Master and the others, causing them to tremble in fear. Tang Xian, you have offended your superiors and lied to the young Palace Master. Do you know what crime you have committed? Shangguan Qingyun shouted in anger. The Heavenly Emperor Palace Master and the others were speechless. Lingyu Wuhan, do you remember what you said just now? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no right or wrong. Whoever has the hardest fist is the overlord. Today, I will show you that there is right and wrong in this world. Lingyu Wuhan didn't say anything. He seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Lingyu Wuhan knew very well that the Lingyu family was finished. The Heavenly Emperor Palace didn't have the ability to protect them. The Heavenly Emperor Palace couldn't even protect themselves. Nie Zuanmi, kill Lingyu Tianqing. Let him have a taste of being turned into ashes. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Yes. Young Palace Master. Nie Zuanmi said respectfully and attacked immediately. Young Palace Master, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please. Lingyu Tianqing had never been so terrified. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he would never be able to speak again. Nie Zuanmi attacked viciously and turned Lingyu Tianqing into a cloud of blood. Lingyu Tianqing was dead and turned into ashes. Lingyu Wuhan and Lingyu Ekong didn't dare to say a word. There is no need for the Lingyu family to exist anymore. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He had sentenced the Lingyu family to death. There is no need for the Lingyu family to exist. After Feng Wuchen said that, Lingyu, Wuhan and the experts of the Lingyu family fell into despair. The Lingyu family no longer had a chance to turn things around. All of them were filled with regret. However, it was too late for regrets. Because of Lingyu, many disciples of the Sky Sword sect had died. Hence, the Lingyu family must be destroyed. Otherwise, how could the disciples rest in peace? The Heavenly Emperor Hall Master and the elders were terrified. They were praying that Feng Wuchen would let them go. Kill. Shangguan Qingyun immediately ordered. Yes, Master. Yi Aohun accepted the order respectfully and attacked fiercely. Lingyu, Wuhan and Lingyu Ekong had given up on resisting. In front of Yi Aohun, they could not fight back with their strength. TSK. Yi Aohun attacked fiercely. In an instant, Lingyu, Wuhan, Lingyu Ekong and the others were killed mercilessly. The Sky Sword sect and the many onlookers were all scared out of their wits. As expected of an expert from a major faction, his speed was too fast. They did not even see Yi Aohun attack. In the blink of an eye, Lingyu, Wuhan and the others were killed. Young Palace Master, Lingyu, Wuhan and the others are dead. Yi Aohun reported respectfully. Send men to the Lingyu family. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Lingyu, Wu Hen and Lingyu Ekong were already so arrogant. The younger generation of the Lingyu family must also be arrogant. They must be eliminated. Yes, master. Yi Aohun said respectfully and immediately sent a message. In an instant, the space fell into silence. In less than a minute, Yi Aohun reported respectfully, young palace master, the Lingyu family has been destroyed. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, who is the sovereign guardian of the Chaos Divine Palace? Feng Wuchen immediately sent a message to the Chaotic Xian Fire Beast. I am the sovereign guardian. Why? Do you want the divine warrior guards to attack? The Chaotic Xian Fire Beast's voice sounded. He had already guessed Feng Wuchen's intention. The primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast is a guardian Jizun? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He quickly sent a voice transmission. It seems like you already know. Just send someone over. Feng Wuchen knew how terrifying the War God Guards were. One of them was enough. The War God Guard, Fire War God, has arrived. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast transmitted. Fire War God? Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission and laughed. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, thank you. Feng Wuchen was very excited and expectant. He really wanted to know how powerful the Fire War God was. Heavenly Emperor Palace, as a major power, you actually allowed the Lingyu family to bully others? Heavenly Emperor Palace leader, do you have anything else to say? Feng Wuchen coldly asked, his cold gaze sweeping over. Tang Xian was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He said in horror, Young Hall Master, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have allowed the Lingyu family to bully others. I beg for your forgiveness. There won't be a next time. Your subordinates know their mistake. Please forgive us, Young Hall Master. The elders and experts spoke one after another. Forgive us? Tang Xian, offending your superiors is already a death sentence. Shangguan Qingyan said fiercely. The words offending your superiors frightened the Sky Sword sect and the surrounding cultivators. Shangguan Qingyan used the words offending your superiors to show how terrifying Feng Wuchen's identity is. Feng Wuchen coldly said, Heavenly Emperor Palace no longer has any relationship with you. Only death awaits you, because all of you deserve to die. What? Tang Xian and the elders opened their eyes wide in shock. They were all frightened. Feng Wuchen actually planned to kill all of them, isn't he just letting the Lingyu family do whatever they want? He didn't have to kill them, right? No matter what, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was a major power under the Primal Chaos Divine Palace. Furthermore, the Lingyu family was already destroyed. There was no need to destroy the Heavenly Emperor Palace, right? There was no need to be so heartless for his own power, right? Young Hall Master, please spare my life. Your subordinate is willing to redeem himself. Young Hall Master, please give me a chance. Tang Xiaotian said in horror. As a sacred domain's peak genius, he didn't want to die like this. Redeem yourself? Feng Wuchen coldly said, you don't have the right. As a sacred domain's peak genius, I have already seen your arrogance. For someone like you, death is nothing. Tang Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Because of Lingyu Tianqing forcefully taking Lu Qingfeng's fiancé, his future as a peak genius was ruined. Young Hall Master, please spare my life. Tang Xian begged in horror. The elders all kowtowed. Murdering God Palace Master, do it. Feng Wuchen ordered, from today onwards, the Heavenly Emperor Palace will be taken over by the Murdering God Palace. Yes, Young Hall Master. The Murdering God Palace Master respectfully accepted the order and released his terrifying divine power. Young Hall Master, just because of a small matter, you want to kill us? Do you know how many contributions the Heavenly Emperor Palace has made over the years? You didn't do anything. You don't have the right to order us to be killed. Tang Xian suddenly roared in anger. After being the Heavenly Emperor Palace Master for so many years, Tang Xian had made many contributions. Because of this, Tang Xian was unwilling. Tang Xian! How dare you! The Murdering God Palace Master shouted angrily and shot out fiercely. Shangguan Qingyun, do you think you can kill me? Tang Xian shouted angrily. His terrifying aura and divine power exploded. Since there was no way out, he would kill his way out. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, Shangguan Qingyun and Tang Xian's palms fiercely collided, causing an earth-shaking explosion. Terrifying energy fluctuations condensed into a storm of death, causing the void to collapse in an instant. The destructive power was terrifying. It was a visual shock. The surrounding cultivators all retreated in fear. A small matter? Feng Wuchen frowned and said fiercely, if I wasn't here today, all the disciples of the Sky Sword sect would have died. The Lengyu family is safe because they have the support of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. In the future, many people will die because of him. You think it's a small matter? In your eyes, Tang Xian, your life is important, but other people's lives are not. Humph. Because of this, you gave the order to kill us. Aren't you taking advantage of your power to bully others? Since it's a dead end, we'll kill our way out today. Tang Xian shouted angrily, elders, attack. We'll die anyway. There's no need to worry too much. The great elder said gloomily. His terrifying killing intent erupted. Young palace master, since you want us to die, don't blame us for being ruthless. An elder shouted angrily and shot out fiercely. Terrifying divine power exploded. That elder wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. How dare you? Yi Aohun shouted angrily and shot out like lightning. Boom, however, the moment Yi Aohun attacked, a figure was faster than him. Immediately, with a loud explosion, that elder turned into a cloud of blood mist. Divine War Guards. Tang Xian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were all scared out of their wits. War God Guards. The Sky Sword sect and the spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. While they were dumbfounded, they were also extremely excited. It was their honor to be able to see the legendary War God Guards. The War God Guards were the strongest combat division of the Chaos Temple. Countless cultivators dreamed of joining the War God Guards. Unfortunately, the War God Guards' assessment was very strict. There were very few experts who could join the War God Guards. The appearance of the War God Guards had already made them guess Feng Wuchen's identity. That was the young hall master of the Chaos Temple. Knowing Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, everyone was even more shocked. Especially Yan Wushuang and Yan Jingshui, they felt as if they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe it at all. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they did not dare to believe it. Fire War God. Shangguan Qingyun, Yi Aohun, and the others widened their eyes in shock. No one would have thought that the Fire War God was actually secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. Fire. Fire War God. Tang Xian was scared out of his wits as he looked at the Fire War God in horror. The Prime Guardian actually sent the Fire War God. Tang Xiaotian and the elders were extremely terrified. Their hearts of resistance instantly sank to the bottom. Their eyes were filled with fear as they resigned themselves to fate. Others did not know the terrifying strength of the Fire War God, but they were very clear. In front of the Fire War God, unless they had terrifying strength that surpassed the Fire War God, they would all die when the Fire War God attacked. Tang Xian was also a 5th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerate. But when he saw the Fire War God, Tang Xian looked as if he had seen a ghost. The same cultivation, but the difference in strength, made Tang Xian so terrifying. That's right. The difference was so big. This was also the terrifying part of the Fire War God. Feng Wuchen had guessed that the powerful Tang Xian would resist, so he borrowed the Fire War God from the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast knew Tang Xian's strength. The reason why it sent the Fire War God was because it believed that the Fire War God had the strength to kill Tang Xian. Greetings, young hall master. The Fire War God cupped his fists respectfully towards Feng Wuchen. You are the Fire War God? Feng Wuchen sized him up and asked. Yes, I am. Fire War God replied respectfully. As expected of a War God Guard. You are indeed very powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He could see that Fire War God's cultivation level had reached the 5th level of Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Such terrifying strength was definitely an overlord existence in the chaotic realm. Thank you for your praise, young palace master, Fire War God said respectfully. Make your move. They must all die. Feng Wuchen ordered. Hu War God glanced at the despairing Tang Xian and the others. Hu War God said, the Heavenly Emperor Palace has been too arrogant these years. Now, they have offended their superiors and offended the young palace master. They deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura erupted. The surface of the Fire War God's body ignited with golden flames. Fire-type divine power was extremely domineering. What a powerful flame power! Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Although the Fire War God's divine power of fire was not as strong as the ancestor of all fires, the Fire War God's flames were still terrifying because they were in the Chaos realm. Buzz! Terrifying fire-type divine power erupted. The Fire War God's combat strength was soaring at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the Fire War God's combat strength soared to the 6th stage chaotic heavenly venerate realm. His combat strength had increased by a full level. The War God guards were indeed extraordinary. A terrifying and domineering aura swept out. The elders and experts of the Heavenly Emperor Palace were mercilessly suppressed. They were in pain and felt powerless. The terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas was not something they could withstand. Tang Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not withstand it at all. Even Tang Xian could feel the immense pressure. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked once again. Even Shangguan Qingyun's old eyes flashed with a wisp of intense fear. The Fire War God was too terrifying. Swish! The terrifying aura locked onto Tang Xian. The Fire War God suddenly shot out, turning into a streak of golden lightning. His attack was ferocious and domineering, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Fire War God! Stop! Tang Xian shouted in horror. Since the young palace master wants you to die, you have to die. I only listen to orders. Fire War God said coldly as he blasted out a palm across space. Buzz! A huge war character shot out mercilessly. The terrifying divine power shook heaven and earth, illuminating the dark void. The huge war character was very dazzling. Feeling the terrifying power of the war character, Tang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely terrified. Tang Xian did not have time to think. He immediately unleashed all his strength. Dazzling blue light flashed as he took out his Chaos Immortal artifact. His combat strength skyrocketed. However, Tang Xian's peak strength was still inferior to the Fire War God's. The difference in strength was too great. Chaos Divine Formula. Chaos Mystic Wind Palm. Tang Xian formed a seal with both hands and gathered all his strength. Finally, he roared and blasted out a palm. Swish! Buzz! A huge energy palm print shot out. It was majestic and the space shook violently. Rumble! Pfft! In the blink of an eye, the two destructive energies collided and exploded. Tang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Buzz! Destructive energy ripples swept out in an unbridled manner, causing the space within a radius of several 100,000 feet to tremble violently. Damn it! The Fire War God's strength is already so terrifying? I can't even withstand his strength. Tang Xian was furious and terrified. Grandfather! Tang Xiaotian was shocked. Tang Xian's Chaos Divine Formula was so powerful, but it could not withstand the Fire War God's casual palm print. Hall Master! The elders were frightened again. On the other hand, the Fire War God was not affected by the energy ripples at all. He was unharmed. Hiss! The cultivators watching the battle all sucked in a breath of cold air in terror. The Fire War God's strength is indeed terrifying. Ordinary 6th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerables are probably not his match. Shangguan Qingyun said in horror. His old face was pale. He's too powerful. He's ridiculously powerful. Yi Aohun said in horror. His body trembled uncontrollably. So powerful. The power of a casual palm print can dissolve Tang Xian's Chaos Divine Formula and injure him. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. The Chaos Temple War God Guards were indeed terrifying. Swish! Unknowingly, the fire war god had appeared in front of Tang Xian in a flash. He came very suddenly and grabbed Tang Xian by the throat. The fire war god's speed was terrifying. Tang Xian did not notice it immediately. The terrifying and domineering flame divine power suppressed Tang Xian. Fire war god, stop. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Tang Xian screamed in fear. He was terrified to the extreme. Boom. Buzz. The fire war god did not waste any time. The terrifying and domineering flame divine power exploded and turned Tang Xian into a bloody mist. The fire war god was so vicious. Tang Xian, a 5th-level primal chaos heavenly venerate, was reduced to ashes. This could be said to be an instant kill. Fire war god was able to instantly kill his opponent with the same cultivation base. How terrifying was such strength! Fire war god's ferocious and terrifying strength made everyone present feel intense fear. Grandfather was killed. Tang Xiaotian looked at all this in horror, his mind blank. Hall Master. The elders and experts all fell into the abyss of despair. Shangguan Qingyun, Yi Aohun, and the rest were so shocked that they could not speak. Their faces were pale and stiff. The entire Sky Sword sect looked as if they had seen a ghost. The intense fear was indescribable. After killing Tang Xian, Fire War God waved his hand. A gust of wind swept out and instantly dispersed the terrifying energy ripples. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Fire War God attacked immediately. His figure flickered, and the elders and experts of the Heavenly Emperor Hall were killed one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist. Almost in an instant, the dozen or so powerful auras all disappeared. Tang Xiaotian widened his eyes in horror. His scalp went numb. TCH. In the next second, an energy fire sword pierced Tang Xiaotian's heart. The terrifying flame power shattered Tang Xiaotian's soul on the spot. How could this be? Tang Xiaotian did not expect that they would die here. The experts of the Heavenly Emperor Hall were all killed mercilessly. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It did not even take a minute. Fire War God had fully demonstrated the strength of an expert, murdering God Hall, Sky Sword Sect, and the spectating cultivators were all stunned. Everyone was motionless like stone statues. Master, the War God guards are too powerful. Dragon Xinjian exclaimed. Master, Fire War God's true strength is probably comparable to a 6th-level primal chaos heavenly venerate. Divine, I said. Fire War God is indeed very powerful. Even Feng Wuchen was shocked. Fire War God's terrifying strength was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Young Hall Master, do you want to destroy the Heavenly Emperor Hall? Fire War God appeared and asked respectfully with cupped fists. No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said indifferently, the Sky Emperor Palace will be taken over by the God-slaying Hall. You can go back first. Young Hall Master, if there's anything you need, you can summon me. I'll take my leave first. Fire War God said respectfully. Then, he disappeared into thin air, as if he had never appeared. It was as if everything was just a dream. The strength of the War Immortal Guards is horrifying. Indeed, they have not let me down. No wonder the examination is so strict. Even geniuses might not be able to join the War Immortal Guards. I wonder if Bai Xuankong's 2 elder brothers will be able to join the War Immortal Guards. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The Dragon Soul War God can be nurtured into a War God Guard. When the time comes, I will let the Dragon Soul War God surpass the War God Guard. It was easy to say, but it was difficult to do, and extremely difficult to do. The amount of cultivation resources required was terrifying, unimaginably terrifying. Even the transcendent powers might not be able to support such a terrifying expenditure. Looking at Shangguan Qingyun, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Godslayer Hall Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Arrange a new Hall Master for the Heavenly Emperor Hall. Yes, young Hall Master. Shangguan Qingyun replied respectfully. Thank you, young Hall Master, for saving our lives. If it wasn't for you, the Sky Sword Sect might not be able to escape death today. Sky Sword Sect Master also cupped his fists and bowed. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen, the Sky Sword Sect would have been destroyed. Sky Sword Sect Master, you're too polite. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Big Brother Yan and Yishui are my friends. Naturally, I won't sit by and do nothing. Moreover, the Lengyu family and Heavenly Emperor Hall are too arrogant. Leaving them alive will only harm more people. Brother Feng. Young Hall Master, thank you for saving our lives. Yan Wushuang also cupped his fists and thanked respectfully. Feng Wuchen descended and smiled happily, Big Brother Yan, you don't have to be so polite. Big Brother Yan is older than me. You can call me Feng Wuchen or younger brother Feng. That's not good, right? Yan Wushuang was frightened. If he didn't know about Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, Yan Wushuang would call him younger brother Feng. But now that he knew that Feng Wuchen was the Chaos Shrine's young hall master, he didn't dare to call him that. If Big Brother Yan treats me as a friend, then don't be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely stay for a few more days. Yan Wushuang quickly smiled and said, Thank you, younger brother Feng. Big Brother Feng, are you really the Chaos Shrine's young hall master? Yan Yishui asked softly. This? I guess so. But don't reveal my identity. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. Since the war god guards had appeared, they had naturally guessed it. All right. I know. Yan Yishui nodded like a chick pecking rice. All right. I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled and flew away. Younger brother Feng, take care. Yan Wushuang hurriedly said. At this moment, his heart was still surging. How could Yan Wushuang believe that he actually knew the Chaos Shrine's young hall master? This was something that many people dreamed of. Farewell, young hall master. Murdering God Palace Master also bowed respectfully to Yi Aohun and the others. The young hall master is going in the direction of the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Yi Aohun was shocked. After Feng Wuchen left, Shangguan Qingyun looked at Yan Wushuang and smiled politely, Younger brother Yan, since you are the young hall master's friend, you are also a friend of Murdering God Palace. If you don't mind, you can go to Murdering God Palace at any time. Disciples of Heaven Sword Sect are welcome. Thank you, Murdering God Palace Master. Yan Wushuang thanked him respectfully. He knew that this was related to Feng Wuchen. Just because Yan Wushuang was Feng Wuchen's friend, he received such high treatment. What Yan Wushuang didn't know was that because he was Feng Wuchen's friend, the status of Chaotic Heaven Sword Sect had unknowingly become extremely terrifying. Other factions aside, Murdering God Palace Master would definitely take care of Heaven Sword Sect. With this relationship with Feng Wuchen, Heaven Sword Sect's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds in the future. Younger brother Feng, thank you. I, Yan Wushuang, will definitely repay you for saving my life today. Yan Wushuang thanked him in his heart. Feng Wuchen didn't just save him today. He also saved all the disciples of Heaven Sword Sect who were still alive, including the sect master and elders. After leaving Heaven Sword Sect, Feng Wuchen didn't immediately rush to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Instead, he found a mountain range with few people to cultivate. Before heading to the Wuji Heavenly Realm, Feng Wuchen planned to break through to Chaotic Heaven Lord Realm first. Feng Wuchen was now an 8th stage Chaotic Golden Immortal. With the help of many natural treasures and 10 times the space ring, it wouldn't take too much time. Within 2 months, I will definitely break through to Chaotic Heaven Lord Realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, full of confidence. Cultivating in the Divine Ring for 2 months was equivalent to 6 days in the outside world. Reporting to Lord Wu, we found Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. He appeared in Sky Sword Sect and the person he saved was a disciple of Sky Sword Sect. The mysterious man transmitted his voice respectfully, because Sky Sword Sect's young Lord Yang Qingfeng's fiancé was forcefully taken away, Lingyu family offended Feng Wuchen and has been annihilated. Sky Emperor Hall's Tang Xian and Elder were also killed by Fire War God. Sky Emperor Hall has been taken over by Slaying God Hall. Fire War God? Wu frowned and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, didn't Feng Wuchen go to Sacred Region alone? Why is Fire War God in Sacred Region? Could it be that the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast sent him to protect Feng Wuchen? Fire War God's strength is terrifying. Tang Xian is no match for him. If Fire War God is really protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark, this will be troublesome. Wu Fo frowned. After all, Fire War God was a member of the War God Guards. Once a member of the War God Guards was touched, the consequences would be a terrifying retaliation from the War God Guards. Feng Wuchen is still in Sky Sword sect? Wu Fo transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen has already left. No one knows where he went. However, I can capture Sky Sword sect's disciples and interrogate them. The mysterious man transmitted his voice respectfully. Don't act rashly. If Fire War God is protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark, not only will you not be able to capture Feng Wuchen, you will also lose your lives. It won't be too late to make a move after I confirm it. Wu Fo transmitted his voice. Wu Fo needed to find out if Fire War God was protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark. Hearing Wu Fo's transmission, the mysterious man reacted and broke out in cold sweat. If Fire War God is really protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark, we won't have a chance to make a move unless Lord Supreme sends someone stronger. The mysterious man thought to himself. The terror of the Fire War God was known to everyone in the chaotic realm. The mysterious man was secretly glad that he transmitted his voice to Wu Fo first and not the Sky Sword sect's disciples. If Fire War God was really protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark, the mysterious man would be courting death if he dared to touch the Sky Sword sect's disciples. In the Chaos Divine Palace, no Buddha's old face was extremely solemn. The War God Guards are controlled by the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor is not qualified to give orders. It is extremely difficult to find the whereabouts of the Fire War God, Wu Fo muttered to himself. He could not think of a solution at the moment. The War God Guards were all powerful and mysterious. Only the primal chaos, mysterious fire beast could order them around. No one else in the Chaos Temple was qualified to do so. I'm afraid I have to report this to Lord Supreme. Wu Shu frowned and immediately reported to Lord Supreme. After all, the Fire War God's strength was too terrifying. Furthermore, the Fire War God was one of the War God Guards. There were many War God Guards who were stronger than the Fire War God. Reporting to Supreme Lord, the Fire War God has interfered. I'm afraid he is secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. Wu Fo respectfully transmitted his voice to report. War God Guards? Lord Jizun sneered in disdain. The strength of the War God Guards is indeed not weak. However, I don't place them in my eyes. Supreme Lord, it's hard for me to find out if the Fire War God is secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. Wu Fo respectfully transmitted his voice to Lord Supreme. Wu Fo, you just have to find out where Feng Wuchen is. You don't have to care about the rest. Don't expose your identity. I will send someone to deal with the Fire War God. Lord Supreme ordered. Yes. Yes, Supreme. Wu Fo replied respectfully and felt relieved. You can take action now. There's no need to worry about the Fire War God. Lord Supreme will send someone to deal with him. Wu Fo ordered. Yes, sir. The mysterious man replied respectfully. Now, he felt much more at ease. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In a mountain range that was sparsely populated, Feng Wuchen came out from the God Ring. After 2 months of crazy cultivation, with the help of his essence spirit clone and natural treasures, Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to the first-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord realm. Not only that, Feng Wuchen had also consolidated his Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord realm. His combat strength had increased tremendously. If he were to go all out, Feng Wuchen had the confidence to defeat a 5th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord realm opponent. If he were to use his primordial divine power, it would be even more so. The power of a Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord is indeed strong. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with excitement. The excitement of becoming stronger would never disappear. Master, it's time to set off. Dragon God Sword's voice sounded. Clenching his fist and feeling the tyrannical divine power, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it's time to set off. After saying that, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in the void and shot towards the Wuji Heavenly Realm at full speed. He was as fast as lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A few days later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Wuji Heavenly Realm smoothly. The reason why Feng Wuchen was heading to the Wuji Heavenly Realm was not to train. Feng Wuchen had experienced so many worlds and no longer needed to train. The purpose of this trip was purely to raise his cultivation level quickly. Feng Wuchen wanted to raise his cultivation level quickly. The Wuji Heavenly Realm was one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the Chaos world. The Wuji Heavenly Realm was not in some mountain range or valley, but existed in a mysterious independent space. A world within a space. Normally, very few cultivators entered the Wuji Heavenly Realm. The cultivators who dared to enter the Wuji Heavenly Realm were only active in the periphery. Only powerhouses with powerful cultivations dared to go deeper. That should be the entrance to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Feng Wuchen looked at the Cyan Vortex entrance on a mountain peak. Master is right. That is the entrance to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Divine Eyes transmitted respectfully. Feng Wuchen sensed for a bit, and said, there are no cultivators nearby. Indeed, not many people dare to enter. Master, this is one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the Chaos world. Even top powerhouses might not be able to come out alive after entering. How many dare to enter? Dragon God Sword transmitted. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and quickly flew over. Feng Wuchen did not stop at all and directly entered the Wuji Heavenly Realm. The moment he entered, Feng Wuchen felt a different aura. Inside the Wuji Heavenly Realm, there was actually a weak ancient aura. Clearly, the existence of the Wuji Heavenly Realm had been there for a very long time. As for how many years, Feng Wuchen did not know, nor did he care about this. Inside the Wuji Heavenly Realm was a primitive mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. One majestic floating mountain peak after another towered into the clouds. The sky of the small world was not the same nine-colored chaos as the Chaos world. The space here was blue sky and white clouds. There are people cultivating nearby. Feng Wuchen felt the aura of cultivators right away. These cultivators were also only cultivating in the periphery and did not dare to step into the depths at all. The aura of the Wuji Heavenly Realm is stronger than the aura outside. If not for the fact that it is a forbidden ground, I'm afraid that even the Chaos world's people would come here to cultivate. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, carefully looking around as he flew inside. Who is this kid? To actually dare to go inside, is he tired of living? Really got guts. It's a pity that he won't even know how he died in a while, ignorant junior. I've been cultivating here for 3 years. Other than top powerhouses, I've never seen any junior dare to enter. This kid is the first. What's this feeling? Who's watching me in the dark? Feng Wuchen had only walked for about 10 meters when he suddenly stopped. He unintentionally felt that something was watching him in the dark. The feeling was very strange, sometimes it disappeared, sometimes it disappeared. Feng Wuchen also did not know the exact location. The surroundings were filled with towering ancient trees and strange and indescribable flowers and plants. However, when he sensed carefully, it seemed like there was nothing. Did you see anything? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Master, there's nothing. Dragon Xinjian transmitted. Feng Wuchen frowned, and thought, was it an illusion? Feng Wuchen had only taken a few steps when that strange feeling appeared again, causing Feng Wuchen to stop again. But when Feng Wuchen stopped, the strange feeling disappeared again. The feeling disappeared again. It's definitely not an illusion. What's going on? Is it some kind of special beast? Feng Wuchen was very puzzled, he did not know what it was. The reason why Feng Wuchen was unable to sense where the thing that was watching him was because the thing that was staring at him was a pair of illusory strange eyes. The strange eyes were hidden in the ancient trees, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Moreover, they would only appear behind Feng Wuchen, and everything in front of him was normal. With a thought, Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. He took out Dragon Xinjian and carefully checked his surroundings. Behind Feng Wuchen, an eye suddenly materialized and appeared. It instantly transformed into a bloody basin and bit towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen immediately sensed the danger and immediately turned around. What is this? Seeing the bloody basin, Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to attack, the huge basin suddenly spat out a ball of blood qi. In that instant, Feng Wuchen felt his entire body go numb, and he could not use any strength. After all, it was a sudden attack from behind Feng Wuchen. It could be said that there was no distance between them. No matter how fast Feng Wuchen's reaction was, it was impossible for him to avoid the blood qi. Moreover, the blood basin that attacked Feng Wuchen was also very fast. Its strength was not below Feng Wuchen's. Swish. Qi. At this time, a strong sound of breaking air rang out. A powerful energy sword shot out from behind Feng Wuchen, brushing past his shoulder like lightning, directly piercing through Feng Wuchen's blood basin. The energy sword pierced through, and the blood basin disappeared instantly. A figure appeared in a flash. It was a young man dressed in black brocade. "Thank you." Feng Wuchen thanked him while sizing up the man. There were still good people in this world. In such a dangerous forbidden area, not many people were willing to lend a helping hand. It would be ba if he didn't kill them and steal their treasures. The black-clothed man's cultivation was already at the 8th level primal chaos god lord realm. His strength was far above Feng Wuchen's. "Kid, you're quite bold. You actually dared to come in. Didn't you notice that they didn't dare to come in? If I hadn't acted in time, you would have probably died." The man smiled faintly. "What was that just now?" Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The man smiled. "Devouring blood soul worms. The blood qi they spew out has a paralyzing effect, making one feel powerless. It's very dangerous. Many people have been swallowed alive by them, and they can even devour souls." Devouring blood soul worms? They can even devour souls? Feng Wuchen was shocked when he heard this. He broke out in cold sweat from fright. That's right. The most terrifying thing in the periphery is the devouring blood soul worms. Moreover, there are many of them. This is also why many people don't dare to come in. The man nodded. "This one is Zhu Wutian. How should I address you?" Zhu Wutian asked with a smile. At the same time, he used his divine power to help Feng Wuchen force out the blood qi that had invaded his body. "Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen laughed. "Brother Feng, you can't even avoid devouring blood soul worms. It's better for you to obediently cultivate in the periphery. This place is extremely dangerous. This time, you're lucky to have met me. Next time, you won't know." Zhu Wutian laughed. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Thank you for Brother Wutian's reminder, but I still plan to go in and give it a try." Go in and give it a try? Zhu Wutian's eyeballs were about to fly out. Others did not dare to enter, but Feng Wuchen was not afraid of death. "Brother Feng, you've seen how dangerous it is to devour blood soul worms. Furthermore, devouring blood soul worms is the least dangerous. The further in you go, the more dangerous it is. Don't go in and die." Zhu Wutian hurriedly said. "You don't even know about devouring blood soul worms. You don't even know how dangerous infinite heavenly realm is. I only dare to walk around here." In infinite heavenly realm, devouring blood soul worms was indeed the least dangerous existence. Otherwise, they wouldn't be roaming around the periphery. "I'll be careful." Feng Wuchen laughed and went deeper. "This kid must be crazy. He's courting death." Zhu Wutian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Zhu Wutian did not dare to go in because he knew it was extremely dangerous. Zhu Wutian's position was only a dozen meters away from the periphery. This was already very dangerous. As an 8th level chaotic god master, Zhu Wutian did not dare to go within 20 meters. It was clear how dangerous infinite heavenly realm was. "Brother Feng, don't go in again." Zhu Wutian shouted. He wanted to stop Feng Wuchen but did not dare to go in. However, Feng Wuchen did not have any intention of turning back. The more desperate the situation was, the more one's potential could be stimulated. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm body, so he was not worried about any danger. Feng Wuchen had just entered a few meters when he was targeted by devouring blood soul worms again. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. A strong sense of danger made Feng Wuchen's heart beat faster. Although devouring blood soul worms were insects in the periphery, they were definitely stronger than Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, why would the cultivators in the periphery not dare to come in? Soon, pairs of eyes appeared from the ancient trees and transformed into huge blood basins. There were dozens of devouring blood soul worms. It was hard to believe that these terrifying, bloody things were formed by worms. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. Master, be careful. They can devour souls, and their cultivation is at the Chaos God Master realm. Long Xinjian transmitted. Master, there's an even stronger force approaching. Divine Eyes suddenly transmitted. Feng Wuchen also sensed that this force had reached the third-level chaotic Great Divine Master realm. The cultivators in the periphery also sensed it and hurriedly escaped from the infinite heavenly realm in fear. Oh no! Blood Soul Worm King. Zhu Wutian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Feng, be careful. That's the Blood Soul Worm King. As soon as Zhu Wutian's voice fell, Feng Wuchen was shocked to see a blood basin dozens of feet large floating over. Fresh blood flowed out. Is this a worm? This is a man-eating demon, right? Feng Wuchen's heart trembled. Even when facing a powerful supreme god expert, Feng Wuchen did not feel afraid. However, this thing in front of him was really terrifying. The Blood Soul Worm King suddenly opened its blood basin and rushed over. The surrounding blood basins also rushed over at the same time. All the escape routes were blocked. Be careful, Brother Feng. Zhu Wutian roared. Even he was afraid. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the Blood Soul Worm King and dozens of Blood Soul Worms crashed into each other. The weaker Blood Soul Worms were knocked away by the Worm King, and they were dizzy. Feng Wuchen disappeared without a trace. Was Brother Feng eaten? Zhu Wutian was shocked, his heart beating wildly. But after a while, Zhu Wutian's expression changed. The Worm King was rushing toward him. Seeing this, Zhu Wutian was so scared that he peed his pants. He turned and ran, shouting, Brother Feng, you're harming me. It's fine if you're eaten, but you want me to be eaten too? Whoosh, a white flame suddenly burst out, spreading an extremely domineering aura and temperature. Sensing a strong danger approaching, the devouring Blood Soul Worm King instantly turned into a pair of eyes and disappeared. The other Blood Soul Worms also fled in fear. What flame is this? The Great Divine Master's Worm King was scared away. Zhu Wutian was extremely frightened. The white flame was the ancestor of all fires. The appearance of the ancestor of all fires made Zhu Wutian feel a strong sense of fear for the first time. Although it was the Chaos Realm, it was still the ancestor of all fires. It was definitely not something that could be ignored by the Chaos Realm. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all fires had been strengthened with the help of Chaos spiritual energy. Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all fires was stronger than Desolate Flame Emperor's ancestor of all fires. Unless one's divine power was stronger than the ancestor of all fires, they would only end up being devoured by the ancestor of all fires. Not only the ancestor of all fires, but all of Feng Wuchen's divine powers were strengthened. When was I eaten? Feng Wuchen's faint laughter came. Brother Feng? Zhu Wutian was shocked and immediately looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He said in disbelief, you dodged just now? Without a way out, how could Feng Wuchen dodge? Zhu Wutian, an 8th-level Chaos God Master, did not see it and thought that the Worm King had swallowed him alive. Feng Wuchen could dodge, of course, because of the Chaos Realm. What? Do you really want me to be eaten? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. That's not it. Zhu Wutian smiled awkwardly, and promptly asked, Brother Feng, what kind of fire was that white flame of yours just now? I have never seen a white flame before. Why is it so scary? The Blood Soul Worms were all scared away. The blood-devouring worms in the area had all disappeared. Zhu Wutian was both curious and afraid. The ancestor of all flames was the most terrifying flame he had ever seen. That's a secret. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother Feng, I just saved your life. Zhu Wutian rolled his eyes. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I saved your life just now too. I can escape. Zhu Wutian said with a bit of a guilty conscience, but he still forced himself to stand. Ancestor of all flames, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Ancestor of all flames? You can tell it's terrifying just by hearing it. Zhu Wutian's face was full of shock, and he said in horror in his heart, with my cultivation, once I get close, I will definitely turn into ashes instantly. Who exactly is Brother Feng? How can there be such a terrifying flame? Although curious, Zhu Wutian also knew that he should not ask too much. After all, it was the first time they met, and they were not familiar with each other at all. They were not your biological parents. It was impossible for them to tell you everything the first time they met. Looking at Zhu Wutian, Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, "Brother Wutian, I'm going to go deeper. Do you want to come with me?" Zhu Wutian was overjoyed when he heard that. He smiled excitedly and said, "I was just thinking of asking Brother Feng to bring me along. I also want to go deeper to take a look." The ancestor of all flames was so terrifying that even the Blood Soul Worm King could be scared away. Other strange beasts or terrifying things were naturally not a problem. Limitless Heavenly Realm is one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the Chaos Realm. Very few people dare to enter. Just the periphery is already very dangerous, not to mention the depths. "Do you really dare to go in?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. "Brother Feng, your flame is so terrifying. My life is entrusted to you." Zhu Wutian smiled shamelessly. "I'm only a first-level Chaos Heaven Monarch. I don't dare to say that I can protect you from death. Don't tell me you think I'm very strong?" Feng Wuchen shrugged as he walked deeper into the depths. "What? First-level Chaos Heaven Monarch?" Zhu Wutian's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. As an 8th-level Chaos God Master, Zhu Wutian only moved about a dozen meters away from the periphery. He did not dare to go any deeper. Even a great God Master expert did not dare to go too deep. Feng Wuchen, a mere Chaos Heaven Monarch, dared to enter. His guts weren't just ordinary. "Brother Wutian, why did you stop? Aren't you going in?" "Why? Are you afraid so quickly?" Feng Wuchen grinned. "How can that be?" Zhu Wutian smiled and said, "If you're not afraid, why should I be? If worst comes to worst, you'll hold the fort first when there's a chance. I'll run. After all, you have the flame to protect you." Feng Wuchen was speechless. "Brother Feng, I have something to discuss with you." Zhu Wutian looked at Feng Wuchen and said. "What is it?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Brother Feng, my cultivation is stronger than yours. You call me Big Brother Zhu, and I'll call you Brother Feng. I have the ancestor of all flames. Brother Feng, this is a matter of cultivation. I have the ancestor of all flames. Brother Feng, at the critical moment, with my strength, I can settle many things for you. I have the ancestor of all flames. Alright, you're the big brother." The two of them formed a team and headed deeper. As for the dangers in the depths, neither of them knew. At the same time, an expert came to the Chaotic Heaven Sword sect. It was that mysterious person. After observing for a few days, he finally made a move. "Senior, what's the matter?" a disciple asked respectfully. "Boom. Pfft." The mysterious person kicked out. With a loud boom, the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This sudden turn of events frightened the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. "Sect Master. Something's wrong. A strong enemy is attacking," a disciple shouted in fear. Soon, the Sky Sword sect master and the elders appeared. The disciples of the various palaces also came out. "Who are you?" the Sky Sword sect master asked with a frown. "Hand over Yan Wushuang," the mysterious person shouted coldly. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire Sky Sword sect, causing the disciples to fall to the ground. Even the Sky Sword sect master and the elders couldn't withstand the terrifying aura of the mysterious person. "It's him." Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui recognized the mysterious person at first glance. Their expressions changed drastically. "Junior brother Yan, you know him?" Lu Qingfeng asked. He wants to deal with Brother Feng," Yan Wushuang said with a face full of fear. Clearly, he had guessed the purpose of the mysterious person's visit. "What? Why Young Hall Master?" The Heavenly Sword sect master and the elders were all given a huge fright. The Sky Sword sect master and the elders were dumbfounded. There was actually someone in the chaos world who dared to deal with Feng Wuchen. They didn't know about Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, they were simply courting death. How is this possible? Who dares to touch the young hall master of the Chaos Shrine? The great elder exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe it. Wushuang, what's going on? The Sky Sword Sect Master was dumbfounded. I don't know either. Yan Wushuang shook his head. Brother, could it be that he doesn't know about Big Brother Feng's identity? Big Brother Feng even told us not to leak it out. Not many people know about Big Brother Feng's identity. Yan Yanxue guessed. And, it's possible. Otherwise, who in the chaos world would dare to offend Brother Feng? Yan Wushuang nodded with certainty. This was the only reason that made sense. But now that Feng Wuchen wasn't around, how were they going to face the Chaos Emperor? Kid, we meet again. You were saved by Feng Wuchen last time. I wonder if he will save you this time. The mysterious man said coldly. He had already spotted Yan Wushuang among the disciples. The mysterious man flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yan Wushuang. His speed was beyond everyone's imagination. After all, the mysterious man was in the Chaos Emperor realm. His strength was far above the Sky Sword Sect Master. The sudden appearance of the figure gave Yan Wushuang a fright. He couldn't react at all. Wushuang, be careful. The Sky Sword Sect Master was shocked and immediately shot out with all his strength. Scram! The mysterious person roared furiously. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a frightening energy force swept out with an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It shook the Sky Sword Sect Master until he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. The Sky Sword Sect Master was severely injured on the spot. Fortunately, he survived. Sect Master. The Sky Sword Sect Master was terrified. The mysterious man grabbed Yan Wushuang's collar and lifted him up. He asked coldly, I know Feng Wuchen came to the Sky Sword Sect. Where did Feng Wuchen go? If you don't tell me, not only you, but the entire Sky Sword Sect Master will die today. Brother! Yan Yanxue was so scared that her face turned pale. Yan Wushuang's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't know. Kill me if you dare. Yan Wushuang was infuriated by the fact that the Heavenly Sword Sect Master was heavily injured. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Feng Wuchen? The mysterious man's voice became fierce. Every word was filled with a terrifying killing intent. He has already left for a few days. We really don't know where Feng Wuchen is. Even if you kill all of us, it will be useless. If we know, we will definitely tell you. The Great Elder helplessly smiled bitterly. If the First Elder really knew the whereabouts of Feng Wuchen, he would tell the mysterious man. Since you don't want to say it, don't blame me for being merciless. After I kill you, Feng Wuchen will definitely think of all ways to find me. The mysterious man said fiercely as a terrifying divine power spread out. The mysterious man instantly grabbed Yan Wushuang's throat and said coldly, I'll start with you. Who knows, maybe Feng Wuchen will really come out to save you. After saying that, the mysterious person wanted to crush Yan Wushuang's throat. However, just as the mysterious man was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed and he instinctively retreated. Whoosh! The moment the mysterious man retreated, a strong sonic boom sounded. A green energy beam shot out like lightning. Who is it? The mysterious man shouted angrily. A figure appeared behind the mysterious man like a ghost and said coldly, the Sky Sword Sect is a friend of our Godslayer Hall. The Godslayer Hall Protector. The Sky Sword Sect Master and the elders were overjoyed. Hearing Yi Aohun's voice was like seeing a life-saving straw. That's great. The Godslayer Hall Protector Yi Aohun. Yan Wushuang was finally relieved. The Sky Sword Sect was relieved. In front of Yi Aohun, the mysterious man was trash. The mysterious man was shocked, but he reacted quickly. He suddenly turned around and blasted out a palm. Boom! Buzz buzz. However, the moment the mysterious man attacked, the person who spoke had already disappeared. The terrifying power blasted the air, causing the space to shake violently and explode into a spiderweb-like crack. Yi Aohun. The mysterious man frowned. From the voice, one could tell that it was the Godslayer Hall Protector Yi Aohun. When Yi Aohun attacked, the mysterious man knew that he had no chance and was already thinking of retreating. Yi Aohun was a 7th-level Chaotic God Emperor expert. He was so strong that he could destroy the mysterious man with a finger. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch the Skysword sect, you will be an enemy of the Godslayer Hall. The cold voice sounded again from behind the mysterious man. Yi Aohun, I know that you are strong. I am not your opponent. It is easy for you to kill me. However, let me remind you that if you interfere in our affairs, the consequences are not something that the Godslayer Hall can bear. The mysterious man said coldly. Not only was he not afraid, he was threatening Yi Aohun. The moment the mysterious man finished speaking, Yi Aohun suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious man and bound him with terrifying divine power. In the entire chaotic realm, you are the first person who dares to threaten the Godslayer Hall. Yi Aohun said coldly. The terrifying divine power mercilessly suppressed the mysterious man. Puff. The mysterious man could not bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious man sneered, as expected of a 7th-level chaotic god emperor. You are indeed strong. A cold murderous aura spread out. Yi Aohun said coldly, I'm afraid you don't know who is behind the Godslayer Hall. The mysterious man's face showed a touch of ridicule. He said coldly, Protector Yi Aohun, I know it is the Chaos Godslayer Hall. Do you think I am a fool? And you must think I am arrogant, right? Let me remind you again, don't interfere. Otherwise, the consequences are not something that the Godslayer Hall can bear. Boom. Puff. Yi Aohun blasted out a palm. The terrifying power once again shook the mysterious man until he spat out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Yi Aohun's face was gloomy. He said fiercely, I want to see who is behind you, or what is the power behind you. While speaking, Yi Aohun gathered terrifying divine power in his palm and blasted out a huge energy palm print, which carried the power to destroy everything. In front of this terrifying energy palm print, the mysterious man would die without a doubt. Yi Aohun, you don't cherish the opportunity. Don't regret it when the time comes. The mysterious man sneered. He was not afraid at all. Yi Aohun controlled the speed of the palm print and said fiercely, the one who will regret it is you. Give me your life. Boom. Buzz. The moment the mysterious man finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash. His palm stretched out and directly crushed the power of Yi Aohun's palm print. 3rd-level chaotic heavenly master. Yi Aohun was shocked and looked at the person who had attacked. The person who had come was a stooped old man with terrifying strength. Yi Aohun, because of you, there is no need for the Chaos Godslayer Hall to exist. The stooped old man sneered proudly. He waved his hand and formed a purple vortex. He left with the mysterious man. Who are they? Yi Aohun was puzzled. After all, he had never seen such an arrogant force in the Chaos realm. The Chaos Killing Shrine was one of the major forces under the Chaos Temple. Anyone who dared to touch the Chaos Killing Shrine was an enemy of the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Temple was the most powerful force in the Chaos realm. Who dared to be their enemy? Protector Yi, who are they? Skysword Sect Master asked respectfully. He had never seen anyone who didn't put the Chaos Temple in their eyes. I don't know. I have never seen them. Yi Aohun shook his head slightly, but he wasn't too worried. The strength of the primal Chaos Killing God Palace was quite powerful. Skysword Sect Master, since they have already made their move, they won't let it go. You must be more careful. Yi Aohun said solemnly. Skysword Sect will be careful. Thank you for your help. Skysword Sect Master cupped his fist and thanked him. Skysword Sect Master is too polite. I will go back and report this to the Temple Master. Yi Aohun smiled and disappeared. If Yi Aohun hadn't intervened in time, Yan Wushuang would have become a corpse. They know that the Chaos Killing Shrine is a major force under the Chaos Temple, but they still dare to be so arrogant. The force behind them must be very terrifying. The Great Elder frowned deeply. Skysword Sect Master said solemnly, Great Elder is right. They should know the identity of the young Temple Master. I am afraid they are here for the young Temple Master. Their purpose is unknown. They know the identity of the young Temple Master and still dare to attack. Lu Chengfeng and Yan Wushuang were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Yan Jishui said in a panic, who are they? Is there a force stronger than the Chaos Temple in the Chaos Realm? Are they not afraid of the Chaos Ancestor? They are too bold. Yan Wushuang was pale with fright. The Chaos Ancestor has disappeared for thousands of years. No one knows where the Ancestor is. Sky Sword Sect Master shook his head and ordered, pass down the order. All disciples of Sky Sword Sect are not allowed to go out. Lord No Buddha, Yi Aohun of the God-slaying shrine intervened and failed the mission. However, Lord Supreme has ordered to destroy the God-slaying shrine. The mysterious person transmitted a message respectfully. Yi Aohun? No Buddha's old face darkened, and he said solemnly, destroy the God-slaying temple at this time? Could it be that Lord Supreme has already grasped Feng Wuchen's whereabouts? Do you have the confidence to seize Feng Wuchen's divine power? Lord Wu-Fo, Lord Utmost Exalted also said that there is no need for Lord Wu-Fo to get involved in this matter so as to avoid being exposed. The mysterious man's respectful voice sounded again. Have you found Feng Wuchen's whereabouts? When does Lord Supreme plan to make a move? Wu-Fo asked via voice transmission. Lord Supreme Being has already handed this matter over to Lord Xiao Kuei. I don't know when I will take action. As for Feng Wuchen's whereabouts, I have yet to find out. However, I should have news about him soon. The mysterious man transmitted his voice respectfully. The expert who saved the mysterious man was Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei isn't Shangguan Qingyan's opponent. It won't be that easy to annihilate the deicide shrine. No Buddha frowned and said, Lord. Sovereign suddenly gave the order to annihilate the deicide shrine. What is his goal? Destroying the deicide shrine will definitely infuriate the primal chaos shrine. Does Lord Jizun plan to start a war? Or is he trying to divert the primal chaos shrine's attention? Holding back the primal chaos shrine so that he can take the opportunity to attack Feng Wuchen? However, we still don't know Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. Isn't it too early? The life and death calamity is coming. Seems like Lord Supreme can't wait to raise his cultivation base. No Buddha shook his head. This was no longer something that he could interfere with. He might as well not think about it anymore. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was heading towards the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm with Ju Wutian. He didn't know about this at all. Big brother, why are you plucking so many herbs? Are you an alchemist? Ju Wutian asked curiously. Along the way into the depths of the Wuji heavenly realm, Feng Wuchen had plucked quite a number of herbs. As long as it was a precious herb, he wouldn't let it go. Otherwise, why would I want these herbs? Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. Big brother, what realm are you in? Ju Wutian asked curiously. Primal Chaos Golden Immortal Realm Alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled. So weak? Ju Wutian was stunned at first, then smiled. Big brother, don't worry. I know a genius alchemist. Among the genius alchemists in the sacred region, his strength is considered very strong. I'll introduce him to you later. He'll definitely help you raise your alchemist realm quickly. Let's talk about it when we get back alive. Feng Wuchen said lightly. The Wuji heavenly realm is full of dangers. First, it was the blood soul worms, then the corpse soul ants. The baleful qi and poisonous fog just now, which one of them isn't deadly? On the way back, we'll have to face them again. Recalling the danger just now, Ju Wutian had goosebumps all over his body. His face was full of fear. Especially the corpse soul ants. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all fires, they would have definitely become a pile of bones. One of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the primal chaos realm. It really lives up to its reputation. Big brother, whether we can get out alive or not depends on you. Ju Wutian said fearfully. By the way, big brother, what did you take from the corpse soul ant's cave? Ju Wutian quickly asked. That was something Feng Wuchen took the risk to snatch. Feng Wuchen took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ju Wutian. This is the treasure of the corpse soul ant's cave. It's called the corpse soul crystal source. It contains a huge amount of pure energy. It's very helpful for cultivation. The reason why Feng Wuchen knew about it was because he learned about it from ancient books when he was in the Dragon Clan. I can cultivate it too? Ju Wutian asked in shock. If you want to cultivate, 1 drop at a time is enough. You won't be able to handle too much. Feng Wuchen said lightly. There aren't many of these treasures. Moreover, there were experts who came before me. I only filled 3 bottles. 1 drop? Zhu Wutian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this corpse soul crystal source really so terrifying? There is no danger here for the time being. Let's cultivate. Feng Wuchen said lightly. With a thought, he immediately entered the divine ring. Space magic treasure. Big Brother's origin is not simple. Fortunately, I also have a space magic treasure. Zhu Wutian was slightly surprised. He immediately entered the space magic treasure to cultivate. Feng Wuchen took out a jade bottle from the divine ring. Inside it was the corpse soul crystal source. When the bottle cap was opened, an extremely violent and huge energy aura spread out. The energy of the corpse soul crystal source is very violent and violent. I hope it can help my cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He immediately entered the state of cultivation. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars also began to absorb the violent energy of the corpse soul crystal source. As soon as he entered the state of cultivation, Feng Wuchen was shocked to feel that his cultivation was soaring at a terrifying speed. The purity and size of the corpse soul crystal source was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. As expected of a treasure born by heaven and earth. With such a fast cultivation speed, I can definitely break through in half a month. Feng Wuchen was shocked and excited. The power of the corpse soul crystal source is extremely violent. Those with weak cultivations won't be able to withstand it. Even though Feng Wuchen had an extremely strong physical body, the violent energy of the corpse soul crystal source still made Feng Wuchen feel an intense swelling pain. The violent energy spread to every corner of his body, especially the swelling pain of his meridians. It wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Luckily, I have an eternal realm physical body. I can forcefully absorb the corpse soul crystal source without any problems. Such a shocking cultivation speed is really exciting. The Chaos Shrine doesn't have such a powerful treasure. Feng Wuchen smiled as he endured the pain. The more dangerous the place, the stronger the treasure. Master must have come for the treasure of the Wuji heavenly realm. A respectful voice came from the divine eye. Haha. Not bad. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. I heard from the Chaos Xian fire beast a long time ago that not many top experts dare to come to the Wuji heavenly realm, let alone others. I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen anyone. Since no one has come, there must be many powerful treasures in the Wuji heavenly realm. It's enough for my cultivation to soar. I don't need to go to the deepest part. It's fine as long as it's suitable for me to cultivate. I should go out in about 3 months. Before I leave, I hope to reach the Chaos Divine Lord realm. Although the Wuji heavenly realm was very dangerous and one could die at any time, very few people came here. The resources were not destroyed, and there were many powerful treasures. The corpse soul crystal source was one of them. Cultivators below the Chaos Divine Lord realm could cultivate it. However, the corpse soul crystal source was extremely violent, so cultivators had to be very careful. Feng Wuchen saw this point and decided to come to the Wuji heavenly realm. 5 days passed in the outside world. Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 2nd level Chaos Heavenly Lord realm. Feng Wuchen had just left the divine ring when he saw Zhu Wutian. Zhu Wutian had already come out of the spatial treasure. With the help of the corpse soul crystal source, Zhu Wutian's cultivation had increased significantly, but he had yet to break through to the 9th level Chaos God Master realm. Big Brother, the corpse soul crystal source is truly terrifying. My cultivation is about to break through to the 9th chaotic God Master realm. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly when he saw Feng Wuchen come out. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, the corpse soul crystal source is enough for you to break through to the great divine master realm. Haha. I'm planning to go back and immediately go into seclusion to break through to the great divine lord realm. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go. Let's go deeper and see what other treasures we can find, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. After all, there were not many corpse soul crystal sources, and they needed to find more treasures. Big brother, I heard that there are caves of ancient experts in the Wuji heavenly realm. I don't know if it's true. Maybe we can find it. If we really find it, we'll be rich, Zhu Wutian said hurriedly, his face full of excitement. Even if there are caves of experts, they are in the deepest part. I don't plan to go to the deepest part. You should give up on this idea. Moreover, it might not be our turn. There's no need to waste time unless the cave appears in front of us, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said. Then, he went deeper. Zhu Wutian laughed awkwardly and immediately chased after him. It's really rare to meet a Chaos God Master Realm person in the Wuji Heavenly Realm. You guys are really bold and lucky to be able to come here. Just as Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian walked for a while, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian immediately stopped. A figure shot out from behind them, arriving in the blink of an eye. His speed was terrifying. After entering the Wuji Heavenly Realm for so many days, they finally met other cultivators besides the cultivators in the periphery. It was a young man in a white robe with the cultivation of a 9th-layer God Master. Chaos God Master Realm Alchemist, Feng Wuchen felt the soul power spreading out from this person's body. I'm Zhu Wutian, and this is my friend Feng Wuchen. How should I address you? Zhu Wutian cupped his fists and asked politely. The man coldly glanced at Zhu Wutian with a hint of contempt in his eyes and ignored him. Sensing the contempt in the man's eyes, Zhu Wutian felt very unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the other party was a great God Master expert. In this kind of place, it was best not to provoke him if possible, so as to avoid inviting a fatal disaster. Not everyone was as kind as Zhu Wutian. There are really many stupid people in this world. With your strength, you dare to enter the Wuji Heavenly Realm? You're really courting death, the man said coldly, looking at them as if he was looking at a dead man. Is it stupid to enter the Wuji Heavenly Realm? What does it have to do with you whether we're courting death or not? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The man's gaze also made Feng Wuchen very unhappy. When Feng Wuchen said this, Zhu Wutian was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen actually dared to talk to a great God Master expert like this? Did he not want to live anymore? In the Wuji Heavenly Realm, no matter what your background was, no one would know who killed you even if you were killed. However, just because Zhu Wutian didn't want to provoke him didn't mean that Feng Wuchen didn't dare to. After all, the man's words were too hurtful. Feng Wuchen didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. His cold gaze swept over Feng Wuchen, and a terrifying divine power burst out. The white-robed man sneered disdainfully, "Brat, I should kill you for what you said, but I hope you're lucky enough to get out alive. If you can get out alive, it won't be too late to kill you then." After saying this, the white-robed man quickly shot into the depths of the forest. After the white-robed man left, Zhu Wutian heaved a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Big brother, fortunately he didn't attack, or we would be dead. We can't defeat a 6th-layer great God Master, Zhu Wutian patted his chest and said. Let's go, don't waste time, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, not taking the white-robed man's words seriously. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian arrived at a gigantic fiery red leaf. What appeared before them was a huge lake. The lake was surrounded by beautiful flowers and trees, and there was a strange fragrance in the air. What a beautiful place. The spirit chi here is very rich and should be coming from the lake. It's definitely a good place to cultivate, Zhu Wutian said excitedly. Feng Wuchen looked around and said, the spirit chi is rich, and the scenery is beautiful. There should be precious herbs and treasures nearby. Quickly look around. Ah! At this moment, a miserable scream came from the depths of the forest. Big brother, it's the voice of the great God Master. He looked down on us just now, and now he's in trouble. This is called retribution. Should we go and laugh at him? Zhu Wutian said quickly. Handsome for less than 3 seconds, that was the white-robed man. In front of Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian, he had a cold and arrogant attitude. But in the blink of an eye, something happened. I can't sense anything, and there's no breath of life, but something happened to him. It must be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, looking in the direction of the white-robed man's scream. Big brother, I can't sense any breath. It's definitely not a beast. Big brother's ancestor of all flames can deal with it. Maybe there's some powerful treasure. Zhu Wutian hurriedly said, eager to see the white-robed man make a fool of himself. Ancient demonic eye. Feng Wuchen whispered in his heart and immediately used his eye technique. At a glance, other than the white-robed man lying on the ground, there was nothing else. Chaos blood eye. Feng Wuchen whispered in his heart again and used an even more powerful eye technique. But the result was the same. There was indeed nothing suspicious, and there were no dangerous animals or plants. Let's go and take a look first. Feng Wuchen frowned. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian carefully approached the white-robed man. Hey, you're not dead yet? Zhu Wutian whispered. It seemed that he took the risk to come here just to say this to the white-robed man. Save me. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian appear, the white-robed man hurriedly asked for help as if he had seen a life-saving straw. What did you say? I can't hear you too far away. Speak louder. Zhu Wutian whispered, his face anxious and serious. But they were only a few meters away. Even if it was a dozen meters, they could still hear. Zhu Wutian was clearly playing with the white-robed man. Save me. The white-robed man raised his voice, his heart exploding with anger. What? What did you say? Did you not eat? Speak louder. Do you want us to leave? Zhu Wutian whispered. Big brother, he wants us to leave. It must be very dangerous here. He's not as lucky as us. He's dead today. Zhu Wutian said loudly. The white-robed man was probably going to die from anger. There's a strange power in his body. Quickly retreat. Feng Wuchen frowned. His expression was very serious. After approaching the white-robed man, Feng Wuchen confirmed that there was a strange power in his body through the chaos blood eye. This was also the cause of the white-robed man's accident. Strange power? Zhu Wutian was shocked. Even the ninefold chaos great master god could not withstand it, let alone them. Just as Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian retreated, the strange power in the white-robed man's body suddenly rushed out and directly rushed towards them. This is a malevolent evil spirit. It will devour souls. The white-robed man hurriedly shouted. What? Devouring souls? Zhu Wutian was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Evil thoughts, evil spirit? Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. Feng Wuchen had also seen records of evil spirits in the ancient books of the dragon race. Evil thoughts, evil spirits were a strange form of power that only existed in the Wuji heavenly realm and hid deep underground. It was very difficult to be discovered and specialized in devouring souls of cultivators to cultivate. There was no time for Feng Wuchen to think too much. The ancestor of all fires hurriedly activated. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot out. Dragon? Zhu Wutian was shocked. He stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen was actually a member of the dragon race. Not only Zhu Wutian, but the white-robed man also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to be a member of the dragon race. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the malevolent evil spirit. A hair-raising scream rang out. The malevolent evil spirit fled in horror. What kind of flame is that? The white-robed man's expression changed again. He had never seen such a terrifying flame. His eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, the white-robed man finally knew why Feng Wuchen, Zhu Wutian, and the others could come here. Such a terrifying flame, even the malevolent evil spirit could not withstand it. The white-robed man had just said that he killed Feng Wuchen. Such a terrifying flame directly swallowed him. Big brother, you are a member of the dragon race? Zhu Wutian asked in shock, his face full of disbelief. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, malevolent evil spirits generally exist in groups. Although they are very terrifying, if you can refine them, your cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhu Wutian was shocked and said in horror, Big brother, you can't be thinking about them, right? Even the ninefold chaos great divine lord can't withstand it. What if something happens? If there is a chance, why not? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and take a look. Malevolent evil spirits are hidden deep underground. Since there are malevolent evil spirits nearby, there must be more. Maybe you can find them. As long as you refine one malevolent evil spirit, it will be enough for you to break through to the great divine Lord realm. Big brother, it's up to you." Zhu Wutian was excited. The two talked and laughed as they walked past the white-robed man, as if they had forgotten his existence. "Feng Wuchen. Zhu Wutian. Save me!" The white-robed man shouted in panic. "Big brother, did you hear that? It seems like someone is calling us. Did I hear wrongly?" "I don't see anyone," Zhu Wutian asked doubtfully. "It's me. It's me. Behind you." The white-robed man shouted with difficulty. The white-robed man was just 1 meter behind them. How could he have heard wrongly? Really? Why didn't I hear it? Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "Let's go. It's too dangerous here. Be careful not to lose your life. Looks like I heard wrongly. Go, go, go." Zhu Wutian hurriedly said. The two people quickly went deeper. The white-robed man was dumbfounded. At this very moment, the white-robed man regretted until his intestines turned green. He should not have offended Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian previously. Now, it was great. They watched him die without saving him. Not long after Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian left, the evil thought's evil spirit appeared once again. It was precisely the evil thought's evil spirit that was scared away by Feng Wuchen previously. Inside the boundless heaven realm, wanting to devour soul bodies was too difficult. Finally catching the white-robed man with great difficulty, how could the evil thought's evil spirit give up easily? "Don't come over. Don't come over." The white-robed man was extremely terrified. A look of despair already surfaced in his eyes. The evil thought's evil spirit pounced forward frenziedly. It had already devoured some of the white-robed man's soul bodies previously, causing the white-robed man to be seriously injured and unable to move. However, just as the evil thought's evil spirit pounced over, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared. The tyrannical ancestor of all fires suppressed down, directly trapping the evil thought's evil spirit. "Quickly save me!" Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, the white-robed man was overjoyed and hurriedly cried out in horror. "I knew that you would come back. Such a good opportunity, you wouldn't waste a soul body," Feng Wuchen said with a mocking sneer. "Haha. It's still Big Brother who's awesome. Caught so quickly, I can break through to the great divine Lord realm." Zhu Wutian was so excited that he was jumping around. "Don't be anxious first. Didn't I say just now? Evil thought evil spirits exist in groups. There must be more nearby." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "Catch a few more, and we can all raise our cultivation." "Haha. Big brother, following you is really too blissful. If I were a girl, I'd definitely marry you and cling to you shamelessly." Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. The two people chatted and laughed as they walked past the white-robed man, completely treating him as air. "Quickly save me!" The white-robed man completely broke down, crying without tears. Who could not offend, just had to offend the two of them. They did not care about your life and death at all. After Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian left for a long time, there was finally movement in the mountain forest out of nowhere. Only to see a black skull slowly emerge from underground, approaching the white-robed man cautiously. It was precisely the evil thought evil spirit. "Big brother, it's here. It's here." Zhu Wutian said excitedly, too agitated. "I indeed didn't guess wrongly." Feng Wuchen grinned. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were currently hiding in the space, waiting in the dark for the evil thought evil spirit to appear all along. "Don't come over. Don't come over. Quickly save me." The white-robed man was frightened until he wet his pants again, crying out in horror. Sensing that there was no danger, the evil thought evil spirit suddenly accelerated, pouncing toward the white-robed man frenziedly. Right at this time, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared with a flash once more. The tyrannical ancestor of all fires instantly trapped the evil thought evil spirit. Under the suppression of the ancestor of all fires, the evil thought evil spirit was unable to resist at all. Successfully captured another one. "Haha. Caught another one." Too awesome. Too exciting. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Two big brothers, I know my mistake. Quickly save me. The white-robed man finally admitted his mistake and already almost could not hold on anymore. Big brother, let's catch a few more. Zhu Wutian said excitedly with a smile. Such a good opportunity could not be wasted. Such a good opportunity would not appear a second time. Otherwise, who would dare to lay on the ground and draw out the evil thought evil spirit? Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian used the white-robed man as bait. As soon as the evil thought evil spirit appeared, Feng Wuchen attacked. It was just like fishing. When the fish took the bait, Feng Wuchen pulled the rod to catch the fish. That would be awesome. As time passed, the third, the fourth, the fifth evil spirit took the bait. The white-robed man had completely collapsed and fainted. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian brought the white-robed man to the lakeside. These evil spirits are enough for us to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After refining them? Their power is immense. You want to refine them and cultivate first? Breaking through to the great divine lord realm won't be a problem. I'll go look for herbs nearby. Good. Many thanks, big brother. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Immediately, he brought the evil thought's evil spirit, which had been suppressed to the point of being unable to resist, into the space magic treasure. Feng Wuchen already threw the two evil spirits into the divine ring. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars were frantically refining and absorbing them. Feng Wuchen left a myriad fire ancestor beside the white-robed man, then quickly headed to the place where the evil spirits appeared previously. Master? Your cultivation rose so quickly. Dragon Xianxia's excited voice transmitted over. With Master's current horrifying cultivation speed? Don't you need 3 months? You can break through the Chaos Divine Master realm. Nian Luan said respectfully. Isn't this very good? Feng Wuchen said happily. Honestly speaking, although Limitless Heaven Realm is dangerous, I already love it. But I've already started to like it. There are really too many babies. Master, where are you going? Aren't you going to pick herbs? Divine Eyes transmitted. Herbs later? I just detected the cave of the evil spirits. Feng Wuchen transmitted. With a smile. Cave? The artifact souls were shocked. It shouldn't be wrong. It's too dangerous to bring Zhu Wutian with me. It's more convenient for me to go alone. If it's the cave of the evil spirits, then I'm really going to be rich. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. I'm looking forward to it. Recommend the book app that I've been using recently. It has a lot of books, a complete set of books, and updates quickly. Come to the place near the white-robed man? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's just below here. With that, Feng Wuchen directly drilled into the ground and quickly went deep underground. What a deep cave. No wonder I can't sense their aura. Feng Wuchen thought. The deeper he went, the colder and stranger the aura became. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen appeared in a huge pitch-black cave. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Feng Wuchen could feel that he was surrounded by evil spirits from all directions. Pung! With a thought, the ancestor of all flames was activated. With a muffled sound, the white flame burned. The pitch-black cave was instantly lit up. The sudden appearance of the white flame immediately frightened the evil spirits. Their terrified and scalp-numbing voices resounded throughout the cave. There are actually so many evil spirits. Feng Wuchen was dumbstruck. He was completely shocked. If he were to refine and absorb all of them, how much would Feng Wuchen's cultivation soar? The cave was extremely huge. The cave walls in all directions were densely packed with large and small black holes. There were at least tens of thousands of evil spirits here. This scene was extremely frightening and shocking. The ancestor of all flames was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The evil spirits didn't dare to get close at all. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he began to look around. Master, what are you looking for? Long Xinjian asked. The cave of the evil spirits usually has the evil spirit origin. This is a very pure energy. Because it's the origin, its aura is very weak. Feng Wuchen transmitted. I sensed it. It's in the deepest part of this black hole. Feng Wuchen flashed in without hesitation. A large number of evil spirits also rushed in. They seemed to have guessed what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. They attacked without fear of death, madly charging forward. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of all flames and formed a huge fire tornado, directly sealing off the huge tunnel. No matter how many evil spirits came, no matter how they charged, they couldn't do anything to the fire tornado. The ancestor of all flames is your nemesis. You guys continue to attack. Who knows, I might be able to get more evil spirits later. Feng Wuchen grinned. The evil spirits' attacks were completely ineffective. Soon, Feng Wuchen arrived at the deepest part of the cave. There really is an evil spirit origin. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He had already sensed the weak aura of the evil spirit origin. Feng Wuchen came down from the pitch-black tunnel and found that there was another huge cave here. In addition, Feng Wuchen was shocked to see a person, a peerlessly beautiful woman. Accurately speaking, it was a woman in human form. However, she has not completely transformed into human form and is still cultivating. She is not far from completely transforming into human form. Transforming into human form must be very difficult. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He did not disturb her and instead walked towards the evil spirit origin. Human, I'll give you a chance to live. You'd better scram now. Feng Wuchen had just taken a few steps when the woman in human form suddenly spoke in a cold and fierce voice. Her dark green eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't stop. He smiled faintly. I won't disturb your human form, and I won't hurt you. I just want to get some of the evil spirit origin. Since I can come to your cave and stand here talking to you, you should know that you can't do anything to me. You've used up all your strength. If I'm not wrong, now is the critical moment of your transformation. Feng Wuchen didn't take the woman's threat to heart. The woman was in human form. At this critical moment, he couldn't break it. Once he broke it, all his previous efforts would be wasted. You're courting death. The woman suddenly roared and a bloodthirsty killing intent erupted. Immediately, a large number of evil thoughts rushed out of her body and madly charged at Feng Wuchen. The woman didn't dare to make a move herself. Just as Feng Wuchen said, she had used up all her strength and was at the critical moment of her transformation. She couldn't make a move. She just wanted to scare Feng Wuchen and was worried that Feng Wuchen would make a move on her body. The evil thoughts, evil spirits can't do anything to me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and the ancestor of all flames instantly erupted. The tyrannical and terrifying flame power forced the evil thoughts, evil spirits back. They couldn't get close at all. What kind of flame is this? The woman paled in fright as she felt a strong sense of danger. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that someone could deal with the evil thoughts, evil spirits. After all, Feng Wuchen wasn't some top expert. In front of the evil thoughts, evil spirits, he was nothing. My flame is the nemesis of the evil thoughts, evil spirits. They can't do anything to me. Otherwise, why do you think the evil thoughts, evil spirits above can't come down? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I really have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to obtain some of the evil will origin. Otherwise, I would have attacked you the moment I came down. You are a manifestation of the evil will, evil spirit, and your nature is evil. However, I disdain to take advantage of others. If it were anyone else, not only would they have to kill the evil spirit queen, but they would also have to take away all the evil spirits and evil spirit essence. With that, Feng Wuchen continued to walk toward the malevolent essence. The evil thought's origin was a purple liquid, emitting a weak aura. However, Feng Wuchen knew that the power contained within this treasure was extremely terrifying. Ordinary treasures of heaven and earth couldn't compare to it at all. Feng Wuchen took out 3 jade bottles, then smiled and said, "This is all I've taken. Compared to your cultivation and life, this is insignificant. I'll take my leave now." Although there were only 3 jade bottles, it was already a lot. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he only needed a small drop to cultivate. The evil thought's origin seemed to emit a weak aura, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. Whether it was the chaotic great divine master or the chaotic great emperor, they could all use the evil thought's origin to cultivate. "Damned human, what is your name?" the evil spirit queen asked fiercely. She couldn't wait to eat Feng Wuchen alive. I'm Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, then put the jade bottles into his storage ring and left without looking back. Feng Wuchen indeed had no ill intentions. After taking the evil thought's origin, he left immediately. Damned human. I'll never forgive you. Feng Wuchen. I've already memorized your aura. Wait until I succeed in my transformation. No matter where you are, I'll find you. I'll make sure you die without a burial place, the evil spirit queen shouted angrily, her monstrous killing intent spreading wildly. Hearing the evil spirit queen's angry roar, Feng Wuchen just smiled faintly and didn't respond. As the evil spirit queen, how could she tolerate a human barging into the cave and snatching the precious evil thought's origin? This was an insult to her. This was a provocation to the evil thought's origin. As the evil spirit queen, she would never allow such a thing to happen. Unfortunately, she was at the crucial moment of her transformation and couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. She could only watch as Feng Wuchen left coolly. The ancestor of all fires was the nemesis of the evil thought's origin. Feng Wuchen came and went freely in the cave. The evil thought's origin didn't even dare to approach. In the tunnel, there were already many evil thoughts' origin that were severely injured after colliding with the fire tornadoes. Feng Wuchen took a few more evil thoughts' origin and left. The more he refined, the faster Feng Wuchen's cultivation rose. After leaving the cave, Feng Wuchen returned to the vicinity of the lake in a flash and began to search for precious herbs. His essence spirit avatar had been frantically refining and absorbing the evil thought's origin. Feng Wuchen's cultivation rose at a terrifying speed. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the third stage chaotic heavenly lord realm. There are countless precious herbs and treasures in the Wuji heavenly realm. It definitely won't be a problem to refine a powerful heaven-defying divine pearl in the future. It's a pity that it's too dangerous. Everyone has an undying body and might not be able to leave alive. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he searched for herbs. Although the Chaos Shrine could provide Feng Wuchen with a large amount of herbs and treasures, the Chaos Shrine had so many experts and the consumption was too great. If they continued to provide Feng Wuchen, the resources would be depleted very quickly. Moreover, the voice of the Chaos Dragon race's young master often appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on himself. There were no weaklings in the dragon race, much less trash. If the dragon race wants to become stronger, they have to rely on the treasures of the Wuji heavenly realm. But how do I resolve this danger? Feng Wuchen wondered. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen didn't know how many herbs he had plucked. When he returned, the white-robed man had already woken up. Thank you for saving me. Seeing Feng Wuchen, the white-robed man thanked him weakly. However, there was still anger in his heart. However, what the white-robed man didn't know was that after he fainted, he was completely used as bait to lure the evil thought's origin spirit. We didn't save you because we are kind-hearted. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, your soul is severely injured. Recover well and leave immediately after you recover. Feng Wuchen knew that the evil thought's origin spirit queen's transformation was already at a critical moment. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the evil thought's origin spirit queen could successfully transform into a human form. When that time came, this place would be very dangerous. The evil queen would definitely look for humans to vent her anger on. The white-robed man took a deep look at Feng Wuchen and didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged with difficulty to recuperate. So what if you're from the dragon race? I'll just kill you here. How dare you tease me? When I recover, I'll make you regret it. The white-robed man was furious in his heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This kid's flame is very terrifying. It's just right for an alchemist like me. The stronger the flame, the more important it is to an alchemist. The white-robed man was already greedy for the ancestor of all flames. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Haha. Big brother. I've broken through to the great divine lord realm. Zhu Wutian's loud laughter suddenly rang out before he even saw his face. The next second, Zhu Wutian came out of the spatial treasure with an excited smile on his face. Congratulations, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The white-robed man slowly opened his eyes and glanced indifferently at Zhu Wutian before closing his eyes again. The white-robed man looked calm, but he was extremely shocked. An 8th-level Chaos Divine Lord Realm expert could break through to the Great Divine Lord Realm in just a few days. Even a genius couldn't do this. What the white-robed man didn't know was that Zhu Wutian had a rare spatial treasure with 3 times the space. With the help of the Evil Thought Origin and the Corpse Soul Crystal Origin, he had made such a terrifying breakthrough. Zhu Wutian glanced at the white-robed man and ignored him. Big brother, the Evil Thought Evil Spirit is indeed powerful. I didn't expect to break through to the Great Divine Lord Realm so quickly. Haha. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. If not for Feng Wuchen, Zhu Wutian would have needed many years to break through to the Great Divine Lord Realm. Big brother, this is all thanks to you. If not for you, I don't know when I could break through to the Great Divine Lord Realm, Zhu Wutian said excitedly. What Zhu Wutian didn't know was that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the 3rd-level Chaos Divine Lord Realm with the help of his primordial spirit clone. He wasn't far from breaking through to the 4th level. Looking at the excited Zhu Wutian, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, "It's my turn to cultivate." Good, good, good. Big brother, cultivate quickly and break through a few more realms. Zhu Wutian laughed happily. With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared. Spatial treasure. The white-robed man slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Zhu Wutian again. You have a spatial treasure. Looks like you have some status, the white-robed man said indifferently. He had recovered a little in the past few days. Zhu Wutian glanced at the white-robed man and sneered, "How can I be as powerful as you?" The white-robed man didn't say anything else and continued to close his eyes to recover. Zhu Wutian went to the vicinity to help Feng Wuchen look for herbs. Although he was not an alchemist, he could still see which herbs were. Within the divine ring, dozens of primordial spirit clones were still frantically refining the evil thoughts, evil spirits. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was also constantly rising. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. With his true body joining in, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be even faster. Just as he started cultivating, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "The Corpse Soul Crystal Source and the Evil Spirit's cultivation speed is actually so terrifying. Master, you can break through to the 5th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Monarch realm in one go." The Divine Eyes said respectfully. That's right. With Master's terrifying talent, the Corpse Soul Crystal Source and so many evil thoughts and evil spirits, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the 5th stage. Long Xinjian laughed excitedly. Good. Then let's break through to the 5th level of Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch. Feng Wuchen smiled and looked forward to it. With 10 times the space, Feng Wuchen had the confidence to do so. Just as expected. In a blink, 5 days passed. The Feng Wuchen who cultivated frantically really broke through to the 5th level of Primal Chaos Heavenly Monarch realm. This trip to the limitless heavenly realm was indeed as Feng Wuchen expected. It could rapidly increase his cultivation. Big brother, how is it? Did you break through? Seeing Feng Wuchen come out, Zhu Wutian hurriedly flashed over and asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Even you can break through to the Great Divine Lord Realm." Of course, I, a Heaven Monarch, can break through. Heaven Monarch? The white-robed man was stunned. He did not expect that Feng Wuchen was only a Heaven Monarch. This was also too weak, right? A Primal Chaos Heavenly Monarch dared to enter the limitless heavenly realm, but thinking of Feng Wuchen's terrifying flames previously, the white-robed man also felt relieved. If he had such terrifying flames, even if he was at the Heaven Monarch realm, he would also dare to barge in. Haha. Zhu Wutian laughed happily. Following that, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Wuchen. Following that, he said with a smile, "Big brother, these are the medicinal herbs that I found these few days. Although I don't really recognize them, there are definitely quite a few." Feng Wuchen kept the storage ring and said with a faint smile, "Let's go. Let's continue going deeper and see if there are still any powerful treasures. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up and go." Zhu Wutian said with an excited smile. The terrifying increase in cultivation these few days already made him somewhat crazy. The two people did not look at the white-robed man the entire time, completely treating him as air. Watching Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian disappear from his sight, the white-robed man's eyes narrowed and said fiercely, when I fully recover, it will be the time of your death. I haven't killed a member of the dragon clan before. This time, I can have a taste of what it feels like. Mysterious powerful flames, powerful spatial movement techniques, as well as spatial magic treasures, they will all be mine. As long as it's in the limitless heavenly realm, you guys can't escape the palm of my hand. The things that Feng Wuchen displayed all aroused the white-robed man's greed. This was the limitless heavenly realm. Even if it was a member of the dragon clan, if they were killed, then they were killed. No one would know who did it. The limitless heavenly realm was a good place to kill people and seize treasures. However, what the white-robed man did not expect was that the vicinity was the territory of the evil-thought evil spirit. Once the evil-thought evil spirit queen successfully transformed, he would be in danger. An hour later, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian arrived at a mountain range. There were majestic mountain peaks in all directions. There were even immortal mountains floating above the void. So spectacular. To think that there was such a beautiful place in the limitless heavenly realm. Looking at the spectacular scenery, Zhu Wutian was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a carefree and happy place. As if it had magical powers, it made people intoxicated. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, "It's indeed very spectacular. The deeper we go, the stronger the ancient aura mixed in the spiritual energy. Big brother, the spiritual energy here is even larger than the lake just now. If we cultivate here, the speed will definitely be faster." Zhu Wutian said excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Let's cultivate here. There's no need to go any deeper. This place is indeed very good. The spiritual energy in the surroundings is slowly gathering. It can be considered a natural spirit gathering array. I smell a lot of medicinal herbs. There must be a lot of precious herbs and treasures in this mountain range. It's completely enough for us to cultivate. Maybe we can even find other precious treasures. If they went deeper, even if there were more powerful treasures, it would be beyond the range of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Moreover, there was no need to take the risk. Big brother, how long do you plan to stay in the limitless heavenly realm?" Zhu Wutian asked. 3 months. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "After 3 months, I will leave." Only 3 months? Zhu Wutian was stunned. How much could he improve in 3 months? With such a good opportunity, why not cultivate for a few years? "I have other things to do. I can't stay for too long. Moreover, the limitless heavenly realm is indeed too dangerous. No one dares to say what will happen." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "If you stay in the infinite heavenly realm for too long, your life might really be in danger. After all, the danger in the depths is far beyond our imagination." Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. "Big brother is right. The infinite heavenly realm is indeed very dangerous. If I didn't meet Big brother, I wouldn't dare to enter." Zhu Wutian laughed happily, "It's my honor to meet Big brother. Moreover, you're from the dragon clan. I can go back and show off." "Haha. You think too much. Although I'm from the dragon clan, I have no relationship with the Chaos Dragon clan." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. "No relationship?" Zhu Wutian was stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked, "Other than the Chaos Dragon clan, are there other dragon clans in the Chaos realm? Why haven't I heard of them?" There was only one Chaos Dragon clan in the Chaos realm. There were absolutely no other dragon clans. What Zhu Wutian didn't know was that Feng Wuchen had ascended from the Panga realm. Are there other dragon clans in the Chaos realm? Zhu Wutian was secretly puzzled. He couldn't think of any. "Let's talk about it in the future." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He immediately took out a few evil spirits and handed them to Zhu Wutian. He said, "Keep these evil spirits and cultivate. They should be able to help you break through 1 or 2 levels of cultivation." "What will my big brother use to cultivate?" Zhu Wutian quickly shook his head. "I can't let you call me big brother for nothing, right? Keep them. We should be able to find other treasures in a while." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Let's go and see if there are any treasures and herbs." When Feng Wuchen left the evil spirit cave, he took some evil spirits with him. It was enough for Feng Wuchen to cultivate. Moreover, there were many evil spirit sources and corpse soul crystals. Thank you, big brother. Zhu Wutian quickly thanked him. Feng Wuchen carefully investigated and found that there were no cultivators in this mountain range. For the time being, he couldn't feel any dangerous aura. Only then did he feel relieved. However, the infinite heavenly realm's dangers were everywhere. He couldn't be careless. The moment Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian entered the mountain range, one of the dozens of celestial mountains suspended in the void suddenly disappeared. Without any sound, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian did not notice. In the mountain range, there were colorful flowers and plants. They were gorgeous and colorful, as if they were in a dream. Big brother, the herbs here seem to be very precious. I recognize some of them. They can be used to refine pills for the primal chaos emperor realm. Zhu Wutian looked around excitedly. Big brother. Look. This was a heaven and earth arcane spirit fruit. I recognize this. Eating it can directly enhance one's cultivation. Zhu Wutian fiercely exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. Big brother, catch. It can directly increase your cultivation. Zhu Wutian did not hesitate to pick two, throwing one to Feng Wuchen and eating one himself. As soon as Zhu Wutian ate it, he immediately felt his cultivation rising rapidly. Big brother, do you see that? My cultivation has improved a lot. Zhu Wutian was extremely excited, as if he had arrived in heaven. In his excitement, Zhu Wutian picked another one and swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. In the next second, Zhu Wutian's cultivation directly broke through the second stage primal chaos great divine master realm. Haha. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. That kind of ecstasy could no longer be described with words. After swallowing 2 fruits, Zhu Wutian's cultivation broke through 1 level. Who would dare to believe such a terrifying increase? As expected of the limitless heavenly realm, there are actually heaven-earth profound spirit fruits. Eating 2 can let a great divine master break through. Feng Wuchen was also shocked. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had seen such a terrifying fruit. The heaven-earth profound spirit fruit was definitely a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon and not sought. After eating the heaven-earth profound spirit fruit, Feng Wuchen also felt his cultivation soar rapidly, almost letting him break through to the 6th stage primal chaos heavenly lord realm. Almost broke through. The heaven-earth profound spirit fruit actually has such a powerful effect. Feng Wuchen was shocked. 5th stage primal chaos heavenly lord realm. Almost broke through. Big brother, eat another one. Zhu Wutian said in shock and excitement. There are still 2 more, keep them. This kind of treasure can only be chanced upon but not sought. Can't waste it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, putting it away in his storage ring without hesitation. The heaven-earth profound spirit fruit's terrifying effect was the same as a heaven-defying divine pearl. It was just not as freakish as a heaven-defying divine pearl's increase. Big brother. This is 7 Lotus 3 Lives grass. It's a precious medicinal herb for refining the longevity divine pill. Zhu Wutian shouted excitedly. Zhu Wutian felt like he had arrived at a heaven and earth treasure vault, with treasures everywhere. This is shadow profound brilliant stone. An important material for refining. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. Such a precious material was on a rock in front of him. Rainbow eye sword grass. Crimson blood fierce sunflower. 100,000-year-old fire lingji. Feng Wuchen turned his head to look to the other side and was shocked again. Looking over, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Such a terrifying resource, even Feng Wuchen had never seen before. Precious medicinal herbs, heavenly and earthly treasures, it could be said to cover the mountains and plains. Entering this mountain range, Feng Wuchen felt like he had never seen the world before. This was still merely not far from the periphery. If they went deeper in, there would definitely be even more terrifying existences. Limitless heavenly realms resources were absolutely inexhaustible. Big brother, quickly pick the medicinal herbs. Zhu Wutian was extremely excited. No matter what medicinal herbs, he collected them all. So many treasures, it's completely enough to strengthen the dragon's soul. If I set up a transmission array here, the entire limitless heavenly realm's treasures can all be provided to the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The more he thought, the more excited he got. Such a massive heaven and earth treasure vault, wouldn't it be too wasteful not to make good use of it, except, wanting to set up a transmission array was not an easy matter. Firstly, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was too weak. Setting up a transmission array also absolutely could not transport out of Limitless Heavenly Realm. Limitless Heavenly Realm was a spatial world that existed independently. Furthermore, the space was very powerful. It was absolutely not what ordinary transmission arrays could transport out. Secondly, the distance was too far. Without sufficiently powerful cultivation, even if the first problem was resolved, one could not teleport too far at all. One could not even activate the transmission array at all. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was too weak and could not sense the Limitless Heavenly Realm's transmission array at all. Even if he had spatial divine power, it would not work too. Go back and find the Purgatory Taoist and ask, see if he can set up a transmission array, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. At present, only the Purgatory Taoist had this ability. If he could really do it, the Dragon Soul's strengthening speed would absolutely surpass imagination. Just as Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian they all were shocked, above the void, several towering immortal mountains already mysteriously disappeared. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian did not detect anything at all. The instant the last floating immortal mountain above the void disappeared, an enormous wide array formation diagram suddenly appeared. Extremely horrifying divine power descended from the sky, suppressing the entire mountain range. What terrifying divine power! What's going on? Zhu Wutian was immediately scared out of his wits. Not good. Ancient ceiling array. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed greatly. Ancient ceiling formation? Zhu Wutian was scared silly and said in horror, where did this ancient ceiling formation come from? Feng Wuchen looked up at the void and frowned. The mountains in the sky have disappeared. We have triggered the ceiling formation. Puff puff, the terrifying ancient ceiling formation's divine power suppressed down, and the two vomited blood on the spot, not giving Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian any chance to react at all. Big brother, my body can't move, what should I do? Zhu Wutian asked in panic, unable to bear the suppression of the ceiling formation's divine power. I can't move either. The ceiling formation's divine power is very strong. Feng Wuchen said strenuously. Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power could not withstand it at all. In front of this terrifying ceiling formation's divine power, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were unable to resist at all, appearing extremely insignificant. Buzz buzz, the ceiling formation's divine power wind crazily suppressed, and the huge mountains shook violently, completely covered by the ceiling formation's divine power. After a while, above the mountains, purple energy halos appeared one after another, and the domineering ceiling formation's divine power became more and more terrifying. Puff puff, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian vomited blood again, their injuries worsening rapidly, and their faces were incomparably pale. Even if Feng Wuchen had the eternal realm, under the suppression of the terrifying ceiling formation's divine power, his injuries were difficult to recover from. The terrifying ceiling formation sealed the mountains. How dare you? How dare you barge into my myriad grass valley? An aged yet majestic roar of anger rang out. A raging chi spread out and shook everyone's soul. Big brother! There's someone. Zhu Wutian's face changed again. This person's cultivation is quite terrifying, at least Empyrean level, but I can't detect his existence. I also can't detect the existence of the ceiling formation. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Senior, please calm down. It's our first time entering the boundless heavenly realm, we didn't know it was Senior's myriad grass valley, please calm down. Zhu Wutian hurriedly shouted with difficulty. My heaven and earth arcane spirit fruit. A panicked and angry voice sounded, and then a white-robed old man suddenly appeared. 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate. Zhu Wutian jumped in fright, his face turning green. A primal chaos heavenly venerate alchemist. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply as he felt the terrifying soul force within the old man's body. They were in big trouble now. They had actually provoked such a terrifying expert. Not many people in the entire primal chaos realm would dare to offend such a terrifying expert who was also an alchemist. The fruit is gone. It's gone. The white-robed old man was filled with grief and indignation. His monstrous killing intent erupted as he roared at Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian, "You must have eaten it. You must have eaten it. How dare you touch my heaven and earth arcane spirit fruit? I want all of you dead." Seeing the white-robed old man looking like he wanted to eat people, Zhu Wutian hurriedly said, "Senior, we really didn't know this was your territory. Otherwise, even if you gave us 10,000 guts, we wouldn't dare to barge in. Give me your life." The white-robed old man roared, not listening to Zhu Wutian's words. "It's over." Zhu Wutian's eyeballs were about to fly out as he tried to take out something. At this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly erupted with the ancestor of soul power and forcefully charged at the white-robed old man. If he was half a step slower, Zhu Wutian would have died without a doubt. This is... The white-robed old man was shocked as he was forcefully pushed back by Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul force. This? Zhu Wutian was scared. Silly as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if he was looking at a monster. Feng Wuchen could actually push back a 6th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate expert. What kind of joke was this? Primal Chaos Heavenly Monarch had such ability. The white-robed old man also looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme horror. His anger had already been covered by shock as he looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. The white-robed old man's heart was in turmoil. A dignified Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate alchemist was pushed back by a Primal Chaos Golden Immortal alchemist. "Senior, we did not mean to barge into the Myriad Grass Valley. Please calm down." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. "Kid, who are you? What's up with your soul force?" The white-robed old man asked solemnly. The old man clearly felt that his soul force could not resist the impact just now. If Feng Wuchen had not shown mercy, the white-robed old man would have been injured. "Junior is Feng Wuchen. My soul force is the ancestor of soul power," Feng Wuchen replied politely. "Ancestor of soul power?" The white-robed old man frowned again. He had never heard of it. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, "Senior, we did not mean it. Please forgive us." "That's right. Senior, you also know that no one dares to enter the peerless heavenly realm. How would we know that the Myriad Grass Valley was yours?" Zhu Wutian added. "We can compensate Senior for your loss," Feng Wuchen continued. "Compensate?" The white-robed old man shouted angrily, "The heaven-earth arcane spirit fruit can only be found by chance. I waited for 30,000 years for the fruit, but you ate it. Can you afford to compensate?" "Humph. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have a powerful soul force. You dared to eat my heaven-earth arcane spirit fruit. Don't even think about leaving alive." The white-robed old man shouted angrily and disappeared. After the white-robed old man left, the terrifying divine power of the sealing array suppressed them once again. "Don't even think about escaping from my sealing array. Obediently accept your death." The old man's angry roar came. Feeling the terrifying suppression of the sealing array, Zhu Wutian asked in panic, "Big brother, what do we do? We can't block this terrifying divine power. If we don't think of a way, we'll all die." "Senior, the heaven-earth arcane spirit fruit can only be found by chance. But I believe I can compensate." Feng Wuchen frowned. "I want you to die." The white-robed old man shouted angrily. As a primal chaos heavenly venerable alchemist, there were too few treasures that could enter his eyes. The white-robed old man did not believe that a junior like Feng Wuchen could compensate. "Pfft! Big brother, I can't hold on any longer." Zhu Wutian vomited blood again. His injuries were extremely serious. Feng Wuchen had the support of an eternal life realm body. His injuries were relatively good. But in the end, he could not hold on for long. "Master, don't talk nonsense with him." Dragon Xinjian's voice came. The sealing array's divine power suppression made Zhu Wutian unable to move. It was impossible for him to take out the treasure to ask for help. At this time, Feng Wuchen's mind moved, and the primal chaos spiritual field was suddenly released. Boom! The moment the primal chaos spiritual field was released, there was a sudden explosion. The terrifying sealing array was instantly destroyed, and dozens of huge purple energy halos dissipated in an instant. The ancient sealing array was forcibly destroyed. The terrifying divine power suppression disappeared without a trace in an instant. This? Zhu Wutian stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. He had become a vegetable. How is this possible? The white-robed old man exclaimed in disbelief. The sealing array was forcibly destroyed. The white-robed old man was implicated and vomited a mouthful of blood. This is the void spirit realm primal chaos spiritual field. The white-robed old man was extremely frightened. Void spirit grade chaos domain? Zhu Wutian was shocked once again. He looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, feeling his soul tremble. Feng Wuchen actually had a void spirit grade chaos domain. Even a monster wouldn't be so terrifying, right? Shocking. Too shocking. Zhu Wutian's face was filled with disbelief. It had already exceeded his imagination. The void spirit grade chaos domain was the strongest domain. To comprehend the chaos domain, one's cultivation had to reach the paramount god realm. Furthermore, there was only a small chance of comprehending the lowest profound grade chaos domain. But Feng Wuchen, a primal chaos heaven monarch, actually comprehended the void spirit grade chaos domain. How could anyone believe this? Nothing in the Wuji heavenly realm belongs to anyone. Even if you came here first, it's not yours. If it's yours, why didn't you set up a barrier? Wouldn't anyone who enters and triggers the seal die? Isn't that too much? Feng Wuchen said coldly. However, Feng Wuchen's words weren't without reason. Nothing in the Wuji heavenly realm belonged to anyone. Even if the old man came here first, he could have set up a barrier to prevent others from entering. Now, there was nothing but a hidden sealing array. If not for Feng Wuchen having the ancestor of soul force and the chaos domain, he would have died an unjust death. Since the myriad grass valley is yours, you should have sealed it. You set up a sealing array and then hid it. I can understand that you're harming others. If you release the sealing array, will we still enter? Your own loss was also caused by you. Feng Wuchen said coldly and bluntly. Big brother, well said. You're absolutely right. Zhu Wutian suddenly roared. I'm being polite with you not because I'm afraid of you. Don't think that you're very powerful. Let's go. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. What 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate? If he didn't want face, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be polite either. If he was really forced into a corner, he would suppress him with his primordial god power. The white-robed old man was rendered speechless by Feng Wuchen's rebuke. With his soul force suppressed and the powerful seal forcefully broken, what else could the white-robed old man say? After Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian left, the white-robed old man finally dared to show himself. That was right. Previously, he didn't even dare to reveal himself. If he angered Feng Wuchen, the white-robed old man did not know if Feng Wuchen would kill him. He. Who is he? How could he comprehend a spirit void chaotic domain? He can't even withstand my sealing formation. The white-robed elder said in horror. He looked at Feng Wuchen angrily as he left in shock. He felt as if his heart had been hit 1,000,000 times harder. But how is that possible? Only Supremes can comprehend the primal chaos domain. How could a junior comprehend it? The white-robed elder was both shocked and puzzled. However, the white-robed old man was very certain that Feng Wuchen had just released a spirit void chaotic domain. There was no mistaking it. Otherwise, it was impossible to instantly break his powerful sealing formation. The white-robed old man could not guess Feng Wuchen's identity. However, the more he could not guess, the more afraid he was. The white-robed old man had never heard of the ancestor of soul force. Such a tyrannical and terrifying soul force. Even with his primal chaos heavenly venerate soul force, he could not resist it. He could not even resist it. How could the white-robed old man not be afraid of such a tyrannical soul force? Big brother, you are so powerful. You actually comprehended a spirit void chaotic domain. Too domineering. That old thing is a 6th level primal chaos heavenly venerate. He was actually frightened by you. Zhu Wutian said excitedly. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. What a pity. Such a good place to cultivate. Let's go deeper. There should be a better place. Master, be careful. There are mutated beasts ahead. We are close to their territory. Limitless heavenly realm mutated beasts are very powerful. Divine Eye suddenly said respectfully. I know. I can already feel the aura of mutated beasts. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were already close to the area where mutated beasts roamed. They were considered to have reached the middle section of the limitless heavenly realm. Roar! When Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian stepped into the mutated beast's territory, several loud roars were heard. Surging auras surged wildly. Big brother, the mutated beast's territory must have precious herbs or natural treasures. We can search nearby. Who knows, we might find a place like Myriad Grass Valley. Zhu Wutian said with certainty. Wait. There are mutated beasts eyeing us. Great Divine Lord, mutated beasts are stronger than you. Be careful. Feng Wuchen frowned and quickly stopped Zhu Wutian. Feng Wuchen had the bloodline of the dragon gods, but he might not be able to suppress the mutated beasts. Feng Wuchen did not know if these mutated beasts were friends or foes. Big brother, you are from the dragon race. Why are you afraid of these mutated beasts? They should be afraid of the dragon race, right? Zhu Wutian asked in shock. I am not from the Chaos Dragon race, and my bloodline divine power is not as strong as the Chaos Dragon race. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Big brother, are you really not joking? There are no other dragon race in the Chaos realm. Zhu Wutian asked in shock. Feng Wuchen's expression was grave, and he did not answer. Feng Wuchen erupted with bloodline divine power to see if he could suppress the mutated beast's bloodline. But to Feng Wuchen's disappointment, it was useless. My bloodline can't suppress their bloodline. Let's go. Feng Wuchen frowned and retreated without hesitation. Zhu Wutian did not hesitate at all. He turned and fled at full speed, his heart beating wildly. These were 3 great divine lord mutated beasts. The strength of each mutated beast was enough to crush Zhu Wutian. If they did not run now, when would they? Boom! 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 Several mutated beasts with powerful cultivation rushed over, their speed so fast that the earth shook. They had clearly sensed the existence of Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian. Haha! I haven't seen a human for many years. Run! Run for your life! A mutated beast laughed excitedly, its terrifying aura already locked onto Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian. How weak is the dragon race's bloodline? You want to suppress us? Boy, you aren't a bastard of the dragon race, right? A mutated beast spoke in human language, its mouth full of ridicule. We were forced to submit to the dragon race for many years. It's rare to find a dragon race member with a weak bloodline. You can't escape from our palms. Another mutated beast sneered mockingly. The 3 mutated beasts' speed was astonishing, and they quickly caught up. Big brother, what do? We can't escape. They're about to catch up. Zhu Wutian asked in panic, his back drenched in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen did not speak, only focusing on flying at full speed. However, their speed was ultimately inferior to the 3 mutated beasts, and they were quickly intercepted by their enormous bodies. Bastard of the dragon race! Let us vent our monstrous anger and hatred for the dragon race. A mutated beast roared, its enormous tail like a whip viciously lashing at Feng Wuchen. Big brother, be careful! Zhu Wutian shouted in fear. The strange beast's divine dragon tail whip was powerful enough to turn Feng Wuchen into meat paste. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth hooked up in an evil smile, without any fear. Rumble! Weng weng! The terrifying divine dragon tail smashed down, causing a deafening explosion. A huge crater was blasted open on the ground, countless crushed stones sputtered out, and a large area of towering ancient trees and flowers were destroyed. However, such a terrifying attack did not hit Feng Wuchen. "En? Where's that little bastard? Why is he gone?" One of the strange beasts was puzzled. "We didn't hit that little bastard. That little bastard is not simple, he actually has such a powerful movement skill." The strange beast that attacked angrily said, and a bloodthirsty murderous aura spread out crazily. "I can't sense their aura anymore. Quickly look around." Another strange beast said. "Space divine power?" Somewhere in the dark, the white-robed old man frowned and said doubtfully, "This kid is from the dragon race? How can the Chaos Dragon race have such a terrifying junior?" The white-robed old man was the alchemist of the Thousand Grass Valley. He noticed the strange beast's movement and rushed over. The moment the strange beast's huge tail was about to hit Feng Wuchen immediately brought Zhu Wutian into the space. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were shuttling through the depths, and had already left the three strange beasts behind. Big Brother is really smart. Let's lure them over first, then we'll visit their territory. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. This is called creating a diversion. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, they should be back soon. Let's hurry, their territory must have their remnant aura, it will be easy to find. Big Brother, let's split up. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Wait. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped Zhu Wutian. Zhu Wutian asked doubtfully, Big Brother, what's wrong? Feng Wuchen activated the myriad fire ancestor and took out some materials. With a flip of his hand, a talisman was instantly refined. This is a teleportation rune. Use it when you're in danger. Feng Wuchen tossed the rune to Zhu Wutian. Zhu Wutian was dumbfounded. To be able to refine a talisman in an instant, just how powerful was the realm of an alchemist? The one thought divine ability can only be created by a Chaos Emperor realm alchemist. Big Brother is actually so skilled. Didn't Big Brother say that he was just a Chaos Golden Immortal Artificer? Zhu Wutian was extremely shocked. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Feng Wuchen said hurriedly. He immediately followed the aura of one of the exotic beasts. Who exactly is Big Brother? Zhu Wutian was stunned as he looked at the direction Feng Wuchen had flown. Feng Wuchen had given him too many surprises. I have to hurry up. Zhu Wutian suddenly woke up and shot out at top speed. The three exotic beasts were searching all over the place. However, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian had disappeared into thin air. Even if there was a scent, it was only at the original location. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the territory of one of the exotic beasts. What a big cave. There's a strong energy fluctuation and the smell of precious herbs. It's very strong. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Feng Wuchen grinned, his eyes flashing with ferocity. With a thought, 300 puppets appeared instantly. Under Feng Wuchen's control, 150 puppets flew towards another exotic beast's territory. The rest of the puppets followed Feng Wuchen into the huge cave. Hundreds of puppets crazily looted. Starting from the entrance of the cave, all the herbs and treasures were swept clean. A living devil entered the village. The cave of the exotic beasts was very big and deep. Feng Wuchen flew all the way in the direction of the strong energy fluctuation. At the same time, Zhu Wutian also arrived at the territory of another exotic beast. He was shocked by the huge cave and broke out in cold sweat. This is the cave of the exotic beasts? Isn't it too big? There are so many herbs. I can feel a strong aura. There must be treasures. Zhu Wutian said excitedly, his heart beating violently. Zhu Wutian took a few deep breaths and rushed in excitedly, nervous, and afraid. This feeling was too exciting. After a few minutes, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the deepest part of the cave, emitting a faint red light. There's a trace of the smell of blood. It's really the crimson blood chaos stone. This is a good treasure. Feng Wuchen looked over and saw the red glowing ruby on the stone wall. Looking at the large amount of crimson blood chaos stones on the stone wall, Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. There's really a lot of crimson blood chaos stones. They're all mine now. This was the crimson blood chaos stone, a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. It contained an extremely large amount of pure energy and was most suitable for great god masters to cultivate. Even divine masters could rely on the crimson blood chaos stone to cultivate. Its effects were terrifying. I won't leave a single treasure that's suitable for my cultivation to you. Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately took the crimson blood chaos stones down and took them all. The huge cave no longer had any spirit chi or energy fluctuations. Feng Wuchen glanced at the depths of the cave and accidentally found a corner with many human skeletons. Besides the skeletons, there were also the storage rings and treasures left behind by the dead cultivators. Feng Wuchen grinned and waved his hand, taking them all. At the same time, Long Zun and the other 150 puppets had already swept through another exotic beast cave. Swish! Zhu Wutian flew out of the cave like lightning, looking a little panicked. Buzz, buzz. Immediately after, there was a tremor in the cave, followed by thousands of small exotic beasts rushing out. There was a lot of noise and deafening shouts. Zhu Wutian didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly flew away. If these little things were to shout, they would definitely alarm their own father. These little things are really scary. I have to leave immediately. Zhu Wutian said nervously and fearfully, flying away at top speed. Not long after Zhu Wutian left, a huge exotic beast rushed over. It was one of the exotic beasts that wanted to kill Feng Wuchen previously. Damn it! All the treasures were stolen. Damn humans, I won't let you off. The exotic beast was furious, its terrifying divine power and killing intent erupting at the same time. At the same time, the other two exotic beasts also returned to their respective territories. Bastard! All the treasures were stolen. It must be those two damn humans who did it. We fell into a trap. The exotic beast was furious, its killing intent overflowing. The crimson blood chaos stones are all gone. All the herbs and heavenly treasures were gone as well. Who is it? Who did it? Get out here. It's them. It must be them. The other exotic beast roared. At the same time, the three exotic beasts realized that they had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian had already run far away. The three strange beasts' caverns were completely cleaned out. Compared to killing them and robbing them of their treasures, it was much more exciting. Haha. Big Brother is still the best. This move is too brilliant. It was too exciting just now, I even ran into thousands of strange beasts. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, I have experience in this kind of thing. Facing strong enemies, you will definitely lose if you fight them head-on. You have to use your brain. Haha. Big Brother is right. Zhu Wutian laughed loudly. Zhu Wutian quickly took out his storage ring and said excitedly, Big Brother, my clone picked a lot of herbs, and I also found a big treasure in the cavern. Zhu Wutian took out a gemstone that emitted a 7-colored light and laughed excitedly, Big Brother, if I'm not wrong, this is a Chaos 9-colored spirit stone. This kind of treasure is very rare, and I've heard that it is 10 times more powerful than Chaos spirit stones. That's right, this is indeed a Chaos 9-colored spirit stone. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed, not only is this 10 times more powerful than Chaos spirit stones, this is a precious material for refining weapons and runes. With this treasure, you can at least raise your weapons and runes by a level. Big Brother, we're rich. Haha. All the Chaos 9-colored spirit stones in the cavern were taken away by me, there are at least several 100,000 of them. Zhu Wutian laughed excitedly. Well done. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, I found a scarlet blood chaos stone, just right for great god's cultivation, I also got a lot. Haha. Today's harvest is too big. Too excited. Zhu Wutian laughed happily. This is not a safe place, let's leave this place first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, worried that the three strange beasts would catch up to them. Feng Wuchen sensed for a moment and smiled faintly, I can't sense their aura for now, probably they don't dare to go deeper. After all, the beasts in the deeper parts are more terrifying. There is no need for us to go deeper. Let's go north, in case we run into those three strange beasts on the way back. We'll go wherever Big Brother says. Zhu Wutian laughed happily. The beasts in the deeper parts were definitely existences on the same level as the Chaos Emperor, there was no need to take risks for treasures. The two of them cautiously headed north. Due to the presence of exotic beasts, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were extremely careful, trying their best to avoid danger. About 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen suddenly said, What a strange fragrance, and there are many kinds of flower fragrances, and even the smell of herbs. The spiritual energy nearby is also quite rich. Big Brother, I smell it too. It seems to be coming from the mountain in front of us. Zhu Wutian quickly pointed to a towering mountain not far ahead. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the towering and enormous mountain peak. Following the peculiar fragrance, they flew to the peak of the mountain and discovered a very unique place. The mountain was huge and majestic, and the top of the mountain was a huge entrance. Inside the mountain, there was actually a sea of flowers. What a huge sea of flowers. This is much stronger than the 10,000 grass valley. This is simply the 10,000 flower valley. Zhu Wutian's eyes widened in shock. To think that there would be such a wondrous place in the limitless heavenly realm. Feng Wuchen was also shocked. There were truly all kinds of strange things. Such a huge mountain peak, and there was actually a sea of flowers inside the mountain. Feng Wuchen could sense the powerful spiritual qi of the precious herbs. He could even sense a pure and calm energy wave amidst the rich and unique floral fragrance. Big brother, let's go down and take a look. There are many precious herbs. Maybe we can find some precious treasures. Zhu Wutian said excitedly. He couldn't wait to go down and take a look. Wait. Feng Wuchen stopped him and said solemnly, in such a good place, these peculiar flower fragrances will definitely attract birds and beasts. The spiritual energy is so rich, but there are no birds or beasts nearby. Don't you think it's strange? If there isn't any danger, there will definitely be a lot of strange beasts around here. If I were a strange beast, I would definitely be attracted here. That primordial chaos heavenly alchemist from before would definitely take this place for himself. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Zhu Wutian's face suddenly changed. There is indeed no sign of exotic beasts nearby. I can't even sense their auras. Moreover, the surroundings are strangely quiet. Zhu Wutian frowned deeply, and his expression became vigilant. We may be in danger. Feng Wuchen frowned. Often, the more they couldn't sense anything, the more dangerous it was. Big brother, I keep feeling that something is watching us. It's definitely not the blood soul worm. Zhu Wutian whispered, and his heart began to panic. Chaos blood eye. Feng Wuchen shouted in his heart. His eyes burst out with bloody light, and he immediately looked around. In front of the chaotic blood eye, anything that was hidden would be exposed. Feng Wuchen carefully looked around and found nothing. However, Feng Wuchen noticed one thing. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, there were no living creatures except for the plants in the forest. In a place like a fairyland, there were no living creatures. This meant that there was a problem. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, there are no living creatures. This place must be very dangerous. Feng Wuchen frowned, but he didn't know where the danger was. Big brother, could it be in the 1,000-flower valley? Could it be a colorless and tasteless poison? Zhu Wutian guessed. There is no poison in the sea of flowers. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, but there is an unusual aura. The danger must be in the sea of flowers, but I can't see it. There was no danger in all directions. The danger could only exist in the sea of flowers. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the sea of flowers in the valley moved. A colorful halo spread out from the countless flowers and plants, and a powerful aura began to appear. Chaos Emperor Realm. Zhu Wutian's face changed dramatically. In the sea of flowers, there was a Chaos Emperor Realm expert. As expected. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply, and his face was very serious. Have you seen enough? A cold and arrogant voice sounded in the sea of flowers, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. After a while, under the convergence of the countless flowers and plants, a beautiful woman in white clothes was transformed. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Peak 9th Chaos Emperor Realm. The beauty of the woman in white attracted Zhu Wutian instantly. Her aura has merged with the sea of flowers, and her aura is the same as the sea of flowers. She should have transformed from a flower into a human. No wonder the chaos blood I couldn't see through her. With such a terrifying cultivation, no wonder there are no living creatures within a radius of a few hundred miles. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart, and looked at the woman who appeared. We were just passing by. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said politely. Your bloodline is very similar to the Chaos Dragon race, but it's much weaker. You shouldn't be a member of the Chaos Dragon race. The white-clothed woman sized up Feng Wuchen and said coldly, What race are you? Dragon gods. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Dragon gods and the Chaos Dragon race are both part of the dragon race, but they are not the same. The dragon god's bloodline is weaker. Dragon gods? The white-clothed woman frowned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. Then, she said coldly, there are no dragon gods in the Chaos Realm, but for the sake of the Chaos Dragon race, I won't argue with you. You can leave. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fist again and left with the stunned Zhu Wutian without hesitation. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian leave, the white-clothed woman said to herself, there are no dragon gods in the Chaos Realm. Other than the Chaos Dragon race, there are no other dragon race. But what's with his bloodline? Why does it have the bloodline of the dragon race? The white-clothed woman was not interested in Feng Wuchen's origin. She was just curious that Feng Wuchen's bloodline was similar to the Chaos Dragon race's bloodline. It was not easy to find the 10,000 Flower Valley, but it was someone else's territory. Feng Wuchen felt extremely helpless, but he had no choice. He could only look for another place. Big brother, why didn't you ask her name just now? Aren't you tempted by such a beauty? Zhu Wutian, who was awakened, quickly asked. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes and said, I'm not interested. If you want to know, ask her yourself. But whether you can come back alive, I don't know. Forget it. Life is more important. Zhu Wutian smiled awkwardly and broke out in cold sweat. Peak 9th level Chaos Great Emperor, this was no joke. If that woman was angered, 10,000 Zhu Wushens would not be enough to kill her. Let's go somewhere else, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Over the next few days, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian searched everywhere for cultivation treasures. Unfortunately, the places they fancied either had powerful exotic beasts roaming about or experts cultivating there. In the end, Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian had no choice but to find an empty cave to stay in. Big brother, this cave is quite big. Let's just cultivate here. At any rate, I have quite a number of treasures here. It will be enough for us to cultivate for a long time, Zhu Wutian said with a smile. This is a good opportunity to test out the Crimson Blood Chaos Stone. Its effects must be extremely powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His heart was filled with anticipation. There were already a lot of herbs and natural treasures in the 3 caves. Over the past few days, Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the 6th stage Chaos Heavenly Monarch realm with the help of his Essence Soul Avatar. With such a shocking increase in strength, Feng Wuchen would definitely be able to break through to the Primal Chaos God Lord realm before leaving the Boundless Heaven realm, or even stronger. Just as Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian were about to cultivate, they suddenly heard a deafening explosion. An extremely powerful energy wave swept over, its aura majestic and surging, causing the nearby mountain peaks to shake violently. Human cultivators! Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian exclaimed in unison. Apart from the human cultivators, there was also a powerful exotic beast. For Great Divine Lord experts. They are hunting exotic beasts. Big brother, let's go take a look, Zhu Wutian said excitedly. Let's go. Feng Wuchen nodded. The two left the cave at top speed, traversing through the complex forest. Soon, they appeared on top of a towering ancient tree at the location of the battle. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, 3 men and 1 woman were engaged in a life-and-death battle with the huge beast. It looked like they were fighting in close combat, but the 4 of them were continuously using the Primal Chaos formula to attack. Deafening explosions rang out continuously, and terrifying energy shock waves rolled out continuously. The exotic beast was powerful, its cultivation at the 8th tier Chaos Great Divine Lord level. The 3 men and 1 woman were not weak either. The strongest was at the 8th tier Chaos Great Divine Lord level, and the weakest woman was at the 5th tier Chaos Great Divine Lord level. The 4 of them working together could indeed engage in a bloody battle with the exotic beast. It was just that the exotic beast's physical body was extremely powerful. The Primal Chaos mantra of the 4 was not effective in the short term. Oh? There's also a woman whose cultivation is even stronger than mine. Zhu Wutian watched the battle in shock. Feng Wuchen also looked at the 4 of them and said indifferently, there was no movement at all before the battle suddenly erupted. They must have ambushed the exotic beast. There must be some extremely precious treasure in the cave. Precious treasure? Big brother, should we take this chance to enter the exotic beast's cave? This is a good opportunity, Zhu Wutian excitedly asked, clearly having some wicked thoughts. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "They're risking their lives to seize the treasure in the cave. There's no need for us to steal it, nor is there a need to offend them." "That's true. But with the four of us working together, the exotic beast won't be able to last for long. The battle will end very quickly," Zhu Wutian said with a smile. "That's not necessarily true." Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "The exotic beast's physical body is extremely powerful. Their attacks are useless. Moreover, the majority of the exotic beast's strength is focused on that woman. She won't be able to last for long. Once the exotic beast seizes the opportunity, she'll be heavily injured. If it attacks them one by one, they'll be in danger." It was just as Feng Wuchen had said. After several minutes, the woman was finally unable to endure and was heavily injured by the exotic beast's terrifying divine power. "Big brother, you were right." Zhu Wutian's eyes widened. "If it were me, I would deal with the strongest one," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Junior sister." The three of them paled in shock. "Humph. The few of you want to kill me? You're seeking death," the exotic beast said disdainfully. Its bloodthirsty killing intent was terrifying, and it immediately gathered all its strength and locked onto the leader of the group, the 8th-level Primal Chaos Great God Lord. Just as Feng Wuchen had said, the exotic beast was truly attacking the strongest one. Roar! Buzz buzz! Bzzz! The exotic beast opened its mouth and bellowed, unleashing a terrifying beam of violet energy that tore open cracks in the ground wherever it passed. "Protect junior sister well," the leader bellowed, unleashing all his divine power and unleashing a torrent of energy. "Senior brother Lin, watch out," the two men said worriedly. Primal Chaos Mantra. Ninefold Universe Spear. Terrifying divine power poured into the spear, causing it to explode with dazzling azure light. Senior brother Lin roared as he met the attack with his spear. Bang, bzzz, they collided head-on at zero distance. With a loud explosion, the terrifying energy ripples from the collision spread out with an unstoppable might, causing the ground to crack and collapse layer by layer. Senior brother Lin's face twisted in pain, clearly extremely strained. "Kid, I don't care about your meager strength at all," the exotic beast scornfully said. Rumble. Whoosh, more than 10 seconds later, there was a sudden explosion. Senior brother Lin spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Senior brother Lin. The three of them turned pale with fright. In the previous battle, they were evenly matched, and they even thought they had a chance of defeating the mutated beast. In the blink of an eye, they were crushed by the mutated beast. In a one-on-one battle, senior brother Lin used all his strength, but he couldn't block the mutated beast's terrifying divine power. The mutated beast's body was strong, and it had an absolute advantage. Now that senior brother Lin was heavily injured, they were in danger. "Take junior sister away. Go!" Senior brother Lin shouted as he struggled to get up. He planned to delay the mutated beast and let the three of them escape. "Can you escape?" "None of you can," the mutated beast roared as it charged at senior brother Lin. The heavily injured senior brother Lin once again erupted with divine power and rushed forward. At the same time, he shouted, "I'll delay it. You guys run." "Senior brother, no," the three of them shouted in panic. Primal Chaos Mantra. 7-star Blazing Palm. Primal Chaos Mantra. Heaven Origin Divine Sword. The two men shouted at the same time and used Primal Chaos Mantra. Palm prints and energy swords shot out fiercely. Boom. Boom, the mutated beast didn't dodge at all. It allowed the Primal Chaos Mantra to hit its body, but it wasn't affected at all. It continued to madly charge at senior brother Lin. How is this possible? The two men were in disbelief. What a terrifying body. The mutated beast is unharmed. Zhu Wutian was shocked. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, they underestimated the mutated beast's strength. Boom, pft, under the fierce impact, senior brother Lin spat out blood again. He was sent flying, and the spear in his hand fell to the ground. Senior brother Lin. The three of them panicked. Senior brother Lin's injuries were very serious, and his aura was extremely weak. He could die at any time. Roar. Roar. Roar, At this moment, the angry roars of several strange beasts rang out, and they were all powerful great divine Lord realm cultivators. Not good. The three of them paled. They're my companions. Don't even think about escaping. Slowly feel fear and despair, the mutated beast said fiercely as it walked toward the heavily injured senior brother Lin. Big brother, 3 mutated beasts are charging over. Zhu Wutian shouted in shock. They won't be able to escape. Feng Wuchen frowned. A single mutated beast was already terrifying enough. Now that there were actually 3 of them, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another for them. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Originally, he had planned to launch a sneak attack on the exotic beast and defeat it so that he could seize the treasures in the cave. Alas, man proposes, God disposes. They had underestimated the strength of the exotic beasts, and overestimated their own strength. That was why they had fallen into such dire straits. Leader, leave the 3 of them to us, one of the beasts said excitedly. The strange beast that had injured senior martial brother Lin was their leader. It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. I've almost forgotten how it tastes. Today is the perfect time to taste it. A giant wolf said fiercely. Its scarlet eyes stared at the 3 of them. Disgusting saliva slid down its fangs. You guys really have guts, daring to enter the Wuji heavenly realm. But that's fine too, you can let us have a good meal, another mutated beast said viciously. Senior martial brother Lin is heavily injured, and there are 3 more exotic beasts. What do we do now? The woman asked in fear. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling violently. We can't escape. A man said in fear and despair. His voice was trembling. This was the Wuji heavenly realm, one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the chaos realm. Very few cultivators came here. Hence, there was no need to think that anyone would appear to save them. After entering the Wuji heavenly realm, one had to be prepared to die at any time. In a short while, the 3 exotic beasts pounced crazily. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the 3 of them were in fear and despair, 2 whooshing sounds suddenly rang out. 2 white flames shot toward them like lightning. One shot toward the leader of the exotic beasts, and the other shot toward the 3 exotic beasts. Sensing the domineering and terrifying aura of the flames, the 3 exotic beasts were shocked and retreated in fear. White flames. The leader of the exotic beasts that was about to kill senior martial brother Lin was also shocked and retreated in fear. What kind of flames are these? The 3 of them were terrified. They had never seen white flames before. Whoosh, whoosh. Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian appeared. Senior martial brother Lin, and the 4 exotic beasts all looked over. Feng Wuchen glanced at the heavily injured senior martial brother Lin in the distance. He activated his space power and instantly moved senior martial brother Lin behind him. 6th stage Chaos Heavenly Lord? 2nd stage Chaos Great Divine Lord? Senior martial brother Lin and the others were stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen and Zhu Wutian in shock. He dared to enter the Wuji heavenly realm with the cultivation of a Chaos Heavenly Lord, however, when they thought about how domineering and terrifying the white flames were, they understood. Are you all okay? Zhu Wutian asked with a smile. Thank you for saving us. Senior martial brother Lin hurriedly thanked them. Zhu Wutian smiled happily. It's fate that we met. You're welcome. Dragon race? The exotic beast leader stared at Feng Wuchen and said. Solemnly, no, your bloodline is weaker than the Chaos Dragon race. You're not from the Chaos Dragon race. Dragon race? Senior martial brother Lin and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I'm indeed not from the Chaos Dragon race, but I'm still from the Dragon race. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Humph. I don't care who you are. If you dare to interfere, you have to die. One of the exotic beasts shouted fiercely. Bang! Feng Wuchen's palm bent into a claw, and white flames burned. The domineering and terrifying aura scared people out of their wits. Seeing the white flames, the 4 exotic beasts were frightened out of their wits again. The ancestor of all fires made them feel an intense danger and did not dare to make a move. Although the 4 exotic beasts were powerful, they were still very insignificant in front of the ancestor of all fires. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "My goal is to save people. I don't want to become enemies with you. If you want to make a move, go ahead and try. My flames don't have eyes. Scram out of our territory immediately." One of the leaders shouted angrily, his malevolent face very terrifying. Although they were very unwilling, they also did not dare to become enemies with Feng Wuchen at the moment, and could only let them leave. "Many thanks," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Only then did he bring Senior Marshal Brother Lin and the others away. "Many thanks to the two of you for saving our lives." Senior Marshal Brother Lin and the others thanked one after another. Originally, they thought that they were dead for sure today. Nobody could have thought that a miracle would actually appear. In Limitless Heavenly Realm, being able to encounter a cultivator taking action to save them was absolutely a miracle. "No need to be courteous," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "If not for you all making a move to save us, we would be dead for sure today. Really, thank you all." The woman was really very grateful. "This brother, are you an alchemist? What kind of flame is that white flame?" "I've never seen such a terrifying flame before," a man asked curiously. "The ancestor of all fires, a very powerful flame," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. End of chapter 39:24. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.